Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 86, Marine Monster. You guys actually have some tricks up your sleeves. I guess I'll get a bit more serious. Just try not to die too quickly. Kizaru chuckled, drawing a second lightsaber from the void. Though he wasn't as purely dedicated as Mihawk, he was still a swordsman of great swordsman caliber, and playing with dual blades wasn't difficult for him. World, go on the offensive. We'll provide cover. Redfield barely had time to warn them before Kizaru, wielding dual blades, appeared before the escaping prisoners at a speed no less than his own. Yet, he did not immediately start a massacre. Good afternoon. Kizaru greeted the prisoners with a leisurely smile. Terrified out of their wits, the prisoners instinctively nodded. Good afternoon. Some quick-witted prisoners even forced a smile, hoping that as long as Kizaru wasn't planning to cut them down, they could survive. It was supposed to be such a beautiful afternoon. Unfortunately, some annoying pests have ruined my pleasant tea time with Gion. Tell me, don't you think these troublesome fellows deserve to die? Kizaru said with a smile. Based on his understanding of Dragon, any prisoner with some redeeming qualities had already been taken away. Those left behind were either utterly vile scum or beyond salvation. If not for their potential value in preserving devil fruits, Kizaru wouldn't have hesitated to send them all straight to hell. Attack. The prisoners' expressions changed dramatically as two individuals, seemingly Zoan-type devil fruit users, rapidly transformed. Anyone locked in the eternal hell of Impel Down was, at the very least, once a supernova-level threat. It was no surprise that both Zoan users had awakened their devil fruits. With their enhanced combat abilities and incredible resilience, they should have been able to hold off Kizaru. However, just as the other prisoners began retreating, hoping to put some distance between themselves and Kizaru before using their devil fruit abilities to fight back. Dual blade style, glimmering arc slash. Facing two awakened Zoan users, Kizaru grinned slightly, his intersecting light blades tracing two dazzling arcs through the air. The next moment, the two prisoners, who had just finished transforming, froze in place. Their massive heads detached from their necks, followed by a fountain of blood spraying into the sky. No matter how resilient their life force was, a clean beheading from Kizaru meant absolute death. Crimson Thorns. Fortunately, at the critical moment, the fastest among them, Redfield, arrived in time. His umbrella sword, moving so fast it left only afterimages, tore through the air with a sharp whistle, stabbing toward Kizaru in a barrage of 100 strikes. At that moment, Redfield had regained the imposing presence of the Red Count, the aloof Red. His umbrella sword, imbued with armament hockey, became an unstoppable divine weapon. Even a fleet admiral would fall before him. Thunderstorm slash. Shiryu, too, fought to suppress his deep-seated fear of the marine monster and swung his blade in a fierce assault. If Redfield's umbrella sword was the pinnacle of speed, then Shiryu's swordsmanship was the epitome of slaughter. The instant he struck, an overwhelming killing intent surged from his being, as if with his blade in hand, there was no one in the world he couldn't kill. If Redfield had merely regained his former glory, then Shiryu was performing beyond his limits. His desire for freedom overpowered his fear of Kizaru. At this moment, his strike reached the level of a true great swordsman. Even the proud Redfield couldn't help but take notice. If Shiryu could maintain this mindset and refine this strike to its peak, he might truly have the potential to become a top-tier powerhouse. Dual blade style, shimmering torrent cascade. Faced with a combined assault equivalent to two great swordsmen, Kizaru showed a hint of excitement and swung his light swords, slashing toward both Redfield and Shiryu. The overwhelming sword pressure crashed down like an avalanche or tidal wave. Redfield, with his exceptional observation hockey, instinctively withdrew his blade and dodged the moment Kizaru swung. But poor Shiryu, who had just delivered a strike so powerful even Redfield was impressed, found himself up against Kizaru's near-overwhelming sword attack. Even though his scalp tingled in dread, he had no choice but to brace himself for impact. The torrential sword pressure surged toward him. Shiryu's attack lasted barely 3 seconds before it was completely shattered. Clang. The difference in power was too vast. Even though Shiryu had given his all, he couldn't withstand it. Both he and his sword were sent flying by Kizaru's terrifying slash. The residual flying slashes tore countless wounds across Shiryu's body. Just moments ago, he had glimpsed the level of a great swordsman, yet in the blink of an eye, he was sent crashing to the ground like a discarded rag doll. His famed sword, Thunderstorm, slipped from his grip. But at this point, Shiryu no longer had the mind to care about the blade he had once cherished as his life. Lying on the ground, gravely injured, his broad, diamond-shaped face was filled with bewilderment and disbelief. How could there be such a vast gap? It was natural that he hadn't been a match for this monster in the past. But he had already broken past his limits, unleashing the strongest strike of his life, yet he still couldn't withstand even a single slash from Kizaru. What was even more absurd was that Kizaru had attacked both him and Redfield simultaneously, meaning this slash was only half of Kizaru's true power. MOMO fruit, hundredfold iceberg. At last, the slow-reacting world made his move. He hoisted a massive ice block, roughly 10 feet wide, and hurled it toward Kizaru as if it were a mere toy. However, as Waldo activated his Devil Fruit ability, the ice block rapidly expanded in the air. Within mere seconds, it had transformed into a true iceberg, crashing down toward Kizaru. The massive impact force of the falling iceberg was terrifying. Even a giant, known for their immense strength, would be crushed into pulp beneath such a monstrous weight. Throwing things around like that is very rude. Kizaru calmly lifted his head. Under the prisoner's ecstatic gazes, he extended his hand without dodging, as if he intended to take the iceberg head-on. Looking to die. A cruel grin appeared on World's frostbitten face. The ice block, enlarged by his Momo Momo no Mi, didn't just gain a hundredfold increase in weight, the scariest part was the kinetic energy behind it, also amplified 100 times. Even for a top-tier powerhouse like Kizaru, the consequences of taking such an attack head-on would be getting flattened by the iceberg. That guy. Even Redfield's face showed a flicker of anticipation. For the lone wolf Red Count, pinning hopes on someone else was an almost unthinkable notion. Boom. The scene the prisoners expected, Kizaru getting smashed into a pancake, never happened. Instead, what they saw was Kizaru holding up the iceberg with one hand, his face full of amusement. Compared to the massive iceberg, Kizaru's figure was as insignificant as an ant. And yet, this seemingly tiny Kizaru effortlessly held up the iceberg World had thrown as if it weighed nothing more than a sponge. You've got to be kidding me. How strong is this guy? A monster, a marine monster. The prisoners shrieked in terror. After one overwhelming display of power after another, their fear of Kizaru had sunk deep into their bones. If not for their desperate desire for freedom, some might have already chosen to surrender. It'd be a shame if this thing crushed the flowers and plants. I should return it to you. Grinning, Kizaru tightened his grip, muscles subtly bulging, and with a sudden burst of power, he hurled the colossal iceberg right back. The massive iceberg howled through the air as it descended. Having witnessed Kizaru's terrifying strength firsthand, even the most arrogant prisoner wouldn't dare guarantee they could survive getting crushed. Thankfully. Let me handle this. Saw Mountain. A prisoner with a pointed head leapt high into the air, curling into a disc-like shape and spinning rapidly toward the iceberg. He was a Paramecia-type saw fruit user. No matter how tough a material was, he could slice through it. Screech, screech, screech. The high-speed rotating sawman quickly sliced through the iceberg's outer layers. But to his shock, the interior of the iceberg was coated in an impenetrable layer of hockey. His previously unstoppable saw was utterly useless against Kizaru's hockey. By the time he realized something was wrong, the iceberg was already plummeting toward World's head. Momo Momo, hundredfold heavy punch. World roared, eyes wide, throwing both fists forward to meet the impact. With his strength amplified 100-fold, he should have been able to shatter the iceberg. Unfortunately for him, when Kizaru had thrown the iceberg, he had infused it with hockey. The sawman couldn't cut through it, and World couldn't break it either. Rumble. The immense weight of the iceberg forced Waldo to stagger backward, his feet sinking deep into the ground as two deep trenches formed behind him. By the time he finally stopped the iceberg, more than half his body was buried in the ground. Quite persistent. Since you're all so stubborn, I should spice things up a bit. Kizaru stroked his chin thoughtfully, then casually opened his dimensional chat group. Kizaru at Orochimaru, you there? Orochimaru, what do you need? Kizaru, how many snakes can you send over for some fun? Not too weak, though, otherwise, they'll just die too quickly. Orochimaru, just summon Manda. It alone will be enough. If even Manda can't handle it, summoning more won't change anything. Kizaru, got it. At Kobayashi, record this, transfer the dimensional coins from my account to Orochimaru. Kobayashi, noted. Although Kizaru didn't think the escaped prisoners had the guts to attack him again, standing around doing nothing for too long felt awkward. After finalizing the deal with Orochimaru for Manda's services, he refocused his attention on Impel down. In just the short span of 10 seconds, it seemed the prisoners had erupted into a brief conflict. Some, having been utterly terrified by Kizaru's overwhelming power, wanted to surrender. Redfield, however, refused. The argument quickly escalated, and Redfield, without hesitation, slaughtered all the prisoners who had attempted to surrender, successfully restoring morale. World, that technique you used earlier to amplify your strength, can you use it on me? Willing to change his lone wolf nature and collaborate with World in pursuit of greater longevity and freedom, Redfield was uncharacteristically open to cooperation. Your body wouldn't withstand it. Waldo shot Redfield a glance, his voice gruff. The Momo no Mi was indeed a powerful fruit, but the human body had its limits. Degree. Chapter 87, Manda in One Piece. Even though World's body was naturally strong, and as a devil fruit user, he could adapt better to the power of the Momo no Mi, he rarely used it to enhance himself in specific ways. If this were Redfield at his peak, he might have been able to withstand the burden of the Momo no Mi. But after being imprisoned in level 6 of Impel down for over 20 years, Redfield was no longer the same Red Count from the past. Enough talk. Redfield barked. He would rather die fighting here than be thrown back into the hell of Impel down. You annoying bastard. Just don't die on me. Momo, 100-fold reinforcement. World smacked Redfield hard on the shoulder. Immediately, the Red Count's already pale face flushed red, as if a raging fire had ignited inside him, causing his body temperature to skyrocket. Even though he had mentally prepared himself, the sheer intensity of the power surge made Redfield cry out in pain. He felt like a ticking time bomb, one misstep away from exploding. However, in return, he also felt an incredible lightness, as if his body had become weightless. If he wanted to, he could push his speed to an unprecedented level. While Redfield was subduing the prisoners, Kizaru had finalized his deal with Orochimaru. He then made a show of forming a few meaningless hand seals. Summoning Jutsu. Even though the summoning was handled through the Dimensional Chat Group's transaction system, Kizaru felt that not striking a pose would make it feel off. Are you the one who summoned me, brat? A massive serpent rose before Kizaru, its upper body alone towering 40 to 50 meters high, with a total length exceeding 200 meters. This was Manda, Orochimaru's #1 enforcer. Its hobbies included haggling with Orochimaru before every battle and demanding live sacrifices afterward. Fortunately, since Kizaru had paid with dimensional coins, the matter of sacrifices was left to Orochimaru. Such a foul temper. Do you even know the phrase, the customer is always right? Watch your attitude, or I'll file a complaint with Orochimaru. Kizaru scolded righteously. Manda, momentarily stunned by Kizaru's arrogance, didn't even know how to respond. Then, fury overtook it. It was always the one acting high and mighty, looking down on others. When had a mere human ever dared to point at its face and insult it? Even Orochimaru wouldn't treat it this way. Enraged, Manda raised itself even higher, hissing menacingly. Brat, how dare you speak to me like that? I'll eat you. Manda was no kind soul. Despite humans being little more than snacks to its massive form, it always insisted on receiving live sacrifices whenever Orochimaru summoned it. That alone spoke volumes about its nature. But just as it opened its enormous maw, Kizaru calmly raised a hand. Laser beam. A flash of light shot from Kizaru's fingertip. A moment later, Manda realized in horror that one of its horns had been sliced clean off without a sound. That was the hardest part of its entire body. In other words, if Kizaru had aimed at its head, it would have died instantly, without even knowing how it happened. Instinctively, Manda tried to escape back to Ryuchi Cave. But since it had arrived in the One Piece world through the power of the Dimensional Chat Group, it couldn't return without Kizaru's permission. That bastard Orochimaru had loaned it out to a monster. Shocked and furious, Manda coiled itself defensively. But it quickly realized how useless that was. With Kizaru's attack speed, if he wanted to kill it, there would be no time to react. So, who was it you said you were going to eat? Kizaru squinted, his tone carrying an unmistakable threat. He knew exactly how to handle creatures like Manda, brutes that bullied the weak but groveled before the strong. Even though Manda was a snake, its cowardly nature dictated that when faced with an overwhelming force, it would do nothing but submit. Hiss. What I meant was, I'll eat your enemies. Yes, that's right. Where are the fools who dare oppose you? I'll devour them all. Before Kizaru, who could kill it at any moment, Manda flawlessly demonstrated the Serpent Clan's well-known ability to recognize when to submit. Look, over there. Eat as much as you can handle, just don't get yourself killed. Kizaru didn't bother arguing with Manda and casually pointed toward the escaping prisoners. Hiss. So much fresh blood. Manda, who had been calculating its next move, froze in shock at the sight of the prisoners. Normal human sacrifices weren't even enough to fill the gaps between its fangs, but the prisoners of level 6 were different, each one of them had a powerful physique and overflowing vitality. To Manda, they were walking, breathing nutritional supplements. A few bites would be a nice snack, but eating them all, that would be worth thousands, maybe even millions of human sacrifices. It had originally sworn that, after returning to Ryuchi Cave, it would never come back to this godforsaken place. But now, staring at such a grand feast, it suddenly reconsidered. What is that monster planning? Who knows what's going on in that guy's head? Wait, is he planning to feed us to that giant snake? The prisoners grew tense as they watched Kizaru summon Manda. Still, most of them focused on Kizaru rather than the snake. Newcomers might have been scared by Manda's size, but the prisoners of level 6 had spent years on the Grand Line. Most had seen sea kings bigger than Manda had eaten humans. A mere 200-meter-long, small snake wasn't worth their attention. Hiss. I'm going to eat you all. Manda was stunned. It was used to people fleeing in terror at the mere sight of it. Now, being ignored like this. It was a first. Stunned at first, then furious, Manda let out an enraged roar and lunged at the prisoners. That snake can talk. Is it a Zoan-type devil fruit user? Ha! Let me take care of it. The prisoners weren't worried. Even as Manda charged, only one particularly massive man stepped forward to confront it. Hey, it's been a while since I had a real fight. Let me show you what I, Rhino Parker, can do. The prisoner blocking Manda's path let out a low roar, and his body swelled at an astonishing speed. He was the user of the ancient Zoan-type rhino fruit. The prehistoric giant rhino was the largest land mammal, outweighing even elephants. Parker had even awakened his devil fruit ability. Transformed, he stood nearly as tall as Manda's head. Manda paused for a moment, then its eyes lit up. It had worried that these prisoners, while tasty, wouldn't have enough meat on their bones to be satisfying. But now, seeing that humans could grow bigger, a supersized rhino was a perfectly sized treat. That's Rhino Parker. How did even he get caught by the Navy? Parker's bounty was over 200 million berries. A mere snake is nothing to him. Don't get cocky, the real threat is that monster. As Parker rushed forward, some prisoners even started betting on how many seconds it would take him to kill the snake. Hearing his comrades talk, Parker roared, ready to showcase his strength. But just as he was about to make his move, Manda suddenly accelerated, closing the distance in a blink. Before Parker could react, Manda's massive maw opened wide, and its fangs sank deep into his back. Darkness overtook Parker's vision. Something had pierced through his body. Moments later, paralysis set in, and he lost consciousness. Chomp. A single bite, and the giant rhino was gone. Not too big, not too small, just the right size for Manda to swallow whole. I bet 3 seconds. Before the prisoner could finish his sentence, they all watched in horror as Rhino Parker vanished into Manda's throat, without even a chance to fight back. And then, Manda's eyes locked onto them. Hiss. Such sweet, delicious blood. Manda trembled with excitement as it felt power surging through its body from consuming Parker. Never before had it tasted such high-quality blood. Even 1,000 of Orochimaru's human sacrifices couldn't compare to the single giant rhino. Realizing this, Manda didn't hesitate, its massive jaws opened wide as it lunged at the rest of the prisoners. If it could devour all of these top-grade blood meals, it would grow bigger, stronger, maybe even surpass Orochimaru. Don't get cocky, damn snake. Spiral drill. A prisoner, seemingly close to Parker, leaped forward. He had eaten the drill fruit, though he hadn't awakened its full potential, he had still caused heavy casualties among the Marines when he was captured. Snap. However, before the drillman could even reach Manda in midair, a massive tail, seemingly out of nowhere, whipped him mercilessly into the ground. His body was reduced to an unrecognizable mess of flesh and bone. Not that Manda minded. Its forked tongue flicked out, scooped up the remains, and sent them straight down its gullet. But this time, Manda was clearly dissatisfied. Compared to the previous rhino, this so-called drillman barely provided any benefit at all. Sure, he was still leagues above the human sacrifices Orochimaru used to offer, but once a predator has tasted true quality, going back is unbearable. Having savored superior blood, Manda had become picky. Damn it. That snake is a monster too. The prisoners might not have been top-tier fighters, but their instincts were razor-sharp. This snake wasn't some ordinary sea king or sea beast, its speed, strength, and sheer size put it in an entirely different league. A larger body might mean bigger openings, but it also meant greater endurance. A wound that would be fatal to a human was, to Manda, nothing more than a mosquito bite. Hiss. Struggle all you want, I'm going to eat every last one of you. Manda's voice carried an eerie excitement as it took in the feast before it. But just then, a scarlet shadow flashed across the air and, faster than the eye could follow, slammed down onto Manda's head. Boom. Despite Manda's monstrous strength, it was powerless to resist the force of the impact. Its massive head smashed into the ground. Round 2 begins, Kizaru. The dust settled, revealing a lone figure standing atop Manda's skull, Redfield. If the previous Redfield had been a withering tree, then now, he was a volcano on the verge of eruption. Hiss. I'm going to eat you. Manda, humiliated and furious, thrashed wildly, trying to lift its head, only to find that Redfield's foot held it firmly in place, in complete defiance of physics. Oh my, how terrifying. Kizaru raised an eyebrow. With his incredible observation hockey, he could see the limit of Redfield's lifespan. The man was a burning matchstick, blazing brilliantly for the moment, but inevitably destined to burn out. More tragically, Redfield himself didn't realize that he was facing a raging wildfire that could burn for months. Die. Scarlet Phantom, glowing light. Redfield knew his time was short. And since his body had its limits, World's Momo fruit couldn't push him beyond a certain point. Feeling the unbearable strain in his body, he didn't dare hesitate. In a flash of crimson light, he lunged at Kizaru. Boom. A massive explosion erupted where Kizaru had stood. But Redfield's face fell. His observation hockey screamed a warning, but his body couldn't keep up. Speed is weight. Have you ever been kicked at the speed of light? Degree. Chapter 88, Subdued. Speed is weight. Have you ever been kicked at the speed of light? Before he could react, a size 48 boot crashed straight into his face. Bang. Boom. Redfield was sent flying, like a ragdoll caught in a hurricane. He soared across half of level 5, before finally slamming into the frozen walls of level 6, embedding himself deep into the ice. Against that overwhelming power, Redfield's once proud strength now seemed utterly insignificant. Even after being buried in the wall, he was still in shock. Before, he could blame his old age. But now, he was in his prime, as strong as he had ever been. And yet, Kizaru had defeated him in an instant. Level 4, Blazing Hell. It's been quiet for too long. Admiral Kizaru might have already suppressed the escapees. We should check below, I promise I won't interfere with him. Magellan had tried multiple times to head down, only to be blocked by Guion. But after witnessing the terrifying golden light that had pierced through all of Impel down, he finally realized. Kizaru was far stronger than he had ever imagined. But after so much silence, Magellan grew uneasy again. He turned to Guion, attempting to persuade her. Fine. But unless Kizaru gives permission, you are absolutely forbidden from interfering. Guion pondered for a long time before finally accepting Magellan's proposal. She was also curious, just how strong was Borsalino now? And besides, the prisoners in level 6, Eternal Hell would make for excellent sparring partners. No matter how much she trained, nothing compared to real combat, especially since she spent most of her time at the Naval Academy, with few real battle opportunities. You all stay here. No one follows without my orders. Magellan, overjoyed, gave a strict command to the guards before descending with Guion to level 5, Freezing Hell. Even for him, the prisoners in Eternal Hell were dangerous. Some of them were just as strong as he was. If a real fight broke out, he couldn't guarantee the guard's safety. Understood. Suddy-chan and Domino didn't protest. The criminals gathered in level 5 were far from the usual riffraff they could easily suppress. These were monsters, the kind that even Magellan had to handle with utmost caution, or risk losing his life. Fully alert, Guion and Magellan stepped into level 5, only to be completely stunned. The battle in Freezing Hell was already over. Borsalino was lounging on an ice block, one that the prisoners themselves had carried over for him. And right now, he was enthusiastically commanding the escapees to run laps along the walls of level 5. Trailing behind them at a leisurely pace was a massive snake, missing one of its horns. Every time Borsalino spoke, it swallowed the slowest runner. Meanwhile, the prisoners Magellan had feared the most, Shiryu, World, Redfield, Crescent Moon Hunter, and Heavy Drinker, were all neatly lined up. Some were badly injured and unconscious. Some had their eyes wide open, yet lay completely still, as if their will to fight had been crushed. Magellan. It's Magellan. Please have mercy. I swear I'll never try to escape again. Warden Magellan, just lock me back in Eternal Hell already. The prisoners screamed in both terror and relief. Unfortunately for a few unlucky ones, who were so exhausted they slowed down while yelling, Manda noticed. And before they could react, they were swallowed whole. Hiss. Such sweet, delicious blood. Having eaten so many, Manda was starting to savor the taste instead of devouring blindly. Though powerful ninjas tasted even better than these prisoners, they were also far harder to catch. And Orochimaru? He never offered Manda such high-quality sacrifices. At most, a few strong experimental subjects, but never for Manda to eat. But just as Manda was about to indulge further, a fist-sized rock came flying from nowhere, smashing its head aside. The prisoner, who had been seconds away from death, fled for his life, wishing he had 2 more legs to run even faster. Who dares attack me? Manda hissed furiously, shaking its head. Me. Borsalino lazily tossed another stone in his hand, looking thoroughly unimpressed. You've eaten enough, haven't you? Time to head back. If you keep eating, I'll have to bill Orochimaru for your meals. Prisoners were cheap. No one cared how many died. But level 6 prisoners. That was a different story. Even Borsellino couldn't afford too many casualties. After all, a high percentage of them were devil fruit users. The more that died, the more devil fruits would respawn in the world, meaning more powerful enemies in the future. Hiss. If you can provide me with 5, no, 10, of these blood meals every month. Manda flicked its tongue, testing the waters. I might consider signing a summoning contract with you. Compared to Orochimaru's meager sacrifices, level 6 prisoners were a delicacy. Sure, Borsellino's attitude sucked, even worse than Orochimaru's. But for food this good, Manda could tolerate it. Get lost. Borsellino immediately dismissed Manda back to Orochimaru. This greedy snake had already eaten plenty, and now it wanted to turn him into a permanent meal ticket. Manda's strength wasn't bad. Durable, tough-skinned, probably a match for the weakest of the 7 warlords. But its appetite was insane. Sure, Impel Down had plenty of prisoners to feed it. But out in the open sea. Even if Borsellino worked overtime, he wouldn't be able to capture enough pirates to keep Manda satisfied. The ordinary prisoners in level 6 were at least supernova level. And this stupid snake wanted to eat several of them a month. No way. Incredible. Truly worthy of an admiral. Magellan marveled at the scene before him. These once fearsome criminals, now obediently running laps at Borsellino's command. The only thing he couldn't quite figure out, where had that giant snake come from? And how had it vanished so suddenly? But since Borsellino clearly had no intention of explaining, Magellan didn't ask. They're just a bunch of small-time thugs, not worth worrying about. Borsellino shrugged, then turned to the near-exhausted prisoners. What, still here? You want to feed the snake? Instantly, the prisoners scrambled to carry the unconscious Redfield and whirled back to eternal hell. They had been completely broken. Especially those who had already been imprisoned here once before, thanks to Borsellino. They were so terrified, they didn't even dare meet his gaze. I'll do my best to capture the rest of the escapees. Guillaume looked around at the devastated battlefield of freezing hell, a fighting spirit burning within her. The escapees might not be as strong as level 6 prisoners, but if the Revolutionary Army had their eyes on them, they couldn't be too weak, either. Then I'll leave it to you, Vice Admiral Guillaume. Magellan bowed his head sincerely. If possible, as the Warden of Impel Down, he naturally wanted to personally capture all the escaped prisoners. But his abilities had severe side effects. If he went out to sea with the fleet, the prisoners might not even be caught before the Marines on board suffered multiple cases of mass poisoning. This sword is for you. Before Guillaume could even respond, Borsellino casually tossed a long sword toward her. The sword had a crimson hilt and scabbard, a golden guard, and a square-shaped golden tsuba. The moment it landed in her hands, Guillaume's eyes lit up. For a swordsman, especially one at the level of a master swordsman or even a great swordsman, the quality of a blade could be judged the moment it was grasped. And when she drew it, seeing the crimson blood-like glow shimmering along the edge, she couldn't help but smile in delight. Famed blade, Reiju. Even though she already wielded Compira, one of the 12 supreme-grade blades, no swordsman could refuse a great-grade blade of such high caliber. A magnificent sword. Guillaume couldn't help but praise it. A swordsman's fascination with legendary blades was no less than Borsellino's obsession with beautiful women. Though she would never abandon hers, Reiju was definitely worthy of her collection. Ah. Wait, isn't that Shiryu's? Magellan instinctively glanced at the sword, then froze. He distinctly remembered how Shiryu had treated this sword, like a precious treasure, never parting from it, even in sleep. Even after being locked up in eternal hell, Shiryu had begged Magellan to personally safeguard his blade, even assigning someone to regularly maintain and polish it. Ahem. You mean that big-chinned guy? Borsellino cleared his throat, briefly organizing his words before speaking with a straight face. He was overwhelmed with guilt for leading the prison break. So, he decided to spend the rest of his life in eternal hell. Before his death, he entrusted me to find a worthy successor for his sword. And, well, I figured Guillaume was a perfect fit. If it weren't for Magellan's presence, Borsellino wouldn't have bothered explaining. After all, what was the big deal about an admiral taking a sword? Shiryu was already a criminal. Even when he was still the chief guard of Impel Down, his words didn't carry much weight before an admiral. I see. I tried persuading him many times, but he never repented. What a pity, it's too late now. Magellan sighed regretfully. Hannibal had the ambition and willpower to become warden, but lacked the strength. If Shiryu had remained as his subordinate, Magellan wouldn't have to worry about finding a worthy successor after his inevitable demise. But Shiryu had gone too far. Magellan had once considered letting him atone for his sins. But now. No matter what Shiryu said, Magellan would never let him out. A single level 6 prisoner escaping was already an unforgivable crime. But Shiryu? He had released every single one of them. Even in the most optimistic scenario, Shiryu's minimum sentence was still 4 digits long. If someone had committed the same crime back when the world government was founded, they would still have over 200 years left to serve. Well then, I'll leave the aftermath to you. I need to return to Marine headquarters immediately. Oh, Strawberry should stay behind and Impel down for now. Things might not be too safe at HQ in the coming days. Borsalino had no intention of lingering in this underwater prison. Sure, he loved slacking off, but Impel down was definitely not the place for that. Understood. Wishing you victory in battle. Magellan respectfully saluted. Both Borsalino's strength and achievements were worthy of his utmost respect. More importantly, without Borsalino, the escaped prisoner Shiryu had released would have completely destroyed Impel down. Well then, that's settled. Guillaume, be careful when hunting down those escapees. You might run into some truly dangerous opponents. Borsalino waved at Magellan and turned to leave, casually reminding Guillaume one last time. This was just a routine reminder. With Guillaume's strength, as long as she didn't unluckily run into the Revolutionary Army with Dragon personally present, there wouldn't be any problems. Even if she were unlucky enough for that to happen, she could always abandon the mission and retreat. In this world, the number of people who could stop Guillaume if she was determined to flee wouldn't exceed 5, and Dragon wasn't one of them. Just as Borsalino was about to leave, the second wave of Marine reinforcements finally arrived. After leaving behind some troops to assist in rebuilding Impel down, the rest of the fleet escorted Borsalino back to Marine headquarters. Moshi Moshi, this is Borsalino. Not long after leaving Impel down, his transponder snail started ringing. I've already arrived at Marine Ford. Borsalino-sama, where are you? The moment the call connected, Hancock's excited voice burst through. Her overwhelming affection was so intense that even the transponder snail's eyes turned into heart shapes. Ah, I'm still on my way back. It'll take a few more hours. Borsalino scratched his cheek, speaking with a hint of helplessness. Knowing Hancock's temperament, if she couldn't see him immediately, she might cause a huge scene. Eh? Why is it taking so long? Hancock sounded extremely disappointed. She had been longing to see Borsalino for so long. Just be patient a little longer. I'll be back soon. And remember, not to cause any trouble with the others. After considering his options, Borsalino decided against using his light-speed abilities to instantly return to Marine Ford. After all, it was still a strategic trump card. Revealing it just to see Hancock a few hours sooner felt like a waste. Fine. Oh. Borsalino-sama, I also brought that rock person along. Hancock lowered her voice, sounding proud of herself, as if expecting praise. She didn't quite understand why Borsalino had spared that weakling, but since he had specifically kept them alive, they must have some use. So, she had taken special care to bring them along. Ah. Rock who? Borsalino paused, needing a few seconds to recall that unlucky soul, the one who had been turned into a woman by Ivankov's hormones. Had Hancock not mentioned them, he might have completely forgotten their existence. Degree. A/N, 200 stones and we'll have a double chapter tomorrow. Chapter 89, Jurassic Park. That blood fruit user, what's their name? Blood Demon Rock. Are they useless to you? Hancock pouted slightly, looking a bit disappointed, almost like a little girl. If the warriors of Amazon Lily who admired and revered her saw this scene, they would probably think they were having a nightmare. The proud and aloof Empress Hancock, acting like a spoiled girl towards someone else. Impossible. Keep them for now. Have Sandersonia and Marigold teach them how to develop their devil fruit abilities. They're too weak right now. Kizaru rubbed his chin as he spoke. If he had outright said that they were useless, Hancock would probably throw them into the sea to feed the sea serpents. Even if Blood Demon Rock wasn't particularly valuable at the moment, they were still a blood fruit user. Killing them off would be a bit of a waste, after all, they had helped block a disaster for him once. He figured he could train them up a little and, once they were strong enough, send them after Ivankov. That way, he wouldn't have to personally deal with that troublesome Okama. You better come back soon, Kizaru-sama. I have a big surprise for you. Hancock spoke expectantly. If the Marine headquarters hadn't repeatedly emphasized that the 7 warlords of the sea needed to gather in Marine Ford only in the final days before the war, she would have followed Kizaru straight there and waited until the summit war began. Alright, I'm looking forward to it. Kizaru chuckled, but chatting through a transponder snail just wasn't the same as talking in person. Even so, Hancock spent over an hour talking sweetly with Kizaru through the snail. In the end, the only reason the call ended was that the poor snail was exhausted. But just as Kizaru set the receiver down, before even a full minute had passed, it rang again. Ugh. Alright, I'll be quick this time. Just hang in there a little longer. Seeing the transponder snail looking pitiful, Kizaru could only comfort it with kind words and promise it an extra meal. The little snail, which had been on the verge of striking, perked up just enough to connect the next call. The moment the line opened, the snail's face immediately straightened, and a tiny marine seagull had appeared on its head. Kizaru, what's the situation at Impel Down? On the other end of the line was Fleet Admiral Sangoku. Though Marine Ford had re-established communication with the underwater prison, Sangoku still needed Kizaru's direct assessment. He trusted first-hand accounts far more than second-hand reports. It's fine. Magellan tried to commit suicide to take responsibility, but I talked him out of it. All of level SIXS inmates attempted a mass escape, but I stopped them. Also, Strawberry was badly injured, so I left him at Impel Down to recover. Kizaru's report was brief and to the point, yet concise enough to send Sangoku into a cold sweat. The prisoners of level 6 staged a mass breakout. Sangoku was both shocked and furious. If the upper-level prisoners had escaped, it would have been troublesome but manageable. They could simply recapture them over time. But level 6. If those monsters got out, even a full-force deployment of the Marines might not be enough to round them up again. It's not a big deal. I stopped all of them. The Revolutionary Army didn't take too many prisoners, most were from the upper levels. Only Crocodile managed to leave with them from level 6. Kizaru replied casually. Then, as if remembering something, he added. Oh, right. Jinbe, who was being escorted by Strawberry, is missing too. It's unclear whether he escaped on his own or left with the Revolutionary Army. The Revolutionary Army. Kizaru, do you think this mass breakout was just a coincidence, or was it orchestrated by them? Sangoku, though furious, forced himself to remain calm as he asked the question. You're asking me? There's probably some element of coincidence, but overall, it doesn't seem random. It's got Dragon style written all over it. Kizaru answered bluntly. Dragon had gone out of his way to free the prisoners of Impel Down, even without telling Kizaru. If it were someone else, he might have assumed it was out of personal attachment, but not Dragon. That man would sacrifice even his own life for the revolutionary cause. Why would he hesitate over a sworn brother of Luffy? So it really was Dragon's doing. That damn Garp. He's always causing me trouble. Sangoku gritted his teeth and cursed. If not for his long-standing friendship with Garp, he would have seriously doubted the old man's loyalty. His son was the most dangerous criminal in the world, leader of the Revolutionary Army. His grandson was the son of Roger, a Whitebeard commander. His other grandson had a 300 million bounty, having defeated 2 warlords of the sea in under a year. And that wasn't even counting Sabo, because Sangoku didn't yet know that the Revolutionary Army's number 2 was also Luffy's sworn brother. If he ever found out, he might just cough up blood on the spot. Ah, well, this is awkward. Kizaru's mouth twitched, but considering how much pressure Sangoku was under, he decided not to comment. Sure, Garp was Dragon's biological father, but wasn't it Sangoku and Vice Admiral Tsuru who personally trained him? Back then, Sangoku had practically groomed Dragon as his successor, and even Zephyr had once been his instructor. After all, with Garp's personality, there was no way he could have raised a tactical genius like Dragon. Of course, Kizaru wasn't denying that he had played a small role himself, maybe planted a few dangerous ideas in Dragon's head. Unfortunately, Kizaru's memory wasn't that great, so he couldn't recall exactly what he had taught Dragon. More than anything, it was Dragon observing his actions that allowed him to grasp the things Kizaru had once learned. Return as soon as possible. I'll report this Revolutionary Army matter to the Gorosei immediately. After venting for a while, Sangoku finally calmed down. Since the situation had changed, he needed to adjust his strategy accordingly. Dragon wanted to fish in troubled waters, but Sangoku wasn't going to let him off easily. This might be the perfect chance to crush the Revolutionary Army in one go. Understood. I'm on my way back. Kizaru chuckled as he hung up the transponder snail. The process had been a little messy, but the outcome was exactly as he had planned. Now, all he had to do was wait and see how many cards the world government and the Gorosei were willing to reveal. If they couldn't satisfy him, well, they'd better not blame him for taking everything for himself. Random passerby wanting to cling to Luo Feng's leg, at Kizaru, are you there? How's Orochimaru's summoned snake working out for you? Hybera AI, what do you mean? Summoned snake. Random passerby wanting to cling to Luo Feng's leg, scroll up in the chat, Kizaru hired one of Orochimaru's summoned beasts. I want to know if it's any good. Kobayashi, too bad Orochimaru-san's snakes are too expensive. Otherwise, I'd love to see just how big the ones Tony mentioned really are. Kizaru, it's useful, but a bit too gluttonous. If your strength isn't high enough, I'd think twice before summoning one. Maybe go for something more docile, a feathered serpent would be a better choice. Random passerby wanting to cling to Luo Feng's leg, if I summon it as a weakling, will it just eat me? Orochimaru, hey, Manda's temperament is extremely nasty. I've never really liked it myself. If you're not strong enough, there's a good chance it will eat you. Random passerby wanting to cling to Luo Feng's leg, yeah, nope, guess I'll ask Tony for a few rocket launchers instead. Hybra AI, idiot dog, what did you do that requires rocket launchers? Random passerby wanting to cling to Luo Feng's leg, ugh. I think I pissed off someone I shouldn't have. Hopefully, I'm just being paranoid, but better safe than sorry. Kizaru, if you need help, let me know in advance. Random passerby wanting to cling to Luo Feng's leg, sobbing. Kizaru-sama, you're so good to me. Kizaru, cough, mainly just a reminder. Don't forget you owe me 3 trips to your world. If you die, I'll be the one losing out. Random passerby wanting to cling to Luo Feng's leg, weeping noises. I'm so tired of life. Tony Stark, at his death, your weapons and ammo order is ready. Should I send it over directly? His death, send it over. I can't wait to let the Northern Barbarians experience my new toys. Tony Stark, okay. After use, consider leaving a product review. I offer 5 to 50 dimensional credits for each review, depending on quality. Kobayashi, W8. Product review. Tony Stark, of course. Stark Industries values customer feedback. Whether you think the firepower isn't strong enough, or you have maintenance issues, you can always submit complaints and feedback to Stark Industries. Tony Stark, of course, price complaints are off the table. Our products are always worth the cost. High prices are totally justified, aren't they? Kobayashi, I think I finally understand that feeling when passerby-san says he doesn't even know how to roast something anymore. Tony Stark, no, you don't understand yet because you haven't realized the importance of protecting yourself. If you want to protect yourself, you need weapons. For all your weapon needs, consult Stark Industries. Kizaru, that's kinda scary. Tony Stark, the irony when the guy who casually destroys underground bases calls someone else scary. Hybra AI, at Orochimaru, the blood sample results you asked me to analyze are in. Based on molecular biology trace analysis, all 4 blood samples likely share a common ancestor from about 1,200 years ago. Orochimaru, I see. Researchers from another world do have a unique perspective. As per our agreement, I'd like you to help me set up a large-scale lab. Hybra AI, that's possible, but according to your requirements, setting up such a high-end lab will be very expensive. Plus, it's unlikely to generate much revenue or attract outside funding. Hybra AI, if you need to recruit staff, this will be a downside, your lab's budget might end up higher than a standard one. Orochimaru, research has never been cheap. How much do you need? Hybra AI, based on Kizaru's gold exchange rates, setting up a lab of this level will cost about 3,500 to 4,000 dimensional credits, with an annual maintenance cost of 1,000 to 1,500 dimensional credits. Random passerby wanting to cling to Luo Feng's leg, WHOA. That's insanely expensive. Hybra AI, Random passerby wanting to cling to Luo Feng's leg, ugh, damn venom-tongued girl. Hybra AI, Orochimaru, no problem. I'll prepare the funds as soon as possible. Random passerby wanting to cling to Luo Feng's leg, so jealous. I want to be under someone's wing too. Tony Stark, at Orochimaru at Hybra AI, if your lab is willing to share research results with Stark Industries and accept Stark Industries research projects, I can cover at least 75% of the funding, no upper limit. Hybra AI, as long as the funds are secured, I have no objections. Orochimaru, interesting. Let's go with your proposal. I'll send you the remaining funds, research materials, and projects later. At Hybra AI. Kobayashi, that's great, Hybra-san. But are you sure your identity is safe? Won't those black-clad guys come after you? Fubuki, as long as I'm here, if those bastards dare show up, I'll wipe them all out immediately. I won't let them lay a single finger on AI-chan. Random passerby wanting to cling to Luo Feng's leg, terrifying, let's take a moment of silence for Jin. Kizaru, If things really get out of hand, you can always call me. We're in the same group, no need to hold back. Random passerby wanting to cling to Luo Feng's leg, I can't hold it in anymore. What did the Black Organization do to deserve Kizaru himself coming after them? That's a straight-up one-sided massacre. Kobayashi, well, being careful isn't a bad thing. And didn't you always say Hybra-san's world is super dangerous? Random passerby wanting to cling to Luo Feng's leg, yeah, but only for normal people. If Kizaru goes over there, he's walking all over them. The 5 elders might even have to set up a special seat for him at the Black Org's table. Kizaru, don't exaggerate, I'm not a monster. Random passerby wanting to cling to Luo Feng's leg, right. Kizaru-sama is absolutely correct. Tony Stark, at Kizaru the Jurassic Park project design is complete. We're about to start construction, wanna come take a look? Kizaru, already. I haven't even sent anyone to catch the dinosaurs yet. Oh well, after Fire Fist Ace's execution, I'll personally head to Little Garden and catch some dinosaurs for you. Random passerby wanting to cling to Luo Feng's leg, oh, right. Marineford War. Kizaru-sama, don't forget to live stream it. I've been looking forward to this for so long. Tony Stark, hey, that's capitalism for you, as long as you have money, you can buy anything you want, including a blueprint for a dinosaur park. Hybra AI, hey, filthy capitalist. Tony Stark, no, it's the charming and handsome Tony Stark, thank you very much. Meanwhile, in Kizaru's reality. Degree. Chapter 90, Doflamingo. Meanwhile, in Kizaru's reality. As Kizaru was casually chatting with his idiotic group members, a large pirate ship flying the Don Quixote family flag suddenly blocked his warship's route. It was obvious, this wasn't a friendly move. More importantly, that ship was flying a Jolly Roger, a blatant provocation against the Marines by occupying their sea lane. The Marines aboard the warship were furious, but they didn't dare start trouble, because that flag represented none other than Heavenly Yiksha Don Quixote Doflamingo, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Damn pirates. This is an outright provocation against the Navy. Curse those damn warlords. Bastards. One day, I'll send all of them straight to Impel down. The Marines gritted their teeth in rage, but there was nothing they could do against this lawless pirate-turned-warlord. Fleet Admiral Sangoku still needed the power of the 7 warlords of the sea for the upcoming war, so he specifically warned unstable elements, including Kizaru and Vice Admiral Garp, not to cause trouble for the warlords. On the other hand, Sakazuki, known for his hawkish and hardline stance, wasn't a concern for Sangoku. Unless the world government decided to eliminate the warlords, Sakazuki would never make a move against them. Why, young master, is this really okay? The Navy will be angry. Buffalo spoke cautiously. Even though he was already a high-ranking officer in the Don Quixote family, provoking the Navy near Marine headquarters still made him nervous. Fu. Relax, Buffalo. They wouldn't dare make a move. Wearing his signature sunglasses and pink feather coat, Don Quixote Doflamingo stood proudly at the bow of the ship, spreading his arms wide as he let out a loud, reckless laugh. Ah, really? Buffalo found it hard to believe. In his memory, back when he first joined the Don Quixote family, they were constantly being chased down by the Marines. With his limited intelligence, Buffalo simply couldn't comprehend why the Navy tolerated Doflamingo so much after he became a warlord. As long as the Navy still wants to use young master's power to fight the Whitebeard pirates, they absolutely won't dare anger us. Behind Doflamingo, Treble let out a loud, snot-filled laugh, grinning with his few remaining teeth. Amazing. As expected of the young master. Buffalo looked at Doflamingo with eyes full of admiration. In his heart, young master was the most awe-inspiring man in the world. Of course. Young master is a warlord of the sea. Treble said proudly. After all, he had recognized Doflamingo's kingly potential back when he was still just a child. Choosing to follow him had proven to be the right decision. I see. That's pretty impressive. At that moment, an unfamiliar voice suddenly spoke behind Buffalo. That's right. Young master is indeed amazing. Buffalo nodded in agreement, but as soon as he finished speaking, he felt like something was wrong. A tense silence suddenly fell over the ship's bow. Treble instinctively tried to turn his head, but he felt as if he was sinking into a quagmire, an overwhelming pressure bound him from all directions. Even moving a single finger was impossible. This terrifying oppressive force was even stronger than what he had felt when they visited Kaido. Well, if it isn't a rare guest. Admiral Kizaru. May I ask why you've suddenly appeared on my ship? Doflamingo spoke slowly and deliberately, as if carrying an immense weight that made it hard for him to breathe. But the moment he spoke, Treble and Buffalo felt the pressure lighten significantly. However, Doflamingo himself was still visibly affected, his forehead veins bulged, and his body trembled ever so slightly. Well, it's nothing much, it's just that my route suddenly got blocked by someone I know, and it would be rude not to stop by and say hello, wouldn't it? Leaning lazily against the ship's mast, Kizaru, now dressed in a casual Hawaiian shirt and beach shorts, had a somewhat troubled expression. He and Doflamingo were old acquaintances. Before Doflamingo became a warlord, he had once fallen into Kizaru's hands, though he ultimately managed to escape. Since that day, Doflamingo had feared Kizaru more than anyone else. Compared to him, even Vice Admiral Tsuru, who had also hunted him in the past, had never actually captured him. Doflamingo's face was incredibly grim. If he had known that Kizaru was part of that marine fleet, he would have stayed as far away as possible. There was no way he would have come near them to seize their route. Young master, here's the rum you wanted. Eh? Who are you? A black-haired beauty dressed in a red-maid outfit walked out of the ship's cabin, humming a tune while carrying a tray with rum and glasses in one hand. The moment she spotted Kizaru, a complete stranger, she instinctively shouted. Is that North Blue rum? Not bad. Mind pouring me a glass? Kizaru's nose twitched slightly. Even from a distance, he could pick up the faintest scent from the cork of the bottle. His body enhancements weren't limited to just strength and speed, his sense of smell and hearing had also reached an astonishing level. Of course, with his mastery of life return, he could control every cell in his body almost perfectly. If he didn't want to smell something, even a gas bomb exploding right in front of him wouldn't affect him at all. Of course. This is white rum aged for over 10 years, one of the most precious collections in Young Master Cellar. Please enjoy. To Kizaru's surprise, the maid, who had just been acting like a rebellious delinquent, suddenly changed completely. She hurried over with quick steps, dutifully poured the rum into a glass, and handed it to him with a bright smile. Baby, 5. Doflamingo was furious. He had long since gotten used to this foolish girl's inability to refuse requests, no matter who they came from. But watching her hand over his precious rum to Kizaru right in front of him was unbearable. Yes. What are your orders, young master? Baby, 5 immediately stood at attention, looking eager to serve, completely oblivious as to why Doflamingo was so angry. The rum is nice. Mind pouring me another? Actually, pouring one glass at a time is too troublesome. Why not just bring me all the best liquor from the cellar? Before Doflamingo could say a word, Kizaru spoke with a lazy smile. He had already remembered this foolish maid under Doflamingo's command, a girl who craved being needed so much that she simply couldn't refuse anyone's requests. Whether it was lending money, accepting marriage proposals, or being strong-armed into buying something, as long as she felt needed, she would agree without hesitation. That was how she ended up with a 98 million berry debt, 50 newspaper subscriptions, and countless marriage proposals from shady men. If Doflamingo hadn't been there to protect her, she probably would have ended up as a top hostess on Pleasure Street. But what truly made Kizaru remember Baby 5 was the devil fruit she had eaten. Paramecia, arms fruit. It allowed her to transform parts of her body into any weapon, a low-floor but insanely high-ceiling devil fruit. No problem. Please wait a moment, I'll bring out all the best bottles. Baby 5 beamed with joy. Due to her personality defect, Doflamingo rarely let outsiders interact with her. It had been a long time since someone had requested so many things from her, and it made her feel incredibly fulfilled. Completely ignoring Doflamingo, she happily skipped away toward the cellar. Kizaru. Enraged, Doflamingo finally lost his patience and attacked Kizaru directly. Baby 5 was a cherished member of the Don Quixote family, and Doflamingo would never allow anyone to lay a hand on them, not even a Marine Admiral. Invisible threads fell upon Kizaru under Doflamingo's control. As a string fruit user, he could use these unseen strings to manipulate his enemies. However, the Heavenly Yiksha clearly didn't intend to go all out against Kizaru. This sudden attack was merely to make Kizaru understand his bottom line. If a Marine Admiral could be hurt by an attack of this level, that would be the biggest joke in the world. Oh no. I'm injured. What Doflamingo never expected was. Kizaru just stood there, letting the strings fall on him without resistance. Then, with an overly dramatic fake scream, he completely ignored Doflamingo's attempt to control him with the strings. Instead, he casually pulled out a miniature Den Mushi from his jacket pocket. You bastard. Doflamingo's entire body trembled with rage. He knew Kizaru too well, he could already guess what was coming next. Why young master is amazing. He even injured a Marine Admiral. Just then, Buffalo, who had been a step slow, suddenly exclaimed in awe. Idiot. Treble couldn't help but facepalm. Buffalo was good at many things, but thinking wasn't one of them. If he weren't already family, young master would have beaten him to a pulp by now. The evidence is solid. So, what will it be? Kizaru slipped the Den Mushi back into his pocket and smiled at Doflamingo. Are you going to surrender and let me beat you up? Or resist, and let me beat you up even harder? A Marine Admiral couldn't just attack a warlord without reason. But if a warlord attacked an admiral first, getting beaten up in return wasn't exactly unjustified, was it? 5 color strings. Doflamingo hesitated for a moment, then suddenly lashed out. It was obvious, the underworld tyrant had no intention of just standing there and taking a beating. Inside the ship's wine cellar, Baby 5 suddenly felt the entire ship tremble violently. However, before long, everything calmed down again. Fortunately, the bottles in the cellar were all secured on the shelves, with thick straw padding for shock absorption. A little shaking wasn't enough to make them fall to the ground. Rum, gin, gold label whiskey. Baby 5 showed no mercy as she eagerly ransacked Doflamingo's precious liquor collection. Only when she had piled an entire cart full did she excitedly rush toward the deck. What she didn't expect, however, was the scene awaiting her. As soon as she stepped onto the deck, she saw Don Quixote family members lying all over the place. Even more shocking, young Master was down too. His beloved sunglasses were even shattered on the ground. Young Master. Are you okay? Baby 5 cried out in panic, yet her body moved on its own, pushing the liquor cart straight toward Kizaru. She was worried about Doflamingo, of course. But the tall gentleman was still waiting for his drinks. Baby 5. Doflamingo struggled to speak, but before he could finish, a finished bottle of liquor came flying straight at him. It smashed against his forehead, coated in armament hockey, and with the last of his strength already drained, Doflamingo collapsed unconscious. Bastard! How dare you attack young Master? Baby 5 furiously turned, having just finished delivering the cart to Kizaru. Her long, slender leg morphed into a massive battle axe, poised to swing down at Kizaru's neck. Miss Baby 5, would you be so kind as to introduce these fine drinks to me? Kizaru spoke leisurely, just as the battle axe was about to make contact. And then, Baby 5 froze. Hard stopped her attack. Of course. No problem at all. As if she had completely forgotten about her anger, Baby 5 cheerfully switched modes. She lined up the bottles and enthusiastically began explaining their qualities and origins. Had Doflamingo been awake, he'd probably pass out from rage all over again. Good stuff. Kizaru nodded as he listened, already planning where to send them. I'll send a few bottles to Old Man Zephyr, one each for Fleet Admiral Sangoku and Kong. As for the rest, I better find a good hiding spot. He muttered to himself, already aware of a certain problem. If Nami ever discovered these, she'd swap them out for cheap knockoffs and sell the real ones. That was not paranoia, it was cold, hard truth. After all, even the cheapest bottle from Baby 5's haul was worth over 100,000 berries. And the rarest vintages? At auction, they could fetch tens of millions. If Nami got wind of their existence, there was no way she'd let that money slip through her fingers. Degree. Chapter 91, Mythical, Chimera. A/N, bonus chap for reaching 200 stones, keep it up. Degree. Just as Kizaru was deep in thought, the small den Moshi he carried suddenly rang. Moshi, this is Kizaru. After gesturing for Baby 5 to stay quiet, Kizaru finally picked up the call. A moment ago, Baby 5 had been burning with murderous intent toward him. But now, she was kneeling obediently on the deck, frozen still, afraid that making the slightest noise would make Kizaru think she wasn't behaving well enough. This is Sangoku. Mihawk, Gecko Moria, and the Pirate Empress have all arrived at Marine Ford. If nothing unexpected happens, Doflamingo should be on his way. Try to speed things up and return before he does. It was Fleet Admiral Sangoku again. With the execution of Fire Fist Ace drawing near, the workload on his shoulders was piling up rapidly. For him to contact Kizaru again so soon, it was clearly about more than just intimidating the 7 warlords. Don't worry, I'll definitely get back to Marine Ford faster than Doflamingo. Kizaru rubbed his chin and glanced at Doflamingo, who was still unconscious on the deck. His voice carried a hint of hesitation. Good. Once you return, you don't need to report in, just focus on handling the 7 warlords. The world government's reinforcements will arrive soon, and I do not want you clashing with that guy at this critical moment. Sangoku nodded, satisfied, completely missing the odd tone in Kizaru's voice. Then again, that was nothing unusual. Kizaru acting off was just part of his nature. If he suddenly behaved as seriously as a Kainu, that would be the real cause for concern. Clashing. Don't tell me, it's that disgusting guy. Kizaru raised an eyebrow, already guessing who Sangoku had brought in. There were very few powerhouses strong enough to influence a war of this scale. For someone to be available for immediate deployment, have naval combat experience, and be a potential conflict risk, it could only be the former Admiral candidate who had voluntarily shed his marine code of justice to become the world noble's lapdog. White Ram Dellocus. Zoan-type sheep fruit, mythical model, Chimera. Unlike the double-headed, lightning-spewing Chimera dragon seen in some video games, Dellocus' Chimera form was a lion-headed, goat-bodied, snake-tailed beast. And that was just his base form. As a Chimera, he could absorb and use the abilities of others. Kizaru had clashed with Dellocus before. Not just because the men had tried to pursue Gion, but because he had coveted Kizaru's abilities. In the end, the cheap knockoff lost to the original. Dellocus got beaten senseless and was disciplined by Marine headquarters. Furious, he quit the Marines entirely and joined CP0. After this war is over, you can settle your grudges however you like. But during the execution, I absolutely forbid any conflict between you two, Sangoku's voice was firm. Dellocus was his secret trump card against the Revolutionary Army. If he ended up neutralized before he could be useful, and especially if he took Kizaru down with him, Sangoku would have no way to explain himself to the five elders. Alright, fine. As long as he doesn't start trouble first, I won't bother with him. Kizaru agreed readily. Though, in his mind, he was already plotting Dellocus' downfall. What a lucky break. If it had been Commander-in-Chief Kong instead, Kizaru might have hesitated. Not because Kong was much stronger, but because Kong had taken care of him in the past. And Kizaru wasn't the type to betray an old superior so easily. With Kizaru's assurance, Sangoku quickly hung up. He had mountains of work to handle and no time to chat. Wanna come with me? Kizaru tilted Baby Five's chin up, examining the eager, submissive maid in front of him. Kizaru was, in some ways, a pure-blooded face connoisseur. A shameless lover of beauty. So long as they looked good, he didn't mind even someone as dominant as his death. Baby Five, naturally, couldn't compare to Hancock or his death. She wasn't even on par with little Nami. But her obsessively obedient personality was rather entertaining. You need me. You want me to go with you? Baby Five's face flushed red with excitement. She couldn't possibly refuse Kizaru's invitation. I suppose so. Having a cute little maid around doesn't sound too bad. Kizaru murmured, stroking Baby Five's cheek. Her skin was smooth as jade, almost on par with Hancock's. Besides, while Nami traveled with him, her stamina was too weak. Baby Five, at the very least, could last a full round. And so, by the time Kizaru returned to his battleship, a happily burdened Baby Five followed behind him, carrying a mountain of bags. Before leaving, Kizaru had not only emptied Doflamingo's liquor stash. He had also ordered Baby Five to loot Doflamingo's warehouse. From a financial perspective, Kizaru controlled more wealth than anyone except the world government. But if Nami ever found out he raided Doflamingo's stash and only took the liquor, she'd probably kill him. Alright, put the stuff down. Looks like we still have some time. How about some fun? Kizaru lounged comfortably on the large sofa in the captain's quarters, pulling the still-dazed little maid into his arms. What followed was the classic, indescribable scene. As it turned out, the little maid had significantly better endurance than young Nami. And due to her personality, as long as Kizaru had the need, she would grit her teeth and persevere to the end, barely making it through the second round. Marine Headquarters, Marine Ford. The four warlords who had arrived early each occupied different corners of the reception hall, silently assessing one another while remaining on guard against their peers. The air was thick with tension. Even a vice admiral walking in would find it hard to breathe. Fortunately, the warlords exercised restraint. They knew that fighting in Marine Headquarters, even with their titles as shields, wouldn't end well. If they provoked the Marines, they'd all get beaten to a pulp. Those who had suffered at a certain someone's hands before were especially determined not to make a move. Sigh, when will Lord Kizaru return? Hancock sat elegantly on her throne-like seat formed by her coiled snake, completely ignoring the other warlords in the room. Though Marigold and Sandersonia had accompanied her to Marine Ford, as non-warlords, they weren't allowed to set foot on its soil. Heh. What a lineup. If I could get my hands on their shadows and corpses, I might be able to create an even stronger zombie than Ors. Moria eyed the other warlords greedily. But the moment their gazes turned toward him, he instinctively averted his eyes. Boring. Hawkeye Mihawk closed his eyes again. Neither Moria nor Kuma interested him. The only one who could barely pique his curiosity was the Empress. But Hancock wasn't a swordsman, and she had a troublesome man backing her. Even Mihawk didn't feel like provoking that guy. Bartholomew Kuma stood by the window, holding his beloved Bible, his vacant eyes fixed on the Marines assembling in Marineford's plaza. He seemed completely indifferent to Moria's greedy gaze behind him, lost in his own thoughts. At that moment, Mihawk's eyes suddenly snapped open, and Hancock's face lit up with joy. Thud. The doors to the reception hall were pushed open forcefully as Kizaru strode in with his signature, nonchalant gait, now back in his suit and Marine Justice coat. Trailing behind him was young Nami, dressed in a white blazer and short skirt, her delicate face full of irritation. She had always known the scumbag was the ultimate womanizer, but for him to bring back a little maid after just one mission was a bit much. Especially since Baby Five's absolute obedience triggered a strong sense of crisis in her. Yet, she failed to realize that Kizaru actually preferred her tsundere attitude. Lord Kizaru. The moment Hancock saw Kizaru, her eyes sparkled, and without hesitation, she threw herself into his arms like a delicate bird seeking refuge. Luckily, Kizaru was tall enough to handle her collision. That damn woman. Young Nami gritted her teeth in frustration but didn't dare draw Hancock's attention. Kizaru wouldn't let the Empress bully her, at least not in public. In private, however, that was another story. She could only bite her lip and make a mental note to complain to Gion later. All right. We have business to discuss. We'll talk more in my office later. Kizaru enjoyed a long overdue facial treatment before finally supporting Hancock's unbelievably slender waist and pulling her off him. Yes, Lord Kizaru. Hancock responded expectantly, even casting a flirtatious glance at Nami beside her, nearly making the younger girl tear the little notebook in her hands out of frustration. Well, we're all old acquaintances, so no need for introductions. Since you've agreed to the summons, I assume you've already prepared yourselves to be cannon fodder. Kizaru casually took a seat at the round table, knocking on the surface without a shred of courtesy. Hancock was the first to sit down, naturally choosing the chair to Kizaru's left, looking as if she wanted to drag it even closer to him. Meanwhile, Bartholomew Kuma, who had been standing by the window, silently walked over and took the seat to Kizaru's right without a word. Witnessing this, my hawk's mouth twitched almost imperceptibly. Though he had been sitting in the corner, he unexpectedly chose to move to the table as well. Heh, as expected of the Navy's monster. Moria chuckled under his breath. Even among the three admirals, Kizaru was by far the most unpredictable. To put it in terms from Kizaru's past life, the other two admirals, whether aggressive or conservative, undoubtedly belonged to the lawful alignment. Even though the existence of the warlords contradicted their sense of justice, as long as the warlords didn't act out too much in front of them, even Sakazuki wouldn't go out of his way to take action against them. Kizaru, however, was pure, chaotic alignment. What he did depended entirely on his mood and preferences. Even if someone ran to the five elders to complain, it wouldn't change anything, Kizaru would just come knocking again. And by then, it wouldn't just be a simple beating. Moria and Doflamingo had both learned this the hard way, complaining didn't work against Kizaru. Anyway, you'll all be on the front lines when the time comes, so put in some effort. Here's the deal, each of you takes out a commander from the Whitebeard pirates. If that's too much, a captain from one of Whitebeard's allied crews will do. Just don't make things difficult for me. If I have a hard time, you'll have an even harder time. Kizaru drawled lazily. Fleet Admiral Sangoku had assigned him to handle the warlords precisely because Kizaru wouldn't give a damn about their special status. Bang. Just as Kizaru was planting the seeds of doubt and fear in the warlords, the doors to the reception hall were violently kicked open. A bruised and battered Doflamingo stormed in, his barely contained fury radiating even through his signature sunglasses. Oh. You're late, Doflamingo. Degree. Chapter 92, Dellocus. Oh. You're late, Doflamingo. Kizaru took the initiative to call him out, nearly making the heavenly Yaksha laugh in rage. Did this guy really have no self-awareness? As if he didn't know exactly why Doflamingo was late. Cut the crap. Give me back baby 5, and I'll pretend none of this ever happened. Doflamingo slumped into the chair across from Kizaru. For the first time in his life, the infamous rogue of the underworld had encountered someone even more shameless than himself. Not only had Kizaru looted his ship, but he had also taken baby 5, someone Doflamingo saw as family. If he had any chance of winning, he would have fought Kizaru on the spot. What baby 5? Falsely accusing a Marine Admiral is a serious offense. Kizaru warned sternly, already making plans to have the little maid change her name. Plenty of options were available: Ram, Rem, Chocolate, Vanilla, Ellie, Mari, Rina. Once she had a new name, if Doflamingo still insisted on making a fuss, Kizaru wouldn't mind teaching him exactly what it meant to offend an admiral. You bastard. Don't play dumb. Baby 5 is my family, I won't let this go. Doflamingo snarled through gritted teeth. He couldn't allow someone so important to him to fall into Marine hands. Worse yet, baby 5 knew many secrets about the Don Quixote family and Dressrosa. With her personality, if Kizaru asked, she'd probably spill everything without hesitation. If anyone else had obtained his secrets, Doflamingo wouldn't have cared too much. After all, he had the protection of Kaido, one of the 4 emperors. But unfortunately, there were a handful of people in this world who weren't afraid of Kaido. And Kizaru just happened to be one of them. It was precisely because of Kizaru that Doflamingo had been forced to abandon his plan to enslave the Tondata tribe. That was the moment he realized that Kaido's protection wasn't as reliable as he had thought. Oh my, that does sound quite problematic. I suppose I should take care of this potential issue. Alright, here's the decision from headquarters: Doflamingo, you'll be taking on Whitebeard one-on-one. Kizaru made no effort to conceal his intentions, nearly making Doflamingo cough up blood in sheer rage. Even by the standards of petty revenge, this was far too blatant. But he didn't dare keep provoking Kizaru, otherwise, that bastard might actually send him to fight Whitebeard to the death. Or rather, Whitebeard would be the one playing with his life. Alright, now that the troublemaker has shut up, let's discuss tomorrow's plan. Nami, you take over. Seeing Doflamingo reluctantly fall silent, Kizaru nodded in satisfaction, handing the floor over to little Nami. Not because he was too lazy to go through the plan himself, he just wanted to give Nami a chance to shine. Everyone. Nami bit her lip, taking out the operation plan documents. But just as she was about to speak, she felt an overwhelming, bone-chilling malice. Humph. Doflamingo let out a cold snort. With his mastery of Conqueror's Haki, he could easily direct its pressure onto a single person, Nami. He might not dare challenge Kizaru anymore, but that didn't mean he was someone to be pushed around. Nami's face paled, and her body wobbled involuntarily, until Kizaru reached out and steadied her just in time. Cough. Keep going, you're fine. Kizaru cleared his throat, and an overwhelming pressure, at least 10 times stronger than Doflamingo's, came crashing down on the heavenly Yiksha. Doflamingo's face turned beet red, veins bulging across his forehead as if he were bearing the weight of an entire mountain. Forget targeting Nami, just breathing became an ordeal. The operation areas you will be responsible for tomorrow. Nami took a deep breath and resumed her briefing on the Navy's deployment of the Warlords. Fleet Admiral Sangoku had no intention of going easy on them. Unlike Kizaru, who openly treated them as cannon fodder, Sangoku was just as ruthless in his assignments, placing these non-Navy fighters directly in the most dangerous front lines. But the Warlords had already expected this. Their confidence in their own strength made them believe they wouldn't be in any real danger. Moria, for instance, had ulterior motives. He planned to use the chaos to collect the corpses of powerful fighters from both sides. Mihawk, on the other hand, was even more ambitious. He wanted to witness the strength of the so-called world's strongest man, Whitebeard. Though Whitebeard wasn't a pure swordsman, he wielded one of the 12 supreme-grade blades, Murakumajiri. As a fellow supreme blade wielder, Mihawk was genuinely interested in facing him. Once Nami finished outlining the battle assignments, Kizaru stood up, wrapping an arm around Hancock's waist as he left the reception hall. With his authority, he could take Hancock on a stroll around Marineford. As for the other warlords, they had to stay put, Doflamingo included. Not even his celestial dragon lineage would allow him to roam freely in Marine HQ, crack. The moment Kizaru stepped out of the hall, the chair beneath Doflamingo finally gave out, shattering to pieces under the pressure. Oh my, property damage. Nami, how much does one of these chairs cost? Kizaru turned back, clearly expecting this. Yes, the reception hall chairs were procured at 8,700 berries each. Nami flipped through her little notebook. As Kizaru's treasurer, knowing the exact procurement costs of marine resources was crucial. Getting scammed by suppliers was one thing, but failing to profit off those purchases, that would be an unforgivable loss. Oh, so 8.7 million berries. Let's round it up, including transportation fees, 100 million berries. The bill goes to Dressrosa. No objections, right, Doflamingo? Kizaru smiled as he addressed him. No problem. Still struggling under Kizaru's oppressive presence, Doflamingo barely squeezed out the words through gritted teeth. Great. Make sure to pay within 3 business days. Late payments accrue a 50% daily late fee. Kizaru stroked his chin, briefly considering delaying the invoice just to rack up the penalties. But he ultimately decided against it, too shameless. Now, if it were 10 billion or 100 billion, that would be worth it. Huff, huff, that monster. As the suffocating pressure suddenly vanished, Doflamingo gasped for air, his expression a mix of shock and unease. He had always considered marine admirals and pirate emperors to be monstrous. But even Kaido, one of the strongest beings alive, couldn't suppress him so effortlessly with mere presence alone. Hehehe, how embarrassing, Doflamingo. Mariah sneered with undisguised schadenfreude. The warlords of the sea never got along, and Mariah, arguably the weakest among them, had often been looked down upon by Doflamingo. Now that he had the rare chance to witness Doflamingo making such a fool of himself, there was no way he would hold back his mockery. Fuffuffu. Just you wait, Mariah. Doflamingo grinned menacingly. It wouldn't be long before that damn bat learned what true regret felt like. At the same time that Kizaru was meeting with the warlords, inside the fleet admiral's office, a tall, gaunt man stood by the window, his white robe draping over his frame. His sunken cheeks were adorned with a long, goat-like beard, and his mane of hair resembled a lion's. As he gazed over the Marineford Plaza outside, a cold smirk tugged at his lips. The Navy's military strength has grown significantly since I left. No wonder they have the guts to provoke a war with the pirate emperors. He stroked his white beard, his reptilian slit pupils gleaming with malice. Had Kizaru been present, he would have instantly recognized this man, former Admiral candidate, White Ram Dellocus. If you plan on running to the Gorosei with your little report, you'll have to wait until after the execution. Until then, you will follow orders. You were a Marine once, you should know the consequences if you disobey, Dellocus Sangoku casually stuffed a report he had just finished reading into his pet goat's mouth, his tone indifferent. If not for the need to keep the revolutionary army in check, he wouldn't have tolerated dealing with scum like Dellocus. No matter the faction, those who betrayed their comrades were seen as irredeemable filth. And Dellocus's ability was especially detested. He could steal devil fruit powers and make them his own. Victims of his ability would permanently lose their will, becoming nothing more than extensions of Dellocus's beastly form. Back then, Dellocus had set his sights on Kizaru's glint fruit, only to be thoroughly beaten and exposed. Originally, he had been sentenced to Impel Down's eternal hell, but thanks to CP0, he had managed to escape that fate. Bahahaha. As expected of Buddha Sangoku. The so-called justice that reigns over the world, so overbearing. Relax. Since I agreed to help, I won't disappoint you. However, once the execution is over, I will settle my score with Kizaru. Dellocus scoffed. Despite only being an admiral candidate back then, he had been a rising star even before Sangoku. If seniority within the Navy were counted from the time of enlistment, his credentials were on par with former Fleet Admiral Kong. That was part of why losing to Kizaru had been such an unbearable humiliation. A younger Marine, one he saw as nothing more than a vessel for his next ability, had defeated him so decisively that he had no choice but to flee to CP0. Do whatever you want after Fire Fist Ace's execution, Sangoku warned, his eyes sharp. But if you try anything before then, I will personally put you down. Not even your CP0 status will save you. Sangoku's voice was ice cold. When Dellocus's true nature and ability had been exposed, the Navy had finally understood what had happened to all the devil fruit users who had mysteriously vanished over the years. Dellocus's Zoan type, sheep fruit, mythical model, Chimera allowed him to wield one power from each devil fruit category, Logia, Paramecia, and Zoan, at any given time. Though he couldn't further develop the stolen abilities, he could continuously replace them, making himself stronger with every new power he seized. After Kizaru had defeated Dellocus, an internal investigation confirmed that at least 14 missing devil fruit users had fallen victim to him. One of them, a Marine captain at the time, had been a trusted subordinate of Sangoku himself. Had it not been for the larger picture, Sangoku would have personally sent this monster straight to hell long ago. Bahahaha. I'll keep that in mind, Fleet Admiral Sangoku. Dellocus sneered. He wouldn't make the mistake of provoking Sangoku before settling his score with Kizaru. Pushing his luck too far would be suicidal. That guy is just as repulsive as ever. After Dellocus finally left, Vice Admiral Tsuru sighed with thinly veiled disdain. When Dellocus had defected from the Navy, no one had tried to stop him, and for good reason. Even before his ability was revealed, he had been universally despised. When he was sent to Impel Down, countless Marines had celebrated his downfall. We'll have to endure him for now, Sangoku rubbed his temples, his irritation evident. From the moment he had requested reinforcements from the Gorosei, he had suspected they would send Dellocus. 1. Dellocus's combat strength was on par with an admiral, making him a viable reinforcement. 2. As a former admiral candidate, he was more familiar with Marine battle tactics than any outsider. 3. Most importantly, his presence served as a leash on the Marines. Even the world government was uneasy about the Navy's growing power. A force of 100,000 elite Marines wasn't just a deterrent to pirates, it was a potential threat to the government itself. If any military power could challenge the world government, it wasn't the pirates or the Revolutionary Army, it was the Navy. Even the 4 emperors combined couldn't compare to millions of armed personnel and thousands of warships under the Marine banner. We also need to make sure Kizaru doesn't take this too personally, Tsuru reminded him. Back when Dellocus joined CP0, it enraged him to no end. Not just Kizaru, countless Marines had despised Dellocus. His exposure had been a devastating betrayal, leaving behind bitter scars. Even Monkey D. Dragon's defection was partly fueled by Dellocus's crimes. The Navy had intended to imprison Dellocus, but instead, he had escaped all punishment by defecting to CP0, earning a high-ranking position overseeing the very organization he had betrayed. Had Kizaru not hunted him down and beaten him within an inch of his life, Dellocus would have continued antagonizing the Navy just to prove his loyalty to the Gorosei. I'll handle it, Sangoku said decisively. As long as Dragon doesn't interfere with the execution, there's no need to reveal Dellocus at all. Sangoku had no intention of deploying Dellocus unless absolutely necessary. His battle plan against Whitebeard was already airtight, Dellocus was just a last resort insurance policy. Unleashing him prematurely would demoralize the Marines and risk creating another Dragon. Degree. Chapter 93, New Member. Chapter 81, A Newcomer to the Chat Group. Back in his office, Kizaru delivered the justice of his righteous baton, disciplining his treasurer, his young maid, and the newly arrived female pirate. As it turned out, even with all 3 joining forces, they could only delay their inevitable defeat for a brief moment in the face of overwhelming absolute power. Buru. Just as Kizaru was basking in the satisfaction of his victory, his office's den mushi rang at an exceedingly inconvenient time. TSK, how troublesome. Hello, this is Kizaru. What do you need? Kizaru clicked his tongue in annoyance but still picked up the call. Gahahaha, it's me, Lord Kizaru. To Kizaru's slight surprise, the voice on the other end belonged to none other than Big News Morgan's, a voice so distinctive that once heard, it was impossible to forget. Even though Kizaru and Morgan's had a working relationship, and Kizaru even held a 30% stake in the World Economy newspaper, they rarely contacted each other directly. Let alone the fact that Morgan's had called Kizaru's office line. Outside of the high-ranking members of Marine headquarters, fewer than 10 people in the world knew this number, and most of them were Kizaru's direct subordinates. For someone like Morgan's, it wouldn't have been difficult to obtain the number, but for him to call outright meant that this news was urgent. Morgan's. What do you want? Kizaru raised an eyebrow, but he quickly pieced together what the big bird was after. Gahaha. Wherever there's big news, Morgan's will never be absent. Morgan's laughter was full of excitement. The execution of Fire Fist Ace was, without a doubt, the biggest event in the past 20 years, second only to the execution of the Pirate King, Gold Roger. Back then, the World Economy newspaper had risen to prominence by reporting on Roger's execution up close. Now, Morgan's planned to use Ace's execution as the ultimate news event, solidifying his monopoly over the entire news industry. You already know. Kizaru raised an eyebrow slightly. The execution of Ace, even factoring in Whitebeard's involvement, wasn't enough to get Morgan's this excited. That bird never made a move unless there was something huge in it for him. Even when Kizaru had helped fund the founding of the World Economy newspaper, saved Morgan's multiple times, and backed him financially, he had only received a 30% stake in return. Gahahaha, that's business confidentiality, Lord Kizaru. Morgan's wasn't about to reveal his sources. His ability to secure exclusive big news came from his vast network of informants, a network that even Kizaru, in a way, contributed to. After all, Kizaru had provided him with plenty of exclusive news leads before. Tisk, if you're already calling me, I suppose you must be pretty close to the truth. Fine, I'll confirm it, Fire Fist Ace is Roger's son. Kizaru casually admitted it. At this point, with less than 2 days left before the execution, keeping it a secret didn't really matter anymore. I just love the Marines. What a shame the execution date isn't the same as Roger's. Morgan's tested the waters. Ace being Roger's son was already huge news, but to maximize its impact, he needed time to craft the perfect coverage. Keep dreaming. Unless you can convince the 5 elders personally or donate a few $100 billion berries worth of supplies to the Navy, don't even think about making Fleet Admiral Sangoku change his mind. Kizaru rolled his eyes. Morgan's was getting ahead of himself. If he dared to suggest changing the execution date to Sengoku's face, he'd be flattened into a feathered pancake in seconds. Sangoku hated having his decisions influenced by outside forces. If the 5 elders themselves ordered a change, that was one thing, but for a mere news tycoon like Morgan's to even ask was nothing short of suicide. Gahahaha, what a pity. So few people understand the true power of the news. This could shake the entire world, but so much potential impact will be wasted. Morgan sighed in disappointment. If the Marines were willing to cooperate, he could have hyped up Fire Fist Ace's execution to an even greater level than the execution of the Pirate King, Roger. Unfortunately, Morgan's connections hadn't yet reached the 5 elders, and there was no way he could donate hundreds of billions of berries in supplies. Even if he sold his entire newspaper company, it wouldn't come close to that value. Enough nonsense. You didn't call me just to complain, did you? Kizaru spoke impatiently. If it weren't for Morgan's valuable intelligence network, he wouldn't have wasted this much time talking to him. Gahahaha, as sharp as ever, Lord Kizaru. I want to arrange an exclusive interview with Fire Fist Ace. I need you to escort my journalist for a brief meeting with him. Morgan's finally got to the point after sensing Kizaru's irritation. At the same time, a news bird, wearing a baseball cap and glasses, landed on the balcony of Kizaru's office and lightly tapped its beak against the glass. Clearly, this was the journalist Morgan's had sent. Unlike other newspapers that had to rely on human reporters, Morgan's World Economy newspaper had a distinct advantage, allowing it to become the world's largest news organization. TSK, you really came prepared for this, huh? Kizaru clicked his tongue in annoyance. Morgan's must have been confident that he wouldn't refuse. Gahaha, I even sent a little gift along with my reporter. Morgan's chuckled slyly. The next moment, the news bird outside pulled a pink card out of its small backpack. With Kizaru's experience, he instantly recognized it. It was a top-tier invitation card to Pleasure Street. On the highest levels of the underground black market, the starting bid for this card was a staggering 300 million berries, and even at that price, it was often unavailable. Of course, if Kizaru really wanted one, it wouldn't be hard to get, but it was the gesture that mattered. Ahem, I appreciate the gift. Kizaru coughed lightly and glanced toward his bedroom, making sure that little Nami and Hancock were still asleep. Only then did he unlock the glass door, allowing the news bird journalist inside. This journalist bird was larger than the average news bird, standing about knee-high compared to Kizaru. However, it couldn't speak. Instead, it carried a writing board for taking notes, ready for a written interview. Tucking away his gift, Kizaru let the news bird perch on his arm and set off for Marineford's prison. Shortly after the public announcement of Ace's execution, Fleet Admiral Sangoku had transferred him from Impel down to Marineford's underground prison. Although Marineford's prison wasn't as large as Impel down, its security was just as tight, if not more so. Being directly beneath Marine headquarters, any attempted break-in would immediately alert the Navy's top brass. Even if a Yonko were imprisoned here, escaping on their own would be next to impossible. However, to Kizaru, these security measures were meaningless. With just a few face checks and minor identification procedures, it took him less than 10 minutes to reach Fire Fist Ace's cell. Still not done lecturing me, old man. I already told you, I have no regrets. Inside the cell, Ace yawned. He was shirtless, wearing only a tattered pair of pants. His wrists were bound by heavy sea prism stone cuffs, and his legs were chained to a massive boulder. Compared to being locked up, the real torment was listening to Garp's lectures every day. Just hold on for one more day, then it's execution time. Oh, and Ace is Vice Admiral Garp's adopted grandson. Morgans can know about it, but he is not allowed to make it public. Kizaru spoke casually before turning to the news bird journalist with a warning. Regardless of anything else, Vice Admiral Garp was a symbol of justice to countless people. As a Marine, Kizaru wouldn't allow Morgans to tarnish Garp's reputation just to sell more newspapers. Garp himself probably wouldn't care, but the image of a Navy hero couldn't be damaged. Gah. The news bird nodded, placing its writing board on the ground before pulling out a notebook from its bag. Then, it looked up at Kizaru with big, round eyes, signaling that it was ready to begin the interview. Huh? Admiral Kizaru? What are you guys doing? Ace finally noticed that the person standing in front of his cell wasn't his grandfather but Admiral Kizaru and an oversized news bird. Before your execution, someone wants to interview you. Just think of it as having a casual chat. Kizaru explained. He hadn't interacted much with Ace. If this had happened when he first transmigrated, he might have considered saving Ace to make up for past regrets. But decades had passed since he arrived in this world. At this point, whether it was Ace or even Luffy, they were nothing more than familiar strangers to him. What truly mattered to Kizaru was the justice of the Marines, which he had upheld for decades. Even knowing that Ace would be executed the next day, he felt nothing in particular. This is such a hassle. Grandpa isn't here to nag me for once, and I just want to get some sleep. Ace pouted. He didn't think there was much to say. He had volunteered to go after Teach, only to be defeated. Before this, Teach had just been one of his subordinates. For someone as proud as Ace, suffering such a loss was a heavy blow. If you agree to the interview, I can show you this newspaper with news about Straw Hat Luffy. Expecting Ace to refuse, Kizaru had come prepared. He casually pulled a newspaper from his pocket. Even though the world government tried to suppress it, the news about Straw Hat Luffy attacking a celestial dragon had spread across the seas in no time. It wouldn't be long before Luffy's bounty skyrocketed. Considering his involvement in the Revolutionary Army's assault on Impel Down, Luffy's bounty might even surpass Ace's 550 million berries in one go. Huh. News about Luffy. Ace's face lit up with excitement. He moved closer to the cell bars, trying to get a clear look at the newspaper. Will you accept the interview? No. I just want to see the news about Luffy. Then accept the interview. No. Then no newspaper for you. I want to see the newspaper. Then accept the interview. No. After a pointless back and forth, Kizaru was at a loss. He wasn't sure if it was Roger's genetics or if Garp had influenced him too much, but Ace's stubbornness was definitely on par with Luffy's. I'm done here. He's all yours. If you want him to accept the interview, it's up to you. Feeling exasperated, Kizaru handed the newspaper to the news bird reporter. He had done more than enough. This was worth at least a premium pass to Morgan's entertainment district. Squawk. The news bird took the newspaper and hesitated for a moment before simply opening it and showing Ace the news about Luffy. Seeing this, Kizaru's mouth twitched. Was Ace really this single-minded? Ha ha ha. That kid Luffy really did something amazing. Whoa, his bounty is almost catching up to mine. Ha ha ha. He actually punched a celestial dragon. That's awesome. If I'd known, I would have smacked one when I passed through Sabaody. Ace devoured every word of the article, laughing heartily. He was completely unfazed by the fact that he was imprisoned and scheduled for execution. After reading the article several times, he finally sat back, satisfied. Knowing that Luffy was safe and doing well, Ace felt relieved. Death was never something he feared. Squawk. The news bird lifted a board over its head. Written on it was, "Would you be willing to answer a few questions?" Ace looked at the board, then nodded casually. "Sure, go ahead." Kizaru facepalmed. So Ace hadn't actually refused the interview, he just needed to see news about Luffy first to start thinking straight. Garp had a similar quirk. If he wanted to sleep, not even the highest authority could stop him from closing his eyes. The news bird quickly wrote its first question: "Do you know that your biological father was the Pirate King, Roger?" "My father is Whitebeard." Ace answered without hesitation. He would never acknowledge that man as his father. To Ace, only Whitebeard was his true father. As for the Pirate King Roger, he meant nothing. The newsbird nodded and wrote its second question: "Do you think Whitebeard will come to rescue you on the day of your execution?" "I hope he doesn't." Ace fell silent for a moment before replying. "You guys carry on. The guards will take you out when you're done." Kizaru wasn't interested in Ace's interview. He left the newsbird reporter in the cell and returned to his office. The three girls were still fast asleep. Bored, Kizaru opened the dimensional chat group to see if any of the chaotic members were up to something. Ding. "Welcome, Xiaomei, to the dimensional chat group." However, what Kizaru didn't expect was that just as he opened the chat group, he saw a notification for a new member joining. It hadn't been long since his death joined the chat group, yet another newcomer had arrived. What was once a nearly empty group with only a few members had now welcomed its 11th member. Degree. Chapter 94, Xiaomei. Kobayashi, welcome, newcomer. Throws confetti. AI Hybera, another newcomer so soon. At wannabe Luofeng's thigh hugger, dumb dog, come recognize them. Wannabe Luofeng's thigh hugger, damn you, toxic tongued girl. Xiaomei. Ah, wait, is this the Xiaomei I'm thinking of? Battle through the heavens. Wutan City. Yen Alliance. Tianfu Alliance. Or Endless Flame Domain. In the Swallowed Star world, Random had a complicated expression on his face. He wasn't sure what point in time this Xiaomei had come from. She was another person who latched onto the protagonist's thigh. But unlike him, she didn't need to do anything. She just had to wait for her cousin to become a Do God, and her strength would skyrocket to Do Saint. Meanwhile, despite constantly calling himself a Luofeng thigh hugger, he had never even met Luofeng in person. If Kizaru hadn't been kind enough to loan him a devil fruit in advance, he'd still be a complete weakling. Thinking about it made him want to cry. The gap between people was sometimes larger than the gap between humans and dogs. Thankfully, Xiaomei's response allowed him to breathe a slight sigh of relief. They were both still weaklings who hadn't latched onto a protagonist yet, so neither had the right to look down on the other. "Xiaomei, where is this place? Who are you people?" "Wutan City." "Are you from the Jialai clan or the Aoba clan?" Wannabe Luofeng's thigh hugger, explaining this is a bit troublesome. If only Xiao Yan had joined instead, I wouldn't have to explain everything since he's also a transmigrator. "Xiaomei, you know my coup, you know Xiao Yan." Wannabe Luofeng's thigh hugger, oh ho. "Girl, how old are you right now?" "No, wait, I should ask, how old is Xiao Yan right now?" AI Hybera, as expected of a bloodhound, this guy can recognize every newcomer. Fubuki, at least this newcomer seems more normal than the last one. I wonder what kind of world she's from. Kizaru, Another newcomer? Welcome. Wannabe Luofeng's thigh hugger, BOSSS. When are you gonna start live streaming, boss? I can't wait to see the Marineford War. Xiaomei, who are you people? The Xiao clan of Wutan City isn't a place you can just bully. Wannabe Luofeng's thigh hugger, dealing with cultivators is always such a hassle. You can think of us as a loose organization. Each of us comes from a different world. Wannabe Luofeng's thigh hugger, we use this thing called the dimensional chat group to communicate and assist each other. Xiaomei, can you make me stronger? I want better chi methods and do techniques. Can I find them here? AI Hybera, looks like this newbie is pretty smart, she figured things out quickly. Fubuki, she's not another battle maniac like Esteth, is she? Kobayashi, newbie-san, if you want to get stronger, you can ask Wannabe Luofeng's thigh hugger. He knows a lot of stuff. Wannabe Luofeng's thigh hugger, Getting stronger isn't even hard. Someone just has to loaf around for 20 or 30 years, and they'll become a Do Saint. Ugh, life is so unfair. Xiaomei, what nonsense are you spouting? Tony Stark, hey, a new member. Looking to get stronger? Stark Industries is always at your service. You can drive home the latest state-of-the-art tank for just 300 dimensional coins, 2 full payloads of ammo included. Tony Stark, no matter how annoying your enemies are, one blast will erase them without a trace. AI Hybera, annoying arms dealer. Tony Stark, hey, I fund the research lab. No need to be so harsh. You should call me Tony Stark, the most excellent supplier for the Department of Defense, who provides assistance to his dear friends. Fubuki, at Tony Stark, got anything stronger? Regular weapons work against wolf-level and tiger-level monsters, but against demon-level ones, they're almost useless. Tony Stark, of course. Mind sending me some rough details on those monsters? I can provide weapons with even greater firepower. No matter what kind of enemy it is, as long as the yield is high enough, they can be obliterated. Wannabe Luo Feng's sidekick, yeah, sure. Demon-level monsters can still be nuked. But dragon-level? That's a different story. And don't even get me started on god-level threats. Wannabe Luo Feng's sidekick, take Monster King Orochi and Boros, for example. Even hydrogen bombs might not be enough to take them down. Better just send Kizaru, he'd vaporize everything in an instant. Esteth, if there's a strong enough opponent, I wouldn't mind going in my master's place. Wannabe Luo Feng's sidekick, wait a minute. Esteth has a master. Damn it, I'm so jealous. Kizaru, ahem, at Esteth, tone it down a little. Use a different term. Esteth, what, like lover? Partner. Kobayashi, well, just calling him by name works too. But if she's wearing a maid outfit, master, is totally valid. Hybera AI, just how obsessed with maids are you, Kobayashi? Kobayashi, maids are the best. Whether it's cat ear maids, dormitory maids, bathhouse maids, cafe maids, or kitchen maids, I love them all. In the battle through the heavens world, Xiaomei stared at the ever-changing text in the mirror, unconsciously biting her lip. As an ordinary person born on the Do-Chi continent, her desire to become stronger was immense. Unfortunately, the Xiao family was just a mid-tier clan in Wutan City. If she wanted a chance to grow, she'd have to rely on herself. Now, she had stumbled upon something that might actually help her. These people in the mirror claimed to be from different worlds, but Xiaomei refused to let go of this opportunity. That person mentioned my cousin, Xiao Yan. Twisting a strand of her pink hair between her fingers, Xiaomei frowned. Ever since Xiao Yan lost his title as a genius, she had deliberately distanced herself from him. Looking back now, that might not have been the smartest decision. After all, his father was still the clan leader, and his brothers, Xiao Ding and Xiao Li, were rising talents. Watching the unbelievable conversations in the mirror, Xiaomei hesitated for a long time before making up her mind. Fubuki, a name is just a code, changing it won't make it any fancier. Kizaru, hey, newbie, interested in joining the group's dimensional currency system? You can get 100 dimensional coins every month. Of course, you can also earn more by selling special products or offering services. Kizaru, with dimensional coins, you can exchange for specialties from other worlds, trade them with me for gold, or get various supplies from Tony. AI Hybera, if you're capable enough, you can even issue dimensional coins by providing credit guarantees, just like Kizaru and a certain arms dealer. Tony Stark, the arms trade is just one of the many industries Stark Industries is involved in. Besides, Stark Industries donates a significant amount to charity every year. Calling me an arms dealer is a bit rude, don't you think? AI Hybera, then how about a perverted lolicon who's into elementary school girls? Fubuki, TCH, that's seriously disgusting. Tony Stark, oh no, your words have inflicted severe emotional damage on poor Mr. Stark. This is just wrong. Xiaomei, my cousin Xiao Yan wants to ask, does anyone know why his Do-Chi keeps disappearing? Random bystander trying to hug Luo Feng's leg, I know. But first, let me confirm, what's your cousin's current Do-Chi rank? Xiaomei, Xiao Yan's Do-Chi is currently at the 4th stage. But he used to be the youngest Do practitioner in our family in 100 years. Random bystander trying to hug Luo Feng's leg, 4th stage, huh? That sounds about right. Just wait, when his Do-Chi drops to the 3rd stage, you'll understand why it keeps disappearing. Xiaomei, so will he be able to recover? Will his Do-Chi return to normal after it drops to the 3rd stage? Random bystander trying to hug Luo Feng's leg, yep. Once he hits the 3rd stage, he'll start his journey of defying fate, blazing his way to the top and becoming the legendary Flame Emperor. Xiaomei, my cousin Xiao Yan will become the Emperor of the Jiama Empire. Random bystander trying to hug Luo Feng's leg, not an emperor, but a Do God. Yes, as in Do King, Do Emperor, Do Venerable, Do Saint, and finally, Do God. In the world of battle through the heavens, Xiaomei stared at the person in the mirror, her voice suddenly trembling. Xiao Yan, the person in the mirror just said that you'll become a Do God in the future. Her watery eyes locked onto Xiao Yan, and before she realized it, her cheeks had turned a deep shade of red. A Do God. The strongest person in the Xiao family's history had only reached the Do spirit rank, and most of the time, the family was held together by Do Masters. The current patriarch, Xiaozhan, was a 5-star Do Master. Even in Wutan City, he was considered one of the strongest. But now, the people in the mirror were saying that her cousin Xiaoyan would become a Do God one day. Xiaomei, who had admired Xiaoyan as a genius since childhood but had grown distant from him after he lost his talent, instinctively chose to believe the stranger's words. Do God. Me. Xiaoyan's face was full of disbelief. Even at his peak as the Xiao family's #1 prodigy, he had never imagined reaching the legendary rank of Do God. Unfortunately, from his perspective, there was nothing in that mirror. Still, he didn't think Xiaomei was lying. After all, in a way, he had watched her grow up. That person said you'll become the Flame Emperor in the future. Xiaomei's face was filled with admiration and anticipation, a look she had often given the genius Xiaoyan in the past. But over the past 2 years, as Xiaoyan's Do-Chi mysteriously disappeared and even his Do-Chi cyclone began to deteriorate, she had gradually drifted away from him. I see. The 3rd stage of Do-Chi, huh? At the rate my Do-Chi is fading, by the time of the next test, it should be about time. A new fire of determination ignited in Xiaoyan's eyes. The title of Do God felt too far away, but for now, he just wanted to know who or what was behind his vanishing Do-Chi. Go for it, Xiaoyan. I know you can rise again. Xiaomei encouraged him seriously, eager to see the day her cousin regained his former brilliance. I will. Xiaoyan nodded. Over the past 2 years, he had noticed Xiaomei distancing herself from him. But now, at the lowest point of his life, even though he knew her motives weren't entirely pure, he was still grateful. At the very least, Xiaomei hadn't hidden the existence of the chat group to get closer to him. Instead, she had let him know that his disappearing Do-Chi wasn't a permanent condition, and that in the future, he would become the legendary Do God. Kobayashi, more and more newcomers are joining the group. AI Hybera, it's not that many. There are only 11 of us so far, and not everyone is active. Some people just lurk for days without saying a word. Tony Stark, more people is a good thing. Every new member means another world specialty goods, which makes dimensional coins even more valuable. AI Hybera, that depends on the world. Take mine, for example, there's nothing special about it. No matter how many people join, it won't make a difference. Orochimaru, hey, Hybera, your research skills are your biggest asset. If you're interested, I have plenty of projects you could work on. AI Hybera, stop right there. I'm still an elementary school student. Child labor is illegal. Random bystander trying to hug Luo Feng's leg, ha. Joke's on you, Miss Sharp Tongue. In Orochimaru-sama's ninja world, child labor isn't banned. Kakashi became a chunin at 6. No laws broken there. AI Hybera, and what does that have to do with me? My world doesn't have child labor. Kizaru, at random bystander trying to hug Luo Feng's leg. I have something to do later, so make sure to explain the dimensional currency system to the newbie. Also, have her list out her world's tradable specialties. Random bystander trying to hug Luo Feng's leg. Got it, Kizaru-sama. Actually, I already know most of what Battle Through the Heavens has to offer. There's some good stuff in that world, but the newbie's too weak right now. Doubt she can provide anything valuable. Kizaru, that's fine. Every newbie starts out weak and gets stronger over time. AI Hybera, some people get stronger by clinging to powerful allies, then turn around and complain about newbies being weak. Random bystander trying to hug Luo Feng's leg, damn you. AI Hybera, hey. Kizaru, alright, no fighting. We're all group members, try to get along. Random bystander trying to hug Luo Feng's leg, TCH, damn sharp-tongued woman. I'll let it slide for Kizaru-sama's sake. AI Hybera, hey. As Kizaru sat on the sofa, watching the chat group members bicker with an amused smile, he suddenly felt a fragrant breeze behind him. Two smooth, porcelain-like arms wrapped around his neck from behind. Kizaru-sama. The moment he felt the soft pressure against his back, his battle-hardened instincts immediately recognized that all-too-familiar sensation. Hancock, draped in nothing but her justice cape, clung to Kizaru, nuzzling her cheek against his with a look of pure satisfaction on her breathtakingly beautiful face. Quit fooling around. Get some rest, we still have to deal with the Whitebeard pirates tomorrow. Kizaru casually wrapped an arm around Hancock's waist and lifted her into a princess carry. So far, the Navy hadn't located the Whitebeard pirates, but no one doubted that they would show up for Fire Fist Ace's execution. Even with Kizaru's influence, Hancock, as a warlord of the sea, would undoubtedly be sent to the front lines as cannon fodder. Fortunately, with her current strength, as long as she didn't recklessly challenge Whitebeard head-on, Kizaru wasn't too worried. Master. Still half asleep, Baby 5 groggily tried to sit up when she saw Kizaru carrying Hancock into the bedroom, only to find Nami's long, fair legs draped over her. Nami, utterly exhausted from Kizaru's attention, was sleeping so soundly that not even the sound of gold coins dropping to the floor would wake her up. Go back to sleep. Kizaru patted Baby Five's head, noting that it felt like stroking a large cat. Baby Five squinted her eyes, a contented smile appearing on her face. Being needed by someone made her incredibly happy. Kizaru-sama, I want it too. Seeing this, Hancock grew jealous and immediately leaned in. Sho, keep your voice down, or you'll wake little Nami. Without hesitation, Kizaru used his other hand to pat Hancock's head as well. If Baby Five was like a big cat, then Hancock was a mesmerizingly seductive serpent. Even the silky smoothness of her long black hair was near perfection. Were it not for Kizaru's iron will, anyone else would have gotten addicted to simply stroking her hair. Offshore of Marineford, the Revolutionary Army's flagship, along with 3 naval warships they had seized from Impel down, drifted silently on the sea. Standing at the bow, wearing a black hooded cloak, Dragon gazed in the direction of Marineford, and the east blue. They had yet to make contact with the Whitebeard pirates. But just as Fleet Admiral Sangoku was certain that Whitebeard wouldn't miss this battle, Dragon had already prepared his pitch for an alliance. In truth, even if Whitebeard refused to work with them, it didn't matter. As long as their goals aligned, they wouldn't have to worry about fighting separate battles. Dragon, aren't you going to rest? Bello Betty, cigarette in mouth, slid down a rope from the lookout post. As the most recent addition among the 5 Revolutionary Army commanders, she regarded Dragon as their greatest and most irreplaceable leader. Even if every other revolutionary soldier perished, the loss wouldn't compare to what it would mean if they lost Dragon. Only veteran members like Ivankov knew that, once upon a time, Dragon had followed in the footsteps of a certain Marine Admiral. It wasn't until that person inexplicably chose to stop that Dragon had to step forward and take up the revolutionary banner himself. I feel uneasy. Just as Bello Betty expected Dragon to brush her off, he suddenly spoke while still staring at Marineford. Oh. So even the world's most dangerous criminal can feel uneasy. She chuckled. The idea of Dragon, the man bold enough to declare war on the world government, being anxious was almost laughable. I'm just an ordinary person, after all. Besides, I've bet too much on this. Dragon's eyes were filled with reminiscence. Someone once told me that the road to revolution is never a straight path. Our success will be a spiral ascent, full of twists and turns. Any attempt to achieve it in one fell swoop is doomed to fail. Back then, he had been a completely different person, impulsive, fiery, eager for immediate change. And when that person chose to stop walking, Dragon nearly severed ties with him altogether. Degree. Chapter 95, The War. Through repeated failures and setbacks, Dragon gradually grew and began to understand that man's true intentions. Even now, he wasn't sure whether he or Kizaru was right. But this path, one that seemed impossibly difficult, one that no one had ever walked before, someone had to try. It was that belief that carried Dragon forward, making him a thorn in the world government's side and a symbol of hope for countless revolutionaries. Yet, in Dragon's heart, the only true leader of the revolutionary army was the very man who had set him on this path, Kizaru. Even if we fail, so what? Don't forget, we've only grown stronger through our failures. Bello Betty's voice unconsciously grew louder, and her fruit ability activated instinctively, causing Dragon's emotions to swell with intensity. However, he quickly regained control. As the leader of the revolutionary army, he had to maintain absolute composure. Even though he knew Betty meant well, he couldn't allow himself to be swayed by unnecessary emotions. Get some rest. We'll need your ability tomorrow. Dragon patted Betty's shoulder. Her fruit wasn't just about morale, it could amplify even the smallest thoughts and emotions in a person's heart. Without her, Dragon wouldn't dare count on the prisoners from Impel down to fight the Navy to the death. The outcome of a war was often determined by its strongest fighters, but without enough soldiers to hold the line, even the most powerful generals could be overwhelmed by sheer numbers. Heh, I can't wait. Betty chuckled. Among the 5 army commanders, she was the one who hated the Navy the most. It wasn't just because of what had happened to her homeland, her comrades had all been slaughtered by Sakazuki. She had long been waiting to settle that score with Akainu. Inside the ship's cabin, Luffy and Sabo sprawled out on their beds, snoring away, trying to regain their strength for the battle to rescue Ace the next day. If it weren't for Sabo, Luffy would have already charged into Marineford recklessly. Meanwhile, in Marineford's prison, Ace sat cross-legged in his cell, watching the faint glimmers of torchlight on the prison walls. He prayed in silence, hoping that his father and crewmates wouldn't come to rescue him. Someone like him wasn't worth the risk. The next morning, a force of 100,000 elite Marines began assembling in Marineford's plaza. They knew the terrifying enemy they would soon face, but neither the headquarters elites nor the soldiers from various branches showed a hint of fear. In less than 2 hours, all 100,000 troops had taken their positions, an astonishing level of discipline that only the best trained Marines could achieve. Man. There are still hours until the execution. Why'd we have to gather so early? Despite the sea of disciplined soldiers, there were always a few outliers. Giant Vice Admiral Viven yawned, lounging lazily on a turret. Her slouched posture made her look like a female version of a certain laid-back admiral. Oi, Viven. Straighten up. Don't forget, we're Vice Admirals. Another giant, Vice Admiral LaCroix, sighed in frustration. With the exception of Jaguar D, Saul and Viven, all of the Marines' giant Vice Admirals had been raised from childhood under Sister Carmel's Sheep's House program. This made them fiercely loyal to the Navy, so seeing Viven disregard discipline like this was unbearable for LaCroix. It was like a perfectionist staring at a go board completely filled with white stones, except for one single black stone in the center. The urge to fix it was unbearable. Quit nagging. If you don't like it, let's duel. Let Elbaf's war god decide who's right. Viven snapped back, rolling her eyes. Having followed Kizaru for so long, she had mastered his ultimate skill, playing dumb and acting shamelessly. Whenever she was questioned in the Navy, she'd bring up Elbaf's war god. Whenever anyone argued with her, she'd demand a duel to settle it. And considering her strength, there weren't even 5 vice admirals who could take her on. The ones who didn't want to risk offending her because of her Elbaf heritage. Elbaf was, after all, the world's strongest military nation. Even with the world government backing them, the Navy didn't want to provoke those giants. Because of that, Viven basically did whatever she wanted in Marineford. Even Fleet Admiral Sangoku turned a blind eye out of respect for Kizaru. And yet, in front of her fellow giants from Elbaf, she acted completely differently. There, she was all about Navy regulations and following orders from the world government. Sure, the Navy didn't want to anger Elbaf's giants, but Elbaf's giants weren't eager to antagonize the Navy either. By playing both sides, Viven had turned herself into an untouchable figure within both factions. Now, seeing her smug, duel-hungry expression, LaCroix's face turned green with frustration, but he didn't dare accept the challenge. It wasn't just because of her Elbaf connections. More importantly, he had no confidence he could actually win. Viven wasn't just arrogant, she was overwhelmingly strong. The average giant vice admiral wasn't even close to her level. If they really fought, she'd wipe the floor with him. Suddenly, a commotion broke out. The 7 warlords. The warlords are here. TCH, those annoying guys. Still. They're on our side this time. Just bear with it. The Marines didn't react much to the argument between the giant vice admirals. These hot-tempered behemoths not throwing punches right away was already a good outcome. Instead, the Marines' attention was drawn to the approaching warlords of the sea. Normally seen as the shame of the Navy and the root of all evil, these warlords were now standing on their side, leaving many Marines with complicated feelings. They both feared and respected the warlords' immense power, while also feeling relieved that, for now, those powers were on their side. He. So many Marines. And giants, too. Still, none of them compare to ours. But with so many bodies around, there'll be plenty of first-rate corpses and shadows to collect once the battle starts. Mariah waddled to the front lines, his greedy eyes scanning the Marine elites. He knew his limits, though. Picking off stragglers in a chaotic battle was one thing, but if he pissed off the Navy too much, even the title of warlord wouldn't save him. After all, as one of the veteran warlords, Mariah had been beaten senseless more than once by a certain unnamed admiral. If that admiral didn't care about promotions, he certainly wouldn't care about the world government's opinion either. In contrast, even someone as ruthless as Sakazuki had to let some criminals go just to climb the ranks and gain more power to eliminate pirates, an ironic contradiction. The world's strongest men. Whitebeard. Hawkeye, my hawk's sharp, hawk-like eyes were fixed on the open sea beyond Marineford. He wanted to witness Whitebeard's power firsthand, to understand just how vast the gap between them truly was. Foo. It's about to begin, the battle that will decide who represents justice. Who will be the last one laughing? The Navy? The pirates? Or me? Either way, only the victor can claim to be justice. Doflamingo had already forgotten yesterday's unpleasantness. Looking at the grand spectacle unfolding in Marineford, he let out a crazed, maniacal laugh. Tyrant Kuma stood motionless, staring at the sea with his lifeless eyes. Neither his body nor his expression showed any reaction. No one knew what was on his mind, or if he even had the ability to think anymore. Ugh. When will this boring nonsense be over? I can't stand being in this place for even a second longer. Hancock muttered to herself, uninterested in the events around her. She wasn't like that necrophiliac creep with a corpse-collecting obsession. She wasn't a battle-hungry swordsman eager to cross blades with Whitebeard. She had no delusions about deciding the meaning of justice. She couldn't care less about whatever was on that silent brute's mind. The only thing she cared about was when the execution would end. At this moment, aside from Ace, she was probably the only person here not hoping for the Whitebeard pirates to show up. She just wanted this over with, so she could return to Kizaru's side. Execution platform. Beneath the execution stand, the 3 Marine admirals sat in a row, each on a specially prepared seat. So, we're really gonna be sitting here for hours, huh? Kizaru leaned against the armrest lazily, resting his head on one hand. Since they were far from the broadcasting den mushi, he didn't have to worry about being overheard by the worldwide audience. 3.5 hours until the execution. Just bear with it. Kazan muttered sluggishly. Honestly, he thought this was a much better deal than standing for hours like Fleet Admiral Sangoku. TCH, mere hours. If it means wiping out the Whitebeard pirates, I'd endure days and nights under the scorching sun without complaint. Sakazuki scoffed. His tone was sharp, but given his personality, this was already remarkably mild. Ugh, this is so dull. Nami-chan, for lunch, I'll have miso ramen and charcoal grilled beef ribs. White rum for my drink. Bored out of his mind, Kizaru casually pulled out a small transponder snail. There were still hours until the execution, and the Whitebeard pirates wouldn't arrive that quickly. Ah, make that too. I'll have sweet shrimp sashimi and sherry. Oh, and a latte would be great. Before Sakazuki could object, Kazan chimed in. Since Kizaru would take the heat anyway, he might as well grab a free meal. Got it, Nami-chan. Sweet shrimp sashimi, sherry, a latte. I'll add a banana-flavored ice cream for myself. Kizaru made an okay gesture at Kazan and relayed the order. After a brief silence. Fine. Get me a triple spicy beef bowl. Sakazuki finally spoke. Despite being a hardline absolutist, he wasn't entirely rigid. With the next fleet admiral position still up for grabs, he and Kazan were subtly competing for the role. He didn't expect Kizaru's support, but he also didn't want him siding with Kazan. So, as long as it didn't violate his principles, he was willing to make small compromises. The problem was, his personality was so blunt and inflexible that Kizaru didn't even notice he was trying to be friendly. Sure. Want a drink? Kizaru asked as he was about to confirm the order. Despite their differing views, he and Sakazuki never really had a bad personal relationship. Vodka. Sakazuki hesitated. Drinking before a battle was somewhat against regulations, but since both Kizaru and Kazan had already ordered alcohol, he didn't want to stand out too much. Like always, as long as it wasn't a matter of principle, Sakazuki wasn't as stubborn as he usually seemed. Especially when dealing with Kizaru, who outranked him in strength, achievements, and seniority, he unconsciously lowered his stance a little. I think I snatched a nice bottle of vodka from Doflamingo before. Let's try it later. Kizaru chuckled, instructing Nami to make arrangements. Then, estimating the timing to be about right, he finally activated the Dimensional Chat Group's livestream function. Ding! Kizaru has started a live stream and invited everyone to watch. Accept. Accept/decline. The moment the notification popped up in the chat, the chaotic group members immediately swarmed into the stream. Kobayashi, first. Random passerby trying to hug Luofeng's thigh, I'm first. Kobayashi, haha. I got first. You lost. Random passerby, damn it. My single, 20 years hand speed actually lost to Kobayashi. I refuse to accept this. Hybera AI, hey. Idiot dog, be careful. I'm still a minor. I might just report you as a pervert. Random passerby, humph. A sharp-tongued girl hiding under a child's appearance. Fubuki, GUH, so many people. Kobayashi, wah. There are so many people. Kizaru-san, how many people are in the plaza? Kizaru, About 100,000. Hybera AI, G-giants. Unbelievable. Based on their proportions, they must be nearly 20 meters tall. Hybera AI, the tallest existing animal is the giraffe, and it's only about 6 meters. Plus, these giants' builds are way too muscular, this defies biology. In the Detective Conan world, Hybera AI sat at her lab table, completely dumbfounded. She had long accepted that other worlds were full of absurdities, but seeing giants that outright violated biological common sense still left her struggling to process it. Random passerby, haha, dumbfounded, aren't you, poison-tongued girl? These giants are still considered small. There are 2 even bigger ones coming later. Orochimaru, heh, quite a spectacular scene. So you're just waiting for the enemy to attack. This formation is too tightly packed. If they get hit by a large-scale jutsu, the losses will be devastating. Random passerby, don't worry. In Kizaru's world, people are built like tanks. Even near-death injuries heal in a few days, so regular attacks won't do much. Orochimaru, oh. No wonder Manda kept talking about that place. Kizaru, don't remind me. That gluttonous snake ate over 20 level 6 Impel down prisoners in one go. I can't afford to feed something with that kind of appetite. Random passerby, damn. Most of those level 6 prisoners had devil fruit powers, right? What a waste. Xiaomei, what are you guys talking about? Whoa. So many people. Kobayashi, it's the newbie, huh? Kizaru-san is live streaming a huge event from his world. Looks like they're publicly executing someone to lure in that guy's pirate crew. Hybera AI, this is ridiculous. I can't imagine what kind of pirate would require 100,000 troops to take down. Meanwhile, in the Akame Ga Kill world, Esteth sat on her icy throne, watching the live stream with intense interest. Seeing the sheer number of elite Marines gathered in Marineford, the war-hungry general's expression lit up with excitement. Her war against the northern tribes hadn't officially started yet, she didn't want to scare off her prey before they walked into her trap. But now, after witnessing Marineford's pre-battle tension through the live stream, she was getting impatient. She wanted to fight strong enemies. She wanted to revel in the thrill of slaughter. She wanted to crush her foes beneath her boots. Is death at Kizaru, darling, need any help? Kizaru, Not for now. But if you really want to help, I can find you an opponent later. Esteth, are they strong? Kizaru, not bad. He was a candidate for Admiral before, and now. I'd say he's gotten even stronger. Definitely Admiral level. Esteth, Admiral, huh? I remember you are an Admiral, right, darling? Kizaru, yep. I'm one of the 3 Marine Admirals. Esteth, perfect. Darling, don't take too long, I can't wait to fight this guy. Orochimaru, heh. If I can get his corpse afterward, I might be able to offer some assistance. Esteth, no need. I don't require help. But if you really want the body, give me 500, no, 1,000 dimensional coins. Orochimaru, hey, interesting. At Hybera AI, interested in starting another research project. Hybera AI, no. Not interested. I refuse all inhumane research projects. Orochimaru, what a pity. You're wasting that genius brain of yours. Fubuki, get lost. AI-chan, don't let this guy trick you. Orochimaru is not a good person. Tony Stark, hey, how could you guys not invite me to something this exciting? Stark Industries biotechnology is top tier too. At Orochimaru, I'll pay 1,000 dimensional coins, how about we share the research results? Orochimaru, add another 1,000 coins, and I'll give you half of the research materials as well. The results can be shared. Tony Stark, deal. Esteth at Kizaru, darling, when do I make my move? Kizaru, hold on a bit. The guy hasn't shown up yet. No rush. Once he's exhausted from fighting a certain troublesome opponent, you can step in and finish him off. Esteth, another opponent. Why don't I just wipe them both out at once? Kizaru, cough. No can do. That troublesome guy is technically on our side. Besides, even you wouldn't win against both of them at the same time. Orochimaru at Esteth, if it's convenient, gather some experimental materials for me. Tony Stark, grab some extra while you're at it. If we can get a giant's DNA, I might be able to clone one. Kizaru, hey, don't go overboard. You can take the pirate corpses, but leave the Marines alone. Tony Stark, got it. We know the limits. Meanwhile, at the execution platform. As Kizaru chatted with the group, Fleet Admiral Sangoku estimated the time and turned to Vice Admiral Garp. This is it, Garp. I already warned you. Sangoku hesitated. If not for Ace's significant lineage, he wouldn't have wanted to reveal his old friend's long-kept secret. Do whatever you want. I'll be down below. Garp turned away, avoiding eye contact with Sangoku. It wasn't hatred, just that he didn't want Sangoku to see the shame on his face. Sighing, Sangoku stepped forward onto the execution platform and signaled the executioners to stand aside. Through the massive worldwide livestream, he was about to declare to the entire world that Ace carried the sinful bloodline of the Pirate King. Across the 4 seas, the Red Line, and the Grand Line, countless people sat glued to their screens and radios, watching the scene unfold. To ensure the world witnessed the elimination of the Pirate King's bloodline, the world government had spared no expense in setting up this global-scale broadcast system. It's starting. Kizaru narrowed his eyes. In front of 100,000 Marines at Marineford, and under the watchful eyes of millions worldwide, Sangoku revealed Ace's true identity. The son of the Pirate King, Gold, Roger. A child carried for an unbelievable 1 year and 3 months, born beyond the limits of human endurance, Porgas D. Ace. Degree. Chapter 96, Dragon's Bomb. T. the Pirate King's bloodline. That man, he's his son. Unbelievable. Fire Fist Ace is the Pirate King Roger's son. The moment Sangoku's voice echoed through the broadcast, shockwaves spread across the world. Even within Marineford's plaza, the Marines erupted into disbelief. For the officers who had grown up in Roger's era, the revelation hit especially hard. Now, they finally understood why Sangoku had orchestrated such a grand-scale execution for Ace. Kobayashi, whoa. Did you guys hear what that seagull hat uncle just said? The guy being executed was in his mother's womb for 1 year and 3 months. Hybra AI, I've officially given up on making sense of this world. This is not scientific. Orochimaru, the Pirate King's son, a sinful bloodline, huh? Quite intriguing. Tony Stark, wow, are they really gonna chop that young guy's head off? That's brutal. Random passerby trying to hug Luo Feng's thigh, sigh, too bad I'm too weak. Otherwise, I'd love to go save Ace. Death, this world is amazing. So many people who look incredibly strong. Xiaomei, I wonder how strong the warriors of this world really are. Those giants alone look terrifying. Even our clan leader probably wouldn't stand a chance against them. Random passerby trying to hug Luo Feng's thigh, Xiaomei, little sister, if there's anything you want to know, just ask me. Fubuki at Xiaomei, be careful, newbie. Don't get tricked, this guy is not a good person. Random passerby trying to hug Luo Feng's thigh, hey. That's too much. While the chaotic group chat exploded with arguments, Kizaru had no time to waste on their nonsense. Dragon, you really gave me quite the surprise this time. Thanks to his stand's abilities, Kizaru's observation hockey had reached an insane level. Although he hadn't gained abilities like the Voice of All Things or Future Sight, his sensory range had far surpassed even Enel's mantra, which had covered an entire sky island. So the moment Revolutionary Army South Army Commander Lindbergh appeared on the horizon, piloting a bizarre, wasteland-style flying machine, Kizaru sensed it instantly. But it wasn't the flying machine that caught his attention. It was the giant missile hanging beneath it, painted with a radiation symbol and a skull. A nuclear bomb. Kizaru's first reaction was that it had to be a fake. As far as he knew, this world's technological level shouldn't be advanced enough to produce something like that. Sure, he'd once casually mentioned superweapons while chatting with Dragon, but he never expected Dragon to actually pull it off. Then again, considering the Revolutionary Army's ties to that broken genius, Dr. Vegapunk, and factoring in Lindbergh's own talent in engineering, it wasn't impossible that they'd been secretly cooking up something insane for years. What's that? Kuzan had also noticed Lindbergh's arrival. But unlike Kizaru, he had no idea what he was looking at. He simply assumed the missile was just a particularly powerful bomb, and didn't pay much attention. Revolutionary Army South Army Commander Lindbergh. These sewer rats actually dare show themselves. Sakazuki scoffed. From his perspective, even if the Revolutionary Army teamed up with the Whitebeard pirates, there was no way they could win. Especially since Sangoku had seemingly anticipated their move and had already set up ambushes. Though Sakazuki hated that bastard Dellocus for attacking his own men, as long as their current enemies were pirates and revolutionaries, he was willing to temporarily tolerate the scumbag. That thing is way too dangerous. Let's make sure it doesn't land. Kizaru lazily crossed his legs and raised his hand. At his fingertips, blinding light began to gather. Akiji and Akaina both glanced at him in mild surprise. It was rare for Kizaru to take such initiative. But out of the 3 admirals, only Kizaru had the capability for pinpoint long-range attacks like this. If Akiji or Akaina wanted to hit something that small from that far away, they'd have to resort to massive area-wide bombardments. Wah! Emergency escape system, activate. On the flying machine, Lindbergh suddenly screeched and yanked the control lever. A hidden ejection mechanism immediately activated, launching him, and his entire seat, into the air. A split second later, Kizaru's laser struck the flying machine, reducing it to flaming wreckage. The nuclear missile beneath it, now detached, began plummeting straight into the waters off Marineford. Not good. At this range, rocket boosters, full power. Lindbergh frantically checked the missile's trajectory before slamming a button on his chair. With a loud whoosh, twin rocket boosters popped out from either side of his seat, hurling him away from the impact zone as fast as possible. The nuke hit the ocean with a heavy plunk, rapidly sinking into the depths. But neither the Marines nor the millions watching the broadcast seemed to care. Most of them hadn't even recognized who Lindbergh was, let alone understood what had just been dropped into the ocean. Boom. The missile continued sinking. Meanwhile, seated beneath the execution platform, Kizaru suddenly let out a small sigh. And pulled out an oversized umbrella from who knows where. Akiji gave him a puzzled look. But before he could ask, His face suddenly froze. Rumble. All of Marineford shuddered violently. Out at sea, the water's surface bulged upward into a massive dome. As if something colossal was about to erupt from below. Then. Boom. A massive waterspout exploded into the sky. Tens of millions of tons of seawater were blasted upward in an instant, forming a towering water column that momentarily swallowed Marineford in a dense mist. Then, rising far beyond the clouds, came an enormous mushroom cloud, far larger than Marineford itself, unfolding over the Navy headquarters' outer sea. Even from dozens, even hundreds, of nautical miles away, people could clearly see the monstrous column of destruction. Before the drenched Marines could even snap out of their shock, they saw it. A towering tsunami, dozens of meters high, surging toward Marineford with unstoppable force. If nothing stopped it, it would drown everything. Ursa's shock. Without a word, Bartholomew Kuma stepped forward. Ignoring Boa Hancock, who had been hiding behind him to avoid getting wet, he calmly pressed his massive paw against the air. A compressed bubble of atmosphere formed. And then, with a deafening boom, he unleashed it. The resulting shockwave obliterated the incoming tsunami in an instant. Though Lindbergh's nuclear strike had thoroughly washed Marineford, it had ultimately failed to deal any real damage. But, for anyone who had just witnessed it firsthand, the sheer, apocalyptic destruction of a nuclear explosion was impossible to ignore. Foo. Now that's terrifying. Don Quixote Doflamingo slicked his wet hair back, grinning in amusement. With power like that, it might be worth having a little chat with those guys. I wonder if the Revolutionary Army is open to business. His sunglasses gleamed, reflecting the mushroom cloud looming over the ocean. His hungry gaze filled with greed. He. With this kind of power, I bet we could blow Kaido's ass straight to hell. Gecko Moria cackled, his sharp teeth flashing. This war, this chaos, might just be his chance for a comeback. Ah. Lord Borsellino is truly magnificent. Even at such a distance, he still struck it down effortlessly. Boa Hancock clasped her hands to her heart, her stunning face aglow with admiration. Her eyes shimmered with pure devotion. Elsewhere, Dracul Mihawk simply raised his sword. And with a casual downward slice, he cut apart the incoming mist before it could even touch him. He barely gave the explosion a second glance. It was a terrifying blast, sure. But he only cared about swordsmanship. While the warlords were either unfazed, amused, or greedy for the nuke's power, the Marines were a different story. Those who had just witnessed that hellish explosion were horrified. For many of the higher-ranking Marines, it became painfully clear that if they had been within the blast zone, even Vice Admirals would have had almost zero chance of survival. If Kizaru hadn't shot down the aircraft before it reached the plaza, if the bomb had detonated over Marineford itself, tens of thousands of elite Marines would have been wiped out in an instant. What the hell was that bomb? Bastards. This is an open act of war against the Navy. We won't let them get away with this. It was the Revolutionary Army. They actually dared to pull this stunt. The previously shocked Marine officers quickly became furious. Their rage burned hotter than ever, their bloodlust rising. If they got their hands on any Revolutionary Army members, they would hang them from the masts without hesitation. Even the giant vice admirals, normally fearless in battle, felt a cold sweat run down their backs. For normal-sized powerful fighters, they at least had a chance to dodge or escape something like that. But for giants, they were huge, slow-moving targets. If a nuke dropped into a battlefield full of giants, the casualties would be horrific. And then, boom. Sakazuki's face was grim. The armrests of his chair crumbled under his crushing grip, molten magma seething from his body. In an instant, the scalding heat evaporated every last drop of water clinging to him. Before this, Sakazuki had always seen the Revolutionary Army as little more than sewer rats. Hiding in the darkness, scurrying away whenever the Navy got too close. If not for their elusive nature, the Marines would have crushed them long ago. But now, the revolutionaries had finally revealed their hand. And Sakazuki realized, they had become far more dangerous than he had ever imagined. So scary. If I got drenched, I might have caught a cold. Kizaru lazily closed his umbrella, his expression unreadable. But inwardly, he felt a rare chill. If not for his insane observation hockey range, he wouldn't have been able to detect that thing in time. If the bomb had reached above Marineford before detonation, the devastation would have been unimaginable. Unless Kizaru truly went all out. Even if Sakazuki and Kazan worked together, they still might not have been able to intercept a mid-air nuclear detonation. Was that Dyna stone just now? Kazan's frozen armor cracked and flaked away, revealing his ever-sluggish face. Except now, there was a rare hint of seriousness in his eyes. Unlike Sakazuki, who had spent years stationed at G1 in the New World, Kazan had limited knowledge of Dyna Stone. In his mind, an explosion of that scale could only come from something as absurdly powerful as the New World's legendary explosive ore. No. Sakazuki's voice was low. His fury was palpable. Dyna Stone stockpiles are accounted for. There's been no theft. That bomb. That was the Revolutionary Army's secret weapon. For a man who loathed pirates with every fiber of his being, the idea that the revolutionaries now had a weapon strong enough to threaten the world government itself was infuriating. He knew exactly what would happen next. The moment the world government confirmed the Revolutionary Army's nuclear capabilities, they would divert even more of the Navy's forces away from pirate suppression. Because to them, the revolutionaries were a far greater threat than any pirate crew. That's quite the terrifying weapon. Kazan exhaled slowly before turning to Kizaru. Borsalino-senpai, any intel on this? Among the three admirals, Kizaru was the undisputed senior, in both experience and age. More importantly, both Kazan and Sakazuki knew that Kizaru's relationship with Monkey D. Dragon was complicated. If anyone in the Navy might have some clue about the Revolutionary Army's capabilities, it would be him. Kizaru scratched his head. Short term, I doubt they have a second nuclear, another one of these bombs ready to go. He still wasn't sure if he should be impressed or horrified. Back when he and Dragon were still casually chatting years ago, he had offhandedly mentioned the concept of nuclear weapons. Who would have thought Dragon would actually go and build one? But now that he really thought about it, didn't he also ramble about other things that night? Like star-destroying battleships, Dyson spheres. Nah. There's no way Dragon could build those. Right. Then that means Sakazuki's magma gradually cooled, but his killing intent only intensified. If we eliminate Dragon, the Revolutionary Army will lose their edge. At least for now. His voice was calm, but his eyes were colder than ever. Once, long ago, Sakazuki and Dragon had been comrades. They had even fought side by side against pirates. But that didn't matter anymore. For the sake of the Navy's future, Sakazuki would not hesitate to kill him. Dragon crossed the line. Kazan's voice was steady, but firm. Weapons like that should never have existed in the first place. In mere moments, the hawk and the dove of the admirals had reached a unified stance. Dragon had to die. Kizaru shrugged. No objections from me. Even if they had stopped the nuke from causing its maximum potential destruction. At the end of the day, he was a Marine admiral. And an admiral would always side with the Navy. The hunt for Monkey D. Dragon had officially begun. Degree. Chapter 97, Whitebeard Pirates Arrive. At the very moment the mushroom cloud rose into the sky, the viewers in the live-streaming chat were stunned. Even Fubuki from the One Punch Man world and Xiao Mei from the Battle Through the Heavens world, who had never heard of nuclear weapons, were shocked by the sheer destructive power of the nuclear bomb. Kobayashi, wah. That wasn't an atomic bomb, was it? AI Hybera, a mushroom cloud. Passerby who wants to hug Luo Feng's thigh, holy sh*t. This doesn't make sense. Why the hell are there nukes in the One Piece world? Orochimaru, such an astonishing level of destruction. Even among all known forbidden jutsus, very few could rival this. Tony Stark, according to JARVIS's calculations, this nuke's yield is relatively low, approximately 6,000 to 8,000 tons of TNT. This would classify it as a first-generation nuclear weapon. Tony Stark, at Kizaru, as my best friend, if you need it, Stark Industries can sell you blueprints for first-gen nuclear weapons, along with the necessary materials. Fubuki, your world is terrifying. Suddenly, monsters don't seem that bad in comparison. Xiao Mei, so scary. Everyone from other worlds is terrifying. Even the chat room members were frightened by the secret weapon revealed by the Revolutionary Army. Let alone the countless people worldwide watching the live broadcast. However, since Lindbergh, the commander of the Revolutionary Army's Southern Army, never appeared in the footage, most people assumed that the nuclear weapon was launched by the Whitebeard pirates. The Whitebeard pirates. They're attacking the Navy. Terrifying. Where did they attack? What was that explosion? The Navy cannot lose. If they do, this world is doomed. Even civilians who normally harbored resentment toward the Marines now found themselves praying for their victory. Because when faced with the monstrous terror that was Whitebeard, even the worst of the Navy didn't seem so bad. Wow. Incredible. Blow those Marines to pieces, Whitebeard. As expected of the world's strongest men. I'm joining the Whitebeard pirates too. You gotta win, Whitebeard. I've had enough of those damn Marines. At the same time, countless pirates roared in excitement, eagerly awaiting the climax of this war. A war that would determine the fate of the seas. And the future of the entire world. If the Marines successfully annihilated the Whitebeard pirates, then nothing would change. But if Whitebeard gained the upper hand, or even won outright, the world would enter a true great pirate era. Marineford. Damn that dragon. Standing atop the execution platform, Fleet Admiral Sangoku cursed under his breath. Though he usually wore glasses, he still recognized the figure on the aircraft. Lindbergh. He had personally requested reinforcements from the 5 elders to deal with Dragon. Yet, Dragon still had another hidden card up his sleeve. Fleet Admiral Sangoku. The gates of justice have suddenly lost contact. Before Sangoku could even finish cursing Dragon, his adjutant rushed up to the platform with a grim report. What? Has the surveillance fleet located the Whitebeard pirates yet? Sangoku's expression hardened as he urgently questioned his adjutant. Even though there was no Sun Tzu's art of war in the One Piece world, it was still basic military strategy to locate the enemy before battle. The problem was to ensure Marineford's overwhelming strength. Sangoku had been forced to pull elite troops from various marine bases, consolidating them at HQ. With the regional fleets stretched thin, most of them were barely able to secure their own waters, let alone track the movements of the Whitebeard pirates. With no other options, Sangoku had dispatched a surveillance fleet to tail Whitebeard's forces, hoping to pinpoint their location before the war began. Report. The surveillance fleet has failed to detect Whitebeard's movements. Additionally, a significant number of our surveillance ships have gone missing. The adjutant's voice trembled. He knew exactly what this meant. No need to look anymore. Sangoku's gaze was cold as he stared at the ocean beyond Marineford. Through the thick mist covering the sea, a fleet of ships bearing skull flags emerged. The Whitebeard pirates have arrived. Bohemian Knight, Doma. Thunderlord, Magui. Maelstrom Spider, Squard. Icewitch, Whitey Bay. And many more. The entire fleet of 43 pirate crews under Whitebeard's banner had assembled, charging straight for Marineford. But most shocking of all was the fleet sailing alongside them. A fleet composed of the Revolutionary Army's flagship, the Wind Granma, and 3 stolen marine warships. Fufufufu. So the Revolutionary Army has joined forces with the Whitebeard pirates. A twisted grin stretched across Doflamingo's face. The world's most notorious criminal, and the world's strongest men, have teamed up. Doflamingo's smile grew even more excited. Rather than seeing the Navy crush the Whitebeard pirates with their overwhelming military strength, he would much rather witness a mutual bloodbath between the Navy, Whitebeard pirates, and Revolutionary Army. Although Doflamingo had never directly clashed with the Revolutionary Army before, he knew one thing for sure. Anyone bold enough to challenge the world government and still be alive couldn't possibly be some weak nobody. And with Dragon, the world's most wanted criminal, in the mix, Doflamingo was already anticipating the Navy's defeat. He. Corpses. Corpses. So many wonderful corpses. Mariah was so excited he nearly jumped on the spot. To him, those massive pirate ships weren't just war vessels. They were floating transports full of powerful dead bodies waiting to be collected. He could already imagine the aftermath of this war. Not only would he replenish the stock he lost on Thriller Bark, but he could also replace his weak, useless zombies with ones made from the corpses of true warriors. Even the Whitebeard pirates won't be a match for Lord Kizaru. Hancock snorted in disdain. In her mind, Kizaru was far stronger than Whitebeard. Even if you added Dragon to the mix, it wouldn't make a difference. Staring at the Revolutionary Army's flagship, the Wind Granma, Kuma's usually lifeless eye seemed to flicker for a brief moment. But within seconds, he returned to his previous rigid, emotionless state. Meanwhile, Moby Dick is missing from Whitebeard's fleet. Stay on high alert. The honor of the Navy's absolute justice must not be sullied. Vice Admiral John Giant, one of the Navy's giant officers, bellowed across the battlefield. His voice rallied the Marine troops, raising their morale significantly. Everyone knew Whitebeard was the strongest man in the world. But those who had never seen him fight firsthand couldn't truly grasp the fearsome power he wielded. After all, Marineford was fortified with 100,000 elite Marines. The upper brass of the Navy, countless vice admirals, the 3 admirals, and even Fleet Admiral Sangoku himself, were all present. Not to mention, the legendary marine hero, Garp, stood among them. How could they possibly lose? Oh! The Marines roared in unison, their voices shaking the air. But the very moment they shouted, the calm waters within the bay suddenly began bubbling. The once still surface started to rise ominously. Almost instantly, the Marines were reminded of the horrifying mushroom cloud from earlier. Those stationed farther away were less panicked. But the Marines at the front lines began staggering backward, their faces pale. No one wanted to be caught in another explosion like that. Even officers who had mastered the six powers wouldn't stand a chance. Fortunately, the rising waters were much slower than before, and nowhere near as large as the previous underwater nuke. As a massive, white, whale-shaped ship surfaced from below, the Navy immediately realized what had happened. It's the Moby Dick. Whitebeard's ship infiltrated the bay using coated hulls. Damn it. Now our outer artillery and fleet can't target them. From the depths of the ocean, four colossal white pirate ships burst through the water's surface. The Navy soldiers, who had been on the verge of retreat, finally breathed a sigh of relief. At least it wasn't another nuclear bomb. Gururara. Ace. Are you okay? A towering, muscular figure stood at the Moby Dick's bow. Clutching his massive bicento, Murakumajiri, he exuded a dominant aura that weighed down on everyone present. The strongest men in the world. Whitebeard, Edward Newgate. P-Pops. Ace, who had just been publicly exposed by Sangoku, had been overwhelmed with guilt and despair. Even the nuclear strike launched by the Revolutionary Army hadn't shaken him. But the moment he saw Whitebeard's towering figure, his eyes widened in shock, and he nearly jumped to his feet. Unfortunately, the sea stone cuffs around his wrists locked him in place, draining his strength, rendering him powerless against his executioners. Don't worry, Ace. We'll have you out in no time. Hang in there a little longer. We're gonna smash these Marines to pieces. Even in the face of 100,000 elite Marines. Even with countless vice admirals, the 3 admirals, and the fleet admiral himself, the Whitebeard pirates showed not a single shred of fear. They simply laughed loudly, shouting towards Ace. Everyone. Ace bit his lip, trying to hold back his emotions. Even though he was on the verge of tears, he stubbornly refused to let his comrades risk their lives for him. Gururara. Let's start with a little greeting. Whitebeard let out a booming laugh. Then suddenly swung his right fist, punching the very air itself. Seaquake. The sheer shockwave rippled through the air and into the ocean. A massive tsunami, hundreds of meters tall, erupted into the sky. Like a giant, gaping maw, ready to devour all of Marineford. As expected of Whitebeard, Borsellino's eyes narrowed slightly. He had once fought Whitebeard in the past. Back then, even though he had been holding back, he still wasn't a match for Whitebeard at all. But that was nearly 20 years ago. Since then, he had grown stronger, far beyond his past self. And now, with the enhancements from his stand ability, he was on a whole different level. If Whitebeard were still in his prime, Borsellino estimated he would need to use 30% of his power, maybe 40%, just to be safe. But now, Whitebeard was old and sick. At most, forcing out even 20% of Borsellino's strength would already be impressive. Boom. As the massive tsunami came crashing down like a world-ending catastrophe, the youngest admiral, Kazan, was the first to react. He leaped high into the air, extending his hand toward the incoming wave. A sharp, icy spear extended from his palm, its frigid aura spreading rapidly across the towering tsunami. In the blink of an eye, the hundreds of meters high tsunami froze solid. Somewhere in another world. In the Akame Ga Kill universe. Esteth, who was watching the live broadcast, immediately stood up, her beautiful face lighting up with excitement. A guy as tall as my dear Borsellino. And he also fights using ice. Ha! I must challenge him. Let's see who's truly worthy of commanding the power of ice and snow. Meanwhile, the chat room was in chaos. Kobayashi, W.O. He froze a tsunami. Fubuki, so strong. That guy with the big blade must be at least dragon level, maybe even stronger. Just one casual attack, and he created a tsunami this massive. That's ridiculous. Fubuki, and the one who froze it is just as terrifying. Even among S-class heroes, only Blast and my sister could stand a chance. Is Borsellino's world filled with nothing but monsters like this? Random viewer trying to hug Luo Feng's thigh. Of course. Whitebeard is the strongest man in the pirate world. Even if Akiji isn't as strong as him, he's not far behind. This is a battle of titans. Xiaomei, just how strong are they? Are they at the Do King level? Do Emperor? Or even Do Ancestor? Hybera AI, I've lost all hope in understanding this completely unscientific world. Random viewer trying to hug Luo Feng's thigh. Ah, little Xiaomei, you're seriously underestimating those two monsters. They may not be able to fly, but even a Do ancestor wouldn't be able to beat them. Orochimaru, the speed, the strength, the destructive power. How fascinating. Tony Stark, whoa. I think it's time to upgrade Iron Man suit again. If I ever get caught up in a fight like this, I'd at least want a chance to escape. Degree. Chapter 98, The War, 2. Meanwhile, Isdeath was growing impatient. Isdeath at Borsalino, my dear, I can barely hold myself back. When will it be my turn to fight? Random viewer trying to hug Luo Feng's thigh. Holy crap, giving my respects to the big shots. Borsalino, just a little more patience. Your opponent will show up soon. You can kill him as soon as he does. Isdeath, my opponent better not be too weak. He must be at least as strong as those two. Borsalino, don't worry, I've picked someone at their level. Even if he's slightly weaker, he won't disappoint you. Random viewer trying to hug Luo Feng's thigh. Admiral Kizaru, who are you about to screw over? Borsalino, White Ram Dellocus. He was a candidate for Admiral in the past, but he was imprisoned in Impel down for attacking fellow Marines. He later got himself cleared by joining CP0. Kobayashi, sounds like a bad guy. Borsalino, yeah, not exactly a saint. If he dies, it's well deserved. Isdeath, an Admiral candidate. He better not be too far below you, my dear. Borsalino, he. Dellocus has always held a grudge against me. If he's showing up now, he probably thinks he has some kind of trump card. While Borsalino was leisurely chatting in the livestream group, Kuzan, after freezing the tsunami, wasted no time in launching his next attack. Ice Block, Twin Spears. Akiji, radiating an overwhelming freezing aura, summoned two massive ice spears in his hands. With a flick of his arm, he hurled them straight at Whitebeard, who stood tall and fearless at the bow of the Moby Dick. Boom. A burst of blue flames exploded in midair, transforming into Marco the Phoenix, his wings spread wide. With a swift kick, he shattered the ice spear Akiji had thrown. Don't act like we're not here. Marco let out a mocking laugh. Even when facing a Marine Admiral head-on, he showed not a trace of fear. On the Moby Dick, Whitebeard merely glanced at the scene, before turning his attention back to the execution platform. Even against an Admiral, he chose to trust his sons. Ice Block, Pheasant Beak. Akiji's expression remained unfazed. Raising a hand, he summoned a massive ice phoenix. Its wings spread wide as it soared toward Whitebeard at high speed. As the 1st Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, Marco's strength was undeniable. Even in a one-on-one fight, Akiji knew taking him down wouldn't be easy. But he had no intention of wasting time on Marco. His real mission was to test Whitebeard, to see just how much power the strongest men in the world still had. I already told you, you're not getting past me. Marco burst into flames, transforming into a full-fledged phoenix, and collided head-on with Akiji's ice phoenix. The Tori no Mi model phoenix was an extraordinary Zoan-type devil fruit. Its healing and defensive abilities were top tier, but its offensive power was somewhat lacking. The ice phoenix exuded a bone-chilling aura, freezing even the air itself as it flew. But against Marco, the ice fruit wasn't particularly effective. The undying flames of the phoenix smashed the ice phoenix to pieces. What Marco didn't expect, however, was that the shattered ice behind him suddenly reformed, taking shape once again as Akiji. Ice Age. From a distance, Akiji activated his devil fruit powers, targeting Whitebeard and the Moby Dick. At a glance, it was clear. He intended to freeze the entire Whitebeard pirates' fleet in one move. Akiji. Whitebeard swung his massive naginata, cleaving apart the surging ice rushing toward the Moby Dick. But the endless waves of frost were relentless. In moments, the entire bay was frozen solid. Even the Moby Dick and its 3 other flagship ships were trapped in place. Fire the cannons. Destroy the Moby Dick. Seeing this, Vice Admiral Doberman immediately gave the order. After all, Akiji was a Logia user. No matter how intense the bombardment, it wouldn't harm him. Boom. 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 The Navy's cannons, already prepped, unleashed a devastating barrage on Whitebeard's flagship. While the outer perimeter defenses and naval fleet couldn't attack, the fortress cannons inside the bay and plaza were more than enough. Hundreds of cannonballs rained down. And even a ship as massive as the Moby Dick couldn't hold out forever under such relentless fire. Let's go. All together. Humph. Just what I needed, an easy way to land. Show the Navy what we're made of. The Whitebeard pirates weren't dumb enough to stay on board and get blown to pieces. Seeing that the bay had turned into solid ice, they leaped down and charged toward Marineford's plaza. You're not getting past US. Kill the pirates. For justice. The Marines in Marineford weren't about to back down either. Led by their commanders, they clashed head-on with the Whitebeard pirates. Hee. Fight. Kill. The more corpses, the better. Moria cackled in delight. To him, both Marines and pirates were nothing but prime zombie material. It's about time. Hawkeye my hawk muttered softly. Raising his supreme-grade black blade, Yoru. He prepared to test himself against Whitebeard. Even facing the strongest men in the world, the proud swordsman refused to fight alongside others. Instead, he chose to strike while Whitebeard was at his full power. Swoosh. A sharp whistling sound tore through the air as a massive, dazzling flying slash shot toward Whitebeard at incredible speed. As the world's strongest swordsman, Mihawk's full-power slash was something even the emperors of the sea wouldn't dare underestimate. Yet, Whitebeard didn't move. He trusted his sons, just as the Whitebeard pirates trusted him. At the crucial moment, 3rd Division Commander Diamond Jozu charged forward. Having eaten the shiny fruit, his entire body was covered in indestructible diamond. Even Mihawk's devastating slash couldn't pierce his defense. Clang. The powerful flying slash struck Jozu but failed to leave a single scratch. Meanwhile, the Whitebeard pirates and the Marines clashed. The 100,000 Marine elites, handpicked from over 1 million soldiers, were undoubtedly top-tier warriors. But the Whitebeard pirates were recognized as the strongest of the 4 Emperor's crews. Even with Ace and Thatch missing, their remaining commanders were all monstrously powerful. Under their leadership, the Marines struggled to withstand the relentless assault of the Whitebeard pirates. Fortunately, the warlords of the sea had been stationed at the front line of the bay, directly facing the Whitebeard pirates. Even though some of them were half-heartedly fighting, their sheer strength made them nearly unstoppable to ordinary Whitebeard pirates. Not to mention that Kuma, now a mindless war machine, and Moria, eager to collect more corpses, were fighting seriously. Despite their best efforts, the Whitebeard pirates struggled to break through the Navy's tight defenses. We can't let Pops fight alone. Charge forward. On the other front, the 43 Allied pirate crews, along with the Revolutionary Army and escaped convicts from Impel Down, were locked in battle against the Marine fleet. Under normal circumstances, the Navy's warships held an absolute advantage over pirates. But the crews under Whitebeard were all battle-hardened veterans of the New World. Both their ships and their fighters were just as formidable as the Marine fleet. More importantly, the Navy's fleet was confined to the area surrounding Marineford, unable to fully mobilize and encircle the pirates. Instead, the pirate fleet exploited its localized numerical advantage, relentlessly bombarding the Marines. Revolutionary Army flagship, Winter Gramma. Haha. It's time to go. A flock of giant crows grabbed Luffy by his clothes, lifting him into the air. Alongside him, Sabo and Ivankov, in female form, were also carried by the crows. The 3 of them soared past the Marine fleet, heading straight for the bay. Whitebeard's head belongs to me. Crocodile, who had remained on the Marine warships, saw this and immediately transformed into sand, flying toward Marineford. Even though he kept grumbling about Straw Hat, his pride wouldn't allow him to live with the fact that he owed Luffy his life. As expected of an emperor, the Whitebeard pirate's strength is truly astonishing. Bello Betty, carrying her flag, walked up to Dragon, speaking with a hint of admiration. The power of the Whitebeard pirates alone far surpassed what the Revolutionary Army had built up over the years. Adding in the 43 Allied pirate crews, all strong in their own right, it was no surprise that the Navy had mobilized such an enormous force. Still, they're no match for the full might of Marine headquarters. Dragon spoke calmly. No one understood the true strength of the Navy better than he did. Even if the Revolutionary Army and Whitebeard pirates joined forces, along with the Impel Down escapees, defeating Marine headquarters was unlikely. Especially because of one man, the one he had never been able to see through. Kizaru. That man had always been a shadow in Dragon's mind, an unpredictable enigma. It's already impressive. Compared to the past, when we were constantly being hunted down by the Navy and world government, now we're the ones attacking Marine headquarters. Bello Betty remained optimistic. Or as Kizaru would put it, since when has the Revolutionary Army fought such a rich war? Mr. Dragon. I'm really sorry. I wasted such a golden opportunity. A soaking wet Lindbergh approached, head lowered in guilt. Had he successfully dropped the nuclear bomb into Marineford's bay, at least 1/3 of the Navy's forces would have been wiped out. But halfway through, Kizaru shot him down. Even though the Revolutionary Army had acquired some of Vegapunk's technology, creating a nuclear bomb was still extremely difficult. That's why Lindbergh, the Southern Army commander himself, had to personally deliver the payload over Marineford. Don't dwell on it. It was just an experiment. That kind of weapon has too many flaws. Even without Kizaru, someone else would have noticed it quickly. Dragon shook his head. Before the nuclear bomb had even been completed, he had once felt great anticipation for this weapon, one that Kizaru had predicted years ago. But Dragon soon realized, the more powerful the bomb was, the easier it was to detect. Unless the enemy had no observation hockey users, there was no way they would just stand there and let it drop on them. Don't be discouraged. Even without that exploding weapon, we'll take down the world government eventually. Morley, the Western Army commander, bent down and poked Lindbergh's forehead, trying to cheer up his disheartened comrade. That being said, these pirates sure have incredible morale. Looks like they don't even need me to inspire them. Bello Betty blew out a smoke ring. She had never thought much of pirates before. But now, she had to admit, the Whitebeard pirates weren't just all talk. Mr. Dragon. The marine warships ahead have been sunk. Koala shouted excitedly. She didn't care about the Whitebeard pirates. But if Ace died, Sabo would be devastated, and that, she couldn't allow. Prepare to land. Get ready for battle. Dragon let out a deep breath. It had been 20 years since he left the Navy to join the Revolutionary Army. For the first time since then, he was about to set foot on Marineford. Just the thought of Whitebeard, Fleet Admiral Sangoku, and Vice Admiral Tsuru all waiting for him at Marineford made Dragon, who had always been as calm as a mirror, feel a rare twinge of nervousness. But that feeling came and went in an instant. In just a blink, Dragon had already regained his usual composure. Charge. We have to save Ace. Pops. Ace. We're coming. Take down these damn Marines. The pirate fleet surged through the breach in the Navy's defenses. Marineford's structure resembled a crescent moon, and at this moment, the right side of the crescent had been breached. Pirates and Impel down escapees were now landing in waves at the right side harbor. At the same time, with the help of the Revolutionary Army's northern commander, Karasu, Luffy, Sabo, and Ivankov had made it into the bay. Luffy originally wanted to fly straight to the execution platform, but the crows summoned by Karasu's devil fruit had no way to defend against attacks. Before they could even reach the sky above Marineford's plaza, they were shot down by Marines wielding flintlock rifles. The Navy might not have a sniper of Yasop's level, but that didn't mean they couldn't hit such a large target as Luffy and Sabo. Ace. I'm here to save you. And Sabo is alive. Luffy crashed onto the frozen sea, but since he had eaten the Gomu Gomu no Mi, no matter how high he fell from, he would never die from the impact. Even with the deafening sounds of battle, Luffy's shout still echoed throughout Marineford, reaching all the way to the execution platform. Luffy. And Sabo. Ace, kneeling on the execution platform, was completely stunned. He had expected Whitebeard to come for him. But he had never imagined that Luffy would show up too, much less that Sabo was still alive and had come with him. For a brief moment, Ace even thought to himself, even if I die today, it would all be worth it. At the very least, he now knew that Sabo had survived. And if Sabo was alive, then even if Ace died, Luffy would still have someone to watch over him. Revolutionary Army. Sakazuki stood up, his expression twisting in shock and fury. Scalding hot magma began to bubble from his body, flowing menacingly to the ground. The battle had not yet reached the planned stage, but Sakazuki was already on the verge of losing control, ready to send all these damned bastards straight to hell. Oh my. Looks like we have some new guests. Kizaru remained lazily seated, his tone as indifferent as ever. This was a war of kings against kings. As long as Whitebeard and Dragon had yet to make their move, there was no need for him, a marine admiral, to lower himself to deal with mere pirate grunts. Random bystander who wants to hug Luo Feng's leg, It's Luffy. Damn it, if the battlefield weren't so dangerous, I'd totally run up and see if his face is really that stretchy. Kizaru, ahem. As far as I know, Monkey D. Luffy is still underage. And touching the Vice Admiral's grandson right in front of Garp. Well, young man, you sure are brave. Degree. Chapter 99, The War, 3. Passerby who wants to hug Luo Feng's thigh, huh? AI Hibara, disgusting hentai. Kobayashi, passerby-san, while we don't discriminate against gay people, targeting minors is a bit much, don't you think? Passerby who wants to hug Luo Feng's thigh, what? No. I've been wronged. I was just curious if the elasticity of the rubber fruit is really that good. AI Hibara, stop making excuses and just admit it. Passerby who wants to hug Luo Feng's thigh, are you kidding me? This is the one thing I'd never admit to, not even if I were beaten to death. Death, it seems those pirates are no match for the Navy at all. Their strength is decent, but the numbers are just too unbalanced. It's death, and their discipline is a complete mess. If I were in charge of the Navy, I'd be able to wipe out these pirates completely. Passerby who wants to hug Luo Feng's thigh, we're doomed. I just realized how strong Kizaru is right now. Luffy is probably done for. Woo-woo, my beloved Straw Hat pirates. Kizaru, it's not that bad. If you really want Straw Hat Luffy to survive, I could just let him off the hook. Passerby who wants to hug Luo Feng's thigh, really. Love it, love it. Kizaru-sama, you're the best. The Straw Hat pirates are my youth. Kobayashi, wah. A G-giant. A massive giant. Look at the port, everyone. AI Hybera, S so big. That guy is even taller than the giants. 30. No. Almost 40 meters tall. Just as Kizaru was chatting with the group in the live broadcast, an exceptionally massive figure appeared in the waters near Marineford. Oars Jr. Even the tallest giant vice admirals of the Marine headquarters were only half his height, barely reaching his waist. Compared to him, they looked like mere children. As for the regular Marines, they weren't even as tall as his toes. A colossal being like this appearing among the pirates' ranks was enough to make even the well-trained Marine headquarters soldiers feel a chill of fear. Unless you witness such a creature firsthand, it's hard to grasp the sheer intimidation that a giant exerts over ordinary people. If a giant vice admiral had an intimidation factor of 20 against pirates, then Oars Jr., who was twice as tall, would push that number straight to 100 for the Marines. Go, Oars Jr. Save Ace. Haha. We've already won. The pirates cheered for Oars Jr., but Whitebeard's face showed faint concern. Oars Jr.'s massive size was indeed intimidating, and he was a powerful force on the battlefield. But against true powerhouses, a giant's huge body was nothing more than a bigger target. Even Elbaf, the land of the giants and supposedly the world's strongest nation, was only considered strong in the sense that they could at least protect themselves against real monsters. One of the four emperors, Charlotte Lean, had accidentally killed a legendary giant as a child, yet Elbaf never dared to seek revenge against her. He, so big. A descendant of Oars. No one touch him, this one's mine. Mariah looked at Oars Jr. with excitement. Sure, he'd collect plenty of strong bodies from this war, but nothing compared to getting his hands on giants like Oars. If he could get both Oars and Oars Jr., then stuff them with a couple of powerful souls, wouldn't that be twice the fun? I'm so bored. I just want to return to Kizaru-sama's side. Hancock casually shattered a petrified pirate with a kick. Normally, she wouldn't care about collateral damage, but because of Kizaru, she was making an effort to avoid harming nearby Marines. So beautiful. Hancock-sama. The most beautiful woman in the world. The combination of the love fruit's power and Hancock's unparalleled beauty was simply too overwhelming. Every Marine who laid eyes on her instinctively turned into a devoted follower, guarding her like an army of loyal simps. If Hancock actually used her devil fruit ability, she could turn all of them into stone in an instant. Fu. Fight. The more intense, the better. Only the victor is justice. Doflamingo sat atop the shoulders of a tall pirate, laughing as he controlled him with his strings, forcing him to slaughter his own crewmates. No. Stop. Run away, everyone. The poor pirate, under Doflamingo's manipulation, wailed in despair as he cut down his comrades one by one. Other pirates wanted to fight back, but they hesitated because the puppet was still their crewmate. Doflamingo, ever the sadist, would even make his victims drop their weapons, forcing their friends to deliver the killing blow themselves. For him, switching to another puppet was no big deal. What he truly enjoyed was watching pirates turn on each other. As the Marines and Whitebeard's forces clashed, the arrival of the 7 warlords quickly tipped the scales in the Navy's favor. Even though the warlords weren't going all out, their presence alone was like an unstoppable force of nature compared to regular pirates. Desert Spada. Just as Doflamingo reveled in the chaos, a slicing attack made of sand came slashing toward him from a distance. Not interested in experiencing what that attack felt like firsthand, Doflamingo abandoned his puppet and flipped backward like a marionette on strings, effortlessly dodging the strike. Fu. Well, look who it is, Crocodile, the Desert Croc. Weren't you kicked out of the warlords and locked up in Impel Down? When did you escape? And since when did you start working for Whitebeard? Doflamingo grinned in amusement. In his memory, Crocodile and Whitebeard were sworn enemies. It was already surprising that Crocodile hadn't tried to assassinate Whitebeard. There was no way he'd actually help him. I don't need you to tell me, I'll take Whitebeard's head myself. I just couldn't stand looking at you. Crocodile took a drag from his cigar, speaking with utter disdain. As for why he only attacked Doflamingo and deliberately avoided harming the pirates under his control, even Crocodile himself wasn't sure. But when he saw that helpless pirate being forced to slaughter his own crewmates, something inside him stirred. On a whim, he decided to step in. Foo. That's a bit heartless, don't you think? We were comrades in the Warlords, after all. Doflamingo wasn't suspicious in the slightest. To him, Crocodile was nothing but a proud and ruthless man, someone who would never lift a finger to save others. If anything, Doflamingo found it more believable that Kizaru would develop a sense of morality than that Crocodile would rescue someone. Humph. I never acknowledged any of you as my comrades in the first place. Crocodile snorted coldly. He was too proud to consider the Warlords his equals. The only ones he had any respect for were Mihawk and, to a lesser extent, Hancock. The rest weren't even worth his attention. Bartholomew Kuma was just a government lapdog. Mariah had been a broken man ever since his defeat by Kaido. Jinbe was nothing but a guard dog for Fishman Island. And as for Doflamingo, Crocodile saw him as nothing more than a clown. Whoa. That's a bit too harsh, don't you think? Doflamingo smirked. A new era is coming, Crocodile. The world is going to be a dangerous place for lone wolves. How about we join forces? I can guarantee that your status will be equal to mine. Ever since Kizaru had humbled him multiple times, Doflamingo had started to take Logia users much more seriously. Crocodile, despite his flaws, was undeniably strong. Sure, he relied too much on his sand fruit and neglected hockey and physical combat, but even so, his abilities were impressive enough to make Doflamingo see him as a valuable asset. You think I'd be your damn lapdog? Not interested. Get lost. Crocodile's eyes gleamed with pure menace. Doflamingo's words sounded nice, but as the mastermind behind Baroque works, Crocodile knew all too well what they really meant. Haha. You won't know if you're interested until you give it a try, right? Doflamingo's lips curled into a dangerous smirk. Convincing Crocodile with words was probably impossible, but that was fine. He had plenty of confidence in his own strength. If he couldn't persuade him, he'd just beat him into submission. As long as he could force Crocodile to join the Don Quixote family, he had countless ways to keep this former warlord under his thumb. Desert Gilded Blade. 5 color strings. The battle between a former and a current warlord erupted in an instant. In theory, Doflamingo had the advantage. He had mastered all 3 types of hockey. But Crocodile wasn't an easy opponent. With the two of them clashing, it was hard to say who would come out on top. The unluckiest ones were the Marines and pirates caught in their crossfire. Some were instantly drained into husks by Crocodile's sand, while others were sliced into bloody pieces by Doflamingo's near-invisible threads. Meanwhile, Luffy, Sabo, and Ivankov had run into another obstacle, Bartholomew Kuma. At first, Ivankov kept winking at Kuma, hoping to stage a fake fight so he could let them pass. But before he could react, the mindless Kuma almost smashed his face in with a single paw strike. Enraged, Ivankov dropped his feminine form and went all out against the former warlord. Go. Leave this to Ivankov. Sabo held back Luffy, knowing the truth, Kuma had lost his free will. But now wasn't the time to tell Ivankov. That would only distract him. The best option was to let him hold Kuma off, as neither of them would be able to win decisively in the short term. Alright. We have to save Ace first. Luffy understood the situation. Or rather, for him, nothing was more important than saving Ace. Clang. Before they could take another step, a massive glaive came swinging down from above. Whoa. Luffy yelped as Sabo shoved him aside, raising his hockey-coated pipe to block the devastating strike. Brats, you're not getting through here. Standing in their way was none other than Vice Admiral Viven, a giant and former subordinate of Kizaru. Her usual chatter and crude jokes were gone. In their place was burning battle spirit. Even though Kizaru had influenced her personality, Viven was still a warrior from Elbaf. And a warrior of Elbaf lived for battle. Luffy, go ahead. I'll handle her. Sabo's face was serious. That last attack had been powerful, and it had cut off their escape routes. Only someone proficient in both armament and observation hockey could pull that off. Luffy had learned armament hockey from him, but this opponent was still a bit too much for him right now. Got it. Luffy didn't hesitate, he trusted Sabo completely. TCH. Didn't I just say, this road is closed? Viven scowled, swinging her glaive in Luffy's path. With his current momentum, he was practically throwing himself onto her blade. Among the Marine Vice Admirals, excluding old legends like Garp and Tsuru, only Gion and Chiton could definitively beat Viven. If not for her affiliation with the Marines, she could have easily been a warlord herself. Dragon Claw Fist, first form. Before her attack could land, Sabo shot forward, deflecting the glaive with a powerful claw strike. Luffy slipped through unscathed. Viven gripped her trembling glaive tightly, her expression growing serious. Kizaru had often sighed while training her, saying she lacked the talent to go beyond her limits. Guion and Chatan's current level was probably the strongest she'd ever get. She had been frustrated at first, but over time, she realized Kazaru was right. Compared to those naturally gifted monsters, she was just decent. Without Kazaru's guidance, she would have been just another ordinary giant warrior. But now, standing before her, was one of those so-called, naturally gifted, individuals. And for the first time in a long while, Viven felt truly excited. Brat. Take another strike from me. She swung her glaive again, launching a relentless assault. One of Kazaru's biggest lessons was never giving monsters like Sabo room to breathe. Otherwise, they would analyze and counter your moves in record time. And once that happened, defeating them would become nearly impossible. Like cockroaches, no, like shonen protagonists, they never fell for the same trick twice. For Viven, Kazaru's teachings were absolute truth. Degree. Chapter 100, The War, 4. She firmly believed that everything Kazaru said was correct, so she didn't hesitate to unleash her ultimate technique. Elbaf Spear, Hakai. Viven wasn't the type to hold back just because Sabo was young. Her massive glaive came crashing down with earth-splitting force. The sharp howl of the wind and the overwhelming pressure of the strike made even Luffy, who had already run ahead, instinctively turn back. Facing the full-powered attack of the giant Vice Admiral, Sabo took a deep breath and assumed a defensive stance. Back when Dragon had trained him, he had said, Dragon Claw Fist is a technique honed to crush oppressive tyranny. Before he could bring down the Marines, before he could overthrow the world government's rule, there was no way he could fall before Dragon himself. Dragon Claw Fist, Falling Dragon's Roar. His hockey-clad claw met Viven's Hakai head-on. The circular shockwave from the glaive's strike was powerful enough to tear through fortress walls, yet Sabo managed to stop it. Boom. The ground beneath Sabo cracked and collapsed under the force, unable to withstand the impact. Yet Sabo himself remained unmoved. Even as the slicing pressure of the attack carved fresh wounds into his body, he refused to retreat a single step. Don't be ridiculous. I was trained personally by Kizaru. Do you really think I can't handle a brat like you? Viven was in a foul mood. No matter how hard she tried, she could never keep up with Kizaru. And now, standing before her, was a genius who effortlessly surpassed her. She hated it. Seething with anger, the giant warrior swung her glaive down at Sabo once more. For someone who had followed Kizaru for over 20 years, Sabo, who wasn't even 20 yet, still had a long way to go. Clang. Sabo barely managed to block with his hockey-coated pipe, but there was no way he could match a giant's raw strength. The impact sent him flying. What insane power. Twisting his body midair, Sabo landed lightly on the ground, his expression grim. Viven's actual strength wasn't overwhelming. Compared to the warlords, she was mid-tier at best, only slightly stronger than Moria. But with mastery over both armament and observation hockey, combined with the giant's natural strength and endurance, she was one of the toughest opponents Sabo had ever faced. There was no shortcut to victory. Either he had to completely overpower her, or he had to fight a brutal battle of attrition, trading blows until one of them could no longer stand. Again. Viven shouted, twirling her glaive before launching another fierce assault. Seeing that Sabo was holding his ground, Luffy finally felt relieved and turned back toward the execution platform. He had inherited Garp's fighting spirit. After just a few days of training with Sabo, he was already grasping the basics of armament hockey in real combat. Marines continued charging forward, desperate to stop him. They had no idea he was Garp's grandson, so they showed no hesitation in attacking. But Luffy, fueled by his desire to save Ace, pushed past his limits. Even when multiple Vice Admirals intervened, they couldn't stop his advance. Sitting below the execution platform, Sakazuki opened his eyes. He knew exactly who Luffy was. But even knowing that Luffy was Garp's grandson, the Admiral wouldn't hesitate for a second when it came time to act. Straw Hat Luffy, you're certainly full of energy. A lazy voice interrupted. Your spicy beef rice bowl is ready. Shouldn't you eat before we start fighting? Kizaru's voice was as relaxed as ever. Nami and a few attendants approached with a foldable table and meal boxes. Fleet Admiral Sangoku was broadcasting the battle to the world, but the live feed only showed the battlefield. Even if people saw him having a picnic in the middle of a war, it wouldn't matter. After all, everyone already knew how ridiculous Admiral Kizaru was. No need. I don't have an appetite right now. Sakazuki snorted. He despised Kizaru's lax attitude. But Kizaru wasn't competing for the Fleet Admiral position, and despite his carefree nature, both his strength and achievements outshined Sakazuki's. With his personality, there was no way Sakazuki could argue against him in this situation. Shame. This is top-tier cooking made with the finest ingredients. Kizaru sighed in regret as he casually popped the sweet shrimp sashimi, originally meant for Kazan, into his mouth. He watched the battlefield unfold before him while savoring his meal, thoroughly enjoying the spectacle. This was even better than watching a blockbuster in a theater. No matter how well-directed a movie was, nothing could compare to the immersive experience of witnessing a battle firsthand. The craftsmanship of a top-tier chef was no joke. Even the most ordinary dish could taste like a dream when prepared by a master. Nami, without the slightest hesitation, pulled up a small stool and joined Kizaru for a meal. When she first started following Kizaru, she had naively thought she could reform his ridiculous behavior. In the end, it was she who ended up being influenced by him. However, both of them very consciously ignored Sakazuki's spicy beef rice bowl, which had been modified to an insane degree, 3 times the usual spice level on top of an already extreme heat. Only someone like Sakazuki, whose body was made of magma, could eat it without breaking a sweat. Random passerby who wants to hug Luo Feng's thigh, damn. Why is Nami hanging out with Kizaru? Kobayashi, I'm so jealous. I want to have a picnic while watching the chaos too. AI Hybera, what an outrageous chest size. That's just way too big. Kobayashi, meh, doesn't seem that big to me. Compared to Toru or Lukoa. It's not that huge, right? Fubuki, you guys have the weirdest focus. Shouldn't you be noticing their tableware? Those utensils look extremely high-end, definitely luxury goods. Tony Stark, tableware. The real focus should be on the wine. Tony Stark, I can't taste it directly, but from the color and texture, it looks even better than my private collection. These are auction-worthy bottles. Kizaru, If you like them, I'll send you a few bottles later. Tony Stark, hey, that's why you're my best friend. I won't hold back then. Orochimaru, hey. The power of devil fruits is truly fascinating. Giants, powerful beings from Kizaru's world, all excellent research material. Kizaru, if you want research material, I'll send you some later. But don't go after the Marines. Orochimaru, that would be perfect. Fresh specimens would be best. AI Hybera, at Orochimaru, let me make this clear, I refuse to take part in any inhumane experiments. Don't send me severed limbs. Orochimaru, TSK, what a shame. The secrets hidden within the human body are nearly limitless, especially bodies from another world. As Kizaru casually ate and chatted with his livestream audience, the Whitebeard Pirates' 43 allied crews, along with the Revolutionary Army and the Impel down escapees, finally broke through the right front Marine defensive line at Marine Ford. Though Little Oars Jr. had collapsed under the relentless barrage of cannon fire and Marine attacks, it didn't change the fact that, in this area, the Marines were on the verge of defeat. Activate the defensive wall operation. Seeing that the front lines were about to be overrun by the enemy's overwhelming momentum, Fleet Admiral Sangoku had no choice but to grit his teeth and give the order earlier than planned. Fortunately, the situation hadn't reached the worst-case scenario yet. As long as they could wipe out Whitebeard's main force, the remaining 43 allied crews, the Revolutionary Army, and the Impel down escapees combined would still be no match for Marine HQ. In fact, since the Revolutionary Army had walked straight into the Lion's Den, this battle might even bring an unexpected bonus. At Sengoku's command, the Marines who had been fighting the Whitebeard pirates began withdrawing under the cover of artillery fire and high-ranking officers. Not knowing what was happening, the Whitebeard pirates hesitated to pursue and instead regrouped with their squad captains. After such a brutal battle, despite having significantly fewer numbers, the Whitebeard pirates had suffered fewer casualties than the Marines. What are the Marines planning? No idea, but stay cautious. Captain, shouldn't we chase them? The pirates of the Whitebeard pirates were visibly uneasy, uncertain as to why the Marines were suddenly pulling back. They're not scared of us, are they? The pirate who spoke couldn't help but chuckle at his own words. Given the sheer difference in numbers, even if they fought to the last man, taking down even a tenth of the Marine forces would already be considered lucky. 100,000 elite-level Marines, comparable to headquarters-trained troops, meant that unless the officers stepped in, even the combined might of multiple Emperor-level crews wouldn't be able to outlast them in a war of attrition. Just stay on guard, wait, no. Marco's expression remained tense, unlike some of his more relaxed crewmates who didn't seem to take the Marines seriously. But in the very next moment, Marco's face changed drastically. Without hesitation, he transformed into a phoenix and shot toward Marineford's central plaza at an astonishing speed. The other division commanders froze for a split second before realizing the severity of the situation. Observation hockey wasn't omniscient. Unless one had awakened the ability to hear the voice of all things or see into the future, it wouldn't necessarily detect non-lethal threats in advance. Fleet Admiral Sengoku's plan perfectly exploited this limitation. Since the defensive wall operation wasn't an immediate lethal threat to Whitebeard or his division commanders, even someone as proficient in observation hockey as Marco failed to notice the danger right away. In the waters surrounding Marineford's bay, massive superalloy walls began rising from the seafloor. These towering, ring-shaped fortifications sealed off the Whitebeard pirates' main forces in an instant, trapping them like fish in a barrel. Phoenix Seal. Unwilling to accept their predicament, Marco unleashed a full-force attack against the indestructible superalloy wall. His strike left nothing more than a faint imprint on the surface. Such an absurd level of defense wasn't something ordinary metal could achieve. Marco even suspected that fragments of sea stone had been mixed into the alloy's composition. Flower Sword. Vista arrived shortly after. In an instant, he drew both blades and unleashed over 100 flying slashes. In terms of raw attack power, as a master swordsman, Vista even surpassed Marco. Clang. 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 A rapid series of metallic clangs echoed through the air. However, Vista's face quickly darkened, his strikes lacked the unmistakable sensation of cutting through something. Hundreds of flying slashes had only managed to carve out countless shallow grooves on the surface of the superalloy wall. At this rate, even if the Marines let them hack away at it for an entire day, breaking through those superalloy walls would still be impossible. Step aside, Vista. Just as Vista was sinking into despair, he suddenly realized that his father was standing behind him. Whitebeard's towering figure cast a reassuring shadow over him, exuding an overwhelming sense of security. Be careful, Pops. There's something off about this thing. Vista couldn't help but warn him. Seeing Whitebeard prepare to take action himself, even Fleet Admiral Sangoku, who had personally devised the defensive wall strategy, felt a wave of tension. Such was the oppressive presence of the world's strongest men. Even after decades of clashing with Whitebeard, Sangoku still couldn't confidently claim to have seen the man's true limits. Gururara. I haven't gone senile just yet. Whitebeard let out a hearty laugh. But facing the superalloy walls that had forced both Marco and Vista to retreat, he was more serious than ever. Knowing Sangoku as well as he did, Whitebeard was certain that the Marines wouldn't have deployed these walls unless they had absolute confidence in their defensive capabilities. Meanwhile, elsewhere. Where the hell did those slabs come from? Kizaru raised an eyebrow, sounding genuinely surprised. Since he was usually too lazy to care about such things, he hadn't even bothered to learn the full details of the war's battle plans. If anything truly important came up, he figured Nami would inform him anyway. Plus, having lived through decades beyond this timeline, he had long forgotten most of One Piece's original story, aside from the major characters, of course. So when the Marines suddenly pulled out this kind of high-tech marvel, even Kizaru found himself caught off guard. That's Dr. Vegapunk's ultra-high-strength anti-seismic alloy. It costs 300 times more than regular steel, but its durability is 100 times greater. Nami spoke with admiration. No matter the field, Dr. Vegapunk's technological prowess was nothing short of astonishing. Oh, that weirdo, huh? Figures. Kizaru clicked his tongue in annoyance. He had no fondness for Vegapunk, who had always been eager to dissect him for research. Still, he had to admit, this latest invention was something else. A steel wall capable of withstanding Whitebeard's attacks. That was ridiculous. If Kizaru were to break it, he figured he'd need to put at least 60% of his full power into the strike. Boom. Inside Marineford's Bay, Whitebeard unleashed a full-powered punch against the superalloy wall. The resulting shockwave reverberated throughout the entire island, shaking Marine headquarters itself. Even the execution platform, located far away, was not spared from the tremors. Yet, despite this massive impact, a smile spread across Sengoku's face. Dr. Vegapunk's technology had not let him down. Degree. Chapter 101, 101, Pure Gold. Commence the operation. Shut down the live broadcast. Fleet Admiral Sangoku commanded loudly. As long as the world knew that the Marines had annihilated the Whitebeard pirates, that was enough, there was no need to continue broadcasting the details. Akainu, who had already grown impatient, wasted no time standing up, eager to send his most hated enemies straight to hell. Meteor Volcano. Raising both fists high, Akainu launched a relentless barrage of magma fists, firing them like anti-aircraft artillery. The sky above Marineford turned into a volcanic eruption, raining down hundreds of molten projectiles. In the blink of an eye, countless magma bombs crashed into the bay, inflicting heavy casualties on the Whitebeard pirates. The intense heat also melted the ice that Akiji had previously frozen, instantly robbing the pirates of their foothold. Get on the ships. Hurry. Marco, using his wings to shatter incoming magma projectiles, shouted to his bewildered comrades stranded on the melting ice. But before they could board, Akainu had already locked onto the Moby Dick. With its massive size making it an easy target, he concentrated his fire and reduced Whitebeard's flagship to flaming debris. Bastard. Fight the Marines to the death. Unforgivable. The Whitebeard pirates roared in fury as they watched the ship that had been their home for years sink into the sea. Had Akainu not been positioned below the execution platform, these enraged pirates would have undoubtedly tried to drag him to hell with them. Why is the broadcast still running? Sangoku, seeing the devastation inflicted on the Whitebeard pirates, subconsciously nodded in satisfaction. The battle plan was progressing smoothly. Although killing Whitebeard and his division commanders was unlikely, wiping out the ordinary crew would leave the remaining leaders without a fighting force. With all 4 Moby Dick ships destroyed, the Whitebeard pirates had completely lost their footing, sinking into the waters of Marinefords Bay. For a crew filled with devil fruit users, the number of survivors would likely be very few. Just as Sangoku was about to give the order to commence the execution ahead of schedule, he suddenly noticed that the battle was still being broadcast worldwide. Bad news, Fleet Admiral Sangoku. Someone has hijacked our video Den Mushy signal. A Marine officer rushed over, his face filled with panic. Despite having Dr. Vegapunk, a genius 5 centuries ahead of the current era, on their side, the Marines' general level of technology was only passable. Compared to cutting-edge groups like Germa 66, and even some technologically advanced pirate crews, the Marines often lagged behind. But this wasn't entirely their fault. With the sheer scale of the Marine force, outfitting every soldier with the latest weapons would cause military expenses to skyrocket several times over. Even the wealthy world government couldn't afford to sustain such a force indefinitely. Besides, they didn't want the Marines growing too powerful, otherwise, they risked losing control over them. Damn it. This has to be the Revolutionary Army. How long until we can shut down the broadcast? Sangoku was furious. The hijacked signal reminded him of the time when the Revolutionary Army infiltrated Impel down. Back then, the Den Mushy that were supposed to monitor the entire underwater prison had mysteriously gone silent at the most critical moment. And now, history was repeating itself. I'm afraid it'll take quite some time. The officer spoke cautiously. In truth, he had no idea how long it would take, but he didn't dare admit that in front of the furious Fleet Admiral Sangoku. Meanwhile, aboard the Revolutionary Army's flagship, Dragon waited expressionlessly for Lindbergh's update. Lindbergh was a mechanical genius. After acquiring some of Dr. Vegapunk's technology, he had become one of the world's top scientists, perhaps not on the level of Caesar Clown or Vinsmoke Judge, but still a force to be reckoned with. It's done. We can start broadcasting now, Mr. Dragon. Lindbergh, his head still wrapped in bandages, cheered in excitement. Using a modified black Den Mushy, he had successfully hijacked Marineford's signal and rerouted it to the Revolutionary Army's flagship, Wind Granma. Now, even if the Marines shut down their transmission, the revolutionaries could continue broadcasting to the world. At that moment, people around the world had been watching the Whitebeard pirates push to the brink, some thrilled, others furious, when suddenly, the broadcast changed. A man with grid pattern tattoos on his face appeared on the screen. Who is this guy? A Marine. A pirate. Damn it. We were watching the Whitebeard pirates meet their end. Viewers were momentarily confused and began voicing their complaints. But within Marine bases and world government offices, panic spread. The man on the screen was unmistakable, the world's most dangerous criminal, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Monkey D. Dragon. To the world government, Dragon was an even greater threat than Whitebeard. The strongest man in the world was just a pirate, but Dragon was a man whose ideas could shake the very foundations of their rule. People of the world, you may already know who I am, or perhaps you don't. But that doesn't matter. What matters is this: the world is sick. The world government. The celestial dragons. Kings. Nobles. Warlords. Crime syndicates. These parasites feed on the people, pushing the world deeper into decay. Dragon's voice was calm yet commanding as he spoke to the world, declaring the Revolutionary Army's cause and calling on the oppressed to rise up against the rulers who bled them dry. At first, many viewers were too shocked to react. But as Dragon continued, his words captivated them. In this era of chaos, whether they were commoners or intellectuals, many had secretly dreamed of resisting. Yet, without a leader, even the bravest individuals felt powerless in the face of tyranny. But Dragon gave them hope. He made them realize they weren't alone, the ones who should fear weren't the common people, but the kings and nobles who sat atop the world. Damn it. Shut down the broadcast, now. Fleet Admiral Sangoku was livid. If Dragon's speech continued any longer, even if the Marines wiped out the Whitebeard pirates, the damage would far outweigh the gains. Forget boosting Marine prestige, if things went on like this, the world government and the Five Elders would hold him personally responsible. Once we've eliminated the Whitebeard pirates, we'll crush the Revolutionary Army too. Akainu growled, his cigar snapping between his teeth. But before he could act, a wave of gasps and shouts erupted from the Marines in the plaza. Akainu turned, and his expression darkened in fury. A fifth Moby Dick had just surfaced, carrying the Whitebeard pirates who were still ready to fight. They had hidden their true flagship underwater, waiting for the perfect moment to ambush the Marines. Phew, I thought we were done for. Ahahaha. That's our old men. Charge. Use the grappling hooks on the mast to climb the walls. The Whitebeard pirates cheered as they prepared to launch their next assault. Over my dead body. Akainu snarled. Akainu was just about to destroy the Whitebeard pirates' last flagship when, on the other side, the Revolutionary Army had already charged into the bay, only to be stopped by the towering superalloy fortress walls. Lightning strike. Ivankov's subordinate, Inakuma, stepped forward. As a paramecia-type scissor-fruit user, he could cut anything he touched into any shape. With a swift motion, he sliced the ground into a long runway and hurled it toward the massive superalloy walls surrounding the bay. I can push it forward. The West Army commander of the Revolutionary Army, Morley, drove his trident into the ground. With a mighty heave, he pushed the ground forward, charging up the makeshift runway toward the seemingly impenetrable walls that had trapped the Whitebeard pirates. Under the hopeful gazes of the pirates, the massive superalloy walls, once an insurmountable obstacle, collapsed like dominoes before Morley's overwhelming strength. Without hesitation, he pressed forward, stepping onto another runway crafted by Inakuma, heading straight for the plaza walls of Marine Ford. It's the Revolutionary Army. Ha! Beautiful work. Reinforcements are here. Let's tear this place apart. Seeing Morley topple the walls that had once crushed their hopes, the Whitebeard pirates erupted in cheers. Their already high morale surged to its absolute peak. TSK, so you've come, Dragon. The only one still sitting among the high-ranking Marines, Kizaru, narrowed his eyes slightly, watching as Dragon's silhouette appeared at the breach in the walls. That bastard Dragon. Fleet Admiral Sangoku was torn between rage and sorrow. The man he had once seen as a worthy successor was now standing against the Marines he had devoted his entire life to. That brat Dragon. Sitting silently beneath the execution platform, Vice Admiral Garp looked deeply troubled. Against just the Whitebeard pirates, even if he held back, Ace's rescue would have been near impossible. But now, with Dragon himself joining the fight, along with the escaped convicts from Impel down, the balance of power was shifting. For the first time, Ace's rescue was actually possible. Yet, at this stage of his life, could he really abandon everything he had upheld for decades? That was a line even he couldn't cross. Dragon, huh? Vice Admiral Tsuru rubbed her temples. In a way, Dragon was her student, someone she had helped train. And now, he was on the other side. It's been a while, Fleet Admiral Sangoku. Dragon spoke calmly, as if completely unaware that his very presence here was an act of war against the Navy. Dragon, you, the most wanted man in the world, a criminal hunted by the world government, how dare you set foot in Marine headquarters? With unrestrained fury, Sangoku's conqueror's haki erupted, sweeping across Marine Ford. The Marines remained unaffected, but the pirates, revolutionaries, and escaped prisoners all felt their faces drain of color. The presence of a top-tier powerhouse was not something everyone could simply shake off. I have come for justice, Fleet Admiral Sangoku. Dragon did not unleash his own haki in response. Yet, to the Revolutionary Army, his calm and unwavering stance made his figure seem larger than life. There's no need for words. If you've come here today, then you're not leaving. As soon as Sangoku spoke, the executioner standing beside him threw off his cloak, revealing himself. This man was even taller than Sangoku by 2 heads. His gaunt face, lined with a goatee, and the lion-like white mane covering his head were unmistakable. He was a former Admiral candidate, White Ram Dellocus. Mihahaha. Surprised, Dragon. We meet again. Dellocus stretched lazily, clearly enjoying his return to the battlefield after so many years. As he stepped forward, very few in the plaza recognized him. But those who did, especially the older Marines, looked uneasy. Old man, who the hell is that guy? Soaked from nearly falling into the sea, Marco wrung out his clothes, eyeing Dellocus in confusion. Among all the powerful Marines he knew, he had never heard of this man. White Ram Dellocus. He was once an Admiral candidate, trained alongside Kizaru. If not for his sudden defection, he would have been a Marine Admiral by now. Whitebeard's expression turned grim. The 3 Admirals and the legends of Garp and Sangoku were already troublesome enough. Just when they finally got Dragon as a reinforcement, the Marines revealed another trump card. Even Whitebeard, who had never admitted defeat on the battlefield, felt a rare sense of desperation. TSK, this guy's really asking for a beating. Kizaru returned to the livestream room, clearly displeased, and tagged Dellocus for Esteth to see. Esteth, so this guy's my opponent, huh? Ha ha ha, he doesn't seem too weak, this is perfect. Kizaru, be careful. That guy can steal other people's devil fruit abilities. In theory, he can hold up to 4 at once. Get careless, and you might get hurt. Random viewer wanting to befriend Luo Feng, WTF. Stealing devil fruit powers. And 4 of them. Isn't that even more broken than the dark fruit? Kizaru, unfortunately, the Zoan-type sheep fruit, mythical model, Chimera can only steal abilities randomly. Kizaru, also, what he takes isn't the full power, it's more like copying a specific technique. For example, if he steals the rubber fruit, he might only be able to stretch one hand or one foot, not his whole body. Random viewer wanting to befriend Luo Feng, damn, the value of that just dropped hard. Orochimaru, a devil fruit that can contain other devil fruit abilities. What an excellent research subject. AI Hybera, a devil fruit, Just a little more, and I can redeem one. I can't wait to see what kind of ability I'll get. Fubuki, wait. Look. What is that tattooed guy holding? It's so shiny. The moment that brilliantly glowing metal appeared in Dragon's hands, Dellocus's eyes widened involuntarily. Becoming a lapdog of the celestial dragons had its drawbacks, but it had also allowed Dellocus to learn about legendary secrets, things that few in the world even knew existed. For example, the Op fruit, capable of granting eternal youth. The Bat fruit, mythical model, vampire, which could restore youth. And most importantly, pure gold, a material said to grant immortality. Degree. Chapter 102, The War, 5. Dellocus knew these things well because he had dreamed of achieving immortality through them. And right now, the shimmering metal in Dragon's hand was almost certainly pure gold. Compared to the Op fruit, which required a willing sacrifice, pure gold only needed to be worn to grant eternal life. It was far too tempting. That's. Dellocus swallowed hard, his gaunt face filled with greed. For a moment, he feared he was dreaming. Pure gold was something even the celestial dragons desperately desired, yet now, it was right there, within his reach. Pure gold. Dragon's voice was calm. As if what he held wasn't a priceless treasure, but just a worthless stone. Give it to me. Before anyone could react, Dellocus launched himself forward using moonwalk, moving at blinding speed toward Dragon, intent on snatching the pure gold. But in the next instant, he froze midair, as if his body had been locked in place. Dragon's right hand, holding the pure gold, was coated in a deep, jet-black color. With his level of skill, Dragon could easily use advanced armament hockey to destroy the pure gold before Dellocus even touched it. You can have it. Dragon's gaze was piercing. But you'll have to work for the Revolutionary Army, for 3 years. When the time is up, I'll give it to you personally. Trading pure gold to buy 3 years of service from a top-tier powerhouse was undoubtedly extravagant. But if it meant adding another powerful piece to the coming final battle against the world government, then it was worth it. Dragon had no desire for eternal life. Compared to his revolution, pure gold was nothing more than dirt. Give it to me now, and I'll join the Revolutionary Army immediately. Dellocus, who had once betrayed the Marines to serve the celestial dragons, clearly had no sense of loyalty. Or rather, under the temptation of immortality, he had completely abandoned any sense of pride. I don't trust you. Dragon rejected Dellocus without hesitation. If Kizaru's trustworthiness was 99 points, then Dellocus's was 100 points, just negative. The Marines who had died at his hands had trusted him, only to perish without knowing why. If not for Kizaru uncovering Dellocus's true nature, he might have become an admiral, and by then, even if his crimes were exposed, the world government and Marine higher-ups might have simply turned a blind eye for the sake of maintaining their authority. A scumbag like him had no place in the Revolutionary Army, even if his strength rivaled an admiral's. Then how the hell am I supposed to trust you? Dellocus growled, furious. Eternal life was within reach, but Dragon was cruelly making him wait 3 more years. And during those 3 years, not only would he have to fight for the Revolutionary Army, but he also had to ensure Dragon stayed alive, because if Dragon died before handing over the pure gold, and it ended up in Marine or world government hands, even Dellocus knew he'd never be able to get it back. I swear on the revolution, on my honor. Besides, do you really have a choice? Dragon had no interest in Dellocus's feelings, he only wanted to use his power. If you dare deceive me, I swear I'll wipe out the entire Revolutionary Army, even if it costs me my life. Dellocus gritted his teeth, shaking with rage. If he weren't worried about Dragon destroying the pure gold, he wouldn't be negotiating like this. With anyone else, he could have tried snatching it. But Dragon, once a target on his personal hit list, was different. Dellocus knew for a fact that Dragon wouldn't hesitate to destroy the pure gold if needed, even if it meant losing his own chance at immortality. Their exchange felt long, but in reality, less than a minute had passed. It was only then that Sangoku, stunned by both pure gold and Dellocus's betrayal, finally snapped back to reality. Dellocus. How dare you? Sangoku roared in fury. What enraged him wasn't just Dellocus's betrayal, but the fact that he had shamed the Marines. Worse, his actions might even jeopardize their entire battle plan. The Marines still had the advantage, but their goal was to completely eradicate the Whitebeard pirates, the Revolutionary Army, and the escaped prisoners from Impel down. Meanwhile, the enemy only needed to rescue Ace and escape. Bastard. Akainu was furious. Victory had been within reach, the Whitebeard pirates were on the brink of destruction. And then Dragon and Dellocus had ruined everything. Scary stuff. When did Dragon get his hands on pure gold? Kizaru scratched his head. He himself had once considered looking for pure gold, but by the time he traveled to this world, nearly 10 years had passed, and he could barely remember where it had been discovered. He eventually gave up. Searching for it was like finding a needle in the ocean. At some point, he had even mentioned pure gold to Dragon in passing, just bragging. Who could have guessed that his wide-eyed, so amazing, little bro would actually find it? Old man, what the hell is pure gold? Marco, still completely confused, finally spoke up. The Marines had just revealed a trump card, a top-tier powerhouse, and before Marco could even panic, Dragon whipped out pure gold and made Dellocus switch sides instantly. Marco couldn't understand what kind of treasure could make an Admiral-level fighter lose his mind like that. Pure gold. A legendary treasure said to grant eternal life. Whitebeard's eyes flickered with reminiscence. A long time ago, someone once asked me to help find it. I searched the entire Grand Line and never found a trace of it. Never thought the Revolutionary Army would get their hands on it. Though Whitebeard had never found a family within the Rocks pirates, old men tended to reminisce more as they aged. Marco's eyes widened. He stared at the pure gold in Dragon's hands, unable to look away. If they weren't currently allied with the Revolutionary Army, he'd have already tried stealing it. Even among pirates, alliances were full of betrayals, but the Whitebeard pirates were the exception. Random viewer wanting to befriend Luo Feng, holy shit. That thing in Dragon's hands, is that pure gold? Esteth, darling, the target you assigned me seems to be switching sides. Want me to act in advance? Kobayashi, hey, what's pure gold? Orochimaru, oh, interesting. The balance of power has shifted in an instant. As a commander, this dragon fellow is quite impressive. AI Hybera, it doesn't look like gold. Random viewer wanting to befriend Luo Feng, pure gold. That's the kind of thing that keeps a 200-year-old granny looking like a little girl. Tony Stark, at Borsellino, hey, buddy. Remember? We're best friends. And best friends share cool stuff, right? Orochimaru, hard to believe a power like this has no side effects. Random viewer wanting to befriend Luo Feng, not sure. As far as I know, there's nothing in the storyline that mentions side effects. Orochimaru, at Borsellino need a hand. I happen to have some free time. If needed, I can use Edo Tensei to revive the previous Hokages for backup. AI Hybera, ahem. Something this miraculous should be researched before use. At Borsellino if you need, I can offer a lab, free of charge. Random viewer wanting to befriend Luo Feng, oh, poison tongue girl, didn't you want to grow up? If you wear pure gold, maybe you'll never grow. AI Hybera, you idiot. I can just wait until I return to my real age before using it. Fubuki, this world is truly fascinating. Xiaomei, so amazing. Borsellino, nah, no need to act yet. Dellocus is pretty good at survival. I'm not even sure if he has a plan to escape. Spooking him might be a hassle. Borsellino, also, don't think we need backup. Marineford has 3 admirals, plus Garp and Sangoku. A 5-on-3 fight, how could we possibly? Borsellino suddenly paused mid-message, his lips twitching. Just as Dellocus was being persuaded by Dragon and was about to switch sides, Borsellino's observation hockey picked up something. A hooded figure, hidden among the pirates, possessed considerable strength. The guy was using some unknown method to conceal his presence, but as soon as the power balance started shifting, he became restless. And most importantly, Borsellino recognized him. That familiar aura. He had just dealt with this person not long ago. And if his instincts were right, this hooded man was a top-tier powerhouse, at least on Dellocus's level, if not stronger. It's definitely you, Rayleigh. Damn it, Dragon, you really love giving me surprises, huh? Borsellino muttered under his breath. This dragon, whom he had personally trained, was getting out of hand. Bribing Dellocus with pure gold was one thing. But how the hell did he manage to drag Rayleigh into this mess? On second thought, it made sense. Rayleigh wouldn't have come to rescue Ace unless 1. He didn't know Ace was Roger's son, or 2. He thought his presence wouldn't make a difference. Even if Rayleigh joined Whitebeard, they still wouldn't be able to defeat the full force of Marine HQ. But now, with the Revolutionary Army and escaped Impel down prisoners in the mix, with Dragon and Dellocus now fighting alongside Whitebeard, with Rayleigh joining the fray, for the first time, the Marines were not guaranteed victory. This is trouble. Borsellino cast a glance at Vice Admiral Garp. If Garp let things slide, then wouldn't that mean He'd have to be the one to save the world. Garp's expression was extremely conflicted. And that was rare, for the usually straightforward Marine hero to look so torn. Watching Dellocus defect under Dragon's temptation, Garp was both furious and, surprisingly, a bold thought crept into his mind. But his Marine pride held him back. If you could visualize Garp's emotions right now, there'd be a tiny angel Garp and a tiny devil Garp brawling on his shoulders. The tension on the battlefield rose. On one side, 100,000 elite Marines. On the other, the main Whitebeard pirates, their 43 allied crews, the Revolutionary Army's 5 divisions, and the Impel down escapees. The air was thick with hostility. Even Luffy, known for recklessly charging ahead, was being held back by Sabo, stopping him from making a suicidal rush at the Marine lines. Luffy had already tried several times to get close to the execution platform. But his opponents kept getting stronger and stronger. The last one he faced was an old woman with a face full of wrinkles. Yet the pressure she emitted was as terrifying as his grandfather's. Even Luffy, reckless as he was, instinctively hesitated before taking on Vice Admiral Tsuru. In terms of numbers, the Marines had a clear advantage. Even after retreating to Marineford's Plaza, they still occupied a third more space than the Allied forces. But in combat strength, the Allied forces had the edge. Whitebeard's 16 division commanders, the Revolutionary Army's elite troops, and even the Impel down escapees were all battle-hardened fighters. Even the rabble among them were once fearsome pirates. Fleet Admiral Sangoku. A call from the 5 elders. Just as Sangoku was about to give the order to wipe out the Revolutionary Army and the other enemies of the world government, his aide rushed over, holding an ornately decorated Den Mushi. Sangoku's face darkened instantly. He had expected the Revolutionary Army's intervention. But he never thought Dragon would be this resourceful. Hijacking the live broadcast to incite global uprisings. Using pure gold to make Dellocus switch sides. Turning what should have been a one-sided slaughter into a balanced fight. For someone like Sangoku, who prided himself on planning everything perfectly, this was like getting slapped across the face repeatedly. However, when he answered the call, he didn't hear the furious rant of the 5 elders. Instead, their voices were filled with near-hysterical excitement. Degree. Chapter 103, The War, 6. Get the pure gold. At any cost. Forget about casualties. Fire Fist Ace's life is irrelevant. The pure gold must never fall into outside hands. Secure it. As soon as the Den Mushi connected, several voices from the 5 elders erupted in excitement. Gone was their usual dignity and composure. If they could, they might have jumped through the receiver to snatch the pure gold themselves. Understood. Fleet Admiral Sangoku, who had initially planned to argue his case, suddenly felt drained of all strength. To the 5 elders, the honor of the Marines, the reputation of the world government, all of it was worthless compared to pure gold. Judging by their attitude, if he managed to seize the pure gold from Dragon, his previous failures would be completely forgiven. Hell, they might even kick out Commander-in-Chief Kong and promote him to the supreme commander of the 3 armies. Give it your all. If necessary, abandon the execution of Fire Fist Ace. The 5 elders, seemingly dissatisfied with Sengoku's hesitation, emphasized their stance. Hearing this, Sengoku's face turned ashen. Their implication was clear: if the situation called for it, they were willing to abandon the execution of Fire Fist Ace, or even use him as a bargaining chip in exchange for the pure gold. So much for the sinful bloodline of the Pirate King. Compared to immortality, Ace's value was no greater than the lowliest slaves in Mary Geos. Understood. Sengoku, well aware of the 5 elders' ruthlessness, did not bother arguing. And he had no intention of pretending to obey while doing the opposite. Only a few minutes had passed since Dragon revealed the pure gold, yet the 5 elders had already contacted him directly. Clearly, CP0 operatives, excluding Dellocus, were present in Marineford and had immediately reported the situation. The 5 elders' desperation was evident. They didn't care about the world government's reputation. They were determined to obtain the pure gold. In this situation, even Sengoku didn't dare defy their orders. His only choice was to go all out, crush the Whitebeard pirates and the Revolutionary Army, and take the pure gold. Otherwise, he'd be forced to abandon marine honor and negotiate with the pirates and revolutionaries. All forces, follow my command. Sengoku took a deep breath before leaping off the execution platform, landing heavily at its base. Just as he was about to deliver a rallying speech, his peripheral vision caught sight of Kizaru, and his blood pressure nearly sent him into cardiac arrest. That bastard Kizaru. He had actually set up a dining table in a blind spot of the execution platform's field of view. Complete with fine wine, gourmet food, and a cute secretary to accompany him. Ah. Want a drink? Kizaru looked a little awkward. This wasn't his first time slacking off on the battlefield. It wasn't even his first time getting caught by Sangoku. But making Sangoku shake with rage like this? Well, actually, it wasn't the first time either. Sangoku, on the verge of exploding, forcefully suppressed his fury. If he wanted to preserve the Marine's dignity, he had to obtain the pure gold. Otherwise, the five elders would gladly issue a remote command to CP0, free Ace, and strike a deal with the Whitebeard pirates and the revolutionaries. Given this absolute priority, the fastest and strongest of the three admirals, Kizaru was the best candidate to seize the pure gold. If Kizaru succeeded, then no matter how much Sangoku preferred Akiji or how unreliable he found Kizaru, he would have no choice but to name Kizaru the next fleet admiral, out of gratitude for saving the Marine's honor. After all, whatever chaos the next fleet admiral might bring was a future problem. But Sangoku would rather die than watch the Marine's dignity be trampled by pirates, revolutionaries, and escaped convicts under his command. Whoever retrieves the pure gold will be the next fleet admiral. Sangoku hadn't even finished speaking when Akainu took off at full speed. His sheer speed left even Kizaru momentarily speechless. If Kizaru didn't use his devil fruit or substitution techniques, and if he carried an extra ton of weight on his back, he wasn't sure he could outrun Sakazuki. Watching Akainu's eagerness, Sangoku felt a bit helpless. With that violent, all-out battle style, Akainu would probably reduce the pure gold to dust before the fight even ended. What are you standing around for? Move it. Sangoku glared at Kizaru in frustration. If this lazy bastard were even a bit more reliable, Sangoku wouldn't have to rely on that deadweight, Kazan. Roger. Little Nami, head back to headquarters and find a safe place to hide. Kizaru patted Nami's head, casually wiped his mouth with a napkin, and, under Sangoku's murderous glare, vanished in a flash of light. For justice. Wipe out the pirates. Sangoku, feeling mentally drained, didn't even bother rallying the troops. He simply charged straight at the Whitebeard pirates. If it meant saving the Marine's honor, then his own dignity as fleet admiral be damned. Fueled by his charge, Marine morale soared like never before. Wipe them out. For justice. Kill them all. A tidal wave of Marines roared as they surged forward. Their sheer momentum was like a mountain collapsing, a tsunami crashing down. Even the most ruthless of Impel Down's escaped convicts felt their legs go weak in the face of 100,000 elite troops. Hellhound. Driven by his desire to become fleet admiral, Akainu unleashed his full power, transforming into a raging mass of molten lava as he charged at Dragon. Several pirates and Revolutionary Army soldiers tried to block him, but they couldn't even slow him down. Chimera Flame. Just as Akainu was about to strike Dragon, Dellocus stepped in without hesitation. His chest swelled unnaturally, and he spewed a massive burst of multicolored flames straight at Akainu. Akainu punched through the fire with ease, but he wasn't careless. He knew Dellocus' strength was nearly on par with his own. Get out of my way, Dellocus. Or I'll kill you. Akainu roared, too focused on the fleet admiral position to hold a grudge. Of course, if he did become fleet admiral, he'd gladly hunt Dellocus down afterward. Mehahaha. What's the matter, Sakazuki? Pissed off. Dellocus hadn't stepped in for Akainu's sake, he just couldn't let the pure gold fall into enemy hands. But seeing Akainu in front of him, the rage from their past boiled over. If Kizaru was his number one enemy, the men who exposed his secrets and ruined his career, then Sakazuki, the man who took his place as admiral, was number two. Back when Dellocus was still a candidate for admiral, he had been ruthlessly ambitious, willing to eliminate fellow Marines for power. Now, as a dog of the Celestial Dragons, he was obsessed with the Marine status he had lost. Die. Realizing he couldn't break through Dellocus quickly, Akainu's eyes turned bloodshot. All of his pent-up rage erupted as a massive lava flow surged toward Dellocus, ready to reduce the traitor to ash. Meanwhile, as Sangoku led the charge, a slender ice spike shot across the battlefield at lightning speed, weaving through the chaos toward Dragon. Unlike Akainu's violent lava, this attack was silent and deadly. Any pirate who touched the ice was instantly frozen into a solid block. Clang. Just as the ice spike was about to reach Dragon, a mysterious figure in a black hooded cloak suddenly stepped forward, drawing a sword and slashing a deep trench into the ground, blocking the ice's path. As the freezing mist settled, Akiji took shape, his usual lazy expression replaced with an uncharacteristically serious look. Dark King Rayleigh, are you choosing to stand against the Marines? Akiji's voice was cold as ice. He didn't know exactly what had happened on the execution platform, but if Fleet Admiral Sangoku was leading the charge himself, completely disregarding his own dignity, then something big was going on. Knowing both Sangoku and the Gorosei, Akiji had no doubt, it had to be because of the pure gold Dragon had revealed. What he hadn't expected, though, was that the Gorosei would go so far as to throw away the world government's reputation, even if it meant humiliating the Marines, just to obtain it. Ahahaha. Dark King Rayleigh. Who's that? The hooded man chuckled before coughing awkwardly. I'm just a passerby. No way I'd know someone so important. As he lifted his head, Akiji finally saw the cheap cardboard mask covering his face, a mask so poorly made, it looked like something given away for free with a theme park ticket, probably worth 50 berries at most. But no matter how much this old man denied it, Akiji knew, his body shape, his presence, his haki, this was undoubtedly Rayleigh. By refusing to admit his identity, Rayleigh was giving the Marines an out, a way to save face. As long as the damage wasn't too severe, the Marines wouldn't have a reason to go after him later. And as much as Akiji hated to admit it, Rayleigh had the Marines figured out. Even though he was being deliberately stalled, Akiji had no choice but to accept the situation. Meanwhile, as Sangoku led the charge, he finally clashed head-on with Whitebeard, who had stormed to the front lines. Two old rivals from the same era, their battle erupted instantly. Sangoku transformed into his golden Buddha form, while Whitebeard swung his supreme grade blade, Murakumajiri. A slap from Sangoku, a slash from Whitebeard, both fighting with everything they had, exchanging devastating blows. For a moment, Sangoku considered calling in Garp to help beat Whitebeard down. After all, they had once teamed up to crush Golden Lion Shiki, throwing him into Impel down. But Sangoku couldn't let Garp find out. That to the Gorosei, the justice they had spent their entire lives upholding was worthless compared to pure gold. Amidst the chaotic battlefield, Dragon, who had yet to make a move, suddenly crossed his arms in front of him, coating them in haki. Bang. At that very moment, a blinding flash lit up the battlefield. A figure engulfed in light appeared in front of Dragon, Kizaru, delivering a devastating kick straight at his raised arms. The sheer force sent Dragon sliding back several meters, his feet digging deep trenches into the ground. Not bad, Dragon. Kizaru grinned. That kick. Barely even a warm-up for him. But the fact that Dragon had reacted in time, and blocked it, was a little surprising. You've improved. Dragon lowered his arms, looking at Kizaru with complicated emotions. No matter how much he had prepared himself, he had still underestimated his former mentor. That speed, that power, it was unreal. And worse. Dragon knew, this wasn't even close to Kizaru's full strength. Because that was Kizaru's style, he always held back, only revealing more power as needed. The moment his opponent thought they had a chance, they'd realize it was nothing but an illusion, and that Kizaru had been toying with them the entire time. That was how he earned the title of Marine Monster. Of course, most enemies never even made it that far. Kizaru's test attacks were often strong enough to kill them outright. I hate to say it, but would you mind handing over the pure gold? Kizaru raised a hand with an almost apologetic expression. That little thing happens to be my ticket to becoming Fleet Admiral. Dragon frowned. Since when did someone like you care about a meaningless title like Fleet Admiral? Dragon's face was filled with confusion. In his eyes, Kizaru was someone who had long grown tired of the corruption and decay within the Marines, yet, just like his father, Garp, was unable to abandon the principles he had followed for decades. That was why he always seemed so flippant and unrestrained. A Marine who doesn't aspire to be Fleet Admiral isn't a good Marine. Be a good boy and hand over the pure gold, otherwise, I won't be holding back. Kizaru's lips curled into a playful smirk, and before Dragon could react, his body flashed once more. Wanting to test just how much Dragon had grown, Kizaru moved at an absurd speed, instantly appearing behind him. His leg lashed out, carrying a howling gust of wind, slamming into Dragon, who seemed frozen in place. Boom. A deafening shockwave exploded through the air. Dragon's body was split in half at the waist, only for it to instantly lose all color and detonate into a storm of vacuum wind blades, tearing outward in all directions. Degree. Chapter 104, 104, Kizaru makes his move. The reinforced stone paving the plaza was instantly shredded into countless fragments, unable to withstand the onslaught. As for the Marines and pirates who were too close, those without haki were torn to pieces. Only a lucky few who had armament haki managed to survive. How sinister. Who the hell taught you this underhanded move? Kizaru grumbled as his light-formed body allowed the wind blades to pass harmlessly through him. But then he remembered. The original idea for this technique had come from him, back when he was bragging to Dragon about crazy concepts like self-destructing clones and electrified lightning doppelgangers. He had just been talking nonsense. Yet Dragon had actually developed the technique. Its practicality in battle was questionable, but its ability to mess with people, perfect. Kizaru-senpai, are you really choosing to fight against me? Against the Revolutionary Army? Dragon reappeared, his coat now discarded to avoid any hindrance in battle. Kizaru's eyebrows arched slightly. Fight against you. Then, without warning, his body burst forward, not at his usual speed, but with an aggressive, unrelenting force. What? Dragon's battle instincts, honed through countless life-or-death fights, should have kicked in immediately. But for a brief moment, his mind went completely blank. The sheer pressure rolling off Kizaru was overwhelming. His thoughts stalled for a fraction of a second. And that fraction of a second was all Kizaru needed. By the time Dragon snapped back to reality, Kizaru was already in front of him. Completely ignoring his defensive stance, Kizaru's hand shot out and clamped around Dragon's throat. Then, with a burst of force, he slammed Dragon into the ground and dragged him forward at high speed. Boom. 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 Thud. The Marineford Plaza was ripped open, a deep trench carved into the stone as Dragon's body was used like a battering ram. And when they finally reached the plaza's edge, Kizaru hurled Dragon straight into the reinforced alloy wall. Crack. The ultra-durable metal shuddered from the impact. Dragon coughed up a mouthful of blood, unable to withstand the relentless assault. Then, a voice whispered in his ear. "I'm not fighting against you. I'm fighting against the world." Kizaru barely held back a shudder of embarrassment from how edgy that sounded. Good thing this wasn't being broadcast live. If those idiots in the chat group heard him say something this cringeworthy, he'd never live it down. But in the world of pirates, the more dramatic the words, the more powerful they became. Especially for someone like Dragon, who had been corrupted by Kizaru's nonsense long ago. A moment ago, his face had been full of shock. Now, his eyes showed understanding. And relief. "I see. Kizaru-senpai. You truly haven't changed." All this time, he had never wavered. He had simply chosen a different path. And that was fine. Even if the Revolutionary Army lost, Dragon could entrust the future to Kizaru. Dragon-san. Dragon-claw. Unfortunately, not everyone could hear Kizaru's whispered words like Dragon did. To Sabo, Dragon was both mentor and father figure. Seeing him get brutalized like this, Sabo was consumed by rage and rushed in recklessly. In his desperation to save Dragon, Sabo pushed himself beyond his limits. His strike, wrapped in jet-black armament hockey, even made Dragon raise an eyebrow. If he had known getting beaten up would help Sabo improve this much, he wouldn't have needed Kizaru to do it for him. Bam. Unfortunately, Sabo was still far too weak compared to Kizaru. Even with his huge improvement, his powerful attack was casually blocked by Kizaru with a flick of his hand. It was like an adult playing with a child, the gap between them was insurmountable. Dragon roundhouse kick. But Sabo refused to give up. Rather than backing off, he grabbed onto Kizaru's arm and used it as a pivot point to swing his leg toward Kizaru's head. That's enough. Kizaru didn't like bullying the weak. At least, not when people were watching. But since Sabo was the one picking a fight, he couldn't be blamed for teaching him a lesson. Before Sabo could land the kick, he ended up just like Dragon. With Kizaru's hand around his throat, his body was slammed into the reinforced alloy wall. Luckily, Kizaru held back. If he had hit Sabo with the same brutality as Dragon, the kid would probably lose his memory again on the spot. Random viewer trying to suck up to Luo Feng, holy sh*t. Kizaru is OP. Esteth, my dear seems to have gotten even stronger. Hybra AI, both the one attacking and the one getting attacked are monsters. A normal person would have been turned into paste by now, right? Tony Stark, oh, this kind of fighting style isn't really my thing. Better have JARVIS recorded for later. Kobayashi, this is as terrifying as when Toru gets pissed. Fubuki, so fast. That speed is unreal. Orochimaru, heh. What an incredible physique. No wonder Manda kept talking about him. I suddenly feel inspired to refine my Edo Tensei technique. Xiaomei, he's way stronger than the clan leader. So this is the power of warriors from other worlds. The chat room was flooded with messages. But Kizaru didn't exactly have the time to chat. Kuma, you bastard. Get the hell out of my way. Ivankov tried to rush in to help Dragon, but for some reason, Bartholomew Kuma was dead set on stopping him. Even though Ivankov could sense that something was off about Kuma, he still cursed at him in frustration. Charge. Crush the Marines. From a distance, Bello Betty saw everything unfolding. Unfortunately, she was too far away to intervene directly. All she could do was amplify the morale of the Revolutionary Army using her cheer fruit. Well done, Kizaru. Hurry up and secure the pure gold. Sangoku was thrilled as he continued his clash with Whitebeard. Before the battle, he had assumed that even though Kizaru was stronger than Dragon, defeating him would still take considerable time. All he could do was pray that the 5 elders had a little patience. But Kizaru had just delivered a huge surprise. If they secured the pure gold, the Marines' honor would be preserved, barely. And if they managed to eliminate both the Whitebeard pirates and the Revolutionary Army, then this war of the best would be a resounding victory. With such a massive prize, the 5 elders wouldn't care about the Marines' earlier mistakes. Marco. Whitebeard had, of course, noticed Dragon getting practically one-shot by Kizaru. Just moments ago, he had been overjoyed at successfully rescuing Ace. But now, he had no choice but to call for his most trusted son, 1st Division Commander Marco, to step in. Most of the new generation of pirates feared Akainu more than Kizaru. But to the old guard, that Navy monster wasn't someone a hot-headed brute like Akainu could even compare to. At that moment, Marco was soaring above the battlefield like a hawk, monitoring the fight and ready to assist any of his Whitebeard pirates' comrades in danger. Naturally, he had also seen Dragon's devastating defeat. By the time Whitebeard's shout rang out, Marco had already moved. He shifted midair from his full phoenix form into a hybrid state. Then launched himself like a meteor, delivering a ferocious flying kick straight at Kizaru's back. The Tori Tori no Mi model, Phoenix, as a mythical Zoan, didn't have overwhelming attack power. But with Marco's raw strength, even without his devil fruit, he could kick over a battleship. TCH, another one lining up to get beaten. Kizaru's body began turning into light. Because that's just how busted the glint glint fruit was. Even though Marco had armament hockey, he still wasn't faster than light. Crack. But what Kizaru didn't expect was. Somehow, while being choked out, Sabo had managed to slap a seastone cuff onto Kizaru's wrist. Even with his stand abilities boosting him to ridiculous levels, Kizaru still felt his strength plummet. He instantly lost about 30% of his power. Which meant, right now, he was about as strong as he was before he got his stand. This is for Mr. Dragon. You're finished. Sabo was gasping for air, but his face was lit up with triumph. It was a good thing he hadn't eaten a devil fruit yet. Otherwise, he never would have had the chance to get those seastone cuffs onto Kizaru. Phoenix brand. Marco had noticed as well. He had only planned to force Kizaru back, but now, he could end this. If they could take down Kizaru, their chances of rescuing Ace would skyrocket. And they'd reduce the casualties among their comrades. How naive. Kizaru let go of Sabo and Dragon. And spun around just in time to grab Marco's massive Phoenix talon. Marco's eyes widened in shock. Before he could react, Kizaru swung him around like a whirlwind, spinning him dozens of times before hurling him straight into Sabo. Sabo, who had barely caught his breath, was nearly knocked unconscious from Marco crashing into him. Fortunately, at the last moment, Dragon stepped in, blocking the impact. Before Kizaru could finish off the 2 annoying brats, Dragon let out a resigned sigh and finally pulled out the pure gold. Knowing Kizaru's true motives was good. But having his grand battle turn into some kind of staged performance still felt awkward. Stop. If you move, I'll destroy it. Dragon's fingers tightened around the pure gold. Because of their years of teamwork, he didn't even need to look at Kizaru to know what he had to do. Before Kizaru could speak, someone else panicked first. Dellocus, who was locked in combat with Akainu but still keeping an eye on Dragon. Or more specifically, on the pure gold. You bastard. You promised to give that to me. Dragon. Dellocus barely got the words out before Akainu's magma fist slammed right into his face. If he weren't a Zoan-type devil fruit user with ridiculous durability, plus an awakened fruit, he'd probably be dead on the spot. Meanwhile, Kizaru casually raised his left wrist, showing off the seastone cuff. Ah, don't worry. I'm completely helpless now. I don't have the strength to fight anymore. The cuff was from Impel down. Famous for being unbreakable. Even Golden Lion Shiki, one of the strongest pirates in history, had to cut off his own legs to escape from them. Yeah, like hell we're buying that. Marco finally managed to climb off Sabo, groaning in frustration. Even as a mythical Zoan, tough as he was, that Kizaru windmill throw had almost turned him into an idiot. He shot Sabo a resentful look. If you had proper high-quality seastone cuffs, why the hell didn't you say so earlier? The Whitebeard pirates weren't exactly short on rare items. They could have gifted him 10 or 20 of those without a problem. But now, Sabo had used some cheap knockoff version, which locked Kizaru but not fully. And Marco had almost paid the price for it. Sabo, who was still catching his breath after getting nearly crushed to death, was just as confused. Even though Kizaru had been handcuffed, he still didn't seem weakened at all. Marco's resentful glare made Sabo feel completely wronged. But he had no way to explain it either. Kids should stay quiet when the adults are talking. Kizaru shot Marco a sideways glance, his tone lazy as ever. Marco instantly shut up, not daring to say another word. Not because he was afraid of pain, but because if Kizaru swung him around like a rag doll in front of tens of thousands of Whitebeard pirates and allies again, that would be humiliating beyond belief. Then he realized something even worse. Him standing there silent and intimidated. That was even more humiliating than getting beaten to a pulp. A true man of the sea could lose his head but never his pride. And he was Whitebeard's 1st Division commander. His pride was also Whitebeard's pride. Marco was about to speak up. But before he could, Dragon suddenly smirked and casually tossed the pure gold to Kizaru. Marco's mind snapped. Back when Dragon and Dellocus were arguing, Whitebeard had explained what pure gold was. Marco had already planned. Once Ace was rescued, he'd find a way to trade for the pure gold. Even if it meant allying with the revolutionaries, even if it meant fighting the world government and the navy together. If it could restore Whitebeard's health, the Whitebeard pirates were willing to pay any price. And now, Kizaru had it. How the hell was he supposed to get it back now? Kizaru has lost his devil fruit powers. He's no longer a threat. Focus on saving Ace first. Dragon pointed toward the execution platform, shouting at Marco. Degree. Chapter 105, 105, Dragon vs. Garp. Marco, whose mind had almost collapsed, only snapped back to reality when he heard Ace's name. Getting pure gold for Pops was important, but rescuing Ace came first. Worst case, they could figure out how to take the pure gold back from Kizaru later. With that thought, Marco glared fiercely at Kizaru before hurriedly shifting back into his phoenix form and flying toward the execution platform. Sabo, I'll leave Admiral Kizaru to you. Dragon, his body lifted by a storm, suddenly thought of something and spoke meaningfully to the stunned Sabo. After all, only he truly understood how much incredible knowledge was hidden inside Kizaru's mind. Sabo couldn't be taught by Kizaru the same way Dragon had been in the past. But even a moment of contact was still valuable. Do your best, Sabo. I believe you'll be able to learn a lot from him. Wait. Dragon-san. Before the completely stunned Sabo could react, Dragon was already flying toward the execution platform. Watching this, Sabo looked completely abandoned, like a lost puppy left in the rain. Too heartbroken to even speak. Ahem. Am I done for? Luckily, a kind-hearted soul quickly brought Sabo back to reality. Kizaru, his face full of kindness, was casually toying with the sea stone cuffs in his hands, smiling. What are you planning? Sabo instinctively tried to back away. Only to realize that behind him was a solid, unbreakable alloy wall. For Dragon-san, huh? Kizaru cracked his knuckles. Each sharp pop sounded exactly like the sound of bones breaking in Sabo's ears. Damn it. I'm not afraid of you. Armed, Dragon Claw Fist. At the end of the day, Sabo was one of the 3 most thick-headed idiots who grew up with Luffy. With nowhere to run, he suddenly lashed out with full force. If before regaining his memories, Sabo had only been on the level of a Whitebeard division commander. Then right now, he was strong enough to go toe-to-toe with a warlord. Not quite Hawkeye or Boa Hancock level. But definitely not far from Doflamingo. His hand, cloaked in armament hockey, struck forward with a force so powerful. It almost seemed like a dragon's claw piercing through the clouds. Not bad. Kizaru raised an eyebrow. Sabo really was the sworn brother of Straw Hat Luffy. Even without a cheat like the Gomu Gomu no Mi. His explosive battle talent was undeniable. No wonder Dragon had promoted him to second-in-command at such a young age. But, just like before, Kizaru effortlessly grabbed Sabo's wrist. Following his usual routine, he swung him around in a tornado of windmills. And then threw him away with a flick of his wrist. But this time, Kizaru actually held back a little. Since Sabo had already been slammed into the wall twice. Once by himself and once by Marco. Even if he had insane sit-up recovery abilities, there were still limits to human dignity. So this time, Kizaru didn't throw him straight into the metal wall. Wah. Dizzy and disoriented, Sabo barely managed to regain his senses. Only to see something checkered in front of him. His eyes widened in horror. Ah. Even Kizaru's face stiffened a little. He swore on his own little Kizaru. He really had just thrown Sabo randomly. At that very moment, Morley, the Revolutionary Army West Army commander, was locked in battle with the giantess Vice Admiral, Viven. Suddenly, he felt a shiver run down his spine. Before he could react, something slammed into the back of his checkered miniskirt. Right at the bullseye. Ah. Morley's old face flushed red, and his muscles clenched instinctively. Then, he heard the heart-wrenching scream of his own chief of staff, Sabo. If it had been any other giant vice admiral, they might have taken this chance to attack. But Viven, having served under Kizaru for years, she knew perfectly well that her boss had some complicated connections with the revolutionaries. So instead of striking, she just stretched her neck curiously to see what had just happened. And then she saw Morley pulling out a totally devastated Sabo from behind him. After carefully confirming that this was indeed the annoying brat who had stopped her attack earlier, Vivian's mind pieced things together. Morley's expression. Sabo's miserable scream. The direction he was thrown from. Her eyes snapped toward Kizaru. And there he was. Standing there, looking completely innocent. At that moment, Vivian's nose tingled, and her eyes welled up with emotion. So Boss really was watching over her this whole time. He must have seen her struggles and had specially punished that damn kid on her behalf. So cruel, but so touching. Sabo. Sabo, are you okay? Are you still alive? Morley held Sabo in his trembling hands. His huge tears falling like raindrops. Morley. Sabo jerked awake from his nightmare, his breath coming in sharp gasps. Realizing he was in Morley's palm, he let out a deep sigh of relief. Just now, he had a horrifying dream. He was about to fall into the 18th level of hell. Only to be saved at the last second. By two soft, squishy mountains of flesh that clamped him in place. As his fragmented memories pieced back together, Sabo's face turned pale as he recalled everything that had just happened. Even now, the faintest trace of that indescribable stench seemed to linger in the air. Ugh. He dry heaved. But nothing came out. Which somehow made the feeling even worse. Sabo. Are you okay? Mori, his teary-eyed face looming closer, sounded truly concerned. If he had known earlier it was Sabo, he definitely wouldn't have. Wait, no, that sounded even worse. I'm fine, Morley. Just, leave me alone for a bit. Sabo hugged his knees, sitting in Morley's massive palm. His body gradually losing all color, turning a dull gray. If Gecko Moria had seen this, he'd probably assume that Perona had snuck into Marineford to hit Sabo with a barrage of negative ghosts. As Sabo curled up in silent despair. On the other side, Dragon, who had departed a little later, had quickly caught up to Marco. The two now flew side by side, racing toward the execution platform. But just then, a figure blocked their path. His form aged yet powerful. His face full of conflicted emotions. It was none other than Vice Admiral Garp. I won't let you through. Garp took a deep breath, forcing himself to focus. Then roared at Dragon and Marco. TCH. Troublesome. Marco's face darkened with caution. Old Man Garp was from the same era as Whitebeard. A top-tier monster on the battlefield. If this were any other situation, Marco would have turned tail and run the moment he saw Garp. But right now, saving Ace came first. You go save Ace. At the crucial moment, Dragon stepped forward. Then transformed into a raging storm, surging toward his own father. No one knew better than Dragon just how hard Garp's fists were. To be honest, he left the Marines mostly for the revolution. But if he claimed his father's iron fists weren't a factor, that'd be a blatant lie. Brat. Just in time. Fistbone, Mountain Storm. Faced with the howling storm of Dragon's attack, Garp's previous sadness vanished in an instant. Replaced by pure excitement. He loved fighting strong people. The stronger the opponent, the more fired up he got. Back when he teamed up with Roger to fight the Rocks Pirates. That was the most exhilarating battle of his life. And now, his own son had grown from a punching bag into a steel fortress. On a bad day, Garp wasn't even sure if he could beat Dragon anymore. But that only made him more excited. Still just as much of a headache as ever. Dragon let out a sigh. Just seeing his father's battle-hungry grin made his whole body ache. A phantom pain from decades of beatings. But after getting pummeled for so many years, it was finally his turn. Dragon prided himself on being a dutiful son. Beating his old men into a pig-headed mess should be enough filial piety, right? Ahahaha. Now you're fired up too, huh? That's my son. Garp burst into laughter. To him, a fight was only fun when both sides were equally excited. A real man's battle was one fought with fists, iron, and blood. Storm Dragon Claw, Fang Breaker. Dragon vanished in an instant, lunging straight at Garp. His hockey-clad hands, like true dragon claws, brimming with unmatched ferocity and dominance. Good. Fistbone, Impact. Garp roared in delight. Feeling a long-lost pressure from his son's attack. It had been years since he last felt something like this. The last time was probably when he accidentally broke one of Kizaru's model ships. And the little bastard made him pay for it by nagging him for days. Right now, Garp didn't care who his opponent was. All that mattered was breaking them into pieces. Dragon. Ha. Just another punching bag. Boom. Two behemoths collided. their fists meeting head-on, sending a shockwave so powerful. The very foundation of the execution platform cracked apart. And that was with them holding back. Had they not restrained their power, even the execution stand itself might not have survived. Ha 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 ha. That's a damn solid punch. Come at me again. Garp roared with laughter. Back in the day, just to flatten Shinjo's pointy head. He had trained by punching mountains flat. 8 of them, to be exact. A good, old-fashioned brawl of brute force was his absolute favorite. Storm Dragon Claw, Dragon Horn Strike. Dragon's Eye twitched as he shook out his hand behind his back. Why the hell did the old man's fists feel even harder than before? But then, recalling the countless beatings he had endured since childhood, Dragon gritted his teeth and charged back in. And so, father and son clashed, a brutal and relentless exchange. Fists cracked like thunder. Shockwaves split the air. The sheer impact of their blows turned the battlefield into chaos. Meanwhile, Marco had slipped past the brawl and soared up to the execution platform. Ace. I'm here to save you. Marco grinned, pulling out a sea-stone key from his pocket. The Marines all use standard-issue sea-stone cuffs and keys, meaning any key could unlock any pair of cuffs. Normally, this wasn't a security risk, since very few people ever got their hands on one. And even fewer had the chance to use it. Luckily, thanks to the Revolutionary Army raiding Impel down, they had managed to scavenge a bunch of Marine gear. Otherwise, Marco would have just been staring helplessly at Ace's cuffs. Marco. Ace's eyes welled up, his nose running uncontrollably. It wasn't just Marco's arrival. It was the fact that Whitebeard and the crew had risked everything to come save him. All right, don't embarrass yourself. Marco chuckled, unlocking Ace's cuffs. If you want to cry, wait till we're back with Pops. For now. He clapped Ace on the shoulder. Let's tear this place apart. Ha. Couldn't ask for anything better. As the sea-stone shackles fell away, Ace felt his strength flooding back. Fire blazed around him. The power of the Mera Mera no Mi fully restored. But before they could make their next move, the execution platform suddenly trembled violently. The months-long construction effort that made it sturdy was all for nothing. Crushed by the shockwaves of Garp and Dragon's earth-shattering battle. With a deafening crash, the platform collapsed into rubble. For Marco, no big deal. He could fly. For Ace, even less of an issue. As a Logia user, he wasn't going to fall to his death anytime soon. But just as they prepared to regroup with Whitebeard, a molten figure stepped into their path. The sinful blood of Roger, and the 1st Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates. Did you really think you could escape the justice of the Marines? Akainu. His face twisted in fury. His body radiating searing magma. His very presence exuding a near-physical weight of murderous intent. Even if he couldn't wipe out the Whitebeard Pirates entirely, he would not let the accursed bloodline of the Pirate King live. Degree. Chapter 106, 106, Backup. Akainu. His face twisted in fury. His body radiating searing magma. His very presence exuding a near-physical weight of murderous intent. Even if he couldn't wipe out the Whitebeard Pirates entirely, he would not let the accursed bloodline of the Pirate King live. The sheer pressure of his aura made Ace stumble back half a step. Marco immediately moved to protect him, but Ace gritted his teeth. Steeling himself. For my father and my crew, who risked everything to save me. I will never fall here. Faced with Akainu's overwhelming presence, Ace refused to back down. His voice booming across the battlefield. Like a tiger cub roaring in the valley. His still-growing conqueror's haki erupted. Not enough to overpower Akainu, but enough to make its mark. The battlefield reacted. Eyes from all over turning toward him. Some filled with joy. Others seething with rage. Ace. Before Akainu could make his move, a figure dropped from the sky, crashing down right between them. Luffy. Ace shouted in surprise. Even while locked in his Marine-Ford cell, his greatest fear wasn't his own death. It was leaving Luffy behind with no one to protect him. Ha 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 ha. Man, that was close. Luffy grinned, dusting himself off. Seeing that Ace was already free, Luffy had immediately begged Jozu to throw him over. If he were anyone else, getting tossed that far and then slamming into the ground would have been fatal. But as a rubberman, Luffy was perfectly fine. Luffy. Ace's eyes widened with emotion. Even if they were brothers. Even if he always protected Luffy. Deep down, Ace had always feared one thing. That he would die. And no one would be left to watch over Luffy. Man, I almost splattered like poop. Ace. You're okay, that's all that matters. Luffy practically tackled Ace in a hug. His eyes watery, his voice choking up. Because he couldn't imagine. Couldn't bear the thought of losing Ace forever. But before they could even process their reunion, a voice of seething rage cut through the moment. Straw Hat Luffy. Akainu's magma-drenched gaze locked onto him. Good. Now I can execute both of Roger's filthy bloodline. And the brat who dared strike a celestial dragon. Akainu's eyes gleamed. That traitor, Dellocus, had cost him the chance to obtain pure gold. But taking down Ace and Marco would still be a huge achievement. And if he could capture Straw Hat Luffy, whom Kizaru had failed to seize, then maybe, just maybe, his position as Fleet Admiral wouldn't be out of reach. After all, Kizaru's recklessness was infamous even within Marine headquarters. If the world government and the Five Elders had a choice, they would absolutely choose him over Kizaru. Whoa. Who's this hot, red, burning old guy? Luffy finally noticed Akainu. His body pulsing with searing magma. But being, well, Luffy. He didn't realize that the man standing before him was one of the 3 Marine Admirals. Alongside Kizaru and Akiji. The deadly and merciless Sakazuki. TCH. This is trouble. Marco's usual smirk faded. His shark-like eyes locking onto Akainu. You two, listen up, don't take his attacks head-on. The power of the magma fruit is absolutely terrifying. Among the 3 of them, only Marco could directly confront Akainu. Ace could, at best, launch diversionary attacks. As for Luffy, Marco wasn't sure of his exact strength yet. But against an Admiral-level monster, you could never be too careful. Before you die, repent. Don't come back as a pirate in your next life. Great eruption. Akainu showed no mercy. He raised his hand. A massive surge of magma exploded forth, hurtling toward the 3 of them like a roaring tsunami of fire and death. But there was nowhere to run. Behind them was Garp and Dragon's battlefield. If Akainu switched targets and attacked Dragon instead, the consequences would be catastrophic. No choice, I'll take it head-on. Undying Thistle. Marco unfurled his wings. A circular shield of blue flames forming before him. And somehow, he blocked Akainu's devastating magma blast. Fire Fist. Ace didn't just stand by either. Without hesitation, he unleashed his signature attack. A massive blazing fist slamming toward Akainu. But the magma fruit was a direct superior to the flame fruit. Without reaching the level of awakening, Ace's flames posed almost no real threat to Akainu. Second gear. Rubber jet stamp. Suddenly, Luffy launched himself forward. With a shout, he delivered a hockey-infused kick, slamming into Akainu's right arm. In an instant, the Admiral's limb snapped off like molten rock. Luffy, since when did you learn armament hockey? Ace's eyes widened in shock, then lit up with joy. Seeing Luffy grow stronger made him happier than if it had been himself. Ha ha ha. Sabo taught me. Luffy grinned, his excitement overflowing. Sabo was alive. Ace wouldn't die. This outcome was the best he could ever hope for. So you've already mastered armament hockey, huh? Akainu scoffed, his face unreadable. But the next moment, his detached arm simply melted into liquid magma, flowing seamlessly from his shoulder. The more talent you have, the more reason you pirates shouldn't be allowed to leave here alive. With barely a blink, his right arm had fully regenerated. Now a massive, molten fist of seething magma. It hurtled forward, aimed directly at the 3 of them. Akainu had already figured it out. Marco's Undying Thistle was primarily effective against ranged attacks. Which meant, if he closed the distance and switched to close combat. Just as Sakazuki saw an unparalleled opportunity for glory right before his eyes, his once fading ambition reignited. Now, he was determined to challenge Kizaru for the position of Fleet Admiral. Meanwhile, Kizaru was busy frowning at the sea stone handcuffs fastened around his wrists, casually pondering how to remove them without drawing attention. With his strength, of course, he could simply crush them. That whole, harder than diamond, nonsense. Pure myth. If he couldn't break them, that only meant he wasn't using enough force. As the saying goes, enough brute force leads to miracles. Kizaru estimated that using just half his strength would turn the sea stone into putty. But doing that would expose his true power. Especially now that he had secured the pure gold. Even without using observation hockey, he could feel at least a dozen pairs of eyes locked onto him. No doubt, they were the spies the 5 elders had stationed in Marineford. Operatives from the upper ranks of CP, specifically, CP-0. If the 5 elders weren't concerned about someone stealing the pure gold, they probably would have already ordered him to hand it over to CP-0. Kizaru. Hand over the pure, ha 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 ha. Look at you now. Across the battlefield, Dellocus had finally spotted him. After an exhausting search, he had found the men who had stolen the pure gold. Dellocus had always been wary of Kizaru's power. Which is why, he actually resisted his urge to charge in immediately. But then, his eyes landed on Kizaru's wrists. And there, he saw it, a black pair of sea-stone handcuffs. At that moment, Dellocus's caution vanished. His joy was immeasurable. He had always believed that the only reason Kizaru had defeated him all those years ago was because of the Pika Pika no Mi's, Glint Glint Fruits, abilities. Now, with Kizaru shackled in sea stone, he was completely vulnerable. TCH, flies are so annoying. Kizaru clicked his tongue, his expression a mix of boredom and mild irritation. Dellocus hadn't improved one bit after all these years. He had just fought with Sakazuki, and his body still bore the scorch marks from that clash. Even his signature goatee and mane-like hair had been partially burned away. It was clear, Sakazuki had gotten the upper hand. Now, seeing Dellocus so full of himself, Kizaru immediately knew what had happened. Sakazuki must have abandoned his post to stir up trouble again. When this was over, Kizaru was absolutely filing a complaint to Sangoku. You bastard. Dellocus roared, his body morphing into a chimera hybrid, lion's head, goat's body. He lunged straight for Kizaru. The CP-0 operatives, who had been assigned to monitor Kizaru, immediately panicked. They rushed forward, doing everything they could to intercept Dellocus. But, because they had kept their distance to avoid detection, even with Soru, Shave, there was no way they could reach him in time. Heh. Kizaru's lips curved into a mocking smirk. And then, just as Dellocus thought his victory was within reach. Bang. A massive ice wall suddenly erupted in front of him. Not only did it halt his charge, but it also shattered his fantasy of an easy win. It was just a wall of ice. In a few seconds, he could easily break through it. But, its sudden appearance meant one thing. Akiji. Dellocus froze in shock. His eyes darted to the battlefield's edge. There, Akiji was locked in combat against a masked figure in a hooded cloak. And that hooded figure was clearly struggling. No matter how strong an aging warrior might be, they couldn't outlast Akiji's youthful endurance. However, the masked fighter didn't need to win. All they had to do was stall for time. Akiji was trying to end the battle quickly, while the masked figure was dragging it out. As long as their power levels weren't too far apart, the fight was bound to drag on indefinitely. Dellocus didn't care about Akiji's situation. But, if Akiji was over there fighting, then who had just created this ice wall? Darling, is this guy my opponent? A sultry voice suddenly echoed behind him. A woman dressed in a tight-fitting, pure white military uniform stepped out of the icy mist, her piercing gaze locking onto Dellocus. For a brief moment, Dellocus felt as if he were being watched by a predator. Ah, yes, that's him. I'll leave him to you. Kizaru spoke with his usual lazy smile. Even among top-tier fighters, certain abilities had natural counters. While they wouldn't decide the outcome of a battle, they could certainly make a difference when two fighters were of similar strength, or even if one was slightly superior. As luck would have it, Isthetha's Ice Taigu had limited effectiveness against Logia Devil Fruit users. But against Zoans like Dellocus, even a rare mythical Zoan, her ice abilities were overwhelmingly powerful. And with that, Kizaru casually turned around and began strolling away. Seeing this, Dellocus was furious. He didn't even have time to question why there were suddenly two ice-type ability users. He just knew, he had to chase Kizaru down and steal the pure gold from his hands. Ice Storm. But Dellocus had severely underestimated Isthetha's strength. Even among the top warriors of the pirate world, she was a force to be reckoned with. Against someone old and battered like Dellocus, she didn't even need to go all out. With a simple wave of her hand, a massive icy tornado erupted around them, trapping both herself and Dellocus within the eye of the storm. This was Isthetha's personal arena. If Dellocus wanted to escape, he would have to defeat her first. You're dead. Chimera flames. Dellocus roared in frustration. He could no longer see Kizaru's figure beyond the swirling ice, and now, his observation hockey flared with warnings. For Taiga users like Isteth, controlling ice was as natural as breathing. Aside from lacking the ability to turn into ice itself, her powers surpassed those of the High no Mi, Ice Fruit. But mastering an Ice Taiga was exceedingly rare. If given the choice, most would still prefer to eat the Ice Fruit instead. Dellocus unleashed a blast of multicolored flames, his chimera fire clashing against the ice tornado. For a moment, he nearly burned straight through it. Even though the storm was made of howling winds and razor-sharp shards of ice, it still caught fire under his unnatural, eldritch flames. But his death? She simply raised an eyebrow. And then, she summoned an even stronger ice tornado. Now, there were 2 layers of frozen whirlwinds. If Dellocus wanted to escape, he would have to keep breathing fire non-stop. The moment he burned through the outer layer, the inner one would have already regenerated. No more running. Fight me. You're a gift from my darling. Esteth unsheathed her long rapier, the blade instantly coated in jet-black armament hockey. Long before she arrived in this world, Kizaru and the locals had already told her, every true warrior here mastered armament hockey. If she wanted to fight them, she had to perfect her own hockey first. You're that bastard Kizaru's woman. Realizing he had no chance of chasing Kizaru now, Dellocus turned back with a vicious glare. As long as Kizaru hadn't delivered the pure gold to Marie Joyce yet, he still had a chance. Kizaru, that bastard, had ruined his plans again and again. Right now, Dellocus couldn't do anything about him. But if he had a chance to kill Kizaru's woman, that wasn't a bad alternative. Now that he got a good look at her, this woman was undeniably a peerless beauty, if only that unsettling smile of hers didn't make his skin crawl. If he captured her, though, considering Kizaru's personality, there was a real chance he could trade her for the pure gold. Woman. No, I'm my darling's slave. Estefa's voice was calm, as if stating an obvious fact. She had been taught from childhood to always keep her promises. Of course, that didn't apply to her enemies. But since she had lost to Kizaru, she had to honor their agreement and serve as his slave. And honestly, she had no complaints. Kizaru was handsome. He was rich, and let her spend his money however she pleased. Most importantly, he was strong and kept introducing her to worthy opponents. Like this lion-headed fool. His head would make a fine trophy. And his skin. She could skin him afterward and make a rug for her darling. A slave. Dellocus was shocked. And, kind of jealous. This woman wasn't just drop-dead gorgeous, her power had completely fooled him into thinking she was a Kiji. And yet, she willingly chose to be Kizaru's slave. For a moment, Dellocus wondered if he should forget about revenge and ask Kizaru if he had any other women to introduce him to. You have a problem with my darling. Esteth spun her rapier in a graceful arc, considering how to commemorate her first battle in this world. Her gaze landed on Dellocus' lion head. It was rare to see a lion head this big. Wouldn't it make for a nice specimen? TCH. A mere slave. Dellocus roared in fury, his body covered in armament hockey as he charged straight at her. As a mythical Zoan, even one that didn't specialize in raw strength, his power still surpassed that of any non-Zoan top-tier fighter. How boring. Esteth sounded almost disappointed. To a born warrior like her, Dellocus' fighting style was too crude. Not even worth studying. The moment her voice fell, massive ice pillars rained down from above. They slammed into the ground, trapping Dellocus in place. Degree. Chapter 107, Extortion. It's over. With a dramatic snap of her fingers, Esteth struck a stylish pose. The final, razor-sharp ice spike plummeted from above, tons of solid ice compressed into a spear sharp enough to pierce any defense. But to Esteth's surprise, Dellocus merely looked up, his massive lion head twisting into a sneering grin. SHLK. The ice spear impaled his body. Yet in the exact moment it struck, Dellocus melted into a massive pool of sludge. A Logia, swamp fruit. During his decades as a CP0 lapdog for the Celestial Dragons, Dellocus hadn't wasted his time. For over 10 years, he hunted down 4 different Logia users. And finally, from the last swamp fruit user, he had successfully extracted the most fundamental Logia ability. Elementalization. Oh. That's similar to my darling's power. Esteth had once fought Kizaru to the death. She immediately recognized the nature of Dellocus' ability. But compared to the effortless grace of Kizaru's light Logia form, Dellocus looked downright pathetic. As a mud-like entity, he had to squeeze himself through the gaps between the ice spikes just to reassemble his body. Mehahaha. No matter what you try, it's useless. Even as another ice spear pierced through him, Dellocus, still in his swamp form, laughed mockingly. Where the hell had Kizaru picked up this wild woman? Her power resembled a Kiji so much, yet she didn't even understand the basic Logia ability to become immune to attacks. If she kept wasting time with these pointless attacks. Wait. Something felt off. Dellocus glanced back. And realized. Each time he escaped, he left behind small amounts of his muddy body. And those remnants had been completely frozen by the frigid ice spikes. A true Logia user wouldn't care about losing small portions of their elemental body. After all, they could easily regenerate by consuming stamina. For instance, a Kiji and a Kainu could reshape entire islands into frozen wastelands or magma hellscapes. No matter how much of their bodies were lost, they could always regenerate. But Dellocus. His elementalization wasn't natural. He had stolen it through his devil fruit ability. It didn't possess the true characteristics of a Logia. To restore himself, he had to spend an enormous amount of stamina. Worse yet, to increase his chances of successfully stealing Logia powers, Dellocus had first forced ordinary people to eat the devil fruits. Then, he would extract the abilities from them. His method guaranteed that all Logia users could be stolen from. But it also meant that the abilities he acquired had never been properly trained. And his stamina consumption was absurdly high. If this battle dragged on, he would be the first to collapse. Chimera Flame. Realizing the danger, Dellocus immediately abandoned his swamp form. His body shifted, transforming into a chimera hybrid with the head of a lion and the body of a goat. As another ice spike fell toward him, he breathed out a torrent of multicolored, eldritch flames. The solid ice melted instantly under the supernatural fire. Yet instead of turning into water, the ice became a viscous, liquid-like substance. The unique power of the mythical Zoan, chimera form. No matter the material, once touched by chimera flames, it would melt. Of course, sea stone, hockey, and seawater were immune to this terrifying fire. That's interesting. Estetha's lips curled. Then let's try this next. Estetha tapped the heel of her boot against the ground. Instantly, an icy chill erupted from beneath her feet, spreading outward in a freezing wave. Despite the blazing midday sun over Marineford, the temperature plummeted in an instant. Even Akiji, who was locked in a fierce battle with a mysterious hooded man, turned his head in shock. The fighter Kizaru had found, not only did she possess an ability similar to his own, but her sheer output was ridiculously high. If not for the ice tornado restraining the freezing effect, half of Marineford would have already been encased in ice. Inside the icy vortex, Dellocus was struggling. Half his body had already been frozen solid. Though he managed to shatter the ice with raw strength, the moment he tried to move, the cold seized him again. Damn it. This woman. Where the hell did Kizaru find this monster? Furious, Dellocus spat a blast of chimera flames onto his own body. Even as the wielder of this strange, eldritch fire, he still had to coat it himself in hockey before using it. In a single heartbeat, the white-furred chimera hybrid turned completely black, its fur shining like metal under the full-body hockey coating. Then, the multicolored demonic flames ignited over him. A terrifying beast from the underworld charging straight at his death once more. It's been a while since I hunted dangerous beasts. Perfect time for a little nostalgia. Estetha casually snapped her wrist. An ice crystal whip materialized in her hand. As the snow and frost swirled around her, her divine beauty only intensified. But the smile on her lips was anything but angelic. Meanwhile, at the same time, CP agents finally found the Seastone key, unlocking Kizaru's Seastone handcuffs at last. Immediately, the CP0 agents formed a protective formation around Kizaru, as if their presence could actually shield him while he held the pure gold. The scene was almost comical. Like a group of tiny kittens baring their claws, trying to guard a lazy tiger mid-yawn. Admiral Kizaru, the 5 elders are calling. A CP0 agent, wearing a white mask, respectfully presented a transponder snail to Kizaru. Normally, CP0 agents had no reason to act subservient to a Navy admiral. But anyone in the CP organization knew. Admiral Kizaru was not someone you pissed off. He never cared about political hierarchy. If he didn't like you, he wouldn't hesitate to throw hands. And unfortunately for CP0, not a single person in their entire organization could throw hands harder than him. Even when he had pushed things too far, the 5 elders had only been able to scold and warn him. But after that warning, Kizaru camped outside CP0's largest base for an entire month. He blocked the entrance, not allowing anyone to leave. He cut off all supplies, forcing the agents inside to roast and eat rats just to survive. In the end, it took Fleet Admiral Sangoku himself to drag Kizaru away. Since then, CP0 agents had avoided Kizaru like rats avoiding a cat. Moshi Moshi, this is Kizaru. Kizaru lazily inspected the high-end transponder snail, making a mental note to get one for himself later. Ha 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 ha. Well done, Kizaru. The Navy has truly exceeded our expectations. The 5 elders' voices came through, excited and exhilarated. For years, the world government had searched in vain for pure gold, even declassifying its existence to all CP0 operatives in hopes of finding it. Yet after all this time, they had nothing to show for their efforts. And now, out of nowhere, Kizaru had delivered it to them. When Fleet Admiral Sangoku retires, I want his job. Holding the pure gold in his hands, Kizaru didn't even hesitate. He immediately named his price. No problem. The elders didn't even pause before agreeing. We'll convince Kong to retire, promote Sangoku to Commander-in-Chief, and appoint you as Fleet Admiral. The 5 elders chuckled through the transponder snail. Among them, the oldest was already nearing 200 years old. Kept alive solely by Lord Imu's favor. But what if, one day, Imu got bored of them? Compared to that terrifying possibility, Kizaru wanting to be Fleet Admiral was nothing. Hell, if he asked to be Commander-in-Chief, they'd still consider it. And since Sangoku had also done a good job, they might as well promote him too. That way, everyone wins. Well, everyone except Kong, but that guy never found a single trace of pure gold when he was Fleet Admiral, so tough luck. The Navy needs more funding to recover from this battle, at least 5 trillion berries. And for the next 2 years, the military budget needs to increase by 50%. Kizaru saw his chance, and he took it. He knew the elders had no choice but to swallow his extortion for the sake of pure gold. This battle had cost the Navy dearly. Countless soldiers, ships, even his own flagship had been sunk by the Whitebeard pirates. And Marine Ford itself? It needed massive repairs. Obviously, the world government, the biggest suckers in history, would be footing the bill. As for pure gold, sure, Kizaru could hand it over. For now. After all, Dragon definitely had more. And pure gold wasn't a consumable. It was just sitting there, waiting to eventually return to his hands. That's too much. Absolutely not. The most we can do is 500 billion. 5 trillion is impossible. For the first time, the elders hesitated. Even in their pure gold-induced euphoria, they weren't completely brain-dead. 500 billion is too low. Let's compromise, 2 trillion. No further negotiations. Kizaru knew he'd spooked them. But their counteroffer was laughable. At that rate, they could patch up Marine Ford and maybe build a few ships, but that was it. No way was he letting them cheat the Navy out of a proper budget. Fine. But you must personally deliver the pure gold to Mary Geos. Not a single mistake can be made. In the end, the 5 elders caved. Their minds were consumed by the allure of immortality. Under normal circumstances, they would have sent CP0 to transport the pure gold. But this time, they didn't trust their agents enough. They couldn't afford any mistakes. Then it settled. First, I'll help Sangoku deal with the Whitebeard pirates. Kizaru grinned, entirely satisfied with the deal. Technically, he was already richer than the 5 elders. But spending his money? Why do that when he could drain the world government instead? Besides, he had big plans for the funds under Tesoro's control. The gold from Skypea was reserved for launching a new global currency, tied to the dimensional coin system. The only real cash flow he had access to was the dividends from his various business investments. Like the World Economy newspaper. But not every business partner was as smart as Morgan's. Some idiots actually thought they could skim off Kizaru's money. Luckily, Nami could sniff them out in an instant. And then Kizaru would personally collect his debts, with interest. Just focus on protecting the pure gold. Let CP handle the transport. The 5 elders spoke coldly. Unless it was Dellocus before his betrayal, there was no way 100 CP agents could guard pure gold as securely as Kizaru could. Dellocus's defection had made them uneasy. If one CP0 agent had betrayed them for pure gold, who's to say there weren't a second or third waiting for their chance? In the face of immortality, even CP agents couldn't be trusted. In fact, a clueless marine like Kizaru seemed far more reliable. Oh. You heard that? The 5 elders want you guys to go to go take out Whitebeard. Kizaru, of course, had no intention of actually killing Whitebeard. As far as he was concerned, CP agents and pirates were equally annoying. So letting them tear each other apart was just double the fun. The dozens of CP agents surrounding Kizaru fell silent. They couldn't shake the feeling that Admiral Kizaru was singling them out. With their strength, charging at Whitebeard was just suicide. If Whitebeard was feeling merciful, he'd one-shot them, one by one. If he wasn't, he'd wipe them out in a single swing, in every possible sense of the phrase. Even their strongest CP0 agent had zero confidence they could survive a direct punch from that monster. Admiral Kizaru, shouldn't our top priority be ensuring your protection? The CP agents forced stiff smiles onto their faces, all while internally cursing the idiot CP agent who had pissed off Kizaru in the past. Did they not know who to mess with and who to avoid? Now they were the ones suffering for it. Well, if you guys won't go, I guess I'll have to do it myself. Kizaru's words sounded casual, but his feet didn't move an inch. Instead, he casually placed his hand on the transponder snail. The CP agents winced. This was a clear threat. If they refused, he'd just have the 5 elders personally order them to go. And if that happened, it wouldn't just be them suffering, their entire division would be screwed. Degree. Chapter 108, 108, Desperate Men. Lord Kizaru, I was actually trained by Lady Stussy. Just when the CP agents were about to fall into despair, a small-framed female agent with a high ponytail spoke up nervously. Technically, she had only trained under Stussy. She was originally meant to be sent undercover in pleasure districts, but aside from combat, she had failed every other aspect of training. Stussy had outright rejected her, but at least the agent wasn't lying about their connection. Oh. Then you can stay and guard me and the pure gold. The rest of you, why are you still standing there? Get going. Kizaru nodded. He and Stussy were old friends. At least 8 to 10 visits a year. Of course, he had to give Stussy some face. The remaining CP agents could only watch in horror as Kizaru lifted the transponder snail. They had no choice now. Gritting their teeth, they charged toward Whitebeard's battlefield. At the very least, Fleet Admiral Sangoku was leading the fight. If they stuck to the edges and only played support, there was a small chance they'd make it out alive. Gura Gura no Mi, Tremor Shock. Shockwave. But before they could even approach, the two titans on the battlefield, Whitebeard and Sangoku, clashed head-on. Boom. The CP agents who had charged into the battlefield were wiped out instantly by the shockwaves from the clash. Even their CP-0 leader was no exception, meeting a grisly end. At this moment, Marineford had descended into utter chaos. Marines versus pirates. Marines versus revolutionaries. Marines versus escaped convicts. Even pirates and Impel down escapees, who had past grudges, were fighting each other on sight. The entire island had become a war zone, with over 100,000 combatants turning every inch of Marineford into a battlefield. Even the residential areas weren't spared. Fortunately, the civilians had been evacuated before the execution began. Only the Marine headquarters building remained firmly held by the Marines, preventing the pirates from storming inside. Amidst this chaotic battlefield, the lines between strong and weak had blurred. Groups of ordinary Marines charged at Whitebeard's commanders, while hot-blooded pirates recklessly picked fights with warlords and even admirals. Kizaru-san, Sentomaru, and the Pacifista unit have reached their positions. Nami, wearing white leather boots, rushed toward Kizaru under the protection of Maid Baby 5. Compared to the wreckage near the execution platform, the area around Kizaru was the safest place in all of Marineford. At that moment, in the plaza near the execution platform, a deadly battle raged. Garp, Dragon, Akainu, Marco, Ace, and Luffy had split into pairs, each locked in fierce combat. Anyone with lesser strength wouldn't last more than 3 seconds in that bloodbath. Then let's begin. Kizaru's voice was calm as ever. Since Fleet Admiral Sangoku was too busy trading blows with Whitebeard, he clearly had no time to issue commands. That meant Kizaru, as the commanding officer of the Marine Science Unit, would take charge. Understood. Sentomaru, begin the operation. Nami immediately relayed the order to Sentomaru. She despised pirates. If Kizaru hadn't shown up back then, her foster mother, Belmir, would have been killed by the fisherman pirate, Arlong. Got it, big sis. All units, move out. Sentomaru, having already deployed the Pacifista unit around Marineford's perimeter, responded loudly. Hanging up the transponder snail, he turned toward the rows of identical, towering Pacifistas. Each a carbon copy of Bartholomew Kuma. Despite Marineford being a chaotic mess, the general formation remained. The Marines still held the inner defenses, while the Allied forces, pirates, revolutionaries, and convicts, were mostly positioned outside. Now, with the Pacifista unit arriving, the Marines had their pincer attack in place. A pleasant surprise for the pirates. Advance. With Sentomaru's command, the dozens of Pacifistas began marching into the bay. Each was equipped with laser cannons developed by Dr. Vegapunk, boasting destructive power comparable to a battleship's main cannon. More importantly, modeled after Bartholomew Kuma, their defenses were top tier. Most regular pirates couldn't even scratch them. From the moment of their creation, Pacifistas were designed to combat high-bounty pirates. Only those with bounties over 100 million berries were considered actual threats. For anyone below that, they were nothing to the Pacifistas. Of course, this power came at a cost. Each Pacifista had a production cost equal to an entire battleship. Even Fleet Admiral Sangoku nearly coughed up blood when he saw the budget reports. Only the wasteful navy could afford them. And only the filthy rich world government could afford to maintain them. Boom. 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 The battlefield erupted as the Pacifistas unleashed their lasers. Marineford's nightmare had just begun. The pirates still locked in fierce battle against the Marines suddenly heard a series of explosions behind them. Turning back in shock, they saw unknown enemies had cut off their retreat. Terrifying enemies who looked exactly like Bartholomew Kuma, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. With unstoppable force, the Pacifistas were systematically wiping out every pirate in their path. Their targets weren't just the pirates. The Revolutionary Army and Impel down escapees were also under attack. In less than 5 minutes, these relentless machines had already slaughtered hundreds. What the hell are these monsters? Fight back. Fire everything. Damn it. We can't let them cut off our retreat. The pirates desperately resisted, but the laser cannons, modeled after Kizaru's Pika Pika no Mi, were far too powerful. Only the stronger commanders could put up a fight. The ordinary pirates were nothing more than cannon fodder, obliterated instantly. And these weren't just any pirates. These were Whitebeard's crew, who were stronger than most captains from the 4 seas or the first half of the Grand Line. Stand back. I'll handle this. Just then, a loud voice cut through the battlefield. Jinbe, recently rescued by the Revolutionary Army, stepped forward. Though Kizaru had held back, Jinbe was still badly injured. To prevent his escape, Vice Admiral Strawberry had denied him medical treatment. Had the Revolutionary Army's doctors not intervened, he might have died from his wounds. Fortunately, they not only saved his life, but also restored much of his strength. Gun wave, rain shower. As a fishman karate grandmaster, Jinbe scooped up a handful of seawater. And in a single fluid motion, unleashed an onslaught of high-speed water bullets. A barrage so powerful, it rivaled or even surpassed a heavy machine gun. The nearest Pacifista was riddled with holes, black smoke pouring from its body as it collapsed. A single unit of these weapons of war cost as much as a battleship. And just like that, Jinbe destroyed one in an instant. But Sentomaru's expression remained completely unchanged. Without hesitation, he commanded the remaining Pacifistas to avoid Jinbe and continue the assault on the other pirates. Even though these machines resembled Bartholomew Kuma, against a real warlord-level fighter, they were nothing but oversized toys. Sentomaru's job wasn't to waste resources fighting Jinbe. It was to lead the Pacifistas in a pincer attack against the pirates alongside the Marines. What the hell is going on? Meanwhile, Emporio Ivankov was in pure shock. Having been locked away in Impel Down, he knew nothing about the Pacifista project. Nor had he seen them during the Sabaody Archipelago incident. Seeing dozens of Kumas on the battlefield, his jaw nearly hit the floor. Kuma, what the hell is this? What kind of freaky game are you playing? If it were one-on-one, he could fight Kuma evenly. But dozens of them. Not even Dragon could handle that. The real Bartholomew Kuma was standing right in front of him. Yet he showed no emotion, no reaction. Only launching attacks in silent precision. Even so, Ivankov could tell. Kuma was holding back. Still, no matter how many times Ivankov called out, Kuma didn't answer. Not even a glance. This only fueled Ivankov's frustration. You lot, follow me. We can't let these monsters cut off our retreat. With no time to dwell on his anger, Ivankov rallied his allies. They had to break through before the Pacifistas completely trapped them. Vista, the Flowerblade swordsman, gathered a group of strong pirates. Their mission, take down the Pacifistas before they could trap the Whitebeard pirates in a pincer attack. With their forces already at a disadvantage, getting surrounded would mean certain death at Marine Ford. You have nowhere to run, Whitebeard. Fleet Admiral Sangoku roared as he charged toward the Emperor of the Sea. Sakazuki will soon kill both Phoenix Marco and Fire Fist Ace. Sangoku no longer had any hesitation. With Kizaru already securing the pure gold, there was no turning back. Even if he died here, even if the Marines suffered heavy losses, the 5 elders would still have to support the Navy, all because of that priceless treasure. So now, Sangoku had only one goal. Keep Whitebeard here. Even if he couldn't kill him, he wouldn't let him escape easily. Gururara. You must be joking, Sangoku. Whitebeard laughed fearlessly. My sons would never die at the hands of a bastard like Akainu. Marco had already rescued Ace. Now, all they needed was a chance to escape. Whitebeard had resigned himself to die here, as a remnant of the old era. But Dragon had proved to be a valuable ally. And his sons had shown true strength. If there was a chance to live, Whitebeard would take it. Even if it meant fighting to his last breath. But the gap in strength couldn't be overcome by numbers alone. Even with Ace and Luffy assisting Marco, their help was barely enough to make a difference. The real problem was Ace himself. After being imprisoned for months, his body was weak. Sure, Garp had visited him often. But expecting Garp to care about his nutrition was nothing short of a daydream. Worse still, the Mera Mera no Mi and Magma Magma no Mi had a natural disadvantage. Even with everything he had, Ace couldn't do much to help Marco. Inu Gamiguren. Hellhound. Akainu's battle-hardened instincts were now fully in control. He had started exploiting Ace and Luffy, forcing Marco to protect them over and over. Every time Marco saved them, Akainu would strike, looking for an opening. If he could take down Marco, then Ace and Luffy would stand no chance. Undying Thistle. Marco's blue flames ignited as he countered Akainu's attack. But the battle was only just beginning. Marco knew he couldn't let Akainu control the pace of the fight. But at the same time, he couldn't stand by and watch Ace and his little brother get hurt. Once again, he blocked a magma strike. And now, he could feel it. His stamina was nearly gone. Fighting Akainu alone was already hard enough. Protecting Ace and Luffy at the same time. His body and mind were at their limits. Burned to ashes, die Funka. Akainu had noticed Marco's exhaustion. And now, he was ready to end it all. A compressed explosion of superheated magma erupted from his right fist. Like a volcano unleashing hellfire. Even massive icebergs would be instantly vaporized. And now, Marco, Ace, and Luffy stood right in its path. Even from a distance, they could feel it. The scorching heat, hotter than the sun, made their skin burn. This is the end. This was a full-power attack from a top-tier fighter. If Marco was at full strength, or if Ace and Luffy had a few more years to grow, maybe they could have stopped it. But right now, they could only watch as the magma engulfed them. Ace's heart filled with regret. If they hadn't come to save him, Marco and Luffy wouldn't have to die here. Damn it, what a joke. Marco let out a bitter laugh. He gathered the last of his strength. If he had to, he'd burn himself out to at least save Ace and Luffy. But just as he prepared for a final gamble, a sandstorm erupted around them. The sand shield. A massive dome of sand formed over their heads, covering them completely. To outsiders, it looked like they had been buried alive in sand. Boom. Akainu's magma fist smashed into the sand shield. The outer layers instantly melted, turning into molten glass. But the sand kept replenishing itself, layer after layer. Even Akainu couldn't be sure if he could burn through it in time. Crocodile. Akainu's eyes locked onto the half-formed figure of Crocodile floating in the air. If this damn sand bastard had been just a second slower, Akainu was sure he could have killed those 3 pirate brats. But now, with Marco, Ace, Luffy, and Crocodile standing together, even Akainu had to admit, this was getting annoying. Degree. Chapter 109, 109, Crocodile Steps. Humph, what a sorry sight, Akainu. You really can't handle a bunch of rookie brats. Crocodile sneered, clearly enjoying the spectacle. Ever since he lost to Luffy, he had developed a taste for watching others embarrass themselves. Unfortunately, Marco was here. Even someone as proud as Crocodile had to admit, Marco was no weaker than him. If Marco weren't involved, he could have mocked Akainu without restraint. Humph, so it's you, the ex-warlord Crocodile. You once dared to challenge Whitebeard, and now you've fallen so low that you're wagging your tail at Whitebeard's brats just to escape Impel down. After his initial rage, Akainu quickly calmed down and began trying to sow discord between Crocodile and the Whitebeard pirates. His primary target was Fire Fist Ace, followed by Marco, and lastly, Straw Hat Luffy. Since Ace and Marco were both Whitebeard pirates, as long as he could push Crocodile away from them, he still had a chance to eliminate Ace and Marco. He had already manipulated Squard into betraying Whitebeard. Deception was one of his strong suits. A few words were all it took to nearly succeed again. Crocodile, don't forget, Ivankov knows your secret. At that moment, Luffy suddenly had a stroke of genius and shouted up at Crocodile, whose expression was dark with anger, seemingly caught in Akainu's trap. That bastard. That damn Ivankov. That cursed freak. He told you. Crocodile nearly dropped out of the sky. For a moment, he genuinely considered silencing Luffy for good, but he and Mr. One owed the Straw Hat Kid a massive debt, one that was practically worth their lives. Back in the Baroque Works days, he wouldn't have hesitated for a second. But now, killing Luffy wasn't so simple. Unless he could pay back what he owed, he really had no way to deal with this little brat. Nah, Ivankov didn't tell me anything. Luffy whistled nonchalantly, grinning like a punk, practically daring Crocodile to guess whether he knew the truth or not. Go to hell, Akainu. Desert Gilded Sword. Crocodile fell silent. Then, after a brief pause, he suddenly attacked. His target was none other than Akainu, who was still facing off against the trio. Crocodile. Akainu released a surge of magma that swallowed the sand. At that moment, Sakazuki was truly enraged, not because Crocodile dared to challenge him, but because he had just lost his last chance to kill Ace and Marco. Haha. I'll help you. Luffy couldn't help but cheer. The moment Crocodile made his move, anyone with half a brain could see just how furious Akainu was. No need. Get out of here, now. Akainu is mine. I'm taking his damn head. Crocodile sent a massive wave of sand surging toward Akainu, looking down at Ace and Marco with an arrogant expression, as if making it clear that he still despised the Whitebeard pirates. He was only fighting because of Luffy, it had nothing to do with Ace or Marco. But Luffy didn't even get to finish before Marco, smiling as always, covered his mouth. As expected of a great pirate who once rivaled Pops. Alright, Akainu's all yours. Marco didn't know what kind of secret Luffy had on Crocodile, but he had been ready to go all out against Akainu to give Ace and Luffy a chance to escape. Now that someone else had stepped in to take the fall, Marco certainly wasn't going to complain. Just get lost. Don't get in my way. Crocodile's mouth twitched. He was already regretting his words. But at this point, backing down and asking Marco to stay and help would be embarrassing. As Marco transformed into a phoenix and flew off with Luffy and Ace, Crocodile was both frustrated and relieved. Blocking an opponent like Akainu was more than enough to repay the debt of being freed from Impel down. Hellhound. The enraged Akainu extended his magma-infused arm, throwing a powerful punch straight at Crocodile's head. If he couldn't take down the phoenix and fire fist, then Crocodile's head would have to do. I'd like to see just how strong a Navy Admiral really is. Desert Blade. Crocodile, equally fired up, swung his arm and unleashed a massive sand blade, aiming to cut through Akainu's incoming fist. However, he had underestimated the sheer power behind Akainu's punch. The magma-coated fist shattered the sand blade and, with incredible speed, blasted straight through Crocodile's head. Fortunately, Crocodile was also a Logia-type Devil Fruit user. While the Sand Fruit wasn't as destructive as the Magma Fruit, both granted the ability to transform into their respective elements. Ground Secco. Now furious, Crocodile was ready to go all out. Under the power of the Sand Fruit, the ground around the execution platform rapidly dried, cracked, and crumbled into sand. For Logia users, the more favorable their environment, the stronger they could become. For example, in the deserts of Alabasta, Crocodile had completely dominated Luffy. But when the battle moved to the Nefertari family's tomb, Crocodile inexplicably lost to him. While Luffy had figured out a way to counter him, part of the reason for his defeat was his own arrogance, and the fact that the environment no longer favored him. But here, with the battlefield turning into sand, Crocodile felt confident enough to challenge an admiral. Whether he could win or not was another story, but at least he was willing to try. Foolish. Magma Surge. Akainu sneered. He immediately saw through Crocodile's intent, but relying on such a minor environmental advantage to fight him was nothing short of suicidal. With his strength, he could turn all of Marineford into a sea of hellfire if he wanted, he didn't need to slowly erode the battlefield like Crocodile. Still, he wouldn't let Crocodile continue expanding his control. Even if giving him an entire desert wouldn't make him a real threat, this was Marineford, the Navy's headquarters. If Crocodile kept destroying it, how would the Navy maintain its reputation? A blazing torrent of magma surged toward Crocodile like a tsunami. He barely had time to turn some of the ground into sand before he was forced to meet the attack head-on with a massive sand wave. But the sheer difference in power was overwhelming. The sand wave lasted only a few seconds before being completely devoured by the seemingly endless magma surge. Then, the magma transformed into enormous hands that reached toward Crocodile, whose expression had darkened. Feeling the searing heat from the magma hands, Crocodile had no choice but to release even more sand to keep them at bay. Great Eruption. Akainu wanted to finish Crocodile quickly. If he could, he might still have time to kill Fire Fist Ace before Marco and Ace escaped Marineford. In Sakazuki's eyes, even if Marco managed to flee, it didn't matter. But the son of Roger, carrying the blood of the Pirate King, had to die at all costs. If the Navy mobilized such an overwhelming force, yet still failed to execute Ace, it would be a devastating blow to their authority. Desert Gilded Sword. Even though he was struggling to fend off the magma hands, Crocodile had no intention of finding out what it was like to take Akainu's full power head-on. He unleashed a sand blade 4 times stronger than his usual desert blade, slicing toward the massive magma fist. But what he failed to notice was the cold, disdainful smirk on Akainu's face. Boom. Once again, Crocodile's sand blade was devoured by magma. What shocked him the most was how powerless his prized Devil Fruit ability seemed in front of Akainu. Armament Hockey. Crocodile growled in frustration. At that moment, he finally realized that he had been relying too much on his Devil Fruit powers. Logia-type Devil Fruits were undoubtedly strong, but when facing another Logia user, especially one stronger than him, the deciding factor often came from abilities beyond the fruit itself. The irony wasn't lost on him. Just minutes ago, he had descended like a god to save Straw Hat, and now, he was about to be pushed into a desperate situation just like Luffy had been back then. In truth, if Crocodile had only focused on evasion, even Akainu would have struggled to take him down. But the prideful Sand Crocodile wanted to see how much of a gap existed between him and a top-tier powerhouse, and now he was paying the price. Storm Dragon Claw Fist, Dragon King's Breath. Just as Crocodile prepared for a desperate final clash, determined to leave a mark on Akainu, a violent gust of wind tore through the battlefield. A man in a tattered suit suddenly appeared between Crocodile and Akainu, Dragon. The sheer force of the wind repelled Akainu's magma fist, forcing it back. Despite the brutal beating he had taken from his own father, Dragon seemed completely at ease against Akainu. Dragon. Bracing against the raging wind, Akainu roared in fury. This battle had been beyond frustrating. Every time he locked onto a target, someone interfered. First, he had tried to take out Dragon to seize the pure gold, only for Dellocus to stop him. Then, he aimed for Fire Fist Ace and Phoenix Marco, but Crocodile got in the way. And now, just as he was about to finish Crocodile, Dragon appeared to block him again. Akainu was already infamous for his short temper, but even Kizaru or Akiji, who were far more composed, would have been livid at this point. Dragon, however, had no intention of truly fighting Akainu. He had simply been looking for an excuse to escape from battling his father and had decided to help Crocodile in passing. After all, if not for Crocodile, Luffy would have been in serious danger. Looks like this battle is decided. Standing at the front of Marine headquarters, Kizaru suddenly spoke. For once, it wasn't because he wanted to slack off, the 5 elders had explicitly forbidden him from interfering any further. Even if Kizaru had volunteered to hand over the pure gold, they wouldn't allow it. After all, at this moment, nowhere in Marineford was safer than Kizaru's side. And few people were more qualified to protect the pure gold than him. Just as his words faded, the massive ice storm covering a section of Marineford's plaza suddenly dissipated. Stepping through the dying blizzard was Esdeath, her pristine white military boots clicking against the frozen ground. In one hand, she effortlessly dragged Dellocus by his mane, despite the fact that he was nearly twice her size. Damn. The Ice Queen actually won. Orochimaru, fascinating. I can't wait to begin my research. Tony Stark, what a spectacular war. Too bad their weaponry is so outdated. Tony Stark, if they fully equipped themselves with Stark Industries' advanced weaponry, they could wipe out all the pirates with ease. Fubuki, this world is terrifying. Even a dragon-level disaster wouldn't mean much here. Hybra AI, once this war ends, I'll finally have a chance to go there and return to my adult form. Kobayashi, honestly, being a kid isn't so bad. Sometimes, I wish I could be as carefree as Kanna. Fubuki, that sounds fun. When you're back to normal, we should go shopping together. Random guy, sigh. I wish I could get stronger and visit other members' worlds too. Orochimaru at random, if you're willing to undergo some modifications, I can make you stronger in no time. Tony Stark, hey, buddy, maybe consider an Iron Man suit. I'll give you a special discount, how about just 5,000 dimensional credits for the advanced model? Hybra AI, that cheap? Are you even covering your costs? Tony Stark, of course. Never underestimate Stark Industries' cost efficiency. Random at Orochimaru, no thanks. I'm happy with my body as it is, I'll pass on the modifications. Random at Tony Stark, I'm broke. Can't afford it. Tony Stark, you can pay in installments. I'll even offer you the lowest bank interest rate. Random, no way. I was already drowning in a mortgage before I transmigrated. Now you want me to take on armor debt? No thanks. Dear, I'm taking this guy with me. Anything else you need my help with? Esdeath cast a curious glance at Nami and Baby 5 standing beside Borsalino. But after a brief look, she quickly lost interest. In her eyes, only the truly strong were worth her attention. Nami and Baby 5. At best, they were just Borsalino's pets. Borsalino-san, who is this woman? Nami could feel the dismissiveness and disdain in Esdeath's gaze. This damn white-eyebrowed woman didn't even consider her or Baby 5 worthy of notice. Whenever it involved other women around Borsalino, Nami's courage would inexplicably increase tenfold. Even though she knew full well that Esdeath could crush her with a single finger, she still glared back defiantly. Ahem. Esdeath is a general from an empire. I invited her here to help wipe out the pirates. Borsalino cleared his throat, subtly signaling Nami to back down. If she kept pushing, and Esdeath decided to deal with her, things would get awkward. Besides, Nami had Gion backing her. If Gion found out Esdeath bullied Nami, it might spark a conflict between two of the strongest women in his circle. And honestly, Borsalino wasn't sure he could handle that kind of drama. A general. Nami eyed Esdeath suspiciously but had to admit that the tall, blue-haired woman carried herself like a true soldier. More importantly, her strength was terrifying. She had taken down and captured Dellocus one-on-one, a feat on par with a Marine Admiral. Nami might be a little headstrong at times, but she wasn't stupid. She wouldn't cause trouble for Borsellino over something petty. Even if she still found Esteth annoying, she wouldn't pick a direct fight. Dear, since we have time now, why don't we continue what we started earlier? Esteth casually handed Dellocus over to Orochimaru through the chat room, then turned her attention back to Borsellino, looking rather eager. After their last encounter, she had gathered a ton of romance novels and literature. Now, she was ready for a proper love story. Of course, if Borsellino wanted to skip the story and jump straight to the ending, she had no objections. She was quite curious about those aspects of male-female relationships as well. Ahem. There are too many people around. Let's wait until after the war. Even someone as shameless as Borsellino found Esteth's straightforwardness a bit overwhelming. More importantly, he still wanted to maintain a certain image in the chat group. If he let his true nature slip too soon, it might ruin his wise and aloof powerhouse persona. At the end of the day, Borsellino had a bit of an ego. Keeping up his legendary figure status for as long as possible was worth it. Borsellino-sama. Just then, Boa Hancock, who had been dominating her section of the battlefield, finally noticed Borsellino's presence. Degree. Chapter 110, Women. Borsellino-sama. Just then, Boa Hancock, who had been dominating her section of the battlefield, finally noticed Borsellino's presence. Without a second thought, she leaped across the war-torn battlefield, ignoring the ongoing chaos, and threw herself into his arms. Who are you? Esteth was immediately displeased. She didn't care about small pets like Nami and Baby 5, who posed no threat. But Boa Hancock. This woman had the looks and body to rival her, and even the strength to be considered a real competitor. That was something Esteth could not ignore. Borsellino-sama, who is this woman? Hancock frowned, giving Esteth a sharp once-over. Her instincts as a woman screamed at her that this blue-haired general was a dangerous rival. She's Esteth, a general from an empire. Borsellino scratched his head. Thankfully, Guion had gone off to hunt down the escaped prisoners. Otherwise, if these three women gathered in one place and actually started fighting, they might reduce Marineford to rubble. Even someone as legendary as Golden Lion Shiki, who once stormed Marineford, would probably get ground into the dirt if he faced this terrifying lineup: Guion, Esteth, and Hancock. I am my dear's personal slave. Without hesitation, Esteth wrapped herself around Borsellino's arm. After reading the romance novels her subordinate had found for her, this Ice Queen was convinced she had mastered the art of love. What? No way. I want to be Borsellino-sama's personal slave too. Hancock latched onto Borsellino's other arm, glaring at Esteth with undisguised hostility. Actually, I'm already Borsellino-sama's personal maid. Baby 5 muttered under her breath but immediately shrank behind Nami when the two big sisters turned their terrifying gazes on her. She didn't even dare lift her head. As Borsellino found himself caught in a rather complicated situation, Marco had already carried Ace and Luffy to safety. Gulalala. Sangoku, your execution plan has failed. Whitebeard laughed heartily, eager to take Ace and the others and leave Marineford. But he knew Sangoku wouldn't let him go so easily. Taking his sons and retreating would be just as difficult as rescuing Ace in the first place. Try escaping from Marine headquarters first. Shockwave. Sangoku grunted as he unleashed a golden shockwave. While the execution had failed, the Marines had still obtained the pure gold, meaning they weren't leaving empty-handed. At least Borsellino now had something valuable to present to the 5 elders. But Sangoku wasn't one to accept failure lightly. The Revolutionary Army hadn't cut off the live broadcast yet, meaning the whole world was still watching. If Whitebeard successfully rescued Ace and escaped without consequences, it would be a humiliating blow, not just to him but to the entire Marine force. A single shockwave from Sangoku carried enough power to sink a massive warship. Even Whitebeard found it difficult to counter. Compared to the Whitebeard who was riddled with illness, Sangoku, who had no such hindrances, was in much better shape. As their battle progressed, Sangoku actually began to gain the upper hand. This was almost unheard of. Edward Newgate, the strongest man in the world, had never truly lost in a one-on-one battle. Realizing this, Sangoku felt a surge of excitement. He didn't care about titles like the strongest, but if he could take Whitebeard down right before his retirement, wouldn't that be the perfect conclusion to his career? Unfortunately, an advantage wasn't the same as victory. And Whitebeard was no amateur, he had decades of battlefield experience. The moment he sensed Sangoku's thoughts, he deliberately exposed a weak point, baiting Sangoku into making a mistake. In the blink of an eye, Whitebeard turned the tide, seizing the initiative once more. Gulalala. Is that all you've got, Sangoku? Whitebeard's booming laughter echoed through Marineford. He was actually enjoying this fight. For the first time in years, he felt alive, like he had returned to his prime. And his opponent was no pushover either. Sangoku, a man who stood at the pinnacle of the Marines, was the perfect opponent for one last grand battle. His Bicento, Murakumajiri, swung through the air with terrifying force. Sangoku, who had only just begun gaining the advantage, suddenly found himself being pushed back by the rampaging Whitebeard. The power of the Gura Gura no Mi was truly unmatched. Even Sangoku, who had fought countless battles, had no intention of testing what would happen if he took a direct hit from an earthquake-infused slash. Old man. Let us help you. As Sangoku grew increasingly wary, Ace and Marco suddenly charged back toward Whitebeard's side. Seeing this, Sangoku almost swore out loud. A one-on-one fight against Whitebeard was already dicey. Now, with Ace and Marco joining in, even he might not be able to hold out. Get lost. I'm not so old that I need my sons to fight for me. Luckily, Whitebeard wasted no time in blasting those two little brats away. He was Edward Newgate, the world's strongest man. If he had to rely on numbers to win, what right did he have to bear that title? With Ace and Marco forced to find other targets, the battlefield remained chaotic. The strongest pirate crew in the world, led by Whitebeard, was proving its reputation. Add to that the Revolutionary Army's main forces and hundreds of escaped convicts from Impel down, and even the Marine headquarters' 100,000 elite troops were beginning to feel the pressure. To make matters worse, most of the 7 warlords of the sea weren't exactly giving their full effort. Even Mariah, who was usually eager to harvest corpses for shadows, realized that waiting for others to do the work was much easier than creating corpses himself. After all, both the Marines and the pirates were fighting with everything they had, eager to send their enemies straight to hell. As long as Mariah avoided the stronger commanders, he could collect corpses without lifting a finger. The battle was growing bloodier by the minute. Casualty numbers were skyrocketing. Even Marine Vice Admirals and Whitebeard's subordinate captains weren't immune, many had already fallen in battle. The Marine Giant Vice Admirals, in particular, stood out just like Little Oars Jr. had earlier, making them easy targets for concentrated attacks. Before long, only Viven, the female Giant Vice Admiral, remained standing. The rest of the Giant Vice Admirals had all collapsed, severely wounded. But it wasn't just the Marines suffering. The Whitebeard pirates and the Revolutionary Army's coalition were taking heavy losses too. More than 16 of Whitebeard's allied captains had already died in battle. The Southern Army commander of the Revolutionary Army, Lindbergh, and 2 of his vice commanders were critically injured and forced to retreat. As Marine Ford continued to descend into total carnage, with over 100,000 warriors locked in a blood-soaked war, a new presence arrived off the coast. A ship known throughout the New World had appeared. The Red Force. The flagship of the Red Hair Pirates. And its presence meant only one thing: Emperor Red-Haired Shanks and his entire crew had arrived. Looks like things are getting pretty intense. Standing at the bow, Shanks gazed toward Marineford's battlefield. It hadn't quite reached the level of corpses littering the ground and rivers of blood, but at this rate, it was only a matter of time before that became the reality. It was just that people in this world were absurdly tough. Unless they were facing an overwhelmingly powerful enemy or struck in a fatal spot, most of them could take 3 to 5 sword strikes and keep fighting like nothing happened. Watching this from the live broadcast, Orochimaru was practically drooling. This was the perfect material for human experiments. Their insane durability made them ideal test subjects. If he played his cards right, he could reuse them multiple times. Unfortunately, the dimensional chat group's trading system didn't allow for living beings to be exchanged. Besides group members themselves, only certain creatures like summoned beasts could be transferred between worlds. As a result, when his death traded Dellocus, who had been clinging to life, to Orochimaru, what arrived on the other side was a very dead corpse. Under normal circumstances, a top-tier warrior should have been able to survive even severe injuries for much longer. But the dimensional chat group system didn't allow loopholes. If it did, Borsalino could have pulled off an infinite number of ridiculous stunts. Now the question was, should they step in and stop the battle? Lucky Roo chomped down on a huge piece of roasted meat, chewing happily. By all logic, the war between the Marines and the Whitebeard pirates had nothing to do with the red-haired pirates. But unfortunately for them, their captain, Shanks, was infamous throughout the New World for sticking his nose into every major conflict. Wherever there was trouble, the red-haired pirates were never far behind. It was almost as if Shanks had set sail just to play peacemaker. It wasn't just Kaido or Big Mom, both obsessed with ruling the seas, who found him annoying. Even Whitebeard himself had been bothered by Shanks' constant meddling more than once. Of course we're stepping in. Otherwise, why did we even bother coming here? Shanks spoke without hesitation. For someone as annoyingly persistent as him, the fact that he was still alive and thriving in the cutthroat world of pirates proved just how strong the red-haired pirates truly were. This won't be easy. The Marines and the Revolutionary Army are sworn enemies. Ben Beckman took a slow drag from his cigarette, exhaling a long stream of smoke. Normally, breaking up a fight was just a matter of physically stopping both sides and talking some sense into them. But this time, the Whitebeard pirates and the Revolutionary Army were only temporary allies. To stop the war, they would have to convince all three major factions to agree to a ceasefire at the same time. That doesn't matter. We have to make them stop. Shanks' expression grew serious. Teach still hasn't shown up. No one knows what he's planning. His fingers instinctively brushed against the scar across his left eye, the mark Blackbeard had given him years ago. Ever since then, Shanks had been deeply wary of Teach. And now, that wariness was proving justified. For decades, Teach had hidden in Whitebeard's shadow, never drawing attention to himself. But now, the time had come for him to reveal his true nature. I just hope we don't end up fighting. Yasopp carefully polished his beloved rifle, using a clean cloth to wipe every inch. For a top-class sniper, his gun was more important than his own life. Hey, we might end up getting attacked by both sides instead. Lucky Roo grinned, still munching on his meat. Neither the Marines nor the Whitebeard pirates were known for their patience or diplomacy. And right now, both sides were already seeing red. Degree. Chapter 111, Ultimate Meddler. At this moment, Shanks was stepping in, asking everyone to give him some face. Based on Lucky Roo's experience over the years, there was a high chance they'd end up getting beaten up for it. But they had boarded Shanks' ship willingly, there was no turning back now. We should at least say hello first, let everyone know we're here. Shanks gripped the hilt of his sword, and in the next moment, an overwhelming wave of Conqueror's Haki erupted from him, soaring into the sky and sweeping across Marineford. In the next second, 8 or 9 equally terrifying auras exploded above Marineford, their intensity rivaling Shanks' own. Even the fortress-like Marine headquarters began to crack and shatter under the sheer pressure of these forces clashing. Ha ha ha. What's going on? Is Marineford always this lively? Shanks' Haki was forcibly pushed out of Marineford. The sheer number of top-tier powerhouses gathered here was utterly ridiculous, even for a place like Marine HQ. Shanks is in for a rough time this time. Ben Beckman said grimly. In their original plan, by the time the red-haired pirates arrived, both the Marines and Whitebeard pirates would be exhausted, with heavy casualties. At that point, the red-haired pirates could step in as a decisive force, potentially convincing both sides to stop fighting. But now, Shanks' Haki probe had confirmed the worst. Both sides still had plenty of strength left. With 8 or 9 top-tier powerhouses in play, they could easily fight for days. Are we going in? Yasopp raised his beloved rifle, taking aim toward Marineford. Of course. We came all this way, no way we're sneaking off with our tails between our legs. Shanks laughed heartily and gave the order. The red force charged toward the frozen battlefield. This guy still loves sticking his nose into trouble, just like before. A mysterious hooded figure, currently keeping Akiji occupied, suddenly chuckled. Once upon a time, Shanks had just been a rookie pirate. Now, he was a man capable of altering the course of war. Red hair. Akiji frowned. There was no denying it, the arrival of the red-haired pirates was bad news for the Marines. On the surface, it seemed like only Shanks had joined the battlefield. But the red-haired pirates were the most balanced crew in terms of strength, their officers were just as formidable as Whitebeard's commanders, if not stronger. Especially Ben Beckman, many believed he could rival the legendary Dark King, Rayleigh. For the Marines, who currently held the upper hand, this was the worst possible development. So that's how it is. The Whitebeard pirates have been colluding with red-haired all along. Fleet Admiral Sangoku's face darkened. After sensing the Conqueror's Haki blast from Shanks, he immediately realized the situation had taken a turn for the worse. Gururara. Don't spout nonsense. Whitebeard let out a booming laugh, immediately denying the accusation. Even if he were to die here, he wouldn't ask for help. Even allowing the Revolutionary Army to join the fight was something he only tolerated because of Ace, Luffy, and Sabo's connections. Foo. This is getting more and more interesting. Even the red-haired pirates are joining in. On the edge of the battlefield, Doflamingo burst into laughter, watching with amusement as he controlled groups of pirates, making them slaughter each other for fun. The more chaotic the battlefield, the more entertaining it was for him. If the red-haired pirates officially joined the war, that would be the perfect beginning for his dream of destroying the world. Classic Shanks. Dracule Mihawk stared at the red-haired pirate's Jolly Roger. Knowing Shanks, it was surprising he even arrived this late. Among a sea of ruthless, power-hungry pirates, Shanks was an anomaly. No one understood why he was so obsessed with stopping conflicts. Even Mihawk, his longtime sparring partner, never truly understood him. But then again, Mihawk's philosophy was simple. If something wasn't worth thinking about, he wouldn't bother. The only thing worth his relentless pursuit was swordsmanship. Is that guy one of your backup forces too? Crocodile, with Dragon covering for him, had finally managed to escape from Akainu's relentless pursuit. Even though he had been defeated by Luffy and ended up as the laughingstock of the 7 warlords, Crocodile was no rookie. Before establishing himself in Alabasta, he had already made a name for himself in the New World, so, of course, he recognized Shanks' flag immediately. He's not with us. I didn't expect him to show up either. Dragon shook his head, casually launching a violent gust of wind behind him to slow down Akainu's advance. Dragon himself wasn't particularly afraid of Akainu, but if Akainu managed to stall him here, his old man might catch up too, and that would be trouble. At first, Dragon thought he had grown strong enough to face his father head-on. But Garp had proven him dead wrong. A couple of iron fists later, and Dragon had nearly gotten his skull caved in. Darling, who's that guy? Esteth, who had been competing with Hancock in a jealous rivalry, immediately turned her attention to the cocky, one-armed newcomer. From her perception, Shanks' power was even above Dellocus, and he seemed to be a swordsman as well. Red-haired Shanks. One of the 4 emperors. A real pain in the ass. Kizaru muttered with a lazy shrug, clearly not too fond of Shanks. Of course, Kizaru would never admit that the reason he disliked Shanks was that, despite being a pirate emperor, the guy was somehow lazier than he was. If Shanks wasn't throwing parties, he was traveling the world, or worse, sticking his nose into other people's business. It was like 2 slackers meeting and naturally repelling each other. He's pretty strong too, huh? Can I fight him? Estetha's eyes gleamed with excitement. She had recently learned all 3 types of hockey and had just taken down a weakened Dellocus, but she wasn't satisfied yet. Maybe later. He's here to stop the fight, and if this keeps going, it won't be good for the Navy either. Kizaru scratched his head. The Navy had the upper hand against the Whitebeard pirates at first. But then Dragon showed up. Now, with the Revolutionary Army and Whitebeard's crew working together, the Navy was no longer dominant. To make things worse, Dragon had recruited Rayleigh, who in turn had brought Dellocus onto their side. If red-haired Shanks joined them as well, things would get really messy. Kizaru wasn't exactly eager to go all out just to clean up this mess. When it came down to it, he only cared about the Navy's interests. Eradicating pirates and revolutionaries wasn't entirely good for the Navy. At least, not in the long run. With how the world government and the 5 elders operated, Kizaru was well aware that once the enemies were gone, the Navy itself would probably be discarded next. And he wasn't about to be a loyal dog for the world government. Shanks' arrival had put many on high alert, but the battle was already in full swing. Neither the Marines nor the pirates had any intention of stopping. Enough. Shanks drew his sword and stabbed it firmly into the ground. A cataclysmic wave of Conqueror's hockey erupted, engulfing all of Marineford. The weaker fighters, both Marines and pirates, collapsed like wheat in the wind, falling in waves. Only the elite warriors and high-ranking officers were able to withstand the pressure. But even then, they were the minority. Within seconds, more than 2/3 of those present had lost consciousness. And the only reason it wasn't worse was that the top powerhouses on both sides had released their own hockey to counteract Shanks' overwhelming force. Red-haired. Are you declaring war against the Navy? A magma-clad Akainu came crashing down from above, smashing a portion of Marineford's plaza into a molten crater. He had already lost his temper. First, Marco and the others escaped from his grasp. Then, Crocodile slipped away right under his nose. His rage was at its absolute peak. His fiery gaze locked onto Shanks with fury. This was the perfect chance to eliminate both Whitebeard's crew and the revolutionaries. Without the revolutionaries interfering, the Navy could have mobilized all its forces, not just from Paradise but from all 4 seas. And once Whitebeard's death created a power vacuum in the New World, the Navy could shift its entire focus there, potentially ending the Great Pirate Era once and for all. Akainu was willing to accept massive casualties if it meant crushing piracy forever. After all, the post-war draft would replenish the Navy anyway. But now, Shanks was ruining everything. If you're still itching for a fight. Shanks rested his hand on his sword, his expression sharp and unwavering. Then you'll have to go through us. Anyone who still wants to fight, come at me. Shanks spoke in a deep, commanding tone. Behind him, the red-haired pirates unsheathed their weapons in unison, ready for battle. TCH, this guy never changes. Marco clicked his tongue in annoyance. Still, he had to admit, the Whitebeard pirates owed red-haired a favor now. For the moment, their temporary alliance with the revolutionaries allowed them to fight the Navy on even ground. But their numbers were still at a disadvantage, and the Navy hadn't even gone all out yet. If that damn Kizaru decided to join the battle, alongside that mysterious woman who had defeated Dellocus one-on-one, then the already precarious situation of the Whitebeard pirates might collapse in an instant. Shanks. It's really Shanks. Hey, Shanks. Luffy bounced up and down excitedly, waving at the red-haired pirates despite the tense standoff between them and Akainu. Shanks, who had been all serious and imposing, suddenly let out a helpless smile. He lifted his hand and gave Luffy a small wave in return. Luffy, huh? You've really grown. Time flies. Beside him, Ben Beckman let out a sigh, feeling a wave of nostalgia. Even under the intense pressure of Akainu's presence, the red-haired pirate's vice-captain remained completely unfazed. When this war is over, let's throw a party with Luffy. Yasopp grinned, lifting his rifle, aiming it directly at Akainu's head. After all, they had watched Luffy grow up back in Fuchsia village. Oi, don't get too relaxed. Lucky Roo chimed in, taking a bite of meat as he cautioned his crew. Look at Akainu, he's about ready to explode. If he decides to fight us to the death, things could get messy real fast. The Whitebeard pirates are siding with the red-haired pirates. Fleet Admiral Sangoku gritted his teeth in frustration. Unlike Akainu, who only cared about wiping out Whitebeard and the revolutionaries, Sangoku's priority was minimizing marine casualties. If Whitebeard and red-haired truly joined forces, the Navy's situation could turn disastrous. What the hell are you talking about? Whitebeard let out a derisive snort, his massive frame unshaken. There's no way in hell I'd team up with that red-haired brat. Even if it meant dying here in Marineford, his pride would never allow him to bow his head to a younger pirate. Sangoku didn't argue. From his perspective, Whitebeard's stubborn pride was both his greatest strength and his greatest flaw. And honestly, this kind of meddling was exactly what Shanks always did. It wasn't surprising in the slightest that he'd step in to stop the war. Even when Kaido and Big Mom had tried to clash with Whitebeard, Shanks had interfered. If you asked Kizaru, Shanks was basically the ocean's biggest busybody. A hopeless meddler with a fixation on maintaining balance. TCH. Red Hair's still as much of a troublemaker as ever. Kizaru raised an eyebrow, shaking his head with a sigh. The first time he'd ever met Shanks, the guy was already butting into conflicts, trying to stop the G1 branch from clashing with the Beast's pirates. And now, years later, that same nosy kid had become a pirate emperor, yet his habits hadn't changed one bit. Darling, this guy is crazy strong. Estetha's eyes sparkled as she watched Shanks, itching to jump in and fight him. Dellocus had been decent, but compared to Shanks, not even close. This world was just getting more and more interesting. There were so many powerful warriors, each one stronger than the last. And at the top of it all, her beloved Kizaru. Even though she had already mastered all three types of hockey, every instinct honed from years of battle screamed a warning whenever she faced him. The kind of feeling she only got when encountering the deadliest danger beasts. A primal sense of doom. Like facing an unstoppable force of nature. Where the hell did you even come from? Hancock shot Estetha a suspicious glance. How do you not know who red-haired Shanks is? Even in the most isolated parts of the world, people know about the pirate emperors. Estetha tilted her head. Pirate emperor. That explains his strength. So, does that make my darling the Navy emperor? Estetha nodded, finally acknowledging Shanks' title as a pirate emperor. Compared to the young, feeble emperor of the empire, she much preferred the idea that only the strongest deserved to rule. Ah. The Navy doesn't have emperors, Kizaru replied lazily. Our highest combat forces are the admirals. Sure, there was a fleet admiral above them, but that position was a leadership role, not necessarily the strongest fighter. That said, most fleet admirals were either the strongest or at least one of the strongest in their generation. As Kizaru casually chatted with his two companions, the battlefield at Marineford was undergoing a dramatic shift. Fleet Admiral Sangoku, should we engage the red-haired pirates? Damn it. Of all times, why now, Shanks? Whitebeard, red-haired, and the revolutionaries. If they join forces, we're in trouble. The moment Shanks arrived, the chaos of the war screeched to a halt. Both Marines and pirates instinctively paused their fighting, waiting for their leaders to make a move. Shanks' entrance alone had been too overwhelming. For those who had never witnessed the power of true monsters, Shanks appeared like a demon king descending upon the battlefield. With a single shout, his conqueror's hockey had knocked out nearly half of both the Marines and pirates. They had no idea that this was Shanks' limit. To them, it only meant one thing. The pirate emperor, red-haired Shanks, is an absolute nightmare. Degree. Chapter 112, Blackbeard. The pirate emperor, red-haired Shanks, is an absolute nightmare. Some even whispered that he might be stronger than Whitebeard. Figures it's Shanks. So, is he on our side now? If we keep fighting, it might not end well for us. Should we team up with Redhair? Let's see what Pop says. Pirates were practical creatures. Once they realized the Navy was even more terrifying than expected, teaming up with Redhair didn't seem so bad anymore. After all, it was better than being wiped out entirely. The Whitebeard pirates and the red-haired pirates. That's terrifying. Can the Navy even win? Those are two pirate emperors. Is this the end of the world? The people watching the live broadcast were on the verge of panic. Even those who didn't like the Navy couldn't help but feel uneasy. Because, at the end of the day, the Navy was still the symbol of order. No one could predict what the world would become if the pirates won. In a way, Fleet Admiral Sangoku had already achieved his goal for this war. At least for now, the Navy's public support had reached an all-time high. The whole world was waiting for Sangoku's final decision. Even Akainu, the most anti-pirate of them all, knew this war couldn't continue. If it weren't for the discovery of pure gold, Sangoku might have kept fighting. If only to avoid displeasing the world government. But now, with pure gold in their hands, the five elders would never blame them for failing to execute Ace. There was no longer any need for the Navy to fight to the bitter end. Yet, while Sangoku remained silent, a certain group of rats, hiding deep within Marine headquarters, were boiling with rage. Damn it. That bastard Shanks. Why did he have to show up now? Blackbeard glared at the screen, his bloodshot eyes filled with pure hatred. His ugly, ambitious face twisted in frustration. He had been so close. If Whitebeard and Sangoku had destroyed each other, he could have swooped in and claimed the Gura Gura no Mi for himself, becoming the strongest man in the world. After securing pure gold from the Marines, Blackbeard would have both immortality and unparalleled power. With that combination, who could ever stop him? And yet, at the most crucial moment, just when he was one step away from his dream, that damn red-haired Shanks had suddenly shown up to ruin everything. If Shanks is interfering, then the captain's plan is a total failure, isn't it? What a shame. It was going to be such an exciting show. A pale-skinned man, lounging casually on the table, sighed in disappointment. This was Lafitte, the navigator of the Blackbeard pirates, a man known as the Demon Sheriff. Blackbeard had managed to gather a crew of monstrous fighters in a short period. Largely because of the future he had promised them. By combining the dark fruit with the tremor fruit, he would become the strongest man in the world, taking Whitebeard's place. But even with his ambitions, Blackbeard knew one thing. Facing Whitebeard directly was suicide. That's why he had orchestrated this war between the Whitebeard pirates and the Marines. So that when both sides were weakened, he could seize his prize. And then, Shanks had to ruin it all. The bastard threatened war with the Marines just to end this battle early. Wee ha ha ha. So the plan failed, huh? Well, that's boring. I don't feel like slinking back to fight in some underground boxing rings. The massive, almost inhumanly muscular Jesus Burgess grinned wickedly, his golden championship belt gleaming at his waist. How about we raise some hell instead? The war had dragged on for so long that Burgess was getting itchy fists. If the plan had failed, he figured he might as well smash some people's skulls for fun. Are we disbanding already? If so, why don't I offer you all an apple? Doc Q, looking like he was about to keel over at any second, reached into his coat and pulled out a handful of apples. Consider it a farewell gift for our short-lived companionship. No thanks. I'm not ready to die yet. Ha 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 ha. Burgess immediately rejected the offer. Everyone knew eating one of Doc Q's apples was just asking for a premature death. Originally, the plan had been to raid Impel down before the war started, using Blackbeard's warlord status to sneak in and recruit some powerful prisoners. But the revolutionaries got there first. Blackbeard wasn't afraid of dragon per se. But after decades of patience within the Whitebeard pirates, he had no intention of ruining everything with an unnecessary fight. So he had waited. And then, Kizaru arrived. Van Augur, the sniper with the sharpest vision, had spotted Kizaru and Gion heading toward Impel down. And at that moment, Blackbeard knew he was screwed. If it were just Gion, a mere admiral candidate, he might have had a chance. But Kizaru? Absolutely not. That was the one opponent he least wanted to face. So, Blackbeard had abandoned his original plan and infiltrated Marineford instead. And yet, even here, things had spiraled completely out of his control. I won't participate in any meaningless attacks. Van Augur calmly wiped down his rifle with a clean cloth, his tone cold and detached. The truth was, even though they were all part of the Blackbeard pirates, each of them had their own agendas. The moment they realized Blackbeard's plan had failed, some of them were already considering walking away. Zehahaha. I never said I lost. Are you all just going to give up that easily? Blackbeard's face twisted into a feral grin. At this point, he had no way back. If he missed this chance, if he let this opportunity slip through his fingers, he might never get another shot at stealing Whitebeard's tremor fruit. Even though he already had the dark fruit. He knew he still wasn't strong enough to take down Whitebeard directly. This was his one and only chance. No matter how dangerous. He had to act now. Ha 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 ha. That's our captain. But are you sure about this? That's the red-haired pirates we're talking about. Burgess' grin widened in excitement. Even though fighting Shanks' crew was a death sentence, the thought of battling such powerful enemies made his blood boil with anticipation. Insanity. But it seems like our only option. Lafitte narrowed his eyes, staring at the red-haired pirates on the screen. He wasn't ready to accept defeat either. Sigh. If you're really that desperate, why not just take one of my apples? Doc Q weakly held out an apple, his expression as lifeless as ever. His face was green, looking as if he could drop dead at any moment. But just seeing how even Burgess kept a safe distance from him, it was obvious. This guy was no joke. Is this really a good idea? We are not a match for the red-haired pirates. Van Augur's voice carried a trace of hesitation. He was tempted, but still uncertain. If they wanted to steal the tremor fruit, the war had to continue. But Shanks' arrival had thrown everything into chaos. With the red-haired pirates present, the Marines were under massive pressure. And if Blackbeard wanted them to keep fighting Whitebeard, he had to personally hold off Shanks. Otherwise, even the full force of Marine headquarters could not handle two Yonko crews, the revolutionaries, and the Impel down escapees all at once. But the harsh reality was, the Blackbeard pirates were no match for the red-haired pirates. Even if Blackbeard himself somehow managed to hold off Shanks, the rest of his crew would be completely wiped out by the red-haired commanders. Of all the Emperor crews, Shanks had the fewest members, but their average strength was the highest in the New World. Even if you removed Shanks from the equation, Blackbeard's crew still couldn't win. Zay-ha-ha-ha. We just need to give the Marines a reason to keep fighting. And if things go south, we can just run for it. Blackbeard knew. This was his most critical moment. If he couldn't convince Van Augur, then Lafitte and Doc Q might waver too. And if that happened, he'd be left with only Burgess. Which meant he'd have no chance at all against the red-haired pirates. Then let's fight. We've come this far, it'd be a waste to back down now. Van Augur finally made his decision. After all, they weren't trying to defeat the red-haired pirates. Just stall them long enough. That wasn't too dangerous. And besides, the red-haired pirate sniper was famous throughout the New World. As a fellow sniper, Van Augur couldn't help but want to test his skills. At that moment, in the center of Marineford, the battlefield had split into two tense factions. The Marines and the pirates. Among the pirates, the revolutionaries and Impel down escapees stood uneasily, awaiting Fleet Admiral Sangoku's final decision. Even with Shanks joining the fight, Marine headquarters still had the upper hand in power. But wiping out two Yonko crews was another story. Even if they could crush Whitebeard's forces, the price would be devastating. If Ace was still in Marine custody, maybe Sangoku could have forced himself to commit. But Ace had already been rescued by Marco and Straw Hat Luffy. The execution had failed. Now, Sangoku had to find a way to end this war with some dignity. In a way, Shanks' arrival actually gave him an excuse to step down. I, as Fleet Admiral of the Marines, declare this war. Just as countless eyes locked onto him. Bang. A Whitebeard pirate's head exploded. Then a second. A third. Just as the fourth bullet was about to blow another pirate's brains out, two gunshots rang out. Both had fired simultaneously. One intercepted the bullet midair. The other traced the sniper's location. Boom. A massive hole was blown in the stone wall. And hiding behind it, Van Augur clicked his tongue. His hat was shot clean off. He licked his lips, eyes flashing. Impressive. This was the difference between them. Both the power and precision of that shot had been on another level. If they'd waited just a second longer, he might have been sniped outright. Zay-ha-ha-ha. So many familiar faces. With a battlefield this lively, how could I not join in? Blackbeard grinned wildly, striding out from behind the stone wall. But the moment Whitebeard's gaze locked onto him, his entire body shivered involuntarily. Not that anyone could blame him, because standing before him was none other than the strongest man in the world. Degree. Chapter 113, Mad Akainu. Although Whitebeard was once the strongest, that era had passed ever since Kizaru became an admiral. And despite spending decades aboard the Moby Dick, Blackbeard still found himself lacking confidence when facing Whitebeard. Because this was not the Whitebeard who had been stabbed by Squard, fought through an entire war, and was left on the brink of death after taking Akainu's magma fists head-on. No, this was the Emperor of the Seas who had battled Fleet Admiral Sangoku for half a day and still remained in peak condition. Even though Blackbeard had mentally prepared himself, a wave of panic still surged within him. For a moment, he even considered fleeing and coming up with another plan later. But, with his lifelong ambition right in front of him, and his rational mind screaming that this was his one and only chance to seize the tremor fruit, Blackbeard knew, if he hesitated now, he would never get another opportunity. "Teach, you actually dare to show your face before me." Whitebeard's furious voice boomed through Marineford, shaking the very air itself. Murdering Thatch was already an unforgivable crime. But betraying the crew, handing Ace over to the Marines, and indirectly causing the deaths of countless Whitebeard pirates, that was beyond redemption. At the very moment he laid eyes on Marshal D. Teach, Whitebeard made his decision: no matter what, this traitor had to die. "Long time no see, Pops. No need to get so worked up over me." Blackbeard grinned shamelessly. He had been terrified at first, but he quickly regained his composure. If he could provoke Whitebeard into continuing the fight, then he wouldn't even need to hold off Shanks for the Marines. Sangoku would have no choice but to keep fighting, for the sake of the Marines' honor. "Blackbeard, why are you here?" Sangoku frowned deeply. Blackbeard had been granted a warlord title for handing over Fire Fist Ace to the Marines. But ever since then, he had been dodging every single Marine summons. If not for the top war-keeping Marine forces occupied, Sangoku would have had him hunted down already. Zehahaha. "Of course, I came to help the Marines fight Shanks. I'll handle red-haired Shanks, and the rest of the 7 warlords can take care of his crew. If we work together, this war can continue," Blackbeard eagerly declared. Because in this entire sea, only Marine headquarters had the power to push Whitebeard to the brink. If Sangoku refused to keep fighting, then Blackbeard alone would never be able to get his hands on the tremor fruit. Not in this lifetime, or even the next. Before Blackbeard could finish speaking, a glint of excitement flashed in Akainu's eyes. If anyone in the Marines wanted this war to continue, it was either Blackbeard or Akainu. But their reasons were different. Blackbeard wanted the tremor fruit. Akainu wanted to win enough merit to secure the Fleet Admiral position. Otherwise, even though Kizaru was older than him by a few years, that guy was known as the Ageless Admiral. Despite being in his 50s, he still looked like he was in his early 20s. That was the ultimate mastery of life return, a technique that allowed one to control their body's aging process. Even the naval officer who originally developed life return never expected someone to perfect it to this level. That officer had lived to be over 120 years old, and Kizaru's mastery was far beyond his. If Kizaru became Fleet Admiral, then unless he voluntarily retired, Akainu knew he'd be waiting his entire life for a position that would never open up. That bastard Teach. Damn it. How dare he show his face here? I'll kill him and avenge Thatch. Whitebeard pirates cursed furiously. As the 4th Division commander, Thatch had always been well liked. And with Blackbeard's betrayal also leading to Ace's capture, their hatred for him had reached the absolute limit. Eliminating pirates and upholding justice is the duty of the Marines. In the name of justice, Whitebeard's crew must be destroyed. Sangoku had finally made up his mind. The cost of destroying Whitebeard's crew would be immense, but letting them leave freely in front of the entire world, that would damage the Marines' honor beyond repair. Yeah. Wipe out Whitebeard's crew. For justice. Kill these damn pirates. As Sangoku's order rang out, the entire Marine force erupted. It was true that the Marines had corrupt officers, but the majority of them had joined for justice. And no matter what definition of justice they followed, destroying pirates was something all Marines agreed on. Retreat. Commanders, cover the crew's retreat. I'll hold them off. Marco, take Ace and get out of here. But just as the Whitebeard pirates were preparing to fight to the death, determined to kill Blackbeard no matter what, their father, Whitebeard himself, unexpectedly gave the order to retreat. "Old man, are we really not avenging Thatch and Ace?" Diamond Jozu, the 3rd Division commander, was furious. He had been extremely close with Thatch, and if Ace hadn't insisted on taking responsibility, Jozu would have been the first to hunt down Blackbeard. In Jozu's eyes, with both the red-haired pirates and the Revolutionary Army on their side, the Whitebeard pirates absolutely had the strength to fight the Marines. There was no need to run away. Many pirates shared Jozu's sentiment, their eyes turning toward Whitebeard, hoping he would change his mind. After all, they were the Whitebeard pirates. How could they stand idly by, watching their families murder right in front of them, only to turn and flee like cowards? "Shut up. I ain't dead yet. The Whitebeard pirates are still mine to command." Whitebeard's roar silenced them all. There was no need to throw their lives away in a death match with the Marines just to kill Teach. They could deal with him anytime. Their true goal in coming to Marineford had been to rescue Ace, and now, Marco and Straw Hat Luffy had already succeeded. There was no reason to keep fighting. Old man. Ace hesitated. He wanted to kill Blackbeard, to avenge Thatch. But he also knew that if he stayed behind, he would only endanger his crew. Thatch was my son. His vengeance is mine to take. Whitebeard shook his head. He knew all too well the burden Ace carried on his shoulders, but this was not the time to test his resolve. Think you can escape? Ha! Dream on. Akainu sneered, raising his hand as countless magma meteors shot into the sky. Lava rained down, ready to turn Marineford's harbor into a molten hell. Unless they had Whitey Bay's icebreaker ship, even the Moby Dick wouldn't be able to sail out. Akainu, you brat. Before the magma could fall, Whitebeard had already slammed his fist into the air. Shockwaves rippled outward, shattering the very atmosphere and obliterating Akainu's lava meteors in an instant. Block them. Don't let the pirates escape. At Sangoku's command, tens of thousands of Marines charged forward, their battle cries shaking the battlefield. Over my dead body. Earthquake. Whitebeard swung his Bicento down onto Marineford's plaza. A massive rift, over 10 meters wide, tore through the ground, completely separating the Marines from the pirates. Sure, Marine officers could use moonwalk to cross the gap, but not every Marine had mastered the 6 powers. And even among those who had, not all could use moonwalk efficiently. Recklessly charging across would only get them trapped and slaughtered by the pirates. Even a Marine Vice Admiral could be overwhelmed in such a scenario. Ice Rainbow Bridge. At the critical moment, Admiral Akiji leapt into the air, activating his powers. A massive ice bridge, dozens of meters wide, instantly spanned the gap. As his ability continued to spread, the entire rift began filling with ice. Even if the Whitebeard pirates destroyed the bridge, the Marines only needed to wait a moment before charging across again. Move. Don't let them get away. Destroy the Whitebeard pirates. The Marines' morale surged. Akainu, his fighting spirit burning brighter than ever, transformed into molten lava and rushed toward Whitebeard. He needed to claim the head of the world's strongest men, to make up for the glory he had lost. This was his final opportunity. Once the war ended, Sangoku would almost certainly retire. And the next fleet admiral? Without a doubt, it would be Kizaru, the admiral who had delivered pure gold to the 5 elders. In terms of strength, merit, and seniority, Kizaru was flawless. The only way Akainu could change the outcome was by achieving a feat of equal magnitude, and Whitebeard's head was the perfect choice. Even if it didn't fully match Kizaru's accomplishment, Akainu was confident he could use Kizaru's personality flaws to sway the 5 elders. After all, who would want a fleet admiral who constantly disobeyed orders and ignored the world government's will? Die, Whitebeard. Akainu transformed midair, becoming a massive lava tsunami, and plunged toward Whitebeard in an all-out attack. Before Whitebeard could move, a jet-black flying slash split the lava in 2. Red hair. Shanks had drawn his sword, and intervened. Akainu's face twisted in rage. It felt like the entire world was against him. Every time he locked onto a target, someone else got in his way. And this was his last chance. Even with his pride, Akainu knew he couldn't take on both Shanks and Whitebeard at once. His dream of becoming fleet admiral was now nothing more than an illusion. With a roar, he erupted like a volcano, throwing everything he had into a suicidal charge against Shanks. Man, this guy's got a real bad temper. Shanks' expression twitched slightly. He couldn't quite understand why Akainu was this furious. Still, even if Akainu went berserk, Shanks was confident he could stop him. Before the scorching lava could even fall, countless flying slashes from Shanks' sword had obliterated it midair. But as a Logia user, Akainu didn't care about such attacks. The scattered lava quickly reformed, taking human shape once more. Great eruption. Akainu, seething with rage, had already made up his mind. No matter who else jumped in to interfere, he was now fixated on killing Shanks. Because in some ways, Shanks was the very reason Akainu's dream of becoming fleet admiral had been shattered. At that exact moment, Akiji also made his move. His frozen breath billowed into the air as he rushed toward Whitebeard, intending to take his head. But unlike Akainu, Akiji had no personal ambition for the fleet admiral position. He was simply protecting the Navy's dignity. In his eyes, as long as Akainu didn't become fleet admiral, he could accept any other outcome. In fact, Borsalino's neutral stance wasn't all that different from the more pacifist factions in the Navy. The Borsalino faction was already known as a wild mix of former hawks and doves, Marines who had found the extremes of either side unbearable and had chosen to follow him instead. Storm Dragon Claw, Dragon King's Breath. Before Akiji could reach Whitebeard, a howling storm rose before him, forming an impassable barrier. Monkey D. Dragon. Originally, Dragon's goal in the Paramount War had been to spread the Revolutionary Army's ideology and damage the Navy's image. Rescuing Ace had been secondary. Even though his plan to strike a fatal blow against the Navy hadn't fully succeeded, he had still broadcast the Revolutionary Army's message to the entire world. Now that his objective was mostly complete, he didn't mind helping his temporary allies, blocking a Navy admiral in the process. Whitebeard, of course, understood the importance of returning favors. As he ordered his sons to cover the retreat, he also ensured the Revolutionary Army could escape safely. The chaos of Marineford's battlefield exploded anew, but this time, the Blackbeard pirates had made their move. Led by Blackbeard himself, they clashed head-on with the red-haired pirates. Take him down. Ben Beckman, a cigarette dangling from his lips, glanced at Blackbeard, then calmly raised his rifle. The red-haired pirates weren't just the strongest Yonko crew on average, they also had the best snipers in the New World. Ben Beckman, Yasopp, and Lucky Roo, all top-tier marksmen. And beneath them, a dozen more snipers, each as skilled as Izo from the Whitebeard pirates. Even a top-level powerhouse would hesitate to charge straight into that kind of firepower. Bullets coated in armament hockey rained down like a storm, forcing the Blackbeard pirates into a chaotic retreat. The dark fruit might be the most dangerous devil fruit, but unlike other Logia types, it lacked intangibility. Worse, it doubled pain when taking damage. At this point, Blackbeard still hadn't obtained the tremor fruit. He was not yet at the level of a top-tier fighter. Against the full force of the red-haired pirate snipers, he was completely helpless. Damn it. Aren't you supposed to be a sniper? Fire back. Burgess, hiding behind a broken wall, roared in frustration. He loved fighting, sure, but not like this. Not cowering like a cornered rat under relentless gunfire. Screw you. If you're so tough, get out there and draw their fire from me. I promise I'll collect your corpse. Van Augur snapped back, furious. He wanted to duel the red-haired pirate snipers, but not like this. This wasn't a one-on-one duel. This was a 1 versus 10 bloodbath. Unlike Burgess, who could tank hits, snipers lived or died by precision. A single misstep was enough to end them instantly. And the worst part? There were at least 2 or 3 snipers stronger than him on the enemy side, not to mention the dozen others who were just as skilled. Staying here is suicide. We need a new plan. Lafitte glanced into a small mirror, observing the red-haired pirates closing in from both flanks. Their formation made it clear, they weren't just pushing them back, they were setting up a kill zone. If they didn't act fast, they'd all be wiped out. So what do I mean, what's the plan? Doc Q was a bit dumbfounded, and even his sickly horse, for once, seemed to perk up, eagerly staring at Lafitte. Degree. Hungry for more chaps? Then check out our Patreon. Chapter 114, oh hello there. As the weakest combatant on the crew, he had zero confidence in holding his own. While the others could split up without any issues, Doc Q was genuinely worried he'd get killed. Zehahaha. Don't worry, I personally chose you for my crew. You won't die that easily. Blackbeard laughed heartlessly. If he weren't outmatched, Doc Q would have shoved an exploding apple into his mouth by now. Good luck, then. Lafitte simply shrugged, removed his top hat, and flicked it upward like a magician. Suddenly, a flock of doves burst out from inside. The moment the doves took flight, however, the red-haired pirate snipers shot them all down in an instant. But the distraction worked, the Blackbeard pirates used the opening to scatter, avoiding further suppression by gunfire. Open fire freely. Cover the Whitebeard pirates' retreat. Ben Beckman snorted at the scene. He had no interest in wasting time with Blackbeard's crew. Shanks always had a bad habit of meddling, so as his first mate, Beckman had to clean up his messes. Some of the snipers still had a grudge against Blackbeard for his betrayal and kept focusing their shots on him. But a few hockey-coated bullets weren't enough to bring him down completely. That didn't mean it didn't hurt. Every shot drew a furious curse from Blackbeard, the dark fruit's pain amplification was no joke. Even someone as tough as him could barely endure it. Huff. Can't be too close to Pops, but can't be too far away either. Need to find a high ground to assess the situation first. Finally breaking out of Yasopp's sniping range, Blackbeard rushed across the battlefield, calculating the best way to steal the tremor fruit. At this moment, Whitebeard was holding back the Navy's pursuit. The strongest men in the world stood alone, an unbreakable wall between the Marines and their target. To make things worse, Fleet Admiral Sangoku was occupied, held back by a mysterious hooded figure who refused to reveal their identity. The remaining Vice Admirals, completely outmatched against Whitebeard. Seizing the moment, Blackbeard quickly found the perfect spot, a large watchtower standing tall over Marineford's central plaza. Zehahaha. This spot is perfect. With a grin, he climbed up to the tower's pavilion. From here, he had a clear vantage point, he could monitor Whitebeard's condition without drawing attention. The ongoing chaos would keep both the Navy and the pirates too distracted to notice him. At least, that's what he thought. Because the moment he stepped inside, his grin froze solid. What a coincidence, Blackbeard. Sitting leisurely on a beach chair, where it had come from was anyone's guess, was Kizaru. A small table sat beside him, piled high with food, drinks, and fine liquor. To his left, Baby, 5 and Nami were tending to him. Behind him, Hancock and Esteth, locked in an icy stare-down. The moment Blackbeard entered, all eyes snapped toward him. Random bystander trying to suck up to Luo Feng, PFFT. Ha ha ha. Blackbeard just walked straight into his own doom. Orochimaru, so this is the dark fruit user you mentioned earlier. The most unique Logia, intriguing. Tony Stark, whoa, just saying, no offense to plus-sized folks, but this Blackbeard guy's body proportions are insane. Is he really that strong? Xiaomei, he looks evil, and really ugly. Kobayashi, judging someone just by their looks is kinda mean, don't you think? AI Hybera, don't underestimate him. If the dumb dog isn't lying, this guy is the mastermind who started this entire war. Fubuki, doesn't look very smart, though. Orochimaru, heh. Can I pre-order this guy's corpse? The chat exploded with reactions. Clearly, Blackbeard's dramatic entrance was too good to ignore. Navy monster. Wayo, Admiral Kizaru. Zihahaha. Didn't expect to see you here. My bad. I'll just get going now. Blackbeard forced out a dry laugh. He still remembered the battle between Whitebeard and Kizaru more than a decade ago. Although Whitebeard ultimately repelled the Admiral, the seriousness on his face back then proved that the title, Marine Monster, was well deserved. In Teach's mind, Whitebeard was the one person he least wanted to face. And after that, it was definitely Kizaru. If he ignored Whitebeard's blazing fury, the sheer hatred that made it seem like the old man wanted to tear him apart alive, then Kizaru might actually rank even higher. In some ways, the glint fruit was the perfect counter to the dark fruit. Most importantly, Kizaru was too fast. Even with the ability to nullify devil fruits, Blackbeard couldn't touch someone moving at the speed of light. Leave. You think you can leave without my permission? Kizaru put down his wine glass, a lazy smile on his face. The moment the words left his mouth, Blackbeard's expression changed dramatically. Unlike Akainu, who would gladly drag every pirate to hell with him, Kizaru had a different philosophy. To him, preserving the Navy's interests wasn't just about eliminating pirates, it was about maintaining balance and order on the seas. At first glance, this made his ideals sound similar to Shanks. But there was a fundamental difference. Shanks wanted to preserve the balance of the Great Pirate Era. He needed the 4 emperors to exist, ensuring that the Navy could never fully suppress the endless waves of pirates entering the New World. Meanwhile, Kizaru wanted a balance where the Navy was in complete control. In simple terms, his vision of balance meant the Navy standing high above all, with the power to eliminate any pirate crew at will, without actually wiping out all pirates. At least, not until the world government was overthrown. After all, as long as pirates existed, the Navy could maintain a certain level of independence from the government. So for someone like Blackbeard, a pure opportunist who only wanted to tear down the existing order, it didn't matter whether he ended up in the hands of the red-haired pirates or Kizaru. Either way, he was a dead man. Zihahaha. Maybe Admiral Kizaru isn't aware. I'm a warlord of the sea now. We're on the same side. Blackbeard slowly took a step backward, bloodshot eyes locked onto Kizaru, watching for any sign he might attack. A warlord. Kizaru tilted his head, voice still as casual as ever. Now that you mention it, I really don't like that system. Once I become Fleet Admiral, I'll just abolish it altogether. He stood up at an unhurried pace, yet Blackbeard's entire body tensed. His mind was already in full escape mode. The odds of getting away were slim, but no way in hell was he going to die right before his dream was within reach. He had spent decades waiting for this, he wasn't about to lose everything now. Zihahaha. But before the warlord system is abolished, wouldn't attacking me mean defying the world government's orders? Blackbeard's voice took on a hint of menace as he played his last card, threatening Kizaru's shot at Fleet Admiral. If you do that, you might just lose your chance at the position you've been waiting for. Kizaru simply chuckled. In that case, I'll leave this one to you two. He turned to Hancock and Esteth. The two had been locked in a silent standoff just moments ago, but as soon as Kizaru spoke, both women turned their attention to Blackbeard. The sheer pressure of their combined killing intent nearly made Blackbeard's knees buckle. What the hell was wrong with these two? Don't worry, my dear. Estetha's lips curled into a cold, merciless smile. I'll bring you this fool's head in no time. She was getting tired of constantly bickering with Hancock over Kizaru's attention, so Blackbeard showing up was perfect timing. Just one glance was enough for Esteth to sense the subtle danger radiating from him. He might not be as strong as Dellocus or red-haired Shanks, but he was definitely powerful enough to give her an entertaining fight. Don't be ridiculous. Lord Kizaru clearly ordered me, a warlord, to deal with this man. Hancock had no intention of backing down. She wasn't particularly interested in fighting strong opponents, but if it was Kizaru's order, she would carry it out without hesitation. Seeing that Hancock was about to argue with her again, Esdeath rolled her eyes. She had wanted to experience the game of love, and so far, her time with Darling had been incredibly enjoyable. But the number of strange women around him was starting to annoy her. It wasn't that she had some obsessive need to monopolize Kizaru. But Hancock's constant competition for his attention was seriously irritating. Why couldn't she be obedient like those two maids? It's not like Esdeath minded Kizaru having other women. Though, what she didn't realize was that while she and Hancock were butting heads, a certain Nami was secretly hoping they'd start fighting for real. Fine. Let's see who's faster. Whoever takes his head first wins. Esdeath finally lost her patience and declared a challenge. Then, completely ignoring any sense of fairness, she attacked first, hurling a barrage of ice spears straight at Blackbeard. Bastard. Blackbeard never expected this outcome. Kizaru himself wasn't making a move, but instead, he had sicked the pirate empress and the woman who killed White Ram Dellocus on him at the same time. To be honest, Blackbeard wasn't afraid of fighting either of them one-on-one. But two-on-one, right at the moment he was about to steal the Tremor fruit. That was enough to make him mad. Even if he somehow won, he might miss his only chance to claim Whitebeard's power. So, without hesitation, Blackbeard leaped off the tower, diving straight toward Marineford's war-torn battlefield. As chaotic as the fight below was, it was still better than getting hunted down by two monstrous women. Don't even think about running. There was no way Esdeath would let her prey escape. She drew her saber and immediately gave chase. Hunting dangerous creatures was her way of life, and the thrill of tracking and slaughtering prey was ingrained in her blood. Wretched woman. Hancock gritted her teeth, her long legs kicking off the air as she leaped after them. She may not have trained as a marine, but given her relationship with Kizaru, she had long mastered the 6 powers. From this height, all she had to do was use moonwalk a couple more times. And she'd catch up in no time. Not bad. Esdeath landed gracefully on a massive ice platform, skating across the rapidly freezing battlefield as she closed in on Blackbeard. Then she saw Hancock running through the air with moonwalk, effortlessly outpacing her due to having a more direct route. But Esdeath wasn't worried. Blackbeard was strong. Taking his head wouldn't be that easy. Degree. Chapter 115, Desperate Teach. Bastards. Scumbags. Damn it. You two filthy bitches. Blackbeard cursed furiously as he ran for his life. He couldn't understand where Kizaru had found a woman like Esdeath, someone so powerful yet completely obedient to his orders. Even more baffling was Boa Hancock. Why would the pirate empress, a warlord of the sea, risk offending the world government just to chase him down? Hadn't she heard that Kizaru planned to abolish the warlord system? That was directly cutting into her interests. Unlike Blackbeard, who saw the warlord title as a stepping stone, Hancock had the entire Kuja pirates behind her. Why would she take such a huge risk? Wait a minute. That guy is Teach. I'll slaughter you. The bastard who killed Thatch. I'll avenge Captain Thatch. Kill him. We can't let that traitor escape. The chaotic battlefield suddenly turned even more volatile. The pirates fighting in the war quickly took notice. The traitor of the Whitebeard pirates, Marshal D. Teach, had actually dared to show up in front of them. If there were a ranking for the most hated enemy in Marineford, then Blackbeard would be at the top without a doubt. He betrayed the Whitebeard pirates. He murdered Thatch, the 4th Division commander. He captured Ace and handed him over to the Marines. He triggered this war to wipe out the Whitebeard pirates. And that was before they even knew his true objective. If they found out he planned to steal Whitebeard's Tremor fruit, they'd hunt him down at any cost. Damn it. Don't get in my way at a time like this. Darkwater. More and more pirates charged toward him, eager to kill him before the 2 terrifying women behind him caught up. Blackbeard had no choice but to eliminate these nuisances first. A sinister black mist began emanating from his body. As his right hand turned pitch black, all the pirates rushing toward him suddenly found themselves being pulled in, unable to resist. Wah. I'm being sucked in. My devil fruit powers, they're gone. Die, Teach. Some fierce pirates even drew their weapons, ready to kill him up close as they got dragged in. Liberation. Blackbeard let out a wicked grin and suddenly threw his hand forward. Right in the direction of Esdeath and Hancock. An unbelievable scene unfolded. The pirates that had been sucked toward Blackbeard were suddenly hurled away. Straight toward Esdeath and Hancock. To an outsider, it looked like they were helping Blackbeard escape. You're asking for death. Esdeath, skating across the frozen battlefield, didn't care whether these men were collateral damage or not. Seeing them fly toward her, she didn't hesitate. With a single swing of her blade, she cut them all down. Even before meeting Kizaru, Esdeath had been a top-tier swordswoman. But after learning hockey and swordsmanship techniques from Kizaru, it only took her a few days to master them completely. In terms of pure sword skill, she wasn't far off from great swordsmen like Flower Sword Vista. To her, 10 or so Whitebeard pirates were nothing more than a single slash's work. No. Not far away, Marco had just noticed Blackbeard. He was about to attack, but then he saw the blue-haired woman mercilessly cutting down more than 10 of his crewmates. Under normal circumstances, even if he knew how strong she was, Marco would never let this slide. But right now, Marineford was absolute chaos. The Whitebeard pirates were desperately trying to retreat, while also helping the Revolutionary Army escape. The pressure they faced was overwhelming. If not for the red-haired pirates, their mission would have been completely impossible. No matter how furious Marco was, he couldn't afford to pick a fight with Esdeath now. He could only memorize her face and swear to settle the score later. Humph. What a joke. Esdeath, delayed by Blackbeard, had already fallen far behind Hancock. When she noticed Marco glaring at her with pure hatred, she sneered without hesitation. She wouldn't mind at all if Marco came after her. Taking down a strong opponent like him first before going after that smoke-covered bastard was perfectly fine. The world her dear one belonged to was truly magnificent, powerful opponents were everywhere. Even with her observation hockey not yet at its peak, she could still sense dozens, if not hundreds, of interesting prey, as well as at least a dozen fighters on her level or even stronger. Even that woman called Boa Hancock was quite formidable. If she ever ran out of worthy opponents, she could always use her dear one as an excuse to drag Hancock into a fight. And then there was the woman named Guion, whom Nami mentioned, someone even stronger than Boa Hancock. Now that would be a truly satisfying opponent. The more Esdeath thought about it, the more excited she became. She absolutely loved Kizaru, and she absolutely loved the world he lived in. Perfume Femur. Seizing the moment while Esdeath was delayed, Hancock used Moonwalk to chase down Blackbeard. Though they were both warlords of the sea, Hancock clearly had no intention of wasting time talking. She opened with a ruthless whip kick. Despite being hailed as the most beautiful woman in the world, the pirate empress was no mere ornament. Even among the warlords, she was one of the only ones qualified to challenge Mihawk for the top spot. After all, Mihawk could only occasionally spar with Shanks, while Hancock could spend all day, every day, using Kizaru as her personal training partner. Unfortunately, the pirate empress was hopelessly love-struck. If not for her absurd natural talent and Kizaru's frequent, strict supervision, her strength might not even match that of her alternate timeline self. Boom. Blackbeard barely managed to block in time, but he was still sent flying, rolling across the ground in pain like a helpless worm. Slave Arrow. A massive pink heart formed in Hancock's hands. As she pulled back on one side, countless pink arrows rained down toward Blackbeard like a storm. At first glance, the attack didn't seem particularly lethal. But Blackbeard, with his sharp observation hockey, panicked and scrambled out of range. Many pirates who had rushed over upon spotting Blackbeard, however, were not as lucky. The pink arrows pierced their bodies, turning them to stone instantly. This was the power of the love fruit. Hancock could petrify anyone who harbored even the slightest love for her. Of course, the ability only worked on those significantly weaker than her. But when combined with her unparalleled beauty, it was practically invincible. So Kizaru was right. The dark fruit really is the only Logia that can't turn intangible. Hancock's eyes narrowed. Esdeath's presence made her feel threatened. In terms of beauty, Hancock knew she was superior, but she had to admit, Esdeath's wild and domineering aura exuded a raw, primal attraction that could stir something deep within any man. In terms of strength, Hancock didn't consider herself weak, but Esdeath had managed to take down Dellocus alone. That meant she was even stronger than Hancock. Worst of all, that wretched woman, Esdeath, was just like her. She didn't care that Kizaru had other women. And in all the how to keep rivals away strategies that Stussy had taught her, this kind of woman was the most dangerous. If she wanted to win Kizaru's favor, she had to prove she was more useful than that wicked woman. So just die already. I'll take your head and use it to earn Kizaru's affection. With a fierce battle cry, Hancock's body crackled with lightning. She was unleashing the lightning release that Kizaru had taught the Kuja warriors. Although Orochimaru had simplified it, reducing its original power, even a slight boost was valuable for someone like Hancock, who already had one foot in the realm of top-tier fighters. Bastard. Like hell I'll let you use my head to impress another man. Wait, what the hell is happening to her body? Blackbeard cursed as he fled, but in his panic, he caught a glimpse of the lightning crackling around Hancock's body. True powerhouses of the sea never bothered to hide their devil fruit abilities. Most people, for example, knew that the 3 Marine Admirals wielded the Glint fruit, the Ice fruit, and the Magma fruit. But even with that knowledge, the outcome of facing them was always the same: utter annihilation. Knowing a Devil Fruit's ability didn't mean you could counter it, and even if you could counter it, that didn't mean you could win. Hancock, however, was a unique case. She never actively concealed her fruit's power, yet because she rarely left Amazon Lily, very few people truly knew she possessed the love fruit. Especially someone like Blackbeard, who had spent years playing the fool in the Whitebeard Pirates. He had never encountered Hancock in battle before. So when he saw the dazzling lightning radiating from her, his first thought was, naturally, the infamous rumble fruit. After all, Hancock was clearly no mink. Yet she could generate electricity, and she was this strong. Zayhahaha. If I can't get my hands on the quake fruit, at least I can settle for the rumble fruit to make up for it. Icicle cage. But before he could act, countless sharp ice spikes rained down from above, stabbing deep into the ground and forming a massive cage that trapped him inside. Then, Isthetha's proud figure landed gracefully atop one of the ice pillars, looking down at both Blackbeard and Hancock with cold amusement. Still not finished after all this time. And you call that worthy of following, my dear? A mocking smirk curled at Isthetha's lips. She had stumbled a bit in her initial skirmish with Hancock over Kizaru's attention, lacking experience in this kind of battle. But then she recalled the theories from the books Nyo had recommended to her, combining them with her own strategic expertise from military campaigns. She had devised her own Isteth-exclusive, enemy-rival suppression tactics. Right now, provoking Hancock was just a warm-up. Her real target was the one who was supposedly engaged to Kizaru, the Marine Admiral candidate, Guion. Unlike Hancock, Guion had both the strength and the status to be a serious contender. Shut up. I'm about to finish him off. Hancock's body crackled with lightning as she lunged at Blackbeard, determined to kill this bastard before his death could step in and steal her victory. Zayhahaha. If you want to die so badly, I'll grant your wish. Darkwater. Blackbeard laughed wildly, extending his hand as swirling darkness erupted from his palm, aiming to pull Hancock in and take her down. Grand Perfume Femur. Hancock was yanked toward him, but she showed no sign of panic. She wasn't the type to rely solely on her devil fruit powers in combat. Or rather, thanks to Kizaru's relentless training, whether or not she had her fruit's abilities didn't make much of a difference to her strength. Her lightning-infused, hockey-coated kick slammed directly into Blackbeard's face. One moment, he was grinning with smug confidence. The next, his face contorted in agony as it warped from the impact. Boom. Blackbeard was sent flying again, smashing through several ice pillars before tumbling dozens of meters across the ground, carving a deep trench in his wake. For a moment, his mind went completely blank. Who am I? Where am I? How the hell did I just get kicked like that? As far as he was concerned, once Hancock lost her rumble fruit powers, she should have been helpless. Yet somehow, this helpless woman had shattered the jar and smacked him so hard he spun 18 times in place. Then, the pain kicked in, unbearable, searing pain. If an ordinary person had taken that hit, crashed through ice pillars, and skidded across the ground for dozens of meters, they wouldn't just be dead, they'd owe Hancock a few extra lives in the afterlife. And that was only because this was the one-piece world, where people could suffer full body fractures and be back to running, jumping, and fighting in just a few days. Overconfident as he was, Blackbeard hadn't even thought to use armament hockey for defense. With the dark fruit's double pain debuff stacking on top of his miscalculation, the sheer agony nearly knocked him out on the spot. I'm not dying here. Blackbeard gritted his teeth and forced himself to sit up. Blood poured from his face, which was now grotesquely misshapen, yet his sheer survival instinct kept him moving. On paper, if Blackbeard fought Hancock one-on-one, his chances of victory were at least 40 to 60, maybe even higher if the battle dragged on, given his durability and persistence. But he had completely misread the situation. He assumed Hancock had the rumble fruit. He assumed her strength came from it. And with the dark fruit's drawbacks leaving him vulnerable, he had lost the initiative. Slave arrow. Before he could fully recover, Hancock struck again. Countless pink arrows rained down like a storm, each one carrying lethal intent. She was determined to finish him off. Darkwater. By now, Blackbeard had snapped out of his initial shock. He raised his hand, and all of Hancock's pink arrows were instantly swallowed into the abyss of darkness. He had finally realized, Hancock wasn't a rumble fruit user like he had assumed. And unlike Ace, who relied heavily on his devil fruit, this pirate empress was an absolute monster in close combat. If not for the dark fruit side effects, he might have been able to trade blows with her. But with double the pain debuff, just thinking about that last kick made him break into a cold sweat. Humph, so this so-called mastermind is only this strong. Isteth sneered. If it weren't for the constant live commentary from the spectators broadcasting the battle, she wouldn't have believed that Blackbeard was the one responsible for instigating a war of this scale. Zayhahaha. What a joke. Like hell I'm dying at the hands of 2 women. If you want my head, then come and take it. Blackbeard bared his teeth in a defiant grin, though several of those teeth were missing. His face looked somewhat ridiculous, but the burning ambition in his eyes was undeniable. TCH. Let's see if you can survive this, then. As soon as Esdeath finished speaking, Blackbeard noticed something strange. The light around him had suddenly dimmed. His head snapped up, just in time to see a colossal ice spike, hundreds of meters in diameter and several kilometers long, plummeting toward him like a meteor. Wah. What the hell is that? Run. We're dead. We're so dead. Nearby pirates who had been planning to charge at Blackbeard immediately turned tail at the sight of the apocalyptic ice pillar crashing down. Blackbeard's first instinct was to escape, but the moment he tried to move, he realized. His feet had been frozen solid. At some point, the ground beneath him had become a sheet of ice, locking his legs in place. Dark Vortex. Degree. Chapter 116, Extortion continues. Dark Vortex. With no other choice, Blackbeard unleashed his Devil Fruit's power, attempting to devour the incoming ice pillar. Ominous black smoke surged outward, coiling like hungry tendrils. The dark fruit had many weaknesses. It lacked Logia intangibility and came with double the pain debuff, but it was still one of the most fearsome devil fruits in existence. The ice pillar screamed through the air, its sheer momentum threatening to obliterate anything in its path. Even the toughest warriors would be in serious danger if it hit them head-on. But as soon as it came into contact with the swirling darkness, it began to shrink. A chilling crunch echoed through the battlefield as the massive ice structure was rapidly consumed and compressed, as if invisible beasts were gnawing it away. Absorption and compression. What a gluttonous power. Esdeath smirked coldly, instantly analyzing the nature of Blackbeard's ability. Let's see how much you can eat, then. Just as Blackbeard was about to breathe a sigh of relief, the light dimmed again. This time, the shadow covering him was even larger. You've got to be kidding me. Blackbeard's face twitched violently. Above him, a titanic ice mountain had appeared, easily 1/3 the size of Marineford itself. The dark fruit had once swallowed an entire town. But compared to the monstrous mass of ice looming over him, that was nothing. Damn it. Does she want to destroy Marineford? Even Akainu, who was locked in a fierce battle with Shanks, couldn't ignore the sheer scale of Esdeath's attack. If that mountain came crashing down, Marineford would never recover. Even if it didn't completely obliterate the island, it would wipe out countless Marines and pirates alike. Akainu didn't care about individual Marine casualties, he would personally execute any soldier who dared to flee the battlefield. But losing entire battalions to some unknown woman, that he couldn't tolerate. What a monster. Just where the hell did Borsellino find someone like her? Even Shanks was visibly shaken. The world was full of hidden powerhouses. But only a handful had the strength to wage war at this level. In the red-haired pirates, only Ben Beckman might be able to match her in a fight. And even then, Shanks wasn't sure if he'd win. Like hell I'm dying here. Dark Star, full power. Blackbeard roared toward the sky, his voice filled with rage and desperation. Endless black smoke surged from his body, condensing into a massive, all-consuming black sphere that shot toward the falling ice mountain. The 100-meter-long ice spike, which had barely survived the previous attack, was instantly swallowed upon contact, disappearing without a trace. A colossus weighing billions of tons collided with a force capable of devouring all things. As the ice mountain was rapidly consumed, the dark sphere itself began to tremble violently. Hold it together, damn it. Blackbeard's face contorted in a savage grimace, veins bulging from his forehead as he bellowed. If he fell here, then decades of planning, deception, and ambition would amount to nothing but a joke. His dreams, his destiny, everything would come to an abrupt, humiliating end. That was unacceptable. Perhaps it was his willpower pushing past its limits, or perhaps his strength had truly evolved in this moment. Because despite the overwhelming force bearing down upon him, the dark sphere held out, until every last remnant of the ice mountain had vanished within it. Then, as if its purpose had been fulfilled, the sphere popped like a bubble, dissolving into nothingness. Meanwhile, atop a watchtower overlooking the battlefield, Kizaru remained as relaxed as ever, observing the chaos below at a leisurely pace. Not far from him, Baby 5 clutched an ornately decorated Den Mushi. Every so often, the restless 5 elders would call in, making sure that the pure gold was still in his hands. Had he not flatly refused, they would have ordered him to ignore the entire Marineford battle and bring the pure gold directly to Mary Geos. Kizaru chuckled softly. 35%. No, 30% will do. It's about time I claimed the title of the world's strongest. His golden eyes flickered with amusement as he calculated exactly how much power he needed to reveal. While Blackbeard was suffering an absolute beatdown, Akainu and Shanks were locked in a vicious duel. Fueled by rage and bloodlust, Akainu relentlessly attacked, completely indifferent to his own survival. Their battle had transcended strategy, it was a pure, life-or-death struggle. Elsewhere, Fleet Admiral Sangoku found himself stalled by Dark King Rayleigh, who had yet to fully reveal his identity. Much like when he previously stalled Akiji, Rayleigh wasn't aiming for victory, just causing trouble. And when a top-tier powerhouse is only focused on disruption, even another top-tier opponent struggles to deal with them. Speaking of Akiji, he was currently fighting Dragon. In a way, they were peers, both once part of the Navy. Had Dragon never defected, the Marine headquarters could have had 4 admirals instead of 3. Their strength was almost equal, though Dragon held a slight edge. Even so, their fight wouldn't reach a conclusion anytime soon. As for Garp, he was busy dealing with Ben Beckman and Marco, who had joined forces to hold him back. Every major figure had found a worthy opponent, ensuring that no quick victories could be achieved. Well, almost everyone. One man was in a league of his own. Edward Newgate. The strongest man in the world. For Whitebeard, this wasn't even a fight, it was a massacre. He tore through Marine officers with utter disrespect, showing no mercy to the so-called rising stars of the Navy. Even giant vice admirals fell before him like dominoes. But it wasn't out of cruelty, it was necessity. Whitebeard had one goal: secure a retreat for his crew, allied captains, and even his temporary Revolutionary Army allies. Unfortunately, Sengoku's leadership had turned the Marines into an unshakable force of resistance. They refused to back down, forcing Whitebeard to brutally cut a path through them. Gururara. If you want to stop me, you'd better be ready to break some bones. With a single swing of his naginata, Whitebeard sent hundreds of Marines flying. Don't let him through. This is Marine headquarters. For justice. Kill him. Despite the overwhelming power gap, the Marines charged without hesitation. Even knowing that their strength was laughably inferior, they refused to falter. Even giant vice admirals couldn't withstand Whitebeard's fists, but still, his enemies kept rushing forward. They may have been outmatched, but their courage was real. And in that alone, they were worthy of the justice they upheld. Just a bit stupid, though. Kizaru felt a strong urge to facepalm. Most of the ones getting obliterated were from the Hawk faction or Dove faction, which had little to do with his neutral faction. But once this war ended, these battle-hungry fools would still end up being his subordinates. A frustrating thought. While the Hawks and Doves were busy getting crushed under Whitebeard's might, the truly intelligent officers, like Viven, had avoided him entirely, choosing to hunt down other pirates instead. These are necessary sacrifices. However many the Navy loses here, the world government will provide compensation. The Den Mushi cradled in Baby Five's hands crackled to life once more, transmitting the voices of the 5 elders. They didn't care about Marine casualties, or rather, in the face of the temptation of eternal life, the losses of the Navy were utterly insignificant. But no matter how much they threatened or coaxed, Kizaru refused to prioritize the bigger picture. He had no intention of rushing the pure gold to Mary Geos immediately, much to their frustration. And after the betrayal of Dellocus and the CP agents getting forced to die pointlessly by Borsellino, there weren't many trustworthy forces left in Marineford. At this moment, the only one capable of safeguarding the pure gold was Borsellino himself. Considering his past behavior, the 5 elders, desperate beyond reason, had no choice but to grit their teeth and placate this infuriating admiral. I still can't agree. Borsellino's voice was as leisurely as ever, yet it carried a hint of false concern. Watching my comrades fight and bleed while I sit safely on the sidelines, refusing to engage. What will my peers think of me in the future? In reality, before handing over the pure gold, he planned to adjust it a little. Nothing major, just enough to ensure he remained in control. Right now, however, in the eyes of the 5 elders, he was the most valuable man in the world. If he didn't seize this golden opportunity to negotiate, what kind of example would he be setting for his subordinates? What do you want? The voice on the other end sounded weary, even exasperated. Had they not been so obsessed with acquiring the pure gold, they would never have tolerated Borsellino speaking to them this way. Ahem. About all those disciplinary actions and warnings I've accumulated over the years. Borsellino raised an eyebrow. If he didn't cash in his leverage now, it would be wasted forever. After all, expecting the world government dogs to repay favors was wishful thinking. Consider them erased. The 5 elders didn't even hesitate. For the sake of immortality, they would have made him Fleet Admiral on the spot if he asked. Besides, at the level of Admiral, disciplinary warnings were meaningless. The Marines could fire a Vice Admiral, sure. But removing an Admiral? That was practically impossible. My flagship was sunk by the Whitebeard pirates. As Borsellino spoke, he casually beckoned to Nami, signaling her to bring over the pre-prepared wish list. Originally, he had planned to use it for negotiations with Sangoku, but this was an even better opportunity. When you become Fleet Admiral, submit a budget request yourself. The 5 elders sounded utterly disinterested, as if they were dismissing a minor expense. Borsellino smiled as he accepted the list from Nami, but just as he was about to continue extorting them, a sudden movement caught his eye. Vivian, what the hell is that idiot doing? Instead of following Borsellino's teachings, which clearly advised staying as far away from Whitebeard as possible, she had done the complete opposite. Why? Because she had just witnessed Vice Admiral Dalmatian, a close friend of hers, get brutally wounded by Whitebeard. The impulsive nature of the giant surged forward, overriding all reason. Dropping her easy prey targets, Vivian roared in fury and charged at Whitebeard. Whitebeard. With a furious cry, Vivian swung her 20-meter-long nodachi downward, aiming directly for the Emperor's head. Clang. Whitebeard didn't hesitate. He swung his own colossal blade, Mirakumajiri, upward to meet hers. Both weapons, coated in hockey, collided with a force that shattered the air itself. A shockwave exploded outward, sending nearby Marines and pirates flying. Vivian had severely underestimated Whitebeard's raw power. Despite being a giant, she was still forced back dozens of steps, struggling to maintain her footing. And her beloved nodachi. It now bore a gaping, palm-sized notch, permanently damaged by the legendary supreme-grade blade, Mirakumajiri. For a brief moment, she didn't even care about the fight anymore, she just mourned the state of her sword. Gururara. Not bad, little lass. Whitebeard's laughter boomed across the battlefield. Despite her determination, the difference in their strength was far too vast. This wasn't a fight she could win. Degree. Chapter 117, Kizaru vs. Whitebeard. If not for the sheer physical power of the giant race, that last clash would have left Vivian in serious trouble. Even so, her hands were numb from the impact. To absorb the force, she had been forced to stomp deep footprints, half a meter deep, into the plaza of Marine Ford. Damn it. This monster. Vivian gritted her teeth, her beautiful face twisting into a fierce expression as she tightened her grip on her nodachi, preparing to strike again. To outsiders, the Marines had many giant vice admirals, but back when Vivian was still a new recruit, the giant race was seen as nothing more than savage cannibals by most civilians and even Marines. Had Kizaru not personally taken her in, she wasn't sure if she would have even made it this far. And besides Kizaru, the first person who didn't care about her giant heritage and stood by her side as a comrade was Dalmatian. Smack. Just as Vivian was about to throw caution to the wind and go all out against Whitebeard, a sharp slap landed on the back of her head. What have I always taught you? You think you can just charge in recklessly against a monster like Whitebeard? Standing atop Vivian's shoulder, Kizaru's voice carried a hint of exasperation. Yes, under his guidance, Vivian's strength was at least on par with the Shichibukai. But not all Shichibukai were equal. Mihawk or Hancock could stand their ground against Whitebeard, but if you swapped in Moria, that would just be feeding him a free kill. And Vivian. Her level was about the same as Moria's. If Whitebeard had gone all out just now, she would have ended up like Dalmatian, either critically injured or knocked out cold. Kizaru, sir. Rather than feeling frustrated by the scolding, Vivian beamed with excitement. To her, as long as Kizaru was here, there was no enemy he couldn't handle. It's Admiral Kizaru. We're saved. If Admiral Kizaru takes action, he'll definitely defeat Whitebeard. To fight alongside Admiral Kizaru. This is incredible. With Kizaru's arrival, Marine morale skyrocketed. Even though many of them had never actually seen him fight, they had absolute faith in his power. Gururara. Now this is a rare opponent. Whitebeard let out a booming laugh, but if one looked closely, they'd notice his grip on Mirakumajiri tightening ever so slightly. Technically, among the 3 admirals, Kizaru had interacted with Whitebeard the least. But in Whitebeard's eyes, neither Akiji nor Akainu could compare to this marine monster in terms of sheer unpredictability. We may be old acquaintances. Standing atop Vivian's shoulder, Kizaru looked down at Whitebeard, his usual lazy demeanor tinged with cold sharpness. But I can't just stand by while you hurt my subordinates. Had Shanks or Dragon not joined the war, Kizaru wouldn't have been particularly concerned with hunting down Whitebeard. Unlike the ambitious and expansionist pirate emperors, Whitebeard was ultimately just a guardian, not a conqueror. As long as Kizaru became Fleet Admiral, he wouldn't have to worry about the Whitebeard pirates causing problems. However, the moment that Dragon and Shanks entered the battlefield, Kizaru had to consider a very serious issue. If the Whitebeard pirates, the Revolutionary Army, and the red-haired pirates were to join forces. If they combined their strengths, especially with Roger's remnants like Rayleigh in the picture. Even for Kizaru, that scenario would be a major headache. Which meant, Whitebeard had to die. Because only he had the strength, prestige, and connections to bring this unstable alliance together. Kizaru, sir. Take that bastard down. He nearly killed Dalmatian. Vivian glared furiously at Whitebeard. If not for the fact that Dalmatian was a Zoan-type devil fruit user, Inu Inu no Mi, Dalmatian model, and had already awakened his abilities, making his vitality incredibly tenacious, he might already be dead at Whitebeard's hands. Gururera. If you want my life, then come and take it. Whitebeard saw the killing intent in Kizaru's eyes. This marine monster, who had not taken a fight seriously in years, was genuinely trying to kill him. Yet, even so, Whitebeard simply laughed fearlessly. He had faced countless enemies who wanted his head, but after all these years, he was still standing. On the other hand, many of those who had once been major threats were now either dead or vanished from the seas. Step back. Amano Mirakumo. Kizaru leaped down from Vivian's shoulder, summoning a brilliant blade of pure light from thin air. With a light tap of his toe, he exploded forward at terrifying speed, closing the distance between himself and Whitebeard in an instant. Quake slash. Whitebeard didn't hesitate, he swung his blade immediately. His supreme-grade blade, Mirakumajiri, was coated in haki, turning it pitch black, but at the same time, the blade radiated the unique white glow of the Gura Gura no Mi's power. Even against Kizaru, the most unpredictable of the admirals, Whitebeard had no choice but to go all out. Clang. Light met steel, and a devastating shockwave erupted from the clash, sending a blast of force in all directions. Only Vivian, who had heeded Kizaru's warning and retreated immediately, managed to stay on her feet. Every other marine within several hundred meters was sent flying. Such strength. No wonder they call you the world's strongest man. Kizaru's face showed surprise. Whitebeard almost choked on his own breath. This bastard was holding a sword in one hand, while Whitebeard himself had to grip his own weapon with both hands to match him, and he still had the nerve to act impressed. Damn you. Still as annoying as ever. Whitebeard cursed, but deep down, he was shocked. The pressure in his hands made it clear, even by his past standards, this marine monster was far beyond what he expected. Even Gold Roger, at his peak, had never put this much pressure on him. You're old, Whitebeard. Kizaru's words were blunt and unapologetic. His physical strength, his armament haki, they had all deteriorated compared to their last battle. Even his conqueror's haki, which represented one's spirit, had faded significantly, nearly dropping out of the top-tier ranks. If not for his monstrous foundation, Whitebeard would have long since lost the title of strongest. Not necessarily. Whitebeard roared, and with a sudden surge of power, the white glow of the quake fruit returned to his blade. With sheer brute force, he shattered Kizaru's light sword into pieces. Even though it was reinforced with haki, a sword made from devil fruit energy could never compare to a supreme-grade blade like Mirakumajiri. Yasukani no Magatama. But Kizaru didn't care at all. He could summon infinite light swords if he wanted, Whitebeard could break them all day long, and it wouldn't matter. Instead, he raised his hand, and countless beams of light shot toward Whitebeard, forming a barrage so dense it covered the sky. At this point-blank range, combined with the speed of the Pika Pika no Mi, dodging was impossible. You think this can scratch me? Whitebeard's entire body shone with the white light of the quake fruit. The instant the beams touched him, they were shattered by shock waves. Yet, despite neutralizing the attack, Whitebeard's face remained grim. In just 2 exchanges, Kizaru's power had already exceeded even his prime. To keep up, Whitebeard was forced to continuously use the quake fruit's ability. The problem was, his body might not last. How terrifying. Kizaru vanished into light and reappeared behind Whitebeard. Whitebeard sensed something and tried to turn, but he was too slow. Bang. A blindingly fast kick struck Whitebeard square in the chest. Despite his massive size, he was sent hurtling dozens of meters away. When he crashed into the ground, he tore a deep trench into the battlefield, with dust and debris covering the sky. Before the Marines could even react, Kizaru was already upon Whitebeard again. This time, his foot was wrapped in Conqueror's haki, prepared to deliver a fatal blow. Don't underestimate me, brat. At the last moment, Whitebeard's massive form burst out of the dust cloud. A fist, larger than a cannonball, came crashing toward Kizaru. Boom. Fist met foot, a clash of raw power and speed. Both warriors, their attacks infused with armament haki and Conqueror's haki, clashed in a cataclysmic explosion, a collision akin to planets colliding. The shockwave rippled outward from the epicenter, tearing the ground apart. Stone and earth were blasted away, leaving a trench over a meter deep. The force of the impact sent tremors through the entire battlefield, even Marineford itself quaked. And when the full shockwave finally erupted, the battlefield was left with a massive crater, several hundred meters wide and at least 30 meters deep. Rankyaku, Failien. Still airborne from Whitebeard's punch, Kizaru twisted midair and unleashed a devastating Rankyaku toward the ground before effortlessly flipping and landing. Splurt. Blood sprayed through the dust and smoke. Whitebeard's chest split open, a gaping wound over a meter long carved into his flesh by Kizaru's vacuum blade. If not for Whitebeard's monstrous durability, any other men would have been cleaved in half on the spot. So that's it. Sacrificing your defense to put everything into your attacks. Kizaru's eyes narrowed, he had seen through Whitebeard's strategy. No wonder, even after overestimating Whitebeard's strength, their battle had still ended in a stalemate. Gururera. Still as annoying as ever, you damn marine monster. Whitebeard clutched his chest wound, yet his face still bore a fearless grin. As if a cut deep enough to expose his organs was nothing more than a scratch. Your journey ends here, Whitebeard. Kizaru's voice was calm and absolute. If this were the Whitebeard of his prime, the man once hailed as the strongest, he might have had a chance to escape. But this aging, weakened Edward Newgate, whose power had fallen below even 60% of his peak, had no chance of survival against him. Pops. Bastard. Let me through, or I'll kill you. Everyone, save Pops. From every corner of the battlefield, the Whitebeard Pirates Division commanders finally realized the desperate situation Whitebeard was in. But no matter how they struggled, the elite Marines outnumbered and outmatched them, blocking their path. And as the battle shifted in Kizaru's favor, the Marines' morale soared, driving the Pirate Alliance further into retreat. Do you see now? This is the fate that awaits you if you continue to resist. Sangoku, the fleet admiral, cast a satisfied glance at Kizaru. That prodigy of the Navy, the one he had once placed so much hope in, Kizaru had finally returned to his true self. Then his expression darkened as he glared at the mysterious hooded figure blocking his path. Everyone who needed to know already knew what old face lay beneath that hood. But as long as the Marines weren't willing to break all ties just yet, they couldn't expose that bastard. Kizaru is that strong. The hooded figure felt both relieved and troubled. Relieved, because if Kizaru had been serious back on Sabaody, he might not have walked away alive. Troubled, because if Whitebeard was about to die, how the hell was he supposed to rescue Ace and Luffy from Marine Ford? Meanwhile, across the battlefield, Akainu grinned with satisfaction as he clashed with Dragon. Even though he had lost the fleet admiral's position, if they could wipe out 2 Yonko crews and cripple the Revolutionary Army in one battle, he'd be more than happy to remain an admiral forever. Die, Dragon. Inugami Girin. The temperature around Akainu skyrocketed, his entire body blazing with molten magma. The very air itself seemed on the verge of combustion. Storm Dragon Claw, Dragon Horn Strike. Dragon met Akainu's attack head-on, showing no fear. Even as he fought, his eyes flicked toward Kizaru and Whitebeard. But he wasn't concerned about Whitebeard. No, his real concern was Kizaru, the man who was single-handedly overpowering Whitebeard. This situation might be worse than I thought. Shanks' expression was grim. He had come to end this war, to maintain the balance of power on the seas. Yet, instead of forcing both sides to halt the battle, the arrival of the red-haired pirates had only intensified the conflict. Thankfully, Whitebeard was still clear-headed. Rather than fighting to the bitter end just because he had powerful reinforcements, he had chosen to stay behind and cover his crew's retreat. The real question was, could Whitebeard hold out long enough for his people to escape Marine Ford? Shanks had once been confident in Whitebeard's strength, but he had never witnessed Kizaru's true prime. Shanks had risen to prominence too late, missing the era when Kizaru earned the title of Marine Monster. Unlike Blackbeard, who had frequently heard Whitebeard mention Kizaru's name, Shanks had little first-hand knowledge of the Admiral's true power. To him, Kizaru was at best on the same level as Akainu. Perhaps even slightly inferior, given how inactive Kizaru had been in recent years. But what Kizaru was displaying now, it was almost unbelievable. Because he wasn't fighting just anyone, he was fighting Whitebeard. Degree. Chapter 118, Kizaru vs. Whitebeard, 2. It's been a long time since I've seen Admiral Kizaru take things seriously. Kuzan, standing nearby, didn't attack Shanks despite the distraction. To him, who had only joined the Marines in his 20s, Borsellino had always been a senior. By the time Kuzan was just a rookie, Kizaru had already achieved the rank of Vice Admiral through sheer strength and merit. In fact, he had been promoted even earlier than Sangoku. Back then, Kuzan could only look up to him with admiration. But just as Kuzan grew into his own, Borsellino seemed to fade into laziness, a man who had become a mere salary thief in the eyes of many. Now, at last, Kuzan could see a glimpse of the Borsellino of old. It left him feeling deeply nostalgic. Fufufufu. No wonder even a monster like Kaido was wary of him. Doflamingo barely even looked at the pirates he was manipulating, forcing them to butcher each other like puppets. Not that it mattered. The battlefield was already so chaotic that even if he openly sabotaged the Marines, no one would notice. And compared to a certain swordsman who wasn't even bothering to fight, Doflamingo felt he was more than earning his title as a warlord. Admiral Borsellino. The ultimate speed, huh? A truly troublesome swordsman. My hawk's sharp eyes never left Kizaru. Like Shanks, my hawk had set sail after Roger's era had already ended, so he had never witnessed Kizaru's peak firsthand. Until now, my hawk hadn't even realized that Kizaru was a top-tier swordsman. His weapon wasn't a traditional blade, but my hawk could tell, Kizaru's swordsmanship was every bit as refined as his own. He. Keep fighting. Go all out. Mariah grinned hungrily, eyes locked onto Whitebeard and Kizaru. If those two monsters killed each other, it would be perfect. Their corpses would make the strongest zombies in history. Forget Oars and Little Oars Jr., they were nothing compared to these two. If he could get even one of their bodies, he'd gladly give up all the others he had collected. And while the world watched in awe, the battle between Kizaru and Whitebeard reached its peak. Flash blade, Godspeed slash. Kizaru's body blurred into golden light, zipping around Whitebeard at incomprehensible speed. Each time he briefly materialized, a deep, bone-revealing wound was left on Whitebeard's flesh. Yet, Whitebeard didn't even flinch. His massive hands gripped Murakamajiri tightly, his observation haki sharpened to its limits. He was waiting. Waiting for the one opening he needed to land a killing blow. To the others, it looked like a clash between two supreme warriors. But Whitebeard alone understood the terrifying truth. Kizaru, who seemed to be avoiding direct confrontation, was actually holding back. Gururera. You really want to make an old man laugh, huh, Borsellino? The blood pooling at Whitebeard's feet spread wider and wider. If he were at his prime, he wouldn't have needed to care about Kizaru's speed. With the full power of the Tremor fruit, he could have forced Kizaru to show himself. But now, his body could no longer withstand the toll of such wide-scale attacks. So instead, he tried to provoke Kizaru with words. TSK. Now that's no fun at all. Just as Whitebeard had predicted. Countless beams of light reconverged, forming Borsellino's figure once more. But this time, his expression was different. Whitebeard's words had backed him into a corner. If he didn't take the challenge head-on, it would seem like he was afraid of Whitebeard. But if he did, then he'd be playing right into Whitebeard's hands. Gururara. If you want the title of the strongest, you've got to be willing to pay the price. Whitebeard knew full well that he had used words to manipulate the situation. But for a pirate, any tactic that leads to victory is fair game. If anything, Whitebeard was still holding onto some principles. If it were Roger or any of the other emperors, they wouldn't have hesitated for a second. Borsellino, on the other hand. He couldn't care less about principles. His morals had long since crumbled away. But now, he was just one step away from becoming Fleet Admiral. He didn't mind showing a little more of his true power. Well then, are you ready? Borsellino casually dismissed the light sword in his hand. And then, a nearly tangible aura surged from his body, warping the very space around him. The ground beneath him cracked apart, shattering tile by tile. What a terrifying man. For a brief moment, Whitebeard was stunned. This wasn't Conqueror's haki. This was something more fundamental. A presence so overwhelming that it distorted reality itself. If Borsellino's mere presence was this monstrous, then his Conqueror's haki. Elsewhere on the battlefield, a phantom figure appeared in midair, standing just behind Borsellino. A young-looking version of Borsellino, clad in a Marine Admiral's coat, his face full of defiant arrogance. The stand, the flash. Borsellino had long surpassed the need for secrecy. At this stage, revealing a glimpse of his true power wouldn't hurt him. If anything, it would cement his influence within the Marines. 3. Borsellino raised 3 fingers. Before anyone could process what he meant. Boom. Whitebeard's massive body was sent flying like a broken kite. As Borsellino's own power grew, so too did his stand's destructive force. Compared to Kizaru himself, his stand's attacks were just icing on the cake. But in a fight where the gap in raw strength was insurmountable, even that icing was enough to change everything. Pops. Marco rushed forward, ignoring everything else. Not even Garp could stop him this time. But just as the Phoenix took flight, an invisible force smashed him out of the sky. Borsellino. Whitebeard's body was covered in blood. The previous wounds hadn't been fatal, but the relentless barrage of heavy blows was beginning to push him toward his limit. 2. Borsellino lowered one finger. All the top-tier warriors present had their eyes wide open, their observation haki pushed to its absolute limits. They needed to know. How was Borsellino doing this? Boom. It happened again. Even though Whitebeard was fully focused, even though the strongest warriors on the battlefield were watching closely, he was struck once more. And this time, some of them could faintly see something. Something moving, something attacking Whitebeard. But it was still too fast, too blurred, too beyond comprehension. What the hell is that? Whitebeard is getting demolished by Kizaru. Pops. The battlefield was in chaos. No one had ever seen Whitebeard in such a helpless state. Cough, cough, damn it. Whitebeard spat a mouthful of blood, his face grim. Is it the clear fruit? Nobody expected it. Even after suffering relentless attacks, even as blood spilled from his mouth with every breath, Whitebeard remained conscious. Not only that, he was still thinking. Thinking about how to counterattack. Due to his age and illness, Whitebeard's armament hockey and conqueror's hockey had inevitably weakened. But his observation hockey? Still top tier. And as the direct target of the stand's attacks, Whitebeard was actually in the best position to observe Kizaru's stand. But the flash was simply too fast. Not to mention, it was invisible by nature. Even with Whitebeard's experience and instincts, he could only barely confirm that he was being attacked by a humanoid figure. Meanwhile, in the livestream chat. Random viewer who wants to ride Luo Feng's coattails, holy SHT. Holy SHT, holy SHT, holy SHT. Kizaru is insane. He's literally beating Whitebeard into the ground. Random viewer who wants to ride Luo Feng's coattails, so that's what Kizaru's stand looks like. I'm so jealous. What exactly is its ability? Orochimaru, so this is the power of stand users, intriguing. Kobayashi, do you guys think stands could help with coding? Xiaomei, if a stand could cultivate Do-Chi, wouldn't that be like having an extra clone of yourself? Hybra AI, based on what that idiot dog posted about JoJo Part 3. It should be possible. Now that I think about it, a stand would make a perfect lab assistant. Jotaro Kujo, being a stand user isn't as great as you all think. I won't be spreading stands around. Tony Stark, hey, what are you guys talking about? What's that mini Kizaru behind him? What's a stand? Hybra AI, you don't know. Well, makes sense, you weren't in the chat when that idiot dog posted the manga. Go check the group space, it should still be there. Hybra AI, that thing behind Kizaru is a stand. In Jotaro's world, there are people called stand users who can control these entities in battle. Tony Stark, wow. That sounds pretty badass. I want to stand still and let my Iron Man stand beat enemies into the ground for me. Jotaro Kujo, being a stand user isn't a good thing. Random viewer who wants to ride Luo Feng's coattails, don't be like that, Jotaro. I know you mean well, but other worlds have way worse stuff than stands. Random viewer who wants to ride Luo Feng's coattails, I won't even bring up my world, but Kobayashi's world is filled with monsters stronger than Godzilla. Orochimaru's world. Constantly at risk of being invaded by a clan of space aliens called the Otsutsuki. Random viewer who wants to ride Luo Feng's coattails, hell, even Hell Blizzard's world is swarming with monsters trying to wipe out humanity. And don't even get me started on Iron Man's world, he's got a purple dude coming in the future who plans to snap away half the universe. Even Xiaomei's world has the Soul Clan. Compared to all that, having a stand is hardly a big deal. Tony Stark, hey. What do you mean, plans to snap away half the universe? Xiaomei, what's the Soul Clan? Orochimaru, Otsutsuki. Hey, that does sound like an old name. So they're aliens, huh? How interesting. Hybra AI, wait a second. Why didn't anyone mention my world? The organization is terrifying too. Random viewer who wants to ride Luo Feng's coattails, pft. Just a glorified mafia group. Hybra AI, idiot dog. Jotaro Kujo, yar days. Hell Blizzard, sounds like I might not have it the worst after all. Back on the battlefield. While the chat was buzzing with excitement, Kizaru had no time for small talk. 1. The moment Kizaru lowered his final finger, everyone's eyes widened. All focus was now on Whitebeard's battered form. They had to figure out Kizaru's attack method. Even if they couldn't dodge, they needed to at least know how to defend. Got you. Double quake. Whitebeard's observation hockey reached its absolute peak. At the very last moment. He sensed it. He didn't see the attack. But he foresaw the exact moment he would be struck. Pure white light burst from his fists. He unleashed the full power of his devil fruit. With a thunderous clap, Whitebeard's fists smashed together. The quake fruit's power exploded. A massive white sphere expanded outward, stretching hundreds of meters in diameter. The entirety of Marineford. Even the ocean itself began to quake violently. Countless innocent fish met their unfortunate demise. Even the bloodthirsty marines and pirates had no choice but to halt their battle, waiting for the tremors to subside. But within the core of the quake, the devastation was beyond anything seen before. Air, ground, everything, shattered. And when the blinding light faded, all that remained was a vast, lifeless crater. The quake fruit's power had obliterated everything within range. Even the hardest bedrock had been reduced to fine grains of sand. Degree. Chapter 119, Whitebeard Pirates Fall. Whitebeard, covered in blood, knelt at the bottom of the crater. His entire body looked like it had just crawled out of a pool filled with fresh blood, and even the sand beneath him had turned a terrifying dark red. The power of the Quake fruit was undeniable, but the stronger the attack, the greater the burden on the body. In his current state, unleashing that last strike had already pushed Whitebeard to his absolute limit. No wonder you're called Whitebeard. That was close, Kizaru remarked as his figure reappeared in the crater, genuinely impressed by Whitebeard's resilience. Despite never having encountered a stand user before, Whitebeard had relied on his battle-hardened instincts to find a way to counter a stand at the last moment. Unfortunately for him, Kizaru wasn't just any stand user, he was also a Logia-type Devil Fruit user. No matter how much damage his stand took, it wouldn't affect his real body in the slightest. And honestly, even if Whitebeard were in his prime, breaking Kizaru's stand would still be impossible. Stands were powerful manifestations of life energy born from their users. With Kizaru's immense life energy, the Flash had reached an insane level of speed and power. Even the so-called Star Platinum would be no match, it would only take a single punch. KH. Gururara. Not bad, Navy monster. What the hell was that just now? Whitebeard leaned on his Naginata, Murakumajiri, and shakily stood up. His bloodied face still bore that bold, fearless grin. You could think of it as a new ability I developed, Kizaru replied casually. He had no intention of lying to Whitebeard, but he also had no reason to outright explain the nature of stands. Technically, it wasn't even a lie, the Flash was indeed a new ability he had developed. He just hadn't specified whether it came from his stand or his devil fruit. I see. Quite the terrifying power. Looks like this is the end of my journey. Whitebeard's breathing grew more labored, but his eyes remained firm. Even with death closing in, his fighting spirit never wavered. That's right. Kizaru nonchalantly drew a lightsaber from thin air, ready to end Whitebeard's life. On the other side of the battlefield, Blackbeard was being brutally beaten by Esdeath and Hancock, his swollen face now resembling that of a pig. Honestly, considering his original appearance, the beating had almost been an improvement, it was less disfiguring and more cosmetic surgery. Darkness, maximum release. Though Esdeath had frozen everything below his neck solid, preparing to send him to Orochimaru's world for research, Blackbeard had been biding his time. Feigning helplessness, he struck at the perfect moment. A massive surge of black smoke erupted from his body, along with an avalanche of ice and rock, blasting outward like a catastrophic landslide. Blackbeard had been waiting for this exact moment. His only chance of turning the tide was stealing the Quake fruit from Whitebeard. No matter how badly Esdeath and Hancock had beaten him, he had gritted his teeth and saved his last and strongest attack for this. And now, he had his opening, Whitebeard was at death's door, and those two women were momentarily distracted. Ziahahaha. The power of the Quake fruit belongs to me. Dark smoke billowed from Blackbeard's lower body as he charged at Whitebeard, his grotesquely swollen face twisted in ecstatic glee. Then. A flash of light. The world spun. The next thing Blackbeard saw was a headless corpse flying past his field of vision. For some reason, that corpse looked strangely familiar. Like he had seen it somewhere before. Oh. Right. It was his own body. No wonder it looked familiar. You think you can take advantage of me? Over my dead body. Kizaru casually flicked the non-existent blood off his lightsaber. Taking down a half-dead Blackbeard was barely an effort. Who the hell did Blackbeard think he was, imagining that Kizaru would just stand by and watch as he stole Whitebeard's power? Teach. Whitebeard had been about to use his last bit of strength to finish off Blackbeard, but he hadn't expected Kizaru to suddenly step in and decapitate him in such a straightforward and brutal manner. Even for someone like Teach, a freak with more than one heart, there was no surviving without a head. Blackbeard is dead. Whitebeard, it's about time for you to go too. Kizaru swung his lightsaber, his figure flashing forward toward Whitebeard. But just as he lunged, his expression suddenly changed. The ground between him and Whitebeard exploded, and a grotesquely large face suddenly emerged, puckering up its bright red lips in an attempt to plant a kiss on him. It was none other than the Revolutionary Army's Grand Line Commander, the Okama King, Ivankov. What the hell? At the critical moment, Kizaru stopped dead in his tracks, barely managing to slam on the brakes. Meanwhile, his stand acted on its own, launching a devastating punch that sent the cross-dressing menace flying. That bastard still owed him payback for tricking him with that gender-changing drug back then. And now, he wanted to traumatize him again. Yua. That hurts. Ivankov howled as his entire face contorted from the punch. Kizaru's stand hadn't held back at all, and if it weren't for Ivankov's insanely durable mug, his skull might have exploded on the spot. You damn freak. Are you trying to die? Kizaru cursed through gritted teeth, old grudges and new fury flooding his mind. If it weren't for their past connections, Ivankov would already be a corpse. So scary, so scary. Ivankov shivered as he clutched his bruised face. He had severely underestimated how pissed off Kizaru still was at him. If that kiss had actually landed, would he have been beaten to death on the spot? Probably not. Given their history, it'd more likely result in dozens of broken bones and a year-long stay in the hospital. Old man. I'm getting you out of here. A streak of blue flames shot down from the sky as Marco landed. The Phoenix's mythical Zoan regeneration was insane. Even after taking a direct hit from Kizaru's stand, he had already recovered. But before he could administer emergency treatment, Whitebeard stopped him. Whitebeard knew his own body well, he was already at his limit. Not even burning Marco out would be enough to heal these wounds. You guys need to go. Take Ace, take everyone, live. Get back to the new world safely. I'm just an old relic of a past era. There's no ship in the new age that can carry me anymore. Pushing Marco aside, Whitebeard stood tall once more, his massive frame straightening with pride. Memories flashed through his mind, Rox, Roger, Odin. Old man. Marco tried to protest, but Whitebeard's resolve was unshakable. After fighting Sangoku and Kizaru for so long, especially after the injuries Kizaru inflicted, Whitebeard's body was already at its breaking point. The only reason he was still standing was to buy his sons a chance to escape. From what he knew of Kizaru, the so-called Navy monster probably had no interest in the Whitebeard pirates without their captain. And for the Navy, wiping out the Whitebeard pirates completely wasn't necessarily a good thing either. They weren't in a position to quickly take over Whitebeard's territories. If they destabilized the balance too much, it could spark a massive war between the New World pirates, leaving it a lawless battlefield. Not to mention, the Beast pirates and Big Mom pirates would seize the opportunity to expand their reach. If the situation wasn't controlled quickly, the New World could turn into a feeding frenzy, birthing something truly monstrous in the chaos. We'll settle our score next time. Kizaru wasn't planning on killing Ivankov, at least, not right now. As he stepped past the Okama King and approached Whitebeard, Marco suddenly blocked his path. If you want to hurt Pops, you'll have to. Wham! Before Marco could even finish, a heavy palm struck the back of his neck. With a thud, the Phoenix collapsed unconscious. Gururara. I'm not so old that I need to hide behind my sons. Whitebeard grabbed Marco's limp body and hurled him toward Ivankov, who was still cowering in a defensive stance. He had already accepted that he would die here in Marineford. But Marco and the others still had a future, they didn't need to die with him. Whoa. Got him. Ivankov froze for a moment before hastily spreading his arms to catch Marco, barely managing to prevent him from crashing onto the ground. Kizaru watched but didn't interfere. Just as Whitebeard had guessed, his sole target was Whitebeard. He had no intention of wiping out the Whitebeard pirates completely. Without Whitebeard, they no longer had the strength to be considered an Emperor's crew, but they were still formidable enough to hold onto their territory in the New World for now, preventing an immediate power vacuum and large-scale chaos. For Kizaru, who was about to take over as Fleet Admiral, maintaining stability was reason enough to let them go. Are you ready, Whitebeard? Golden light slowly gathered in Kizaru's right hand. Before traveling to this world, he had actually liked Whitebeard's character quite a bit. But after so many years, and after clashing with Whitebeard numerous times, any admiration he might have had long since faded. Now, Whitebeard was nothing more than a potential threat to the Navy, nothing more, nothing less. Gururara. You think taking my head is that easy? Whitebeard's massive fist shone with the power of the Tremor fruit. This final attack had been meant for Teach, the traitor. But before he could deliver that blow, Teach had already died at Kizaru's hands. Although it felt a bit ungrateful to turn on his savior, Whitebeard had no choice. For the sake of his son's escape, his last attack would now be aimed at Kizaru. Old man, no. Damn it. Let's fight the Navy to the death. Even if we die, we have to save Pops. A wave of anger and grief swept through the Whitebeard pirates. Even those who had already retreated to the ships, ready to escape Marineford, now hesitated. Many of them were prepared to jump back into the battle and die fighting alongside Whitebeard. Idiots. Are you going to waste Pop's sacrifice? Get back on the ship. The 5th Division commander, Flower Sword Vista, roared at them. To cover their retreat, he had fought alone against several vice admirals and thousands of marine elites, holding the line with sheer willpower. By the time reinforcements arrived, Vista's body was drenched in blood, as if he had been pulled straight from a sea of carnage. At this point, even he wasn't sure how much of the blood on him was his own and how much belonged to his enemies. Yet despite his wounds, Vista still stood firm on the front lines, following Whitebeard's final order, protecting their crew and their Revolutionary Army allies until the very end. Everyone, fall back to the ships. Leave this to me. The 3rd Division commander, Diamond Jozu, roared as he hoisted a massive ice spike, the same colossal structure left behind by his death earlier. Relying on his terrifying raw strength, Jozu lifted the hundreds of meters long ice monolith and wielded it like a weapon. What the hell is that? That strength is insane. Damn it. We can't get past that. The sheer weight of the ice monolith was immeasurable, it must have been tens of millions of tons. Even for Jozu, only his diamond fruit transformation allowed him to bear such an absurd burden. Without it, the sheer weight alone would crush him into paste. You want to compare strength with me? I won't lose. A giant vice admiral stepped forward, relying on his natural colossal strength, attempting to wrest the ice monolith from Jozu's grasp. At the very least, he wanted to disrupt Jozu's swings and prevent him from using it as a blockade. But he underestimated both Jozu's raw power and the sheer weight of the ice. Instead of taking the weapon away, he was sent flying by a single crushing impact from the ice monolith. Still, the efforts of the division commanders were not enough to turn the tide. With more and more pirates and revolutionaries retreating, the number of those staying behind to fight dwindled. Even though the remaining division commanders were all powerhouses, they were still up against tens, if not hundreds, of times their number in elite marines. Against such overwhelming numbers, their struggles were futile. Across the world, countless people watched the live broadcast, witnessing the fall of the Whitebeard pirates unfold in real time. And then. Degree. Chapter 120, Whitebeard's Fall. That's enough. Kizaru ignored Ivankov, who was fleeing with Marco. To be honest, he had no real animosity toward Whitebeard. Compared to other infamous pirates, even the pirate emperors, Whitebeard, who only sought the warmth of family, was practically a saint. However, after this war, Whitebeard's reputation would soar to unimaginable heights, making his very existence a threat to the navy. Gururara. Before I die, I have a world-shaking secret to reveal. Roger's treasure. Whitebeard laughed fearlessly. Other than missing the chance to see how strong Kizaru had truly become, he had no regrets in this life. Shut up. Lightspeed meteor strike. Kizaru's eyebrows twitched slightly, his entire body glowing with blinding light. In the next instant, he crossed the distance between them, and with lightning-fast speed, his right arm pierced through Whitebeard's chest, crushing the heart of the strongest man in the world. Whitebeard's words were cut short, but Kizaru had already guessed what he was about to say. As someone in a position of power, he had to act accordingly. Even though Kizaru personally didn't care about Roger's great pirate era, he couldn't let Whitebeard declare the legend of the One Piece right in front of him. There was no denying it, Whitebeard was already a shadow of his former self. Even his hockey defenses had weakened to the point where he couldn't even slow down Kizaru's attack. Smack. Yet in the very next instant, despite being on the brink of death, Whitebeard's left hand clamped down on Kizaru's right arm like a vice. Blood poured from his mouth, but his face bore a grin as fierce as a demon's. His right fist, still radiating the power of the tremor fruit, exploded forward, aiming straight for Kizaru's head. This was his final attack. If he could seriously injure Kizaru, the Navy wouldn't have the strength to continue their pursuit of the Whitebeard pirates. Boom. A thunderous explosion erupted. A shockwave of destruction and a towering cloud of smoke and debris engulfed both Whitebeard and Kizaru. At the exact same moment, Kizaru didn't hesitate. He threw his own punch forward to meet Whitebeard's blow head-on. The past strongest versus the present strongest. The tremor fruit and glint fruit clashed in full force. The impact shook all of Marineford. Even Akainu and Shanks, locked in a deadly duel, paused for a brief moment, stunned by the sheer intensity of the clash. All eyes turned to the battlefield, locked onto the smoke-shrouded arena where the battle's outcome would be decided. Could anyone truly withstand Whitebeard's final strike? But Marineford was overflowing with powerful figures. With so many top-tier Conqueror's hockey users interfering, even the strongest observation hockey failed to perceive the result in advance. Even Ben Beckman, known for his exceptional foresight, found himself unable to predict the outcome. Tap. 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 Soft footsteps echoed through the fading smoke. A wave of relief and excitement spread across the Navy's ranks. Fleet Admiral Sangoku's expression was filled with expectation. The Whitebeard pirates refused to lose hope. Even with a fatal wound to the chest, that man was still their Whitebeard. The man who had never fallen. The man who had never been defeated. The man who stood against any enemy and never wavered. But miracles did not happen. When the figure finally emerged from the smoke, countless Marines erupted into deafening cheers. We won. Admiral Kizaru took down Whitebeard. Kizaru-sama, Banzai. Glory to the Navy. From that moment forward, Kizaru's image in the Navy changed forever. For years, he had been seen as lazy, unreliable, and indifferent. But when he personally struck down Whitebeard, he was instantly hailed as a hero, the second legend of the Navy, following Vice Admiral Garp. And as the man who defeated Whitebeard, Kizaru was now recognized worldwide as the new, strongest man in the world. That was close. A fraction of a second slower, and I would have been the one on the ground. Kizaru casually patted the dust off his clothes. Despite the sheer impact of the clash, he had spared enough energy to use armament hockey and keep his uniform completely intact. As the smoke gradually cleared, Whitebeard's body came into view. His body was covered in wounds, big and small. Over a dozen deep cuts, so deep that bone was visible, had been inflicted by Kizaru's blade-like attacks. His right chest had a gaping hole punched clean through, wider than an arm, revealing the shattered fragments of his heart inside. His right hand was reduced to bloody pulp, crushed by the combined explosion of the Tremor fruit and Glint fruit's power. In his final desperate struggle, Whitebeard had no hockey left to protect his arm. And yet, even in death, bathed in blood, Whitebeard still stood. As if declaring to the world. Not even death could bring this man to his knees. Old man. The Whitebeard pirates howled in grief and rage. They had never imagined that the men who had always protected them would one day fall at the hands of the Navy. Run. Don't let Pop's sacrifice be in vain. Live. If you don't survive, how will we avenge him? Do you want to let him die for nothing? At the crucial moment, the division commanders of the Whitebeard pirates gritted their teeth and held back their grief, desperately restraining those who had lost themselves to rage and wanted to kill Kizaru for revenge. It wasn't just Whitebeard's own crew, even the 43 allied pirate crews under his flag were furious, and countless pirates burned with vengeance. He's really dead. Whitebeard. The strongest men in the world. Unbelievable, are admirals really this powerful? Finally. That monster is gone. Across the world, people watching the live broadcast erupted into cheers. Compared to other infamous pirates, Whitebeard had never been particularly cruel. But as the most famous pirate of this era, many still associated him with all the evils of piracy. TCH, killed by the Navy. Guess Whitebeard really was getting old. Damn it. He never got to finish his sentence. Where the hell is Roger's treasure? Ha ha ha. You guys still believe in that so-called great treasure? Whitebeard was probably about to say that the One Piece doesn't even exist. Pirates across the world reacted in different ways. Some had just finished pillaging a town, standing over the corpses of civilians as they watched the broadcast. For pirates, Whitebeard was an icon, the legend they pursued and worshipped. After Roger's death, Whitebeard was not only the strongest man in the world but also the strongest pirate alive. But now, even Whitebeard had fallen to the Navy. Many rookie pirates, or those considering setting sail, suddenly felt fear creeping in. If even Whitebeard wasn't strong enough, what chance did they have? Would setting sail now be anything more than a death sentence? Of course, some pirates saw this as an opportunity. They dreamed of surpassing Whitebeard, even Roger himself. But such individuals were few and far between. Live chat comments. Random viewer, bro, I'm dumbfounded. Kizaru is insane. He took out both Blackbeard and Whitebeard. Kobayashi, man, these pirate names crack me up. Blackbeard, Whitebeard, red hair, what's next? Green mustache. Ha 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 ha. Hybra AI, hold on, wasn't that idiot always saying Whitebeard and the Admirals were on the same level? Why does it look like Kizaru won way too easily? Fubuki, this is crazy. That Whitebeard guy might have been stronger than even a dragon-level threat, and yet, he still lost. Tony Stark, oh great, looks like I need to upgrade my Iron Man suits again. This world is way too dangerous. Xiao Mei, these people are insanely powerful. Even our clan leader, no, even a legendary Do Huang or Do Zone wouldn't be this strong. Orochimaru, he. I can't wait to get my hands on the remains of these warriors. Their physical durability is simply fascinating. Jotaro Kujo, this world is overrun with pirates. Disgusting. Orochimaru, disgusting. With so many incredible devil fruits, and treasures like pure gold, how could you not see the beauty of this world? Tony Stark, hey, do you guys think that pure gold stuff can really make someone immortal? Orochimaru, he, I don't know for sure. But judging from how the rulers of Admiral Kizaru's world act, the effects of pure gold are probably real. Random viewer, well, getting pure gold isn't actually that hard. Kizaru-sama will definitely have to personally escort it to Mary Geos for the 5 elders. Random viewer, we could pick a world where time flows the slowest compared to One Piece's world, let Kizaru-sama stay there for a while, and by the time he returns, only a few minutes would have passed for him. Besides, I have a feeling Kizaru-sama might have other plans. Tony Stark, oh, I get it now. In those few minutes, a long time will have passed in the other world, plenty of time for us to study the properties of pure gold. Fubuki, Kizaru-sama could come to my world. I tested it before with Hybra-chan, time flows really fast there. Hybra AI, that's true. Based on the time ratio from when Kizaru last visited other worlds, if 1 month passes in Fubuki-chan's world, only 17 minutes would pass in Kizaru's world. Tony Stark, wow. That's perfect. Orochimaru, then, after the live stream ends, I'll personally suggest it to Kizaru. As usual, the chat completely derailed into an unrelated discussion. But by now, no one doubted that the pirates had lost all hope of turning the tide. Eliminate all pirates. Akainu roared his command. Even though he knew he had no chance of competing with Kizaru anymore, he refused to give up. If he couldn't become Fleet Admiral, then he would fulfill his duty as an admiral to the bitter end. With Akainu's orders, the Navy, already riding high on morale, launched a relentless pursuit of the fleeing Whitebeard pirates. The pirates were grieving and furious, but the difference in power was simply too great. Unless the ones who had already boarded the ships abandoned their escape, there was no way they could withstand the Navy's assault. Boom. Just then, a monstrous wave of Conqueror's Haki erupted, sweeping across all of Marineford. For a moment, it was as if a bolt of thunder had exploded inside everyone's minds. By the time they snapped out of their stunned state, a lone figure stood in the way of the Navy's pursuit. Face expressionless, Shanks blocked their path, alone. You shall not pass. His voice was firm and unwavering. Originally, his goal had been to escort Whitebeard's crew safely out of Marineford. But now, Whitebeard was dead. If the main force of the Whitebeard pirates was also annihilated, then the entire new world would descend into utter chaos. With Whitebeard's territories unclaimed, a massive war was inevitable. Especially with two certain emperors, both eager to expand their dominance. Whitebeard's death was a golden opportunity for them. As for Shanks himself, his crew's ideology meant that they had no interest in claiming territories. But if Whitebeard's lands fell into the hands of Kaido and Big Mom, the new world would belong to them. Ignore him. Charge forward. Even with a Yonko standing in their way, Vice Admiral Inigimo showed no fear. For years, the Navy had been obsessed with ending this so-called Great Pirate Era. Now, after finally taking down the strongest pirate, Whitebeard, they had to press the attack and wipe out the remnants of his crew. Leading the charge, Inigimo, a key figure in the Navy's Hawk faction, knew exactly how Akainu thought. There was no way Akainu would let Shanks help the Whitebeard pirates escape. Great eruption. Just as Inigimo predicted, the moment Akainu saw Shanks blocking their path, he charged in immediately. His rage, built up after clashing with multiple powerful enemies, had nowhere else to go. Even before he reached the battlefield, he had already launched a massive blast of molten magma toward Shanks. For fighters of their level, decisive victories were hard to achieve. Even if one of them was fully committed to the fight, it was still difficult to stop the other from withdrawing. And Akainu. At this point, he was far from his peak condition. After clashing with so many powerful opponents, his stamina was drained, and his frustration had only grown. Now, against Shanks, an emperor whose strength matched his own, he was completely overwhelmed. After just a few exchanges, Akainu couldn't gain the upper hand at all. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so easily shaken off when Shanks unleashed his Conqueror's Haki earlier. Degree. Chapter 121, The War Continues. Divine Departure. Kamikaze. Shanks swung his sword with a stern expression. The jet-black flying slash split Akainu's magma attack in two. Before Inigimo could lead the Marines through the opening, Shanks had already struck again. Countless smaller flying slashes combined together, roaring forward like a furious swarm of bees, bombarding the fastest-charging Marine troops. 10-blade style, spider web cut. Even among the Navy headquarters vice admirals, Inigimo was one of the strongest. Despite facing Shanks' sudden assault, he showed no fear and countered with his blades. With both hands and 8 additional arms formed from his prehensile hair, he wielded 10 swords simultaneously, using his hair as if it were part of his own body. This was a technique only achievable by those who had mastered the life return technique from the 6 powers to an exceptional level. Even more impressive, his 10 arms moved without interfering with each other. Each blade, coated in armament Haki, danced in perfect harmony, forming an impenetrable web, blocking the relentless storm of flying slashes. Unfortunately, Inigimo's armament Haki and swordsmanship were far inferior to Shanks. Even though he fought with everything he had, he still couldn't block all of the attacks. Splurt. 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 The razor-sharp flying slashes pierced through the bodies of the Marines. These wounds weren't fatal, but they were enough to incapacitate them temporarily. Even Inigimo himself couldn't avoid being hit, more than a dozen flying slashes tore through him. His armament Haki wasn't enough to fully defend against Shanks' strikes, and he collapsed to the ground, his body drenched in blood. Shanks. Akainu had finally arrived, roaring with fury. Inigimo wasn't just a fellow member of the Navy's Hawk faction, he was also a longtime comrade in arms. Now, seeing him cut down, combined with his rage from earlier events, Akainu's hatred for Shanks exploded to its peak, rivaling his grudge against Dragon, the man who cost him his dream of becoming Fleet Admiral. Hold back the Navy. Don't let them through. Shanks sighed, reluctantly facing Akainu again. Thankfully, he still had his crew to rely on. Ben Beckman, having just taken down Van Augur, let out a deep sigh. For the red-haired pirates, who were greatly outnumbered, trying to hold back the massive marine forces was no easy task. But what choice did they have? With a captain like Shanks, no matter how tough it got, they had to step up. Open fire. Under Ben Beckman's command, the red-hair pirates' snipers unleashed a spectacular barrage, halting the Marines' advance. Even vice admirals with decent armament hockey hesitated to charge forward under fire from a dozen elite marksmen, some even among the world's best. Without leadership from Marine officers, regular soldiers struggled to break through the Whitebeard pirates' commanders. Boom. 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 Just as the red-hair pirates' snipers successfully suppressed the Marines, the ground at Marineford's plaza trembled. Amidst the Whitebeard pirates' furious shouts, a massive figure appeared on the battlefield. Little Oars. He's still alive. I have to save him. Ace, who had been covering his crew's retreat, immediately tried to rush back. To him, all Whitebeard pirates were family, but Little Oars held a special place in his heart. Calm down, Ace. Little Oars is already dead. Curiel, the 10th Division commander, quickly held Ace back. They had seen Little Oars fall to the Warlords' attacks. No matter how tough a giant's vitality was, there was no way he could have survived. And just as Curiel suspected, Gecko Moria stood atop Little Oars' massive shoulders, looking down on the Whitebeard and red-hair pirates with a gloating grin. Go, Little Oars. Hee hee hee. Show them your true power. Moria cackled excitedly. Though he hadn't obtained the corpses of Dellocus or Whitebeard, he had gathered plenty of shadows during the chaos. Having received an offer from Fleet Admiral Sangoku, Moria had even brought out his most prized collection, using them to drive Little Oars against the red-hair pirates' defenses. Although a corpse without Dr. Hogback's modifications couldn't fully utilize the zombie army's true power, Little Oars' sheer size alone made him devastating, even when stuffed with random, low-quality shadows. As expected, the zombified Little Oars moved sluggishly. Minutes passed before he finally took a slow step forward, heading toward the red-hair pirates' snipers. Hee hee hee. If one shadow isn't enough, I'll stuff in 100. With enough quantity, even weak shadows can make up for lack of quality. Moria's excitement was palpable. Ever since his defeat at Thriller Bark, he had been thinking of ways to improve and strengthen his zombie army. Now, he finally understood, while he couldn't handle too many shadows himself, zombies didn't have that problem. Even if there was a limit to how many could be stuffed into a single corpse, he no longer had to worry about a zombie suffering the same near explosion as he had. Of course, ordinary shadows couldn't compare to those of true powerhouses. But Moria no longer cared about that. His real target was either Dellocus or Whitebeard's corpse. Whether through deals or theft, if he could obtain the body of one of those top-tier warriors and stuff it with powerful shadows, he could finally take revenge on Kaido. Fire. Seeing Little Oars charging forward like a moving mountain, Ben Beckman frowned. His observation hockey easily confirmed that Little Oars was already dead. But now, controlled by Moria, the giant was crashing into their defenses, becoming a real headache. Bang. 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 Bullets rained down on Little Oars, some coated with armament hockey strong enough to pierce through him. Yet, injuries that would be fatal for a normal person meant nothing to a zombie. Without pain, unless it was disabled entirely, no amount of damage would stop it. TCH, aim for its right leg. Firing just once, Ben Beckman quickly realized that normal tactics wouldn't work. Against an undying opponent, conventional attacks were useless. Without needing further orders, the snipers adjusted their hockey-infused bullets, shifting from piercing damage to maximizing internal destruction. Bang. 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 Another round of shots, and Little Oars' right leg was shredded. His massive body toppled to the ground. Damn it. Useless zombie. Moria cursed but had no better options. His body had deteriorated from years of neglect, leaving his armament hockey weak. Even at his peak, he couldn't coat all of Little Oars in hockey, let alone withstand the red-hair pirate's sniper fire. Fuff-fuff-you-few. Useless as ever, Moria. Is this all you've got? Descending with invisible threads, Doflamingo sneered arrogantly. He had always looked down on Moria, a so-called warlord who constantly boasted about fighting Kaido without realizing how vast their gap had become. More importantly, Moria had repeatedly refused to cooperate, because Doflamingo was tied to Kaido. But Doflamingo didn't care about the reason. What mattered to him was how much profit he lost because of it. You bastard. If you're so tough, go do it yourself, damn clown. Moria snapped. Even just Ben Beckman could beat him to a pulp, not to mention the other elite snipers and skilled fighters. For a mere warlord like him, there was no way to deal with that lineup. Fuff. Then let me show you the difference between us. Doflamingo's cold eyes gleamed behind his sunglasses, but he didn't attack Moria just yet. After all, he still needed to stay on Kizaru's good side, not just because Kizaru might become Fleet Admiral, but also because of the pure gold he still had. A key to eternal life. Doflamingo had once set his sights on Law's Op no Mi, but now he saw another path. As long as he obtained pure gold, he could achieve immortality. And one day, he would seize the throne of the World King. Moria suppressed his anger. He didn't really care about Fleet Admiral Sangoku's wrath, but unlike Doflamingo, who had entered the New World relatively late, Moria had been sailing since the era of Pirate King Roger and had personally witnessed just how terrifying Kizaru, the Navy monster, truly was. With Sangoku soon to step down, his successor would be Kizaru, which made Moria uneasy. Though he wasn't planning to lower himself to curry favor with Kizaru like Doflamingo, he also saw no reason to provoke the terrifying man over Ors Jr. Even the world's strongest man, Whitebeard, had died at Kizaru's hands. Moria had no intention of making an enemy of him. Reluctantly reaching a compromise, the two warlords of the sea drove Ors Jr. forward. However, this time, taking him down wouldn't be so easy for the red-haired pirate snipers. The massive demon was now covered in Doflamingo's threads. Even when Yasop shattered Ors Jr.'s knee, countless thread-like tendrils, as if alive, immediately gathered to repair the wound. You guys handle this, I'm going after those two troublemakers. Ben Beckman flicked away his nearly burnt-out cigarette and set his sights on the two warlords standing on Ors Jr.'s shoulder. He didn't need to defeat Doflamingo and Moria, just keep them too busy to control Ors Jr., giving the red-haired pirates officers enough time to block the Navy's pursuit. Alright, but you better hurry. I'll cover you. Lucky Roo, momentarily pausing his feast, spoke while biting into a cleaned-off bone. Even he could feel the pressure of this intense battle. Don't worry, I'll be quick. Beckman twirled his gun and charged forward. As the red-haired pirate's first mate, his strength wasn't just in outsmarting his enemies, he was also one of the New World's top combatants. Lucky me. But before Beckman could reach Doflamingo and Moria, an unexpected challenger appeared. Thick ice spikes rained down from above, forming a frozen barrier in front of him. It was Esdeath, who, after losing her target, Blackbeard, had begun searching for a new opponent. Her ideal target had been red-haired Shanks, but since Akainu was already fighting him to the death, Esdeath, despite not knowing Akainu personally, felt it inappropriate to interfere, especially out of respect for Kizaru. While she hesitated, her eyes locked onto Beckman, who radiated formidable strength. Her battle-hungry nature kicked in, and she immediately sprang into action. Where the hell did this woman come from? Beckman's mastery of observation hockey was exceptional, on par with top-tier fighters. Even before engaging her, he could sense the deadly threat Esdeath posed. It was baffling. Strong individuals constantly emerged on the seas, but those who reached a certain level were well known. So where had this ridiculously powerful woman come from? Esdeath stood atop an ice pillar, looking down at Beckman, her usually cold expression shifting into an excited grin. Seeing this, Beckman's face darkened. With a powerful leap, he sprang into the air just as the ground beneath him froze over. At that moment, sharp ice spikes surged upward from the frozen earth, rising like waves to impale him. Flintlock. Degree. Chapter 122, Rayleigh's Intentions. Suppressing his shock, Beckman fired a seemingly ordinary shot downward. The instant the bullet left the barrel, its temperature soared, igniting the freezing air around it. A massive fireball erupted, consuming all the ice spikes in its path. Not bad. Then try this. Esdeath kicked apart a newly formed ice pillar, its shattered fragments rapidly absorbing moisture from the air, transforming into countless needle-like ice shards that shot toward Beckman like bullets. This technique was something she had learned from Kizaru. As her foot made contact with the ice, she infused its fragments with armament hockey. The ice needles themselves weren't that powerful, but hidden within them were tiny shards of the original ice pillar, each imbued with her hockey. Every shard carried as much power as a hockey-infused bullet. If Beckman's observation hockey had been even slightly weaker and he failed to detect the hidden threat within the ice needles, he could have been riddled with holes. What a dangerous woman. Ben Beckman's mouth twitched. Esdeath's little trick hadn't fooled him at all. However, faced with such a brutal attack, his best option was to evade. He wasn't suited for large-scale attacks, nor did he have strong defensive capabilities. As Esdeath locked onto Beckman, the Ors Jr. controlled by both Doflamingo and Moria broke through the red-haired pirates' defensive line. Without Beckman sniping to suppress them, Doflamingo could focus solely on repairing Ors Jr. while also using his puppet strings to create even more trouble for the red-haired pirates. TCH, what a pain in the ass. Yasop tried to snipe Moria, but Moria's shadow mage blocked the shot. His armament hockey wasn't strong enough to protect Ors Jr., but defending himself was easy. After that first shot, Moria began intentionally positioning himself behind Ors Jr., avoiding the crazed onslaught of the red-haired pirate snipers. This is bad. If this keeps up, the Navy will catch up. I'll hold them off. Then let's fight them head-on. You guys go ahead, I'll cover you. As Ors Jr. and the pursuing Navy forces closed in, the Whitebeard pirates found themselves caught in a dilemma. Staying behind meant certain death, but continuing to flee risked dooming their already retreating comrades. After such prolonged fighting, even the Whitebeard pirates' division commanders were utterly exhausted. No matter how strong the body, it had its limits. Even a top-tier powerhouse like Akainu, after intense battles against Dellocus, Dragon, and Shanks, was now being more mindful of his stamina. For the division commanders, it wasn't just about fighting strong enemies, they also had to protect their crew and the Revolutionary Army's allies. If not for their sheer strength and Whitebeard's legacy driving them forward, they wouldn't have lasted this long. Luffy. Stop Ace. Sabo, who had grown up with Ace, was the first to realize something was wrong. He quickly called Luffy over, and together, they tackled Ace, holding him down to stop him from running back to the battlefield. Whitebeard's death had shaken Ace to his core. He felt responsible for starting this war, and every fallen crewmate of the Whitebeard pirates weighed heavily on his conscience. Now, seeing so many of his comrades still fighting and dying, Ace's overwhelming guilt and sense of duty consumed him. What's going on? Luffy didn't understand the situation but still followed Sabo's lead, wrapping his arms and legs tightly around Ace. With Sabo pinning him down as well, Ace had no chance of running back to his death. Let me go, Sabo. Dad and the others are dying because of me, how can I just run away to save myself? Ace struggled, but against both Sabo and Luffy, he couldn't break free. Luffy, having learned armament hockey, clung to him like a stubborn child, making escape impossible even with Ace's Logia powers. Don't be stupid. Do you really think? Sabo wasn't about to let Ace throw his life away. But before he could finish, something shocking happened on the battlefield. Boom. A towering golden Buddha reappeared in the center of Marineford, its massive, glowing hand slamming down to crush a mysterious figure who had, at some point, removed his hooded cloak. That man. This has to be a joke. The right hand of the Pirate King. Dark King Rayleigh. Rayleigh gracefully dodged Sangoku's attack as he threw off his hooded cloak, revealing a face that seemed gentle at first glance but held an incredibly sharp gaze. Even after so many years, countless Marines and pirates recognized him instantly, the infamous Dark King who had once sailed alongside the Pirate King Roger. I just wanted to say a few words. No need to be so aggressive, Fleet Admiral Sangoku. Rayleigh calmly smiled as he swung his sword, slicing through the shockwave rushing toward him. He hadn't originally planned to reveal himself, but seeing Whitebeard use his dying breath to spread Roger's final message, Rayleigh couldn't just stand by and do nothing as the crew's former first mate. And with the Whitebeard pirates on the brink of destruction, there was no longer any reason to stay in hiding. You better think this through, Rayleigh. Sangoku was livid. Kizaru had gone through so much trouble to stop Whitebeard from spreading the legend of Roger's treasure, yet now, this old relic had decided to take center stage. Failing to execute Fire Fist Ace had already been frustrating enough. At least Kizaru had managed to kill Whitebeard, preserving some of the Navy's dignity. But if Rayleigh were to preach about Roger's so-called great treasure here in Marineford, it would be a humiliating slap in the face for the Navy. That's quite the terrifying threat, but I'm not so old that I've lost the courage to speak my mind. Rayleigh chuckled, his words making Sangoku's expression darken even further. And when he realized that everyone's attention had shifted entirely to Rayleigh, his mood only worsened. The Revolutionary Army, having hijacked the broadcast signal, quickly adjusted the feed, making sure that all the cameras were now focused squarely on Rayleigh. When his face appeared on screens worldwide, every Marine who knew his identity immediately sensed disaster. Kizaru sighed, rubbing his forehead in exasperation. First Whitebeard, and now Rayleigh. These old-timers just didn't know when to quit. But things weren't the same as before. If Rayleigh thought Kizaru would let him walk away like he did back in Sabaody, he was dead wrong. Just as Kizaru was about to make his move, a massive figure suddenly blocked his path. Oi, what's going on here? Weren't you supposed to be out of commission, Kuma? Even with all the strange things Kizaru had seen in his life, this still made him widen his eyes in surprise. Everything, Vegapunk's reports, Kizaru's own observations, had confirmed that Bartholomew Kuma had lost all sense of self after his final modifications. And yet, there was something off. A faint, lingering presence that shouldn't have been there. And now, Kuma was standing directly in Kizaru's way. His face was emotionless, his mouth silent, but his intent to block Kizaru was as clear as day. To be honest, even at his peak, Kuma wouldn't have been able to stop Kizaru. But now, despite supposedly being dead, he was moving like some kind of ghost, determined to hold Kizaru back. And that was giving Kizaru a headache. Kizaru didn't have many people he considered friends, he could count them on one hand. But without a doubt, Kuma was one of them. Not being able to stop Kuma from undergoing the final stage of his modifications had already been a lingering regret. Going against what was likely his final will was pushing Kizaru's limits. By this point, if Kizaru still couldn't see Dragon's hand in all of this, he'd be insulting his own intelligence. For now, though, he had no choice but to let Rayleigh continue his performance, all while deciding that before settling the score with Ivankov, he was going to make sure to punch Dragon in the face first. Who is that guy? Why's he in Marineford? He's crazy strong. He's going toe-to-toe with both an Admiral and the Fleet Admiral. Could he be some legendary pirate? Wait a minute. That face looks really familiar. Wait a minute. This man, could he be? People all over the world watched the live broadcast with a mix of tension and curiosity. Among the older generation, many had already recognized the infamous Dark King Rayleigh, their faces turning pale with fear. Most ordinary citizens never bothered distinguishing between good and bad pirates. In truth, they didn't really need to. After all, the vast majority of pirates were ruthless criminals who pillaged, murdered, and burned everything in their wake. To them, pirates were evil. And if the Pirate King was the worst of them all, then his right-hand man, Rayleigh, was undoubtedly a villain on par with the terrifying Whitebeard. New World, Tato Land, Cake Island. In the heart of her domain, Charlotte Lean, Big Mom, was enjoying her afternoon tea. She lifted a cake the size of a table and swallowed it whole. She had originally planned to finish her tea time, but after witnessing Whitebeard's death, her appetite suddenly surged, prompting her to order more food. Yet, every time the camera panned to Kizaru, a look of pure hatred flickered across her face. Mama. That man looks awfully familiar. Where have I seen him before? As Rayleigh's face appeared on the broadcast, Big Mom paused mid-bite, swallowing the cake before grabbing a plate of chocolate cookies. Speaking through a mouthful of crumbs, her voice was thick with suspicion. Mama. That man is Gold Roger's right hand. The Pirate King's Dark King, Silver's Rayleigh. Her eldest son, Spiro, spoke with a trembling voice. Long before Roger had claimed the title of Pirate King, the Big Mom pirates had clashed with his crew when they dared to trespass into Tato Land. The result? Roger's crew had escaped unscathed, taking with them a rubbing of the red poneglyph. A humiliation that Big Mom had never forgotten. Crack! The sharp sound of a plate shattering rang through the grand hall, and an overwhelming pressure instantly filled the space. The living homies cowered in fear, terrified that their mother's wrath would be unleashed upon them. Silver's Rayleigh. Big Mom's voice came out like a snarl, forced through gritted teeth. Her expression twisted into a mask of fury and hatred. Back then, it had been Roger and Rayleigh, the perfect duo. While Roger distracted her, Rayleigh had broken into her cake castle and stolen the red poneglyph's rubbing. Of course, her hatred for Roger was far deeper. But Roger was dead. And since she couldn't take revenge on him, she would just have to settle for the next best thing, his right-hand man, Rayleigh. Unaware of the storm brewing in Tato Land, Rayleigh continued his speech in Marineford, completely oblivious to the fact that he had just caught the attention of one of his old enemies. Degree. Chapter 123, Rayleigh's Intentions, 2. As all eyes turned toward him, Rayleigh let out an almost imperceptible smile. Under Fleet Admiral Sangoku's furious gaze, he spoke the words that Whitebeard had failed to finish. Roger's great treasure is real. Do you want the treasure of the Roger pirates? If you do, then go find it. We left everything there. In the New World. Rayleigh laughed heartily as he spoke, and for a moment, it felt as if he had returned to the days of adventure, standing side by side with Roger once again. People across the world, watching the live broadcast, widened their eyes in shock. After nearly 20 years, someone had once again confirmed the existence of the One Piece. Even those who had previously dismissed Whitebeard's words as the ramblings of a dying man now found themselves wavering. For those who recognized Rayleigh, excitement surged through them. This was no ordinary man, this was the former first mate of the Pirate King himself, Silver's Rayleigh, standing before the world and confirming the truth. Whitebeard had been Roger's greatest rival and, after Roger's death, the most powerful pirate on the seas. But Rayleigh had been Roger's right-hand man, his confidant. His words carried almost the same weight as Roger's own. So it's true. The Pirate King's great treasure. Ha. I've decided, I'm setting sail to find the One Piece. Hey, this is gonna be interesting. That's the Pirate King's treasure, who knows, maybe it's enough to buy an entire kingdom. In that moment, countless ambitious souls across the world felt the call of the sea. Once again, a new wave of adventurers would set sail, reigniting the Great Pirate Era, a development that would make the Marines grind their teeth in frustration. Somewhere in the North Blue. A blind middle-aged man sat quietly in the corner of a palace square, listening to the broadcast. Around him, a group of thin, ragged children munched on bread, enthusiastically describing the images on the screen to their kind-hearted blind uncle. These children were orphans, without homes or families. Any of them could disappear from the world at any moment, and no one would notice. If not for this blind man regularly sharing food with them, they might have already starved to death in some forgotten alleyway. Blind uncle, where are you going? Even though the broadcast hadn't ended, the blind man, who had been so engrossed in listening, suddenly stood up and turned toward the port. To where I'm needed. I've already spoken to the bakery owner. From now on, you can work there for food and shelter, and even get a small allowance. With that, he walked away without looking back. There were many more people who needed his help. And soon, the seas would be in turmoil. Whether it was because of his old promise to Kizaru or his determination to abolish the corrupt warlord system, he could no longer sit idly by. As he recalled his first meeting with Kizaru, the weathered man let out a rare, somewhat awkward smile. Fujitora. Isho. That name will do. Somewhere in the South Blue. In a lively bar, a bartender with a prominent hooked nose stared intently at the broadcast. Even in the technologically advanced South Blue, hijacking a world government broadcast without authorization was nearly impossible. Yet, the bar's customers weren't particularly surprised. To them, their bartender seemed capable of anything. Not even Vegapunk could compare to their boss, Isaac. After all these years, the first mate finally couldn't sit still anymore. Hoo-ha-ha. Just in time, I was getting impatient myself. Moon Isaac Jr. opened a drawer, revealing an old photograph of the entire Roger Pirates crew. His grin widened. Rayleigh had set the stage. Even if Roger himself returned from the grave, he couldn't blame him for joining in. Boss Isaac, what's got you so happy? A burly, drunk man staggered over, his right hand now a wooden and steel prosthetic. Even in his drunken state, his mechanical hand held his cup perfectly steady, evidence of the high-level craftsmanship behind it. Thinking about old friends puts me in a good mood. Drinks are on the house tonight. No one leaves until my entire stock is gone. Isaac roared with laughter. Even after nearly 20 years, he still didn't understand what Roger had been thinking. But that didn't matter. Following Rayleigh's lead, that was never a mistake. Woo-ah. Ha ha ha. You said it. Cheers. To Boss Isaac. The bar erupted in cheers. Life was tough for everyone these days, free booze was a rare and welcome blessing. Somewhere in the West Blue. In a small, unknown town, an elderly man with sunglasses, a hunched back, and a face covered in tattoos sat atop a stone pillar, puffing on a pipe as he watched his old friend on the broadcast. Even when Rayleigh spoke the words confirming the One Piece's existence, the old man's expression remained unchanged. Sigh. Has it really been 20 years already? Rayleigh doesn't look much different, just a bit more gray in his hair. How unfair. The old man mumbled to himself but had no intention of reuniting with his old friend. Not everyone was like Isaac, who couldn't bear the solitude, or like Rayleigh, forced by circumstances to step back into the spotlight. 20 years of seclusion were more than enough to wear away the ambitions of the past. Even if he were to appear on the battlefield of Marineford now, no one would recognize him as the once formidable Skopper Gabon, who had fought alongside Rayleigh. Somewhere in the East Blue, on a floating island. Jihahaha. This show is just too damn good. I'm starting to regret not joining Newgate in his rampage. If I had known he was going to stir up this much trouble, teaming up with Whitebeard wouldn't have been such a bad idea. Golden Lion Shiki laughed uproariously. Unlike another timeline, where he had wasted decades raising mutant animals for a foolish revenge plot, only to suffer a humiliating defeat at the hands of Monkey D. Luffy, things were different in this world. Having suffered repeated losses to Kizaru, Shiki had come to a realization: avenging himself against the world government and the Marines with his own strength alone was impossible. So, in search of a way to counter Kizaru, he had allied with Vinsmoke Judge, who was obsessed with restoring Germa Kingdom's former glory. By utilizing Germa 60 SIXS cloning technology and genetic modifications, Shiki had been mass-producing and enhancing his own clones. As he gazed at the soldiers floating in the nutrient tanks, each an exact replica of his younger self, his eyes burned with anticipation. It's almost time. When the Golden Lion Army makes its grand entrance, the whole world will know, after Roger, this era belongs to me. Jihahaha. Shiki cackled uncontrollably. Who would have thought that, after vanishing for over a decade, he was brewing a force that could shake the world? The only regret he had was that his clones couldn't truly inherit his powers. Even with lineage factor modifications, the strongest of his clone soldiers were only at the level of a Marine Vice Admiral. And Shiki wasn't much younger than Whitebeard. Seeing his old rival fall at Kizaru's hands, he couldn't help but feel a sense of sympathetic dread. In his mind, if Whitebeard hadn't been so old, there was no way Kizaru could have defeated him. Eternal youth, the pure gold, huh? That's something I could use, too. Shiki had already decided how the Golden Lion Army would make its debut. Right in front of the Marines, he would steal the pure gold from the world government itself. No grand entrance could possibly top that. Meanwhile, at Marine headquarters, Fleet Admiral Sangoku was seething with rage. 20 years of hard-fought battles and countless Marine sacrifices, all ruined by a single statement from Rayleigh. Soon, the seas would be flooded with new pirates, all obsessed with the One Piece. If they were just treasure hunters, that would be one thing. But the reality was that most of them would never even reach the New World, let alone find Roger's treasure. And what would happen to those failures? They wouldn't simply vanish. They would survive by raiding and pillaging the innocent, plunging the world into chaos once more. Enough, Rayleigh. You've said more than enough. As Sangoku prepared to act, Kizaru, who had been watching from the sidelines, finally spoke up. Are you still trying to stop me? Haven't we played this game long enough? Kizaru sighed, clearly growing impatient. Out of respect for his friendship with Kuma, he had allowed Dragon to put on his little show. But if Dragon didn't know when to quit, next time wouldn't be just a simple beating. Just as he expected, the moment he finished speaking, Bartholomew Kuma, who had been standing in his way, suddenly stepped aside. At the same time, the subtle traces of Kuma's original self completely vanished, leaving behind only the expressionless husk of a Pacifista prototype. Kizaru's lips twitched. So Kuma had been faking it this entire time. For years, Kizaru had regretted that Kuma had lost his sense of self due to the modifications. But now, it turned out the bastard had been playing along. No, wait, that wasn't something anyone could fake. Even the best disguise wouldn't have fooled Vegapunk. Unless Dragon's revolutionary army had developed some kind of technology even Vegapunk hadn't seen before. That thought sent a shiver down Kizaru's spine. It sounded impossible. After all, Vegapunk was 500 years ahead of the current era in scientific knowledge. But considering Dragon had been plotting for decades, and had even managed to deceive Kizaru once before, maybe it wasn't so far-fetched. The world of pirates was filled with mysterious technologies, and even Vegapunk couldn't be a master of everything. Pacifista research was just one of his many projects. His attention had likely been split between countless other scientific pursuits. If someone had exploited that blind spot, it wasn't entirely impossible that Kuma had slipped through the cracks. And Kizaru already had a prime suspect in mind. Years ago, during his Sky Island expedition, he had casually mentioned the ancient moon civilization to Dragon. Maybe Dragon couldn't reach the moon. But the robotic technology left behind by the ancient Lunarians. That wasn't exclusive to the moon. A technology that gives robots human emotions, a method to retain one's mind even after full cybernetic conversion. Even Kizaru could see the similarities. Nuclear weapons, pure gold, and now Kuma. Dragon, my boy, you've certainly given this old man plenty of surprises. Kizaru grinned. Suddenly, he realized something. Had he been slacking off for too long? His strength hadn't deteriorated. But this feeling, this constant step behind, was beginning to irritate him. After all, wasn't it his job to stay 2 steps ahead of Dragon? When did the tables turn? TSK. When did I let you start playing me, Dragon? Since Dragon wanted to challenge him, Kizaru didn't mind getting a little serious. It was time to remind Dragon that Big Brother is always Big Brother. Taking advantage of Silver's Rayleigh distracting the Marines, the Whitebeard pirates and members of the Revolutionary Army were hastily retreating from Marineford. As long as they could make it to the sea, even with the Marines' overwhelming fleet, it would be difficult to catch pirates who were focused solely on escape. The Marines knew exactly what the pirates were thinking, but the red-haired pirates were determined to cover Whitebeard's escape. If it came down to a direct clash, the red-haired pirates, who had the smallest crew among the 4 emperors, stood no chance against the elite forces of Marine headquarters. However, their goal wasn't to win, they just needed to slow the Marines down and make pursuit difficult. That left the Marines with 2 choices: continue targeting the Whitebeard pirates and the revolutionaries while being held back by the red-haired pirates, or deal with the red-haired pirates first but lose the chance to stop Whitebeard's forces from escaping. Of course, all of this depended on whether Kizaru stepped in. If this had been before Dragon had played his tricks, Kizaru might have let Whitebeard's remnants go. But now that Dragon wanted to play, Kizaru had no reason to be polite. 28. Lucky Roo took his time picking the right prey. Anyone he locked onto was at least a Marine officer. In the face of this top-tier sniper, only Vice Admirals could take his bullets head-on with armament hockey. Any other Marine officer he set his sights on was as good as dead. Bang. A Marine captain, leading a charge with his men, fell to the battlefield. Lucky Roo never aimed for vital spots, but his hockey-infused bullets were devastating. Unless luck was on his side and he received immediate treatment, that Marine captain was as good as dead. Bang. Another shot rang out. There was no need to look, whoever got hit was most likely already dead. 30. Still a little behind me. Yasop smirked, but before he could finish speaking, his expression changed dramatically. He swiftly raised his rifle to block. Boom. A golden flash streaked across the battlefield. Yasop's hockey-infused rifle was shattered, and he himself was sent flying over 100 meters. For a top-tier sniper, mastering observation hockey was the bare minimum. Without it, they wouldn't be able to threaten true powerhouses. Unfortunately, this time, the one targeting Yasop was Kizaru. Whether in terms of strength or observation hockey, Kizaru completely overwhelmed him. If Kizaru hadn't been holding back, Yasop probably wouldn't have even had the chance to raise his rifle. Yasop. Degree. Chapter 124, Marine Monster. Yasop. For the first time, the always laid-back Lucky Roo panicked. He immediately drew his gun and fired at Kizaru. No matter how skilled a sniper was, close combat was always their greatest weakness. And their opponent was none other than Kizaru, one of the Marines' monsters. No one knew Yasop's condition after the attack. Yasakani no Magatama. Kizaru wasn't about to let Lucky Roo get the first shot. One of the former Marine monsters of legend, Kizaru was an expert at relentless attacks that crushed his enemies before they could react. The red-haired pirates may not have been high enough in rank to warrant his full power, but they were at least enough to let him vent some frustration. Blinding flashes of light erupted across the battlefield. Lucky Roo suddenly turned back to his crewmates and gave them one last smile. ZSHH. 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 Countless beams of light tore through Lucky Roo's body. Even as one of the top 5 fighters of the red-haired pirates, he stood no chance against a serious Kizaru. His body, riddled with holes, collapsed onto the battlefield, blood gushing from his wounds. He didn't even have the chance to leave any last words. The red-haired pirates watched in horror as their crewmate fell, their eyes instantly turning bloodshot with rage. Each and every one of them had been personally invited aboard by Shanks. They had fought together for years. And none had been around longer than Lucky Roo. As one of the original members of the red-haired pirates since its founding, his easygoing nature made him one of the most well-liked members of the crew. In some ways, he was even more popular than Ben Beckman, the vice-captain. Watching Lucky Roo die at Kizaru's hands, the red-haired pirates momentarily abandoned their mission to hold off the Marines. With furious roars, they charged straight at Kizaru. The fastest among them was Lime Juice, his yellow hair flowing beneath a skull-patterned hat. He stepped through the air with a technique similar to moonwalk from the Marine 6 powers, raising his staff blade crackling with electricity. With a furious swing, he brought it down toward Kizaru. Lightning Whip. Lime Juice struck with full fury. The sheer power of his attack was enough to shatter stone and crack boulders. Even a Marine Vice Admiral proficient in armament hockey wouldn't dare take it head-on. Too slow. Kizaru's right hand turned pitch black as he effortlessly caught Lime Juice's staff blade mid-swing. The crackling electricity surrounding the blade might as well have been non-existent to him. With a sudden yank, he ripped Lime Juice out of the air and slammed him into the ground. The impact left Lime Juice unconscious on the spot, his head bloodied and broken. The second to charge in was the red-haired pirate's navigator, Benedict Snake, a man with a red dragon tattoo on his right neck and signature dark sunglasses. He launched a lightning-fast kick at Kizaru's head. Kizaru tilted his head slightly, dodging it with ease. But Snake twisted his body in midair like an acrobat, flipping 180 degrees before drawing his twin swords and crossing them in a vicious slash aimed at Kizaru's chest. Swallowtail Slash. Originally, this technique was meant to target an opponent's neck, but with Kizaru standing at a towering 3 meters, Snake had no choice but to adjust his aim. Clang. The sound of metal ringing against metal echoed across the battlefield. Snake's eyes widened in disbelief. His attack, which should have been a sure hit, had struck Kizaru's body and produced nothing but a metallic clink. His hands trembled from the force of the rebound. Though he was still far from the level of a true swordmaster, Snake was a ranked fighter among the red-haired pirates. He had already mastered the art of cutting steel. Even if his hockey-infused blades couldn't slice through Kizaru, they shouldn't have failed to even cut his clothes. If you ruin my outfit, you'll have to pay for it, you know. Kizaru casually flicked his finger at Snake's forehead. The navigator was sent hurtling backward like a cannonball, flying even faster than when he had rushed in. Roaring Slash. A beastly roar tore through the air as Howling Gab charged on all fours, his wild, dark red mane billowing like a lion's. His sharp fangs gleamed as he unleashed a devastating sound wave attack, powerful enough to tear through even a sea king. The shockwave barreled toward Kizaru. So noisy. Kizaru merely lifted a finger and fired a piercing beam of light. The golden ray shot straight through Gab's skull before he could even react. He collapsed on the battlefield, his roar cut short. Kill him. Avenge them. Die, you bastard. The remaining red-haired pirates, seeing their comrades fall one after another, flew into a blind rage. Their mission to hold back the Marines was momentarily forgotten. All they could think about was swarming Kizaru and tearing him apart. Under normal circumstances, Kizaru might not have handled them so effortlessly. If these fighters had faced anyone else, even Whitebeard himself in his prime, they wouldn't have been taken down so easily. Ganging up on me? How mean? Kizaru chuckled as an almost visible surge of chakra erupted from his body. Before the pirates could even get close, massive amounts of chakra were converted into electricity. A storm of lightning burst outward from Kizaru, crackling wildly in all directions. ZZZZZZT. In an instant, a massive sphere of lightning, over 100 meters in diameter, formed in the middle of Marineford's battlefield. The sheer voltage made the hair on everyone's body stand on end, even from dozens of meters away. The overwhelming chakra-fueled lightning was too powerful for even the elite officers of the red-haired pirates to withstand. Blinding light consumed the battlefield, swallowing dozens of pirates in a flash. The remaining crew members stared in shock and fury, but none dared to take a step forward. Orochimaru, impossible. Such an immense amount of chakra. Even a tailed beast wouldn't compare. To think that my incomplete lightning release technique could unleash such devastating power. Random viewer wanting to befriend Luo Feng, holy shit. Since when did Kizaru eat the rumble fruit? Random viewer wanting to befriend Luo Feng, wait a minute, was that a lightning release technique? AI Hybera, so this is ninjutsu. The power is terrifying. I might need to reconsider prioritizing chakra refinement in my studies. Tony Stark, oh, crap. My new Iron Man suit blueprints. Looks like I'll need to make some adjustments. Kobayashi, my Kizaru-san really never fails to surprise. Now that I think about it, I'm not sure I want to learn magic anymore. Orochimaru's ninjutsu seems way more powerful. Fubuki, that level of electric discharge. Just this one move alone is enough to take down a dragon-level monster. Xiaomei, so strong. Is this what they call an Earth rank or even Heaven rank battle technique? The livestream chat, which had just started calming down, instantly exploded again. Aside from top-tier powerhouses like Orochimaru and Esteth, most members of the group had never truly grasped how terrifying Kizaru's strength was, until now. Even Whitebeard himself could only put up a fight against Kizaru to some extent. To the members of the chat group, Kizaru was simply beating up a bunch of children. Only when he unleashed overwhelming and visually spectacular attacks could they start to grasp just how terrifyingly strong he really was. And it wasn't just the spectators in the live stream. Both Marines and pirates alike, locked in battle, found their attention drawn to Kizaru's sudden explosion of power. For Shanks, the sight of his comrades, men who had been drinking and feasting with him just the night before, being slaughtered one after another was too much. The red-haired emperor, known as one of the most easygoing of the great pirates, erupted in fury. Divine departure. Get lost. With a single slash, he forced Akainu back. He was just about to charge toward Kizaru when Akainu came right back at him, blocking his path once more. Dream on. Just stand there and watch as your crew gets crushed under the iron fist of justice. Red hair. Hellhound Red Lotus. Akainu grinned viciously as he unleashed a massive magma hound to counter Shanks. Ever since the war began, every time he had set his sights on a target, some bastard had interfered. Now, he finally had the chance to get his payback. Shanks had stopped him from finishing off Whitebeard earlier, now it was his turn to keep Shanks from saving his crew. At this moment, Akainu suddenly felt that maybe letting Kizaru take the position of Fleet Admiral wasn't such a bad idea after all. After all, in terms of seniority, strength, and achievements, Kizaru was clearly above him. If not for their vastly different philosophies, Akainu wouldn't have minded Kizaru taking the top spot. But watching Kizaru mercilessly slaughter the red-haired pirates, Akainu was reminded of the marine monster he had once admired. For the first time, his desire to compete for the position of Fleet Admiral wavered. Scary. It looks like Kizaru-senpai is getting serious. Elsewhere, locked in battle with Dragon, Akiji suddenly muttered to himself. Back when he had served under Garp, he had envied Dragon for having the chance to follow Kizaru. Even at the height of Garp's reputation, Kizaru, who had become a vice admiral at a young age, had been seen as the ideal marine by countless officers. But after his clash with the Celestial Dragons, Kizaru had been subtly suppressed by the world government. Over time, his brilliance faded, and his once righteous attitude shifted into lazy indifference. Sometimes, Kuzan wasn't even sure whether his own laid-back demeanor was influenced by his ice fruit, or if he had unconsciously been mimicking Kizaru-senpai all these years. Yeah. That's really bad news. Dragon frowned slightly. From Kizaru's perspective, Dragon's years of careful scheming had indeed been impressive. Nuclear weapons, pure gold, ancient Lunarian technology, his hidden forces in Impel down, and even the connections he had spent years building with Dark King Rayleigh. He had played every card he had. With the combined forces of the Whitebeard pirates and the unexpected intervention of the red-haired pirates, he should have been able to deal a devastating blow to the Navy. And yet, even after laying all his cards on the table, they still hadn't managed to cause any meaningful damage to the Marines. Even with Dragon's unshakable resolve, he couldn't help but feel a sense of regret. And now, Kizaru seemed to be on the fast track to becoming the next fleet admiral. Even worse. Kizaru was slowly but surely returning to the marine monster he had once been. Kizaru's ruthless assault on the red-haired pirates was even more brutal than Sakazuki's methods. That bastard Borsalino. He didn't disappoint me after all. Fleet Admiral Sangoku let out a quiet sigh of relief. Truth be told, when he had decided to appoint Kizaru as the next fleet admiral, he had felt a bit uneasy. He had feared that, once in power, Kizaru would turn Marine headquarters into an extension of the Pleasure District. Fortunately, Kizaru had first taken down Whitebeard, proving his strength. Then, he had shown no mercy to the red-haired pirates, proving his resolve. With both the power and determination necessary to lead the Navy, Kizaru had fully earned the position. Now, Sangoku could finally step back without worry. Even his previous hostility toward Rayleigh had faded somewhat, he no longer felt the overwhelming urge to crush the Dark King. After all, so what if the Great Pirate Era had returned? Back then, Sangoku had led the Marines to suppress the so-called Great Pirates once before. And now, with Kizaru at the helm, the Navy would undoubtedly wipe out the pirate scourge once and for all. This couldn't be worse. That guy is back, huh? Rayleigh chuckled bitterly. When Roger had first tricked him into going out to sea, Kizaru had already made a name for himself as a rising Marine star. During Roger's journey to becoming the Pirate King, aside from being endlessly pursued by Garp, the Roger pirates had dreaded nothing more than crossing paths with that marine monster, Borsalino. He had single-handedly crushed the remnants of the Rocks pirates. He had wiped out over a dozen infamous pirates. Aside from Whitebeard, who had been the strongest of them all, and Shanks, who had emerged later, every single one of the great pirates still alive today had all suffered at the hands of Borsalino. Degree. Chapter 125, Rampaging Shanks. If Kizaru hadn't clashed with the Celestial Dragons and gradually grown indifferent afterward, Roger's Great Pirate Era wouldn't have progressed so smoothly. Damn it. That bastard Kizaru. Marco, who had been knocked unconscious by Whitebeard earlier, had regained consciousness thanks to Ivankov's Horm fruit ability. Watching the red-haired pirates, who were covering their retreat, get massacred by Kizaru, even the usually composed Marco almost couldn't stop himself from rushing in to fight him to the death. It wasn't just because of the red-haired pirates, more importantly, it was for revenge for Whitebeard. Calm down, Marco. Right now, only you can lead everyone back to the new world. Do you want Pops to die with regrets? The blood-soaked Vista roared. Except for Diamond Jozu, who had exceptional durability, every division commander of the Whitebeard pirates was covered in wounds. If it weren't for their determination to fulfill Whitebeard's final wish, some of them might not have been able to hold on any longer. Even Ace had exhausted his stamina protecting his comrades. If the fight continued, he might not even have enough strength left to activate his Devil Fruit abilities. Ironically, the one in the best shape was Marco himself. Knocked out earlier by Whitebeard and possessing extraordinary regenerative abilities, he was now the most capable among the commanders. That was exactly why Vista wanted Marco to take responsibility, to lead their crew back to the new world and survive. I understand. Everyone, get on the ship. Leave the rest to me. Marco clenched his teeth so hard that his gums nearly bled, barely restraining himself from charging at Kizaru. In just a few seconds, he had figured it out. If the Whitebeard pirates could retreat successfully, then with Dragon, Rayleigh, and Shanks on the battlefield, those three could escape freely without any burdens holding them back. Even if the Navy was stronger, there was no way they could take down three top-tier powerhouses at once. Unless they were willing to turn Marineford into ruins, and even then, it wasn't certain that they could stop Dragon and the others. With that, Marco transformed back into a phoenix and flew towards the most chaotic part of the battlefield, where the Navy and pirates were clashing the fiercest. The situation with the red-haired pirates wasn't something he needed to worry about. What he had to ensure was that the Whitebeard pirates didn't become dead weight for their allies. The blinding lightning that had swallowed up dozens of red-haired pirates finally dissipated. It was Kizaru's first time unleashing a lightning release technique of the scale. He had accidentally burned through too much chakra. Fortunately, with his physique, even without the so-called sage body, his chakra reserves weren't inferior to those of Hashirama Senju in his prime. A technique of this scale. He could unleash 100 more, he'd just need to rest a few minutes afterward. TSK, went a little overboard, huh? Burned them to charcoal. Kizaru pinched his nose in mild disgust. With dozens of bodies charred black by his lightning, the stench was unbearable. Kizaru. A feral, grief-stricken roar erupted across the battlefield. Shanks, his body half-burned by magma, charged straight at Kizaru. Even Akainu, despite doing everything in his power to stop him, couldn't hold him back. When Shanks fought with his life on the line, even a fleet admiral like Sakazuki struggled to contain him. But Sakazuki had left his mark. Shanks' entire side was seared by magma, his face twisted in fury. He looked less like a man and more like a demon from hell, wreathed in molten fire. TCH, what a violent guy. Kizaru casually reached into thin air and drew forth a blade of light. Because this time, Shanks wasn't playing around. The sheer intensity of his conqueror's haki alone meant that if Kizaru didn't take this fight seriously, he might actually end up on the losing side. Supreme Slash, Divine Descent. Shanks' rapier gleamed as it turned pitch black. Only the greatest of swordsmen, those who had honed their armament haki over countless years, could permanently dye their blades black. As he swung his sword, his colossal conqueror's haki coiled around it, one unstoppable slash, like a deity descending from the heavens, annihilating all demons and monsters in its path. Ain no Murakumo no Tsurugi. Kizaru couldn't be bothered with flashy techniques. At his level, the light sword he forged from his mastery of the Pika Pika no Mi was on par with the 12 supreme-grade blades. But since Shanks had lost his mind, Kizaru decided he'd grant him the same level of respect he had given Whitebeard. A full 40% of his true strength. Clang. Black blade met light blade. The moment their weapons clashed, their titanic conqueror's haki exploded outward, engulfing all of Marineford in a storm of raw power. Even admirals, beings at the peak of the world, felt momentarily stunned by the impact. From the point where their swords crossed, a wave of pitch-black lightning detonated across the battlefield. The air itself split apart. The pressure of their swords nearly shattered space itself. Boom. The sword pressure, compressed to its absolute limit, suddenly exploded, blasting massive, fan-shaped craters hundreds of meters wide on either side of the battlefield. Everyone caught within the range was instantly crushed into a bloody mist. Yet, rather than an ending, this terrifying collision was like the signal flare of an even fiercer battle. Witnessing his comrades being slaughtered, Shanks completely lost control, unleashing his full power. For a moment, he was actually matching Kizaru, who was only using 40% of his strength. Their blades seemed magnetically drawn to each other, clashing again and again. Each impact sent tremors rippling through all of Marineford. It was a battlefield straight out of legend. Massive flying sword slashes and blinding flashes of light streaked across the air, mercilessly cutting down any unlucky bystanders who strayed too close. Before long, both Marines and pirates instinctively backed away, unwilling to get caught in the crossfire of Kizaru and Shanks' duel. Only Dracul Mihawk stood his ground, his golden eyes gleaming as he observed the battle. If not for the last shred of rationality holding him back, Mihawk would have loved nothing more than to switch places with one of them, or, better yet, join in for the ultimate duel between the world's greatest swordsmen. This brat Shanks. He really has inherited Roger's swordsmanship. Rayleigh watched the clash in shock. Kizaru being a monster was one thing, but Shanks had actually surpassed even him. The thought made Rayleigh chuckle bitterly. If Kizaru had shown this level of strength back in Sabaody, Dragon might have had to break him out of Impel down by now. Shanks. You can do it. Take down that damn Admiral. Luffy, wrapped in thick bandages with only his head free to move, stretched his neck as far as he could, crying and shouting encouragement to Shanks with everything he had. If not for Sabo holding him down, Luffy would have already charged in to avenge Lucky Roo and the others. After all, aside from Shanks himself, most of the red-haired pirates were his friends. Kizaru-sama is as dazzling as ever in battle. Capture every moment. I don't want a single second missed. Hancock swooned as she barked orders at her pet snake, which not only had to support her for a better vantage point but also had to use its tail to hold up a den mushy, recording every second of Kizaru's fight. Despite his injuries, the enraged Shanks was unleashing strength that put him on par with the strongest of the four emperors. However, the power of rage had its limits. No matter how much he wanted to cut down Kizaru and avenge his fallen comrades, the force behind his strikes was slowly but steadily weakening. Clang. As their swords clashed once more, Kizaru raised an eyebrow slightly. To be honest, Shanks' outburst had caught him a little off guard. Normally, the guy acted like a carefree good-natured fool, rarely angered even when insulted by those far beneath him. Who would have thought that watching his comrades die would push Shanks into such a terrifying frenzy? Even if it was temporary, the power he unleashed was enough to rival Whitebeard in his prime. So this is your limit? At this level, you'll never be able to defeat me. Kizaru's expression remained calm. Even though Shanks' overwhelming conqueror's haki was interfering with his observation haki, he didn't need it to see the truth. Shanks' breathing was growing heavier, his strikes losing their edge, his body was reaching its breaking point. That reckless burst of power clearly wasn't without consequence. And on top of that, in order to escape Akainu, Shanks had taken a full-force magma punch from Sakazuki. If it were one of the weaker warlords of the sea, they wouldn't even be standing by now. I'm going to kill you. Shanks growled through gritted teeth. With his easygoing nature, he had never experienced such pure rage before, not even when Roger was executed. To Shanks, every member of the red-haired pirates, even the newest recruit, was a precious comrade. And now, dozens of them, including Lucky Roo, had died at Kizaru's hands. No matter what, Shanks had to avenge them. Oh. But your sword seems to be telling me otherwise. Kizaru chuckled softly as he pressed forward, slowly forcing Shanks' blade back. From start to finish, he had only been using 40% of his strength. The problem was, Shanks' outburst wasn't endless. While his rage had allowed him to push past his limits, it couldn't last forever. And now, he had finally reached his breaking point. You bastard. Shanks clenched his teeth, feeling the terrifying force pressing down through his sword. Even in his current state of unrelenting fury, he couldn't help but be shocked by Kizaru's strength. So this was the Navy monster that even Captain Roger had chosen not to fight. For a fleeting moment, Shanks wished he could ask the late Whitebeard, just how had he managed to take the title of World's Strongest Man from Kizaru. He was giving it everything he had, even shattering the stone pavement beneath his feet to disperse the force, but it was useless. His beloved sword was still being forced back, inch by inch. Gotta say, you came looking for a fight yourself, so don't go crying later that I bullied a cripple, Kizaru quipped, his usual lazy drawl tinged with amusement. Shanks' expression darkened. Until now, he had never regretted losing his arm. Wagering a limb for the future of the next generation had always seemed like a fair trade. But in this moment, doubt crept in. If his left arm were still there, would he have a chance to avenge his crew? And thinking further, given his strength at the time, could he have saved Luffy without losing his arm? His focus wavered, and Kizaru noticed immediately. Seizing the opportunity, he exerted more force, carving a deep, bone-revealing gash across Shanks' chest and sending him flying. Flash. Now serious, Kizaru wasn't going to waste time like before. The moment Shanks was airborne, he raised his light sword again, ready to leave him with a wound he'd never forget. Before Rayleigh had revealed himself, Kizaru had considered letting Shanks live to maintain the balance of the new world. But with Rayleigh stepping in, the remnants of the Roger pirates would surely start stirring. In that case, the red-haired pirates were no longer necessary. The Roger pirates, though weaker than Shanks' crew, had a far greater reputation, making them a much better wild card for the Navy to manipulate in the future. Eliminating Rayleigh and his remaining crew would also be far easier than dealing with Shanks and his hardened warriors. Bang. A gunshot rang out. A bullet tore through Kizaru's torso. Of course, even with armament hockey, it did nothing to his Logia body. Swift slash. Kizaru wasn't hurt, but that didn't mean he would ignore it. His sword swing, originally aimed at Shanks, now redirected toward the source of the shot. Slick. The flash speed slash crossed hundreds of meters instantly. Before anyone could react, Ben Beckman's right arm was severed. Blood didn't even spurt immediately, it was only when his severed limb hit the ground that it gushed out like a miniature fountain. Silence fell. Just moments ago, Shanks had been holding his own against Kizaru. Now, in mere seconds, both he and his first mate had been grievously wounded. Losing his dominant right arm meant Ben Beckman would never be the same again. Not everyone could turn a handicap into strength like the legendary one-armed swordsman, or even Shanks himself. Damn it. Rayleigh's face darkened. Without Shanks and his crew, ending this war quickly would be much more difficult. Too bad Sangoku wasn't about to let him capitalize on that distraction. Watching Kizaru cut down the captains of the red-haired pirates in rapid succession, the fleet admiral felt both shocked and exhilarated. If the Navy could wipe out both the Whitebeard pirates and the red-haired pirates in a single day, they might not be able to erase piracy altogether, but this would be the perfect moment to bring the so-called Great Pirate Era to an end. Compared to that, the failure to execute Ace would be a minor loss. With 2 emperors gone, the new world would be wide open to the Navy. Degree. Chapter 126, 5 Elders' Unease. Dealing with the remaining emperors and other major pirates wouldn't be as difficult anymore. Without the fear of uniting them under a common cause, the Navy could strike with full force. Meanwhile, far away in the New World, aboard the flagship of the Beast Pirates' massive fleet, Kaido and his men were watching the battle unfold via live broadcast. Though the Navy and pirates were sworn enemies, Kaido, who controlled the seastone trade, had a complicated relationship with the world government. Thanks to those ties, he had managed to get the live war footage transmitted directly to his ship. Gahaha. So the Whitebeard pirates finally get what they deserve. Hell yeah. Wipe out both the Whitebeard and red-haired pirates. Hope the Navy loses a few more guys too while they're at it. The onlookers sneered and jeered as chaos engulfed Marineford. The Beast's pirates were feasting and drinking as they watched the broadcast of the war. These reckless brutes had no concern for the consequences. Why worry about the lips perishing and the teeth growing cold when they believed Kaido was invincible? Even those who had considered the implications of the Whitebeard and red-haired pirates' downfall knew better than to voice it now. Boo-hoo-ho, so red hair's gonna die just like Whitebeard, glug, glug, glug. That monster Kizaru, he's even stronger than before. Kaido sat on his skull throne, chugging sake and crying openly. Not long ago, he had clashed with Shanks' crew, but now, he wept as if mourning him. Of course, none of the beast's pirates found this strange. Their boss was unpredictable. If Shanks suddenly walked through the door, Kaido might just grab his kanabo and start swinging. World Economy News Headquarters. At the World Economy News offices, Big News Morgans was in the main hall, personally reviewing the flood of articles being rushed in by his reporters and editors. Every few seconds, another explosive revelation appeared on the war broadcast, leaving him in a state of thrilled agony. Big news. So much big news. The secret of eternal youth, pure gold. The death of Whitebeard. The return of the Pirate King's right hand. Proof that the One Piece is real. The red-haired pirates in ruins. It's too much. Why is it all happening at once? Morgans was on the verge of losing his mind from excitement. But his staff had no time to care about their boss theatrics. They were furiously hammering away at their stories. This war had produced at least a dozen headlines worthy of front-page news, and hundreds more major stories. If they didn't get the articles out before their competitors, it would be a disgrace to journalism itself. Mary Geos, Holy Land. Meanwhile, in the Holy Land of Mary Geos, the five elders had no choice but to watch the war through the hijacked Revolutionary Army broadcast, thanks to Kizaru having hung up on them. That damned Kizaru. If we lose the pure gold because of him, I swear I won't let this go. Mars Saint, the eldest of the five elders, was trembling with fury. Even the sight of Whitebeard dying at Kizaru's hands did nothing to lessen his rage. The opportunity to extend his own life mattered far more to him than the deaths of two pirate emperors combined. Kizaru is still powerful, the youngest elder, Peter Saint, said calmly. Right now, the pirates don't seem to be a threat to him. If the Navy wipes out more of them, it only eases our burden. Pure gold had already surfaced. With the power and influence they commanded, even if it was lost, they could still track it down. Of course, the best outcome was having it delivered safely to his hands, with zero risk. Do you not find Kizaru's strength a little excessive? The bald, kimono-clad elder spoke in a low voice. Even through a mere broadcast, Kizaru's overwhelming dominance was palpable. He imagined himself in Kizaru's place, facing that monster, and came to a troubling conclusion. As the strongest among the five elders, this realization unsettled him deeply. Kizaru had always been the most rebellious of the Navy's top brass. Worse still, the CP intelligence reports suggested he had complicated ties to the Revolutionary Army. And even now, the suspicion that he had assassinated a celestial dragon had never been fully cleared. If not for his illustrious record, no, more importantly, if not for his sheer power, the celestial dragons would have demanded his execution. Too strong. I don't think so, the bearded elder said easily. Kizaru was a prodigy from the start. He still holds the record for the fastest promotion to Admiral in Navy history. He was perfectly fine with Kizaru being as strong as possible. The stronger Kizaru was, the better his own chances of getting his hands on pure gold. The thought of eternal youth made Vochili Saint itch with impatience, he couldn't wait to see it before him. True. Looking back, it's actually astonishing how far he's come. It's been years since then, perhaps it's only natural that he's grown even stronger. Mars Saint nodded. Even across his long lifetime, Kizaru was one of the most gifted warriors he had ever seen. Do you think he's still holding back? The white-haired elder leaned on his cane, his voice grave. A heavy silence fell over the room. Even the usually relaxed Vochili Saint unconsciously straightened his posture. As it stood, Kizaru's power already surpassed the typical admiral by a clear margin. That was still within their tolerance. But if he was still hiding his full strength, that would be a problem. An admiral who was an entire tier above the rest was unheard of. It sounded impossible, but the elders had seen things far beyond common sense. If Kizaru was that strong, he might even pose a threat to him. And that was unacceptable. I don't think so, Mars Saint finally said. Since the fall of Joy B, since that meant 800 years ago, no one has reached that level. No matter how strong Kizaru is, he cannot break that limit. The eldest of the five elders, Mars Saint, clearly knew more than the others. But that was only because their areas of responsibility differed. After hearing his explanation, the remaining four nodded slightly, relieved. When this war is over, have Borsellino deliver the pure gold to Mary Geos, the bald elder finally ordered. Regardless of whether Borsellino had truly broken past the known limits, securing the pure gold was their top priority. None of the others objected. Even the youngest among them was far from young, there was no reason to delay something so crucial. While the five elders were discussing his power level, Borsellino himself was dealing with a different headache. My dear. That was my prey. Esteth pouted as she watched Ben Beckman collapse from Borsellino's blade. She had been looking forward to studying how the strongest warriors of this world fought. Although Ben Beckman wasn't quite on the level of Dellocus, he was still a worthy opponent. Even with her high standards, she had to admit he was an excellent prey. "Ah, my bad, I'll find you an even stronger one next time." Borsellino scratched his head. He'd cut Beckman down without thinking, it had been too effortless. He wasn't the kind of guy to steal kills on purpose. "That's a promise." Esteth didn't press the issue. With one arm gone, Ben Beckman was useless to her now. Trading him for a favor from Borsellino was well worth it. "Captain. Are you all right?" "Shanks, hang in there." "Captain." The surviving members of the red-haired pirates rushed over, some trying to shield Shanks, others ready to die fighting Borsellino. Even Ben Beckman, missing an arm, ignored his agony. He didn't even bother picking up his severed limb as his crewmates dragged him back to Shanks' side. Cough, cough. "Beckman, are you all right?" Shanks barely managed to wake from his daze. His chest was still bleeding, but he was far more concerned about Beckman's condition. "I'll live. Looks like I'll have to fight one-handed, just like you." Beckman clenched his remaining fist, while the crew's doctor, Doc Q, worked frantically to stop the bleeding. "Good. I'll teach you how to fight like this later." Shanks exhaled, forcing himself to calm down. No matter how much rage he felt, he had to stay rational. Borsellino truly deserved the title of the Navy Monster who ruled an era. Shanks had pushed himself beyond his limits. He had fought with everything he had. And yet, he had still lost. Even more terrifying, at the peak of his desperation, when he had squeezed out every ounce of strength he had left, he had felt it. Borsellino wasn't even going all out. Shanks would never have believed such an absurd truth if he hadn't experienced it firsthand. "We can't keep fighting, Shanks." Ben Beckman clutched Shanks' arm tightly. He wanted revenge. But if they kept fighting, the red-haired pirates would be wiped out. Shanks was the captain. He made the final call. But as vice-captain, Beckman could not stand by and watch Shanks throw his life away. "I understand." Shanks took a deep breath. "Don't worry, I'll get all of you out of here. And one day, I will avenge everyone." That was his oath. Even if it cost him his life, he would see it through. The remnants of the red-haired pirates roared in unison, swearing eternal vengeance against Borsellino. From the moment Shanks fell, to Beckman losing his arm, to Shanks swearing revenge, only a few minutes had passed. Borsellino, having appeased his death, turned his attention back to Shanks. It was time. Marineford would be the grave of the youngest emperor. "Captain, you go. I'll hold him off." "No, let me do it. He won't get past me." "You guys leave. I'll buy you time." One after another, red-haired pirates stepped forward. Their crew was small, but every member was exceptional. Even the lowest-ranking ones would be officers in other pirate crews. If this were anyone else, they could have held the line. But their enemy was Borsellino. A man whose power defied reason. "You're all going to die here." Borsellino's voice was calm, but his words were absolute. Unless you surrender. Then I could arrange for permanent accommodations in Impel Down." He couldn't care less about their resolve. This was a historic moment. The red-haired pirates would be his first great achievement as fleet admiral. "Save it for yourself, Borsellino." Shanks snapped. "Doc Q. Take Beckman and the others, get out of here." Even knowing he stood no chance, he would carve a path for his crew. "Oh. Ignoring me." Borsellino sighed. He was not letting them go. Light blade, arc-light slash. With a flicker of golden light, he moved to end it. Degree. Chapter 127, Shanks' Resolve. Brilliant flashes of light cleaved through the remnants of the red-haired pirates. Even after Whitebeard's death, his crew had at least managed to maintain some semblance of stability in the new world. In contrast, the red-haired pirates had no fixed territory. Without their captain, Shanks, the man who had dedicated himself to maintaining balance, his vengeful subordinates would be nothing more than ticking time bombs, ready to explode at any moment. Even though Kizaru didn't think they could cause much trouble, he still didn't want to let such a dangerous group continue to exist. Divine departure. At the critical moment, Shanks once again stepped forward. The wound on his chest would have been fatal for an ordinary person, but for a top-tier fighter like him, it was nothing more than a serious injury. Two clashing slashes, one of darkness and one of dazzling light, collided in midair. Black lightning and radiant flashes exploded outward, the shock waves as fierce as a raging storm, pressing down on the fleeing remnants of the red-haired pirates. "Go. Trust in Shanks." Ben Beckman gritted his teeth and rushed toward the red force. The main forces of the Navy would be upon them soon. They couldn't afford to hold Shanks back. As Kizaru watched the fleeing remnants of the red-haired pirates, he made no immediate move to pursue them. Instead, his gaze shifted to Shanks, whose murderous intent was palpable. They say that when a normally easygoing person gets angry, it's the most terrifying thing of all. Shanks might not have been a quiet person, but for someone who was always laughing and carefree, his fury carried an unexpected weight. Do you really think you can stop me alone? Kizaru raised an eyebrow, glancing briefly at the direction in which the red-haired pirates were escaping before speaking in an unhurried tone. Shanks remained expressionless as he raised his saber, Griffin. He knew how difficult it would be to stop Kizaru. But right now, he had a reason why he had to succeed, no matter the cost. A violent eruption of Conqueror's haki exploded from both men, clashing like two colliding volcanoes. Black lightning crackled and danced through the air, forming a storm of raw power. Upon closer inspection, the densest concentration of that lightning was clearly closer to Shanks. Among the three types of haki, Conqueror's haki was the most unique. Unlike armament and observation haki, which could drastically enhance combat power even at a basic level, an untrained Conqueror's haki only had the effect of indiscriminate intimidation. But once mastered to a certain extent, it could enhance one's strength far beyond what the other two types of haki could achieve. Try me. Shanks' voice was low and resolute. He had made up his mind. No matter what, it didn't matter if he died here, he had to stop Kizaru. Kizaru said nothing in response. He simply took a step forward. Boom. A silent thunderclap seemed to explode within the minds of everyone in Marineford. A nearly oppressive aura surged from Shanks' body, piercing the sky and parting the dark clouds that had gathered overhead. His Conqueror's haki crashed down toward Kizaru like an unstoppable tidal wave. The density of the crackling black lightning between them increased tenfold, weaving together into a vast net of pure energy. In that instant, everyone in Marineford, aside from Shanks and Kizaru, was paralyzed by the overwhelming force of their combined haki. That red-haired kid, he's not far off from Roger now, huh? TCH, Kizaru really hit his strength well, makes me want to fight him myself. Vice Admiral Garp was the first to shake off the mental shock. Throughout the battle, he had been holding back, making him, aside from Kizaru, the one in the best condition. Many pirates had foolishly taken Garp's inaction as a sign of hope. And then, they realized their mistake. As he watched Ace and Luffy successfully escape, the previously somber Garp finally let out a sigh of relief. Guess I have no choice but to use that move. Hopefully, I'm not too late. The second person to regain awareness was Dragon. As the war neared its climax, he still needed to do everything he could to preserve the strength of Whitebeard's crew and the red-haired pirates. One by one, Sangoku, Akainu, Akiji, Rayleigh, and his death also recovered. Of course, the effects of Conqueror's haki were limited against top-tier fighters, so even the gap between his death and Garp's recovery was only a matter of seconds. That red-haired guy. He's strong. Feeling the pressure emanating from Shanks, Estetha's eyes lit up with excitement. She had yet to fight him directly, but the sheer power of his Conqueror's haki, strong enough to affect the physical world, was proof that he was at least as strong as she was, if not stronger. Estetha didn't mind cutting down weak enemies. But she preferred fighting powerful opponents. That life-or-death thrill, the feeling of pushing herself beyond her limits in the face of overwhelming danger, was what reminded her of her childhood, hunting deadly creatures in the frozen wastelands, where a single mistake meant death. It's time to wipe out the Whitebeard and red-haired pirates once and for all. Everyone, charge. For absolute justice. Finally, there was no one left to stop him. Akainu saw that the Whitebeard pirates were nearly out of the harbor, but he had no hesitation. His goal had always been to become Fleet Admiral and eradicate all pirates. That position might be out of reach now, but the opportunity to annihilate two Yonko crews was right in front of him. There was no way he would let it slip away. Yeah. Kill the pirates. For justice. Wipe them out. The recovering Marines barely had time to register what had happened before Akainu's battle cry drove them into a frenzy. They surged forward, charging after the retreating remnants of the red-haired pirates. This time, there were no Whitebeard division commanders left to hold them back. No elite red-haired pirates acting as rearguard. For the first time, the Marines could go all out in their slaughter. Damn it. We were so close. Everyone was just about to make it out. Standing at the bow of the ship, Koala was so anxious she was nearly in tears. In the past, she had no sympathy for pirates, seeing them as nothing but criminals. But now, knowing that Sabo's two younger brothers were also pirates, things were different. Besides, working with the Whitebeard pirates had been Dragon's decision. Koala had also seen firsthand how both the Whitebeard and red-haired pirates had sacrificed themselves to cover the Revolutionary Army's retreat. Naturally, her view of these pirates had changed. There's nothing to fear. The more desperate the situation, the more we need people to stand up. Follow me. Bello Betty, commander of the Revolutionary Army's Eastern Forces, waved her flag, activating her cheering fruit ability. A surge of morale spread through both pirates and Revolutionary Army soldiers, who rallied behind her battle cry and charged toward the Marines. She intended to help the red-haired pirates escape. No matter the reason, they had done the Revolutionary Army a huge favor. Without them, even with Whitebeard's crew, escaping the Navy would have been nearly impossible. Shanks. Beckman. I'm coming to save you. Luffy, only lightly treated but already full of energy, dashed to the front, shouting at the top of his lungs. Sabo and Ace followed closely behind. The three brothers, raised together since childhood, were as resilient as cockroaches. Despite being beaten to the brink of death, they were already back on their feet, charging forward. Behind them, Whitebeard's pirates and revolutionary soldiers surged forward, emboldened by Bello Betty's encouragement. Even former prisoners from Impel Down found the courage to charge at the Marines. Humph. You're rushing to your deaths. Great eruption. Akainu sneered as he saw the pirates not retreating but instead daring to fight back. Especially Ace, Fire Fist Ace had the audacity to rush straight at him. From a distance, Akainu threw a punch. A torrent of molten lava burst from his right fist like a volcanic eruption, aiming to cut off the red-haired pirates' retreat. But his attack didn't just target them. Luffy and his brothers, along with the vanguard of pirates and revolutionaries, were all caught in its deadly path. Wah! Luffy instinctively leaped up, ready to punch back. But Ace and Sabo yanked him down midair. Shanks might have looked powerless against Kizaru, but that didn't mean others could take him lightly. Anyone else facing him would be cut into 18 pieces in seconds. Akainu might have been a little weaker than Shanks, but he was still far beyond what Luffy, who had only recently learned armament hockey, could handle. What a pain. Morley. Bello Betty bit down on her cigarette and waved her flag, shouting. Coming, coming, coming. Before the words had even finished, the ground trembled. West Army Commander Morley rolled in with a gigantic boulder, forcing the pirates and revolutionaries to scatter out of the way. Boom. Akainu's molten fist smashed into the rock, shattering it into a crescent shape. Chunks of stone and lava blasted outward, threatening to engulf the pirates and revolutionaries behind it. But at the critical moment, a massive wave of golden sand cascaded down from the sky, forming a protective barrier. The sand gathered atop the ruined boulder, shaping itself into former warlord Crocodile. TCH, saved your life again, Straw Hat. Now you owe me. Crocodile's arrogant words were cut off when Luffy completely ignored him, sprinting past him toward the wounded red-haired pirates. His eye twitched in irritation. Beckman. Yasup. Are you okay? Luffy anxiously eyed Beckman's injured arm. Even with his usual carefree attitude, he understood what losing an arm meant for someone like Beckman. Haha, don't worry, it's nothing. Now Shanks and I match, one arm each, perfect balance. Can't believe you've grown so much. Beckman, pale from blood loss, forced a grin. In a way, Luffy had grown up under their watch. Back then, he had been just a tiny kid. Now, he was standing with them in Marineford, fighting in a war among legends. Yasop's badly hurt, but he should be okay. Wah! That milk-drinking little Luffy is finally old enough for booze. Let's take down those damn Marines, then throw a feast. Despite their devastating losses, the red-haired pirates weren't wallowing in despair. Instead, they laughed and joked as if they weren't being hunted by an admiral. You all go on ahead. It's our turn to cover you now. Ace spoke with deep gratitude. If the red-haired pirates hadn't arrived and intervened, Whitebeard's crew wouldn't have made it out alive. My little brother owes you all a lot. Let us handle the rest. Sabo spoke with sincerity. The Revolutionary Army also owed the red-haired pirates a great debt. But even without that debt, they were comrades who had fought side by side. None of you are getting away. Before the red-haired pirates could respond, Akainu, his entire body blazing with magma and black smoke, came charging in. Behind him, over 10 Marine Vice Admirals and several giant Vice Admirals followed closely. Their intent was clear, to annihilate both pirate crews and the Revolutionary Army right here at Marineford. Sabo. Ace called out, then transformed into roaring flames and launched himself at Akainu. Even though Sabo had been missing for years, even losing his memory of Ace and Luffy, when they reunited, one word was enough for Sabo to understand Ace's intent. Focus on the rescue. Don't worry about Ace. Sabo held Luffy back. Their goal was to cover the red-haired pirates' retreat, not get drawn into a deathmatch with Akainu. As a Logia Devil Fruit user, Ace could hold his own. As long as he stayed cautious, he could buy them time even against Akainu. Foolish. Then die alongside that failure Whitebeard. Akainu sneered as the flames surged toward him. Don't you dare insult my old men. Ace's furious face emerged from the fire. Even though their strength was worlds apart, he refused to back down. For a brief moment, Akainu's eyes glinted with satisfaction. Perfect. Degree. Chapter 128, Dragon's Final Gambit. Just when he thought he'd lost the chance for a major kill after stepping away from the Fleet Admiral race, Fire Fist Ace himself came running right into his hands. The sinful bloodline of Roger ends today. Hellhound. Akainu's molten fist punched straight through the fire, aiming for Ace's heart. But Ace wasn't there. The moment before impact, he had turned into flames, dodging the killing blow. Fire Fist. The scattered flames reformed midair into Ace's shape. With a fierce punch, he unleashed a massive wave of fire, surging toward the approaching Vice Admirals and giant officers. The Vice Admirals retaliated instantly, some slashing with blades, others using shockwaves to disperse the fire. But Ace had already stalled their advance. Cover Ace. Beckman gritted his teeth against the pain and shouted. He had already crossed paths with Ace back when Ace first entered the New World. Thanks to Luffy, the red-haired pirates had always been close to Ace. Bang. 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 A rapid volley of gunfire erupted. Even with his right arm missing, Beckman fought through the agony, firing with his left hand. They had lost Yasopp and Lucky Roo, their two top-tier sharpshooters. And Beckman, missing a limb, was far from his prime. But the red-haired pirates had too many elite marksmen. With 7 or 8 elite snipers firing together, even Akainu felt the threat. TCH. Annoying pests. Akainu unleashed a flood of magma, incinerating all incoming bullets. His expression darkened. He had realized something. As long as these damn snipers were alive, he couldn't get to Ace. Most people in this situation would be stuck. But Sakazuki had clawed his way up from the bottom of the ranks to Admiral, not just through brute strength, but through ruthless strategy. Wait. Beckman's eyes narrowed. He had expected Akainu to keep pressing the attack. But instead, Akainu barely spared Ace a glance. Then, using Moonwalk, he shot toward Marineford's harbor at terrifying speed. Shit. He wasn't trying to kill them. He was trying to destroy their ships. If he sank the Moby Dick, the Red Force, the Winter Grandma, and all of Whitebeard's allied ships, none of them would be able to escape. They would be trapped rats, waiting to be exterminated. Of course, there was risk in this strategy. If the pirates were left with no way out, they might fight to the death, dealing heavy casualties to the Marines. Especially with Dragon, Rayleigh, and Shanks, 3 top-tier powerhouses, still in the fight. Even with Shanks injured by Kizaru, taking them down would come at an enormous cost. But to Akainu, it was worth it. If they wiped out both Yonko crews and the Revolutionary Army's main force here at Marineford, there would be no force left in the world capable of challenging the Marines. Damn it. Stop him. He's going after the ships. Beckman froze for just a second before his face twisted in shock. Ignoring his wounds, he roared the warning. With Akainu's destructive power, all he needed was a few minutes, and he could send dozens of pirate ships to the bottom of the sea. What? Stop him. Now. Shit. That bastard's too fast. Panic erupted among the pirates and Revolutionary Army soldiers. But none of them could match Akainu's speed. They could only watch, helplessly, as he soared over the last remaining Moby Dick. The only surviving sister ship of the legendary Moby Dick. Still carrying hundreds of Whitebeard pirates, most of them severely wounded and unable to fight. Among them were 7 or 8 of Whitebeard's division commanders. Burn in the abyss of flames and magma. Lava tsunami. Akainu grinned viciously. Ignoring Whitebeard's death, the injured pirates on this ship were some of Whitebeard's strongest warriors. The ones who had survived this long, the elites. The commanders. And now, they were about to be wiped out. If he ignored Whitebeard's kill count, this single attack of Akainu's would be more devastating than the entire combined effort of 100,000 Marines. Damn it. This can't be how it ends. Akainu, you bastard. Come down here and fight. Shit. We were so close to escaping. The wounded pirates could only curse. Even at their best, they would have struggled against Akainu. But now. Even the least injured among them could barely lift their weapons. Most who were still capable of fighting had gone to help the red-haired pirates, leaving only those too wounded to move. So this is how I die, Vista, covered in wounds, reached for his twin swords, ready to fight until his last breath. But, his body was too broken. He gripped the hilt, but couldn't even swing. All he could do was watch, as the blazing tsunami of magma came crashing down. And then, a streak of blue fire blazed through the sky, faster than the eye could follow. Phoenix Brand. A colossal blue flame erupted between the Moby Dick and the falling magma, forming an enormous barrier, blocking the molten destruction. Marco. Namor, the 8th Division commander, cried out in shock and relief. In a burst of blue flames, the phoenix emerged. The lava sizzled and vanished into the ocean. Marco, his wings blazing, glared at Akainu. If you want to hurt my comrades. His dead fish eyes narrowed. You'll have to step over my dead body first. His words burned with passion, yet somehow, coming from him, they still sounded lazy. Perfect. Then I'll kill you first. Hellhound. Akainu didn't even hesitate. He had dealt with too many last-minute saviors today. He was done with the interruptions. No hesitation. No words. He attacked immediately. As Marco clashed with Akainu, Dragon, still locked in battle with Akiji, let out a slow breath. Akainu's instinct for opportunity was terrifying. If Marco had been even a second late, it would have been over. Even if the Marines lost 100,000 soldiers, as long as their admirals and top brass survived, they could rebuild. They could draft new soldiers from across the world. Within a few years, the Navy would be fully restored. But if the two Yonko crews and the Revolutionary Army's main force were wiped out, even if Kaido and Big Mom allied, they wouldn't be able to resist the Navy's full-force invasion of the New World. If the Marines secured the New World, the world government could rule for centuries more. No matter what tricks you have left, Akainu's voice was ice-cold. None of you are leaving Marineford alive. While still fighting, Akiji spoke in a low voice to Dragon. The man who had once been less experienced and weaker than him was now faintly stronger. But Akiji knew his role in this battle. He was here to stall Dragon, to keep him too busy to scheme up any new plans. Even without Kizaru's foresight, Kazan could instinctively tell that most of the unexpected developments in this war were tied to Dragon. The explosion in the outer seas, the pure gold, Rayleigh, and even Shanks' arrival, Akiji suspected Dragon was behind it all. That's not necessarily true. Dragon suddenly chuckled, raising his hand to the sky. A violent gale roared from all directions, whipping across the battlefield with such force that no one could even keep their eyes open. Akiji instinctively moved to stop him, but then, something clicked. His head snapped upward, and his expression shifted. A strange floating island had somehow drifted over Marineford. On it, a group of oddly dressed people were rushing to prepare something. Move it, move it. Dragon has already begun. A white-bearded old man, dressed like a wizard, barked out orders. This was Birkin, a floating island of weather scientists, who had nearly destroyed their own home in an experiment gone wrong. Dragon had saved them. He had protected their research and their island. And now, he needed their help. So they would not fail him now. With the combined efforts of Dragon and the scientists of Birkin, an enormous tornado began to take shape, slowly wrapping around all of Marineford. The winds within the eye were gentle, leaving Marineford relatively untouched. But if you looked from far enough away, you'd see the true danger: clouds. Massive storm clouds were being sucked into the whirlwind, converging above Marineford at an alarming speed. The sky darkened. The clouds grew heavy. A supermassive thunderstorm was forming. What are you planning? Akiji's expression changed. The most terrifying force on the sea had never been the Marines or the pirates. Not even the Sea Kings. There had once been an aerial pirate fleet of over 100 massive ships, a force so strong it could challenge Marine headquarters. And yet, they were wiped out. Not by the Marines. Not by a Yonko. By a storm. The Ed War maelstrom had annihilated them overnight, leaving behind only one survivor. Gold, Roger. And now, Akiji realized the truth. Dragon was trying to recreate that storm. Marineford was a fortress, but the Marines knew well that no nation had ever been safe from the wrath of a hurricane. Against the fury of nature, even the strongest warriors were helpless. What the hell? Why is it getting so dark? Shit. The wind is insane. What is that thing up there? Panic swept through the Marine ranks. For the first time, they ignored orders. Because at that moment, something more terrifying than any pirate loomed over Marineford. For those who had spent their lives at sea, the horrors of a storm were far beyond what anyone living inland could comprehend. Even though they were on solid ground, an instinctual unease began to creep into their hearts. Wind speed. 10, 11, 12. Damn it. Get me down from here. Inside an observation tower, Nami stretched out her hand, feeling the wind against her fingers. With her natural navigator's instinct, she could precisely gauge wind speeds, and this wasn't normal. Not only had the storm winds appeared abruptly, but they were also intensifying at an unnatural rate. Oh. You need me. Okay. No problem. Baby 5 beamed with joy, then picked Nami up and jumped off the tower. For a moment, Nami thought this crazy woman was trying to take her down with her, and she nearly screamed in terror. But just before impact, Baby 5's legs transformed into rocket thrusters, blasting out flames and slowing their fall. Ack. The wind is insane. Nami stumbled as she landed, nearly getting blown away, only for Baby 5 to grab her just in time. Find Borsellino. Tell him a storm is coming, an unprecedented storm. The wind speeds could exceed 17. Oh. I'm needed again. Yay. I'll go find Borsellino right now. Baby 5 cheered and dashed off immediately, like an excited puppy off-leash. Damn it. If only I had brought that weather monitor Dr. Vegapunk made. With no time to dwell, Nami fought against the raging winds, searching for a place to take cover. Luckily, Marineford was full of fortifications, and she quickly found refuge inside a permanent artillery bunker. Meanwhile, Baby 5, after leaving Nami, ran toward Borsellino and Shanks' battlefield. Only to be blown back by the relentless storm winds. So, she transformed into a rocket and took off. Clang. 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 The sky, shrouded in storm clouds, had plunged Marineford into darkness. Baby 5's visibility was terrible, she could barely see anything, much less Borsellino himself. Luckily, the battle between the two legends was impossible to miss. Flying slashes and devastating shockwaves erupted in the air, stronger than the storm itself. Any sane person wouldn't dare go near. But Baby 5, being Baby 5, charged forward anyway. Borsellino. Nami-chan said a storm is coming, an unprecedented storm. She shouted at the top of her lungs the moment she spotted him. She didn't dare get any closer, one stray flying slash and she'd be sliced in half. Before she could blink, a golden flash appeared, and suddenly, she was back in her normal form, dangling in Borsellino's grip. And strangely, the wind was gone. Even though the storm hulled around them, even though debris and stone were being hurled through the air, none of it touched him. It was as if an invisible barrier surrounded Borsellino, repelling all that was against him. Degree. Chapter 129, Birkin. Good work. Is Nami okay? Kizaru spoke calmly. He had more or less anticipated that Dragon had a backup plan, but for something of this scale, it had to be one of Dragon's true trump cards. If there had been any other choice, Dragon wouldn't have revealed it so easily. Nami-chan. Ah. I forgot to take Nami-chan somewhere safe. Baby 5 suddenly realized, shouting in panic. Though they hadn't known each other for long, in Baby 5's heart, Nami, who always needed her, was already her best friend. Forget it, I'll check myself. Kizaru rolled his eyes as his powerful observation haki swept across all of Marineford, quickly pinpointing Nami's location. Because of the approaching storm, even Fleet Admiral Sangoku had no choice but to stop pursuing Rayleigh, and with no one unleashing Conqueror's haki at the moment, Kizaru's observation haki could perform at its best. The wind is still getting stronger. I need to seal off any areas where water might seep in. Inside a bunker, Nami muttered to herself. The arrival of this storm was far too strange, violating common sense in many ways. If only she had her weather instruments, she might have been able to give whoever caused this a nasty surprise. Just as she was about to move some cannonballs to block the entrance, she suddenly saw Baby 5 being thrown inside as if someone had casually tossed her in. This place looks safe. Stay here until the battle is over before coming out. Kizaru's voice suddenly echoed in the air. Unlike Jotaro Kujo's stand, Star Platinum, Kizaru's stand, Flash, had an almost limitless range. Got it. Though Nami had no idea what just happened, listening to Kizaru was always a safe bet. And now, with Baby 5 here as a useful helper, sealing off any possible leaks became much easier. Kizaru had sent Baby 5 back to Nami for two reasons: 1, to have Baby 5 protect Nami, and 2, to make sure Nami kept Baby 5 in check, so that this airhead fool wouldn't run off and get into trouble. TCH, he sure runs fast. In the short time he had been distracted, Shanks had already disappeared without a trace. Kizaru could still catch up, but he had to admit that Dragon's move was ruthless. Unless he revealed his full strength, there wasn't much he could do in a storm of this scale aside from ensuring his own safety. As the wind levels continued to rise, the first ones to suffer were the towering giant vice admirals. Even with their immense strength, their average height of nearly 20 meters made it incredibly difficult to move in these conditions. In a storm like this, the larger the body, the stronger the wind pressure. What was a powerful gust to a normal person was 1,000 times worse for them. Damn it. What the hell is up with this wind? Giant Vice Admiral Viven was half-kneeling, shielding herself from the raging storm. Just moments ago, she had been inches away from cutting down a pirate, but the sudden gusts had nearly ripped her halberd from her hands. At that moment, she spotted an unfortunate soul being blown away by the wind. Quick on her feet, she reached out and caught him midair. You okay? Viven asked while shielding him from the wind with her massive hand, but the storm was too fierce for her to see his face clearly. Despite her fiery temper in battle, Viven was considered relatively easygoing compared to the notoriously short-tempered giants, otherwise, she wouldn't have bothered saving him. I'm fine, thanks. But I still need to get back to the fight. The person she saved was a lean young man. He had nearly been swept away by the wind, but after checking that his straw hat was still on his head, he grinned and spoke cheerfully. No rush. With wind this strong, those damn pirates aren't getting away either. You can go after them once the storm dies down. Viven, who had been furious just moments ago, was now surprisingly calm as she tried to reason with him. Ah. Why are you chasing pirates? The young man looked genuinely confused. Weren't all the pirates here on their side? They were either Ace's crew or Shanks' crew. Chasing pirates is what the Navy does, obviously. Wait. Straw Hat. Viven was full of confusion, but as soon as the wind weakened slightly and she got a good look at the person in her hand, she nearly smacked herself in frustration. Realizing she had saved the wrong person, Viven immediately slammed her palm down on him, only to find that it felt like she was pressing against something elastic. No matter how hard she pushed, she couldn't squash him. Whoa. What are you doing? Luffy was flattened under Vivian's palm, but as a rubber fruit user, it was impossible for him to be crushed to death like that. No matter how much strength Viven used, all she could do was repeatedly squish him flat. Damn pirate. You dare trick me. Die. Viven gritted her teeth, cursing furiously. Shocked and enraged, she even forgot about the halberd at her side, focusing only on smashing Luffy to death with her bare hands. Braving the howling winds, she pounded her fist onto her own palm over and over, squashing Luffy again and again, but no matter what she did, she just couldn't kill that damn Straw Hat Kid. Fire Fist. Dragon Claw Fist, Dragon Hook Claw. Just in time, Ace and Sabo arrived together. Ace's flames forced Viven to turn her head away, while Sabo struck her arm aside, rescuing Luffy from her grasp. You again. I'm gonna kill you. Viven quickly recognized Ace and Sabo. She had no personal vendetta against Ace, she wasn't like Akainu. But Sabo, who had fought her before, left a much stronger impression. This one's trouble, don't fight her. Sabo stopped Ace before he could charge in to defend Luffy. Having already clashed with Viven, he knew just how formidable this giant woman was. Even if he, Ace, and Luffy worked together, beating Viven would take far too much time. Boom. Before Ace could respond, a deafening thunderclap roared across the sky. Moments later, rain poured down like an inverted river, drenching everyone in Marineford within seconds. The storm, now mixed with torrential rain, made visibility even worse. Even Viven, who was only a short distance away from the three brothers, had turned into nothing more than a blurry shadow. Whoosh! The rain poured relentlessly, while the raging waves crashed violently against Marineford's shores. Pirates still on their ships hurried to lower the sails, fearing the winds would capsize them. Even the mighty Moby Dick was nothing more than a large toy in the face of the furious ocean, rising and falling unpredictably with the waves. Veteran pirates who had spent their entire lives at sea had never seen a storm this sudden and this ferocious. Sizzle. Cold raindrops fell onto burning magma, instantly evaporating into steam. Yet, as the downpour continued endlessly, even the lava on Akainu's body began to cool, turning his entire figure pitch black. Damn you, dragon. Akainu's expression darkened. He had been this close to killing Marco, cutting off both the pirates and the Revolutionary Army's escape routes. But just like every other time he had nearly finished off an opponent, another meddler had jumped in at the last second. This time, Dragon had disrupted everything without even showing up in person. The worst part? Akainu couldn't even go after him right away. If he wanted a fight, he'd have to make his way back to the plaza first. This storm's getting serious. You still want to keep fighting? I don't mind sticking around. Marco flapped his wings, chuckling. The undying blue flames covering his body rapidly healed the wounds Akainu had inflicted. Unlike Akainu's magma, which was being cooled by the rain, Marco's flames remained unaffected by the downpour, though they weren't particularly lethal either. Without the sheer destructive power of his magma fruit, even Akainu would need a considerable amount of time to take Marco down. Zoan-type devil fruit users were naturally tough, and Marco, as a mythical Zoan with the strongest regenerative ability, was even harder to put down. For now, I'll let you all keep clinging to life. Next time, you won't be so lucky. Akainu clenched his fists, quickly making a decision. In this storm, his attacks would be heavily limited. But more importantly, he was already starting to feel that draining weakness spread throughout his body. The storm clouds, having absorbed moisture from the evaporating sea, carried special properties, meaning the rain falling from them was almost no different from actual seawater for devil fruit users. For now, Akainu could still use his magma to evaporate the rain on his body, but over time, even a top-tier powerhouse like him wouldn't be able to outlast an unrelenting storm. Gritting his teeth, he spat out one last threat before turning and dashing toward Marineford's plaza. If he couldn't cut off the pirates and Revolutionary Army's retreat, he would at least wipe out the remnants of the red-haired pirates. Heh, we're not going anywhere. Marco chuckled, completely unconcerned by Akainu's threats. Whether the Marines came after them or not, the Whitebeard pirates were bound to seek revenge for their old men sooner or later. We won. Haha. Long live Captain Marco. As expected of Marco. Well done. Seeing Akainu voluntarily retreat, the pirates aboard their ships couldn't hold back their cheers. They didn't care why Akainu had chosen to withdraw, all that mattered was that Marco had won in the end. Meanwhile, on Marineford's plaza, Fleet Admiral Sangoku, who had been overpowering Rayleigh earlier, was now struggling as the storm took its toll. If Garp hadn't stepped in at a critical moment, Sangoku might have actually been cut down by the Dark King. That bastard dragon. Sangoku looked up toward the floating figure of Monkey D. Dragon, finally releasing his golden Buddha form, which immediately made him feel somewhat better. Had he stayed in his massive Buddha form, the sheer amount of rainwater he would have absorbed would have been unbearable. Even now, just standing there drenched left him feeling drained. While it wasn't quite the same as being fully submerged in seawater, the storm's effect on Devil Fruit users was undeniable. On the other hand, fighters like Rayleigh, Shanks, and Garp, who had no Devil Fruit abilities, were completely unaffected. Their combat strength remained intact while their opponents were growing weaker. This war ends here. Continuing would be meaningless, Dragon declared, hovering in the air as he addressed Akiji. All he had done was provide the initial force needed to trigger the storm. The rest had been orchestrated by the weather scientists of Visalia, a small sky island. There was no need for him to keep using his powers to sustain the storm, it would continue on its own. Compared to the drenched and exhausted Sangoku, Dragon, who could simply command the winds to blow the rain away from his body, looked far more composed. The Marineford War had taken many unexpected turns, but in the end, the outcome was more than acceptable for the Revolutionary Army. Not only had they demonstrated their strength and ideals to the entire world, but they had also formed ties with both the Whitebeard pirates and the red-haired pirates. And if they could severely weaken the Marines without suffering major losses themselves, Dragon couldn't think of a better way to conclude this war. Of course, not everything had gone perfectly. After all, the priceless pure gold had fallen into Borsellino's hands. But for the Revolutionary Army, the pure gold's ability to grant eternal youth was meaningless. Keeping it would have been nothing more than an unnecessary luxury. So this was your trump card. Akiji, shielding himself with a transparent ice barrier, had managed to keep most of the rain off himself. As proud as he was, even he had to admit that he had lost, not just in terms of strength, but also in strategy and foresight. Yes, this was my last move. If this hadn't ended the war. Dragon's expression remained calm. He had done everything within his power, pushing his plans to their absolute limits. In fact, this storm hadn't even been part of his original strategy. Before this, he hadn't been entirely certain that Haritas, the scientist from Birkin, would come to their aid. After all, this involved the fate of an entire sky island. You win. Akiji admitted defeat without hesitation. He lowered his ice barrier and landed on the ground, shifting his focus to protecting the Marine soldiers from the raging storm. He wasn't willing to gamble on whether Dragon had even more cards to play. At this point, continuing to fight would only lead to mutual destruction. It was better to minimize Marine casualties while he still could. Degree. Chapter 130, Vivian's Strength. Karasu, tell Lindbergh to cancel the detonation. Watching Akiji retreat, Dragon pulled out a Den Mushi and spoke to Karasu, the commander of the Revolutionary Army's North Army. He hadn't lied to Akiji, this really was the last of their planned moves. What he had just called off wasn't so much a trump card as it was a final surprise meant for the world government. If Dragon and the Revolutionary Army's main forces had been wiped out here, then Lindbergh, who had already left Marineford, would have triggered the explosives planted in Reverse Mountain. Blowing up Reverse Mountain would merge the four seas and the Grand Line into a single, unified ocean. Even if the world government and the severely weakened Marines managed to restore order, they would need to invest massive amounts of time and resources, enough time for the next generation of revolutionaries to rise. Understood. Karasu's whispery, almost inaudible voice came through the Den Mushi. Having fought alongside Karasu for years, Dragon was accustomed to his eerie way of speaking and had no trouble understanding him. On the battlefield, the Whitebeard pirates and Revolutionary Army forces successfully regrouped with the remnants of the red-haired pirates, covering each other's retreat toward their respective ships. With Akainu held off by Marco, the remaining vice-admirals, both regular and giant types, were struggling to hold their ground. Despite their numbers, they were vastly outmatched by the elite fighters from the two Emperor crews and the Revolutionary Army. To make matters worse, the 7 warlords, who were supposed to be aiding the Marines, were doing little to nothing. Aside from Gecko Moria, who was busy collecting shadows and corpses, and the mindless Bartholomew Kuma, the rest of the warlords were outright refusing to participate. Fufufu. How delightful. I never expected the Revolutionary Army to have the power to summon a storm. Doflamingo lounged on a tall stone pillar, one leg crossed over the other, draped in a raincoat he had somehow acquired. Occasionally, he flicked his fingers, using his puppet strings to make random pirates fight each other, just enough to say he was participating. Even with this lazy attitude, he was still doing more than Mihawk, who sat with his eyes closed, seemingly meditating, or Boa Hancock, who was busy fangirling over a photo of Borsalino. Damn it. I feel so weak. Luffy gasped for air, tongue hanging out, exhausted after barely managing to defeat a Marine headquarters captain. For Devil Fruit users, this stormy battlefield was nothing short of a nightmare. Die, Straw Hat Brat. Vice Admiral Viven, a female giant, roared as she swung her naginata down at Luffy. She still couldn't believe she had been tricked into saving this deceitful brat. Of course, she would never admit that she simply hadn't seen clearly, so it had to be Luffy's fault. Yuwa. Luffy barely dodged in time. The massive naginata struck the ground, carving a trench dozens of meters long. If that blow had landed, even with Luffy's armament haki, he'd likely have been cut clean in two. Excluding Vice Admiral Garp, who wasn't officially ranked, Viven was among the top 3 strongest Vice Admirals, not counting Gion and Tokicake, who were close to the level of top-tier powerhouses. Unlike Devil Fruit users, Viven relied purely on her immense physique and mastery of both armament and observation haki, making her one of the most formidable and difficult opponents to deal with. Even 2 years later, Luffy might not be her match. Your opponent is me. Dragon Claw Fist, Dragon Talon. At the critical moment, Sabo intervened, deflecting Vivian's naginata before it could strike again. Sacred Fire, Shiranui. Ace followed up immediately, sending embers dancing across Vivian's body. Unfortunately, before the flames could spread, she extinguished them with an invisible wave of armament haki. Having spent years under Borsalino's command, Viven had yet to awaken Conqueror's haki, but her mastery over both armament and observation haki was exceptional. She could coat her weapons with haki, release it externally, and even use the advanced internal destruction technique, abilities that few could match. Revolutionary Army Chief of Staff. Fire Fist. Straw Hat Brat. Good. I'll take all of you down right here. Despite being outnumbered 3-1, Viven showed no fear. Her sharp brows arched slightly, and a fierce battle-hungry smile spread across her face. For the war-loving giant race, stronger opponents only made battles more exhilarating. Be careful, this giant woman is really strong. Sabo warned, more worried about Luffy than Ace. But he was a second too late. I'm going in. Second gear. Steam burst from Luffy's body as he activated Gear Second, his speed and strength surging dramatically. So fast. Luffy's gotten even stronger. But as his big brother, I can't lose to him. Ace grinned, transforming into flames and following closely behind. The stronger Luffy became, the more reassured Ace felt. Hey, you two. Wait for me. Sabo didn't manage to stop his 2 younger brothers, but he was used to this kind of reckless behavior by now. With a sigh, he rushed forward to support them. If battle records were the only measure of strength, then Luffy, who had already defeated 2 warlords of the sea, and Ace, who had been deemed strong enough to be invited into the warlords before even making a name for himself, should have had the upper hand. Even though Sabo wasn't as well known, he had always been the strongest among the 3 brothers. By that logic, Viven, a vice admiral with only mid-tier warlord-level strength, shouldn't have been able to match them. But real battles weren't just about past achievements. First, Viven was a giant. Second, she had been under Borsalino's command even longer than Dragon had been in the Revolutionaries. Rokushiki, life return, divine martial form. Viven let out a long breath, forcing herself to endure the excruciating pain as every cell in her body seemed to burn. Then, in an instant, her massive frame began to shrink at an astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, the 20-meter-tall giant compressed down to a little over 2 meters while maintaining perfect proportions. Life return was the most difficult and mysterious technique of the 6 powers. Mastering it allowed one to control every aspect of their body at will, even making their hair as flexible as an arm. A true master, like Borsalino, had even extended their youth, appearing as a teenager despite being from Sangoku's generation. Under Borsalino's guidance, Viven had honed her life return to an advanced level. While she hadn't achieved eternal youth, she had developed a unique ability to compress her body. However, a giant's immense size made it impossible to maintain this form for long. The pain was unbearable, and even if she did nothing at all, she could only hold it for 3 to 5 minutes, much to the disappointment of a certain someone with ulterior motives. Wah! The giant lady got smaller. Luffy was already mid-charge when he saw Viven shrink, startling him. In this form, she could no longer wear her standard Vice Admiral uniform, and her massive naginata was now too unwieldy to use. Fortunately, Borsalino had prepared in advance, crafting a special undersuit from island cloud material that would adjust to her size. Godspeed kick. Viven vanished. In the next instant, she was right in front of Luffy, her foot swinging straight for his head. Rubber jet scythe. Luffy didn't even try to dodge, he kicked straight at her in return, trusting his resilience to carry him through. Trading blows was his specialty. Boom. Crash. Their kicks connected at the same time. Even in second gear, Luffy's speed slightly surpassed Vivian's. But when his foot struck her head, her hair, controlled through life return, blocked the blow with ease. Vivian only needed a slight tilt of her head to deflect his attack, while her own kick sent Luffy flying over 100 meters. Though her body had shrunk, her strength and mass remained unchanged. If anything, her durability had skyrocketed. At this size, she was even harder to damage than before. Luffy. Ace arrived just in time to see Luffy sent flying. His eyes burned with rage as he threw out a blazing punch. Fire fist bullet. Flames roared toward Vivian, reflecting the fury in Ace's heart. At that moment, all he wanted was to turn her into ashes. Armament, Dragon Claw Fist, Dragon's Breath. Sabo, fully aware of Vivian's immense strength, attacked alongside Ace. His armament haki surged through his Dragon Claw Fist, generating a powerful shockwave aimed straight at her. Even before their attacks landed, Vivian's observation haki flared with warnings. No matter how tough her defense was, she wasn't invincible, especially not against two opponents of Ace and Sabo's caliber, both fighting with full force. Armament, Diamond Body. Vivian took a deep breath, suppressing her body's instinct to revert to its giant form. She coated herself entirely in armament haki. If she were still in her giant form, not even her mastery of armament haki would allow her to achieve full body coverage, and any attempt would be severely weakened. But in her compressed form, things were different. With her level of armament haki, combined with her naturally high durability, her defense was now on par with Diamond Jozu's. Boom. Flames and shockwaves crashed into her in succession, forcing her back a few steps but failing to break through her defenses. Ace and Sabo's expressions darkened. Neither had expected her to be this strong after shrinking. I'm not done yet. Rubber jet rocket launcher. Luffy, who had just been kicked away, clenched his teeth and charged back into the fight. If toughness was a competition, he wasn't one to lose. After all, this was the same Luffy who had survived his grandfather's training, being thrown into wild jungles or tied to a hot air balloon and left to drift. Conqueror's Kingdom. Vivian didn't even spare Luffy a second thought. She punched straight at him. Normally, this technique required a weapon, but Vivian's mastery of Elbaf combat techniques meant she didn't need one. By concentrating the force of her punch into an extremely small area and releasing it in an instant, she created a devastating shockwave. Boom. Luffy was sent flying yet again. If not for his armament haki, that attack would have punched a hole straight through him. Luffy. Ace immediately turned into flames and chased after him. Even though Luffy was now a notorious pirate with a 300 million berry bounty, in Ace's eyes, he was still the little brother who needed his protection. Armament, Dragon Claw Fist, Dragon Fang. Sabo lunged at Vivian in perfect sync, preventing her from seizing an opportunity to attack Ace. Despite being caught in what was essentially a battle of attrition, Vivian showed no fear. Even as her body screamed in agony, feeling as if it were being consumed by flames, she refused to back down. Boom. Dragon Claw Fist was a technique Sabo had honed to crush tyranny, its greatest strength lay in its relentless ferocity. But Vivian was a battle-hardened giant, hot-blooded by nature. Even with Borsalino's teachings tempering her, she had never lost her aggressive instincts. When they clashed, it was like fire meeting steel, each exchange sent shockwaves rippling through the battlefield, further wrecking the already devastated ground. After several rounds of brutal exchanges, Sabo was visibly struggling, his face flushed red from exertion. But Vivian wasn't faring any better. She was reaching her limit, blood was starting to leak uncontrollably from her eyes, nose, and mouth. Her form was, at its core, a failed technique developed by Borsalino. He had long since realized its dangerous side effects and had explicitly forbidden her from using it. But Vivian, stubborn and competitive as she was, refused to accept this limitation. In the end, Borsalino had laid down one rule: if she absolutely had to use it, she was not allowed to maintain it for more than a minute in battle. After all, any opponent strong enough to force her into this technique wouldn't be someone she could easily defeat. If she couldn't end the fight in that time, continuing to push herself would only lead to her own downfall. This woman, she's ridiculously strong. Sabo's hands were trembling. Even with his armament haki, he couldn't completely withstand Vivian's superior haki-infused strikes. If this were before he regained his memories, he might have chosen to retreat, prioritizing his survival as Dragon had always instructed him to. The Revolutionary Army could not afford to lose its chief of staff. But now, with his past memories restored, Sabo was no longer just the Revolutionary Army's second-in-command. He was also the elder brother of Ace and Luffy. And to him, protecting his brothers was more important than his own life. He could never forgive Vivian for nearly killing Luffy. Even knowing he was at a disadvantage, Sabo gritted his teeth and charged forward again. Degree. Chapter 131, Spy. 15 seconds left. I have to finish this guy at least. Viven gritted her teeth. This was the first time she had used this technique in real combat. According to Kizaru's judgment, she shouldn't maintain it for more than a minute, but she had no idea what would happen if she exceeded that limit. Is it coming? Sabo could feel Viven's overwhelming aura surging. Ignoring his trembling hands, he quickly assumed a stance. The strength she unleashed after shrinking was terrifying, even he found it intimidating. If she weren't so desperate to end the fight, leaving openings in her attacks, he wouldn't be confident in his chances against her. One strike to determine the winner. The ground beneath Viven's feet exploded as she launched herself like a rocket toward Sabo. She could already feel her body reaching its limit. Every cell in her being was screaming in protest, resisting her forceful compression. Unlike Luffy, she wasn't made of rubber. If not for her mastery of life return, which allowed her absolute control over every cell in her body, even Kizaru wouldn't have been able to develop such an absurd technique. Armament, Dragon Claw Fist, Dragon King Drill. Sabo recalled the lessons Dragon had taught him. Mastering the Dragon Claw Fist wasn't just about refining a combat technique, it was about forging an unbreakable will. Only those who dared to strike at any opponent, no matter how powerful, could unleash its true strength. At this moment, Sabo had achieved that enlightenment. Even if he were facing a Navy Admiral stronger than Viven, he now had the courage and conviction to throw his punch. Hakai. Viven had no such philosophical reflections. Whether it was the warrior teachings of Elbaf, where she was born, or the training she received from Kizaru, her understanding of combat could be summed up in one word. Strength. If she couldn't kill her enemy, she wasn't strong enough. If she couldn't hit her enemy, she wasn't fast enough. If her power wasn't absolute, she would just multiply it tenfold until it was. At that moment, neither Sabo nor Viven had any thoughts other than annihilating the other. Just as victory was about to be decided, a voice, that voice, echoed in her ears. Tisk, always causing me trouble. An endless golden radiance erupted between them. In an instant, Kizaru appeared, lazily extending a hand to catch both Sabo and Viven's fists. Boom. Their combined attacks exploded upon impact, sending shockwaves rippling through the battlefield. Kizaru's justice coat flapped wildly in the wind from the sheer force of the blows. But that was all. Sabo stared in shock at the hand gripping his fist. Not even Dragon himself could effortlessly block his full power strike like this, let alone at the same time as taking on Viven's attack, a woman stronger than him. Kizaru had just taken both of their strongest blows simultaneously, without a scratch. And he hadn't even used armament haki or Logia intangibility to defend himself. Sabo could feel it, his Dragon Claw fist had landed directly on Kizaru's body. Yet it felt like punching into the abyss. No resistance. No damage. As if Kizaru could stand there all day, letting Sabo hit him, and nothing would change. Kizaru, boss. Viven yelped, instinctively trying to flee, only for Kizaru to tighten his grip on her arm. When they made their agreement, there had been 2 rules. 1, she couldn't use this technique for more than a minute. 2, she could only use it in a life-or-death situation. And clearly, this was not a life-or-death situation. Even if Sabo, Ace, and Luffy escaped, it wouldn't be a catastrophic loss for the Navy. Idiot. We'll deal with your punishment later, cancel your transformation and stand down. Kizaru scolded her, exasperated. Even with her mastery of life return, a giant's body was too massive to maintain compression for long. Oh okay. The bloodthirsty berserker from moments ago instantly transformed into a guilty schoolgirl caught red-handed. With an obedient nod, Viven reverted to her original form, her nearly 20-meter-tall giant body towering once more over the battlefield. She clutched her Nodachi, crouching meekly behind Kizaru. Fortunately, her island cloud inner armor expanded along with her body, saving her the trouble of changing back into her marine uniform. Sabo, who had just been fighting for his life against a raging Viven, now watched as she cowered behind Kizaru like a scolded child. Even with his level of experience, he couldn't help but feel a little nervous. After all, the man standing before him was once Dragon's own teacher. Even after 20 years of walking separate paths, Dragon still spoke of him with deep respect, perhaps even a bit of admiration. A prodigy who had joined the Marines at 12, set records for fastest promotions from captain to admiral, held the highest bounty capture total in history, and was known as the Navy's monster. The ageless Admiral. Kizaru. And then, with a casual tone, Kizaru turned to Sabo and said, "All right then, tell me, what other tricks does that bastard Dragon have up his sleeve?" Kizaru let go of Sabo, not wanting to make him too nervous. This kid was Dragon's chosen successor, if he scared him too much, Dragon really might come after him for it. While Kizaru had no hesitation when dealing with the red-haired pirates, he still knew how to separate personal relationships from duty. "Haha, I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. I don't know a thing about Dragon's plans. Sabo forced out an awkward laugh. He knew Kizaru had some kind of connection with Dragon, but he had no idea that the man standing before him was actually one of the founding members of the Revolutionary Army. In Sabo's mind, he figured he was done for. Even if Kizaru spared him out of respect for Dragon, he'd probably still end up thrown into Impel Down for the rest of his life. And this time, there was no Ivankov on the inside to help him. Given his strength and status, he'd most likely be locked away in level 6, never to see the light of day again. Dragon never told you about me. Kizaru sounded a little incredulous. Even if Dragon hadn't mentioned him, Ivankov and Kuma. Oh, right. One's in Impel Down, the other's a warlord undercover. That explains it. What do you mean? Sabo swallowed hard. A thought surfaced in his mind, an impossible one, but once he ruled out every other impossibility, it was the only possibility left. Kizaru is a Revolutionary Army spy. They're actually on the same side. Sabo had always believed Dragon was capable of anything, but orchestrating a Navy admiral as an insideman was beyond even his imagination. TCH, you're really as cautious as ever, Dragon. But Kizaru never answered Sabo's unspoken question. Before Sabo could react, a gale swept through the battlefield. And then, standing behind him, was Monkey D. Dragon. It's been a long time, Kizaru. Despite now standing on opposite sides, Dragon still bowed his head slightly in respect, just as he had in the past. Of course, this unfamiliar formality was purely for the world government's eyes. If the five elders ever found out that an admiral and the leader of the Revolutionary Army casually chatted over a den mushy every now and then, they might drop dead from a heart attack before even getting their hands on pure gold. Yeah, it's been a while. Kizaru glanced up at the storm clouds overhead. Even though his hockey shield blocked out the storm, preventing him from feeling the wind and rain, he could tell the escalating weather was wreaking havoc on the Navy. Especially for those who relied heavily on devil fruits, the rain sapping their strength left them vulnerable, even to low-ranking pirates. I still underestimated you, Kizaru. Dragon observed the gap in the rain around Kizaru, his voice carrying a hint of admiration. Releasing armament hockey externally for attack or defense was basic for top-tier fighters. But using it casually to shield oneself from the weather. That was something else entirely. While the quantity of hockey wasn't the only measure of a fighter's strength, such an overwhelming display of armament hockey proved just how terrifying Kizaru's power truly was. What, you planning to climb on top of me or something? Kizaru raised an eyebrow, his conqueror's hockey surging. Even compared to Shanks, his aura was equally, if not more, overwhelming. He was about to make something very clear. No matter how many years had passed. Your big brother is still your big brother. If the opportunity arises. Dragon's voice was calm. But at the same time, his own conqueror's hockey erupted. His unwavering stance made his intentions clear, he would not back down. TCH, then let me be perfectly clear. Kizaru let out a mocking laugh, his golden light flaring. You're dreaming. It's never gonna happen. Because while Dragon had grown tremendously, standing among the strongest of the strong, Kizaru was still a step ahead. Even against a Kizaru who was just beginning to slack off, Dragon still had at least a slight chance of victory. But no matter how much effort Dragon put in, he could never compare to Kizaru's sheer brokenness. Ever since Kizaru awakened his stand, he grew stronger with every passing second. This wasn't something hard work alone could ever catch up to. The two overwhelming forces of conquerors hockey clashed, squeezing against each other as countless streaks of black lightning cracked through the air. Fortunately, both Kizaru and Dragon controlled the range of their hockey, keeping it contained to their immediate surroundings. Otherwise, just the collision of their conquerors hockey alone would have been enough to blow away a portion of the storm. If Kizaru were willing to go all out, he could have even forcibly stopped the massive storm covering Marineford and the surrounding sea. Random guy trying to get on Luo Feng's good side, it's about to start. Who wants to place bets? I'm putting my money on Dragon lasting at least 5 minutes. Kobayashi, huh? That tattooed guy, he's really strong. How does he compare to the red-haired one from before? AI Hybera, I can't believe it. Are there this many powerful monsters in the world? How do normal humans even survive? Orochimaru, hey, he does seem like a formidable character. But compared to Lord Kizaru, I'm afraid he still falls short. Tony Stark, oh, *T. I think I've hit a creative block. My Mark V Iron Man suit is nowhere near these monsters. Tony Stark, maybe I should start looking into biotechnology. Might open up more possibilities. Fubuki, just one war, and already hundreds of fighters on par with S-class heroes have appeared. How has this world not been destroyed yet? Xiaomei, one day, I'll be as strong as them. Zhang Sunfeng, sigh. The world suffers. Random guy trying to get on Luo Feng's good side, whoa. Master Zhang, long time no see. Tony Stark, hey, old man. First time seeing you talking here. The livestream chat was completely unaware of the crushing pressure from Kizaru and Dragon's battle. They were still casually chatting and greeting each other. Meanwhile, the only person actually caught in the fight, Sabo, was struggling to hold on. Such overwhelming pressure. Sabo gritted his teeth, but his body still wavered unsteadily. Kizaru and Dragon had controlled their Conqueror's hockey clash, but they hadn't bothered avoiding the one unlucky guy closest to them, Sabo. Even though it was just the residual impact from their hockey collision, it was enough to give him a taste of what it meant to be in the presence of true top-tier powerhouses. TCH, Dragon's gotten really strong. But Kizaru-sama is still the strongest. Viven, the giant vice admiral who had followed Kizaru for years, had already taken precautions and stayed far away from the battlefield, avoiding getting caught up in the fight. Back when she was still on Kizaru's ship, she had crossed paths with Dragon plenty of times. At the time, Dragon had just started making a name for himself. To her, he was just some brat, and she'd been annoyed by how much Kizaru valued him. But now, she had to admit, Kizaru-sama had good judgment. Even if she still disliked Dragon for betraying the Marines, she couldn't deny that he had earned the right to stand before Kizaru. As expected of Kizaru-senpai, still as. Wait. No. Something was wrong. Wait. This speed. Watching his own Conqueror's hockey being pushed back with ease, Dragon, who had already been mentally prepared, couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Just as he was about to reveal his final trump card and give Kizaru a last-minute surprise, his expression suddenly changed to one of disbelief. You just realized. Too late. Kizaru grinned, a rare, almost sinister smile. His Conqueror's hockey erupted in full force, instantly crushing Dragon's resistance. The sheer weight of his presence sent Dragon flying backward. Blasted into the air by Kizaru's hockey alone, Dragon tried to shift into his elemental form, but before the thought could even fully form. A flash of light. Dragon suddenly found himself kicked high into the sky. Yata no Kagami. Degree. Chapter 132, Beatdown. The very next moment, Kizaru, who had just kicked Dragon, appeared above him in an instant. A vicious axe kick sent Dragon crashing back down. Before he could even hit the ground, Kizaru followed up with a powerful rising uppercut, launching Dragon into the sky once again. Every time Dragon tried to turn into wind, Kizaru's speed was so ridiculous that he cut off the attempt before Dragon could even react. Taking advantage of the storm's cover, Kizaru played with Dragon like a puppet, freely displaying his dominance without worrying about revealing his true strength. So fast. Dragon, reduced to nothing more than a punching bag, was sent flying in all directions. The near-light speed combo left him completely defenseless. He didn't even have the chance to transform. If Kizaru had actually been serious, the fight would have already been over. At this rate, Sabo might as well start figuring out where to sit at Dragon's funeral banquet. Friendship-breaking face punch. Finally, after venting most of his irritation, Kizaru finished his combo with one last devastating punch, sending Dragon flying across the battlefield. Dragon-san. Kizaru's combo was so fast that by the time Dragon was blasted away by the finishing blow, a stunned Sabo had only just processed what was happening. Braving the storm, he sprinted toward where Dragon was about to land. In Sabo's mind, Dragon, someone capable of standing against Kizaru, should at least be able to put up a fight, even if he ultimately lost. Who could have expected such a one-sided beatdown? To put it bluntly, even if he were up against an admiral himself, Sabo figured he wouldn't get beaten this badly. Phew. That felt good. Wait, was that special observation hockey? Future sight. Having vented his frustration by thrashing Dragon, Kizaru finally relaxed a bit. But as he thought back on the fight, something clicked. Dragon had actually noticed his true strength. Replaying the battle in his mind, Kizaru quickly deduced what Dragon's last, unrevealed trump card had been. Compared to the ultra-rare Conqueror's hockey, which only 1 in a million possessed, observation hockey was something anyone theoretically had the potential to awaken. However, only a select few could develop unique abilities with it, like hearing others' thoughts, sensing the voices of all things, or even, seeing the future. Dragon clearly had the ability to glimpse the future. Otherwise, there was no way he could have anticipated his own beatdown through Kizaru's Conquerors and observation hockey interference. Cough, cough. As expected of you, Kizaru-senpai. I never imagined that pushing the glint fruit to its limit could lead to such terrifying power. With Sabo's support, Dragon stood up. He paid no mind to the throbbing pain all over his body, especially on his face, and instead spoke in an odd tone. If not for his future-seeing observation hockey, he wouldn't have even seen how Kizaru had beaten him. That kind of unimaginable speed was utterly despair-inducing. Even seeing the future made no difference, he still had zero chance of winning. At best, he could watch himself get pummeled in advance. His eyes, empowered by observation hockey, could predict Kizaru's next move, but his body simply couldn't keep up. He'd see a vision of Kizaru's foot heading for his face, but before he could even lift his hand to block, bam. The kick had already landed. Got any more tricks up your sleeve? Just this storm alone won't let you escape from me. Kizaru naturally accepted Dragon's praise and didn't bother correcting him. This wasn't just the power of the glint fruit. Without the flash stand, even he wouldn't be able to fully utilize lightspeed movement in actual combat. Dragon-san, you go. I'll cover you. Sabo stepped in front of Dragon, determined. He had no idea why Kizaru, who was supposed to be an ally, had suddenly turned on Dragon. In his mind, the only reason Dragon had been beaten so badly had to be because he was already injured from fighting another powerful enemy earlier. Otherwise, there was no way he would have gone down in just one exchange. For the sake of the Revolutionary Army, for the men who had saved and mentored him. At this moment, Sabo had resolved himself. Even if it cost him his life, he would ensure Dragon's survival. Humph. Know your place. Kizaru let out a cold snort. His conqueror's haki, formless yet oppressive, crashed down on Sabo like a mountain. Even as Sabo used every ounce of his strength to resist, he was still forced to one knee. This was what happened when a kid interrupted an adult's conversation. Besides, did he look like a villain? Lost in thoughts of teaching Dragon a lesson, Kizaru had zero awareness that he now had the exact demeanor of a classic final boss. If Luffy were here, he'd be so triggered by Kizaru's sheer villainous aura that he'd probably activate Gear 5th on the spot. I won't lose to you. Sabo struggled against the overwhelming pressure, forcing his body upright inch by inch. The stone tiles beneath his feet cracked apart under the strain. Facing an opponent of Kizaru's caliber for the first time, Sabo, embodying sheer tenacity, underwent a breakthrough, his strength visibly increasing. Damn it. Another one of those annoying guys. Viven, the giantess vice admiral, scowled as she watched Sabo push himself up under Kizaru's suppression. If getting stronger was that easy, she would have begged Kizaru ages ago to do the same for her. Sabo. Meanwhile, Dragon looked conflicted. Fighting against tyranny and growing stronger under pressure was one thing. But the problem was, the opponent here was Kizaru. The Kizaru he knew all too well had plenty of peculiar habits, one of which was his special enjoyment of bullying talented warriors with cockroach-like tenacity. Don't ask Dragon how he knew. Just know that some memories are better left buried. What he couldn't understand, though, wasn't this the kind of thing usually done by people without talent? Why would someone like Kizaru, a monstrous prodigy who became a Marine Vice Admiral before 20, have such a strange hobby? Until I crush every oppressive force that rules over the world, how could I possibly fall here? Though still immature, his overwhelming willpower rippled across all of Marineford. Another conqueror's haki user. At the storm's center, Fleet Admiral Sangoku had given up chasing pirates entirely. Though the storm obscured his vision, making it difficult to identify the user, the sheer determination behind it was unmistakable. That kind of resolve, definitely not something that belonged to a Marine. Ahahaha. Now that's impressive. Feels like another young brat. Vice Admiral Garp let out a hearty laugh. Ace survived. Luffy escaped unscathed. Even that bastard Dragon was still alive. And, most importantly, Whitebeard was dead. The pirates had suffered a huge blow, while the Marines now had Whitebeard's corpse to intimidate the world. For Garp, this outcome was better than any dream scenario he could have imagined. You crazy old mutt. Why aren't you chasing down the pirates? Sangoku fumed with rage. He understood when Garp had hesitated back when Ace was about to be executed. But now. Ace had already been saved by pirates, yet this senile mutt was still slacking. If not for the Marines having both pure gold and Whitebeard's severed head, the Five Elders and the world government would absolutely hold Garp accountable later. Ahahaha, but I'm injured, you see. That Rayleigh guy just keeps getting stronger. Honestly, I think he might be even tougher than Roger was. Garp cackled. A deep wound from Rayleigh's sword still marred his chest, his upper body drenched in blood, making him look gravely injured. Unfortunately for him, Sangoku had fought alongside Garp for decades. There was zero chance he was falling for that act. Still, as long as Garp had an excuse to pacify the Five Elders and the world government, Sangoku decided to let it slide. Back to Sabo. With his sudden conqueror's haki outburst, he managed to withstand Kizaru's pressure. But before he could even feel proud, Kizaru let out another dismissive snort, boom. A wave of conqueror's haki 10 times stronger than before crashed down. Sabo was instantly flattened to the ground. This can't be. The sheer pressure felt like the weight of the heavens themselves pressing down on him. Even breathing was a struggle. Let alone protecting Dragon. Before facing Kizaru, Sabo had always been confident in his strength. Sure, he wasn't on Dragon's level yet. But given time, no more than 10 years, at most, he was certain he could grow into Dragon's right-hand man. Even if he had to face an Admiral in the future, Sabo had always believed he could put up a fight. And after breaking through the limits imposed by Kizaru's pressure, he even thought he could shorten the time needed. Maybe in just 5 years, he'd be able to stand toe-to-toe with an Admiral. But now. Forget 5 years. Even if he had 50, he had no idea how he'd ever defeat Kizaru. That wasn't just an ordinary strong enemy. That was a force of nature. For the first time, Sabo truly understood why Kizaru's old nickname had been the Navy Monster. Still bullying kids, just like always. Dragon sighed in resignation. From his tattered clothes, he pulled out a small den mushi. Somehow, the little guy had survived the fight in his pocket without getting squashed, if only barely. The poor thing was still seeing stars, but as soon as Dragon dialed a number, it shook itself awake and got to work. Mori. Is that you, Dragon-san? I found it already. From the other end came the voice of Morley, the commander of the Revolutionary Army's Western forces. After helping the red-haired pirates hold off Akainu, Morley had immediately followed Dragon's orders and begun his search. Good. Where is it? Dragon nodded. Against an unbeatable enemy, he had no choice but to resort to less than honorable tactics. Just as you suspected, sir, it's exactly 100 meters underground, right beneath Marine headquarters. As soon as Morley's words left the den mushi, Kizaru's eyes sharpened instantly. Down in the hidden chamber beneath Marine Ford, even someone like Morley, who had lived for over 100 years and stormed more royal vaults than he could count, couldn't help but gasp at the sight before him. The entire underground vault was filled with gold. Endless, dazzling, radiant gold. Even the treasuries of the world's greatest kingdoms didn't hold 1% of what was stored in this single chamber. But Morley, as a Revolutionary Army commander, had long since lost any personal interest in wealth. Even mountains of gold meant nothing to him. The only regret was that he couldn't distribute this fortune to the common people. One here, another one here, let's put one right there. Carrying a massive duffel bag, Morley moved through the vault, carefully planting explosives throughout the piles of gold. Gold itself wouldn't be destroyed by explosions. But if it was blasted into the sea, recovering it would be nearly impossible. Once Dragon gave the order, Morley would push down the vault walls, flooding the chamber with seawater. Then, all the bombs would detonate at once, scattering the gold across the entire ocean floor. Even Kizaru, with all his strength, wouldn't be able to retrieve it all. Above ground. Kizaru's observation hockey had already locked onto Morley's exact location. Dragon. You've got a damn death wish, huh? Kizaru gritted his teeth. Dragon had given him plenty of surprises today. And up until now, Kizaru had just found them annoying. But this was different. Dragon wasn't just messing with him anymore. Dragon was threatening his precious treasure hoard. That was unforgivable. Every single piece of gold in that vault had been painstakingly acquired. From Enel's personal stash. If Dragon had just stolen it, fine. Kizaru could always steal it back. But Dragon's plan was to scatter all of it into the ocean, where it would be impossible to recover. That was a crime beyond redemption. Pirates and revolutionaries used the storm to escape from Marine Ford. What do you think about this outcome, Kizaru-senpai? Dragon spoke as if he couldn't even feel Kizaru's growing fury. He knew Kizaru far too well. A normal person might have tried to blackmail Kizaru with the gold. After all, that vault contained far more wealth than even the celestial dragon's tributes. Degree. Chapter 133, to Mary Geos. Dragon knew all too well, Kizaru didn't keep that gold vault for power or leverage. It was just a collection to satisfy his own hoarding obsession. Trying to threaten Kizaru with his own gold. That was a one-way ticket to an early grave. Not a bad outcome. Except, after escaping from Marine Ford, the Supreme Commander of the Revolutionary Army just so happened to catch Admiral Kizaru's attention. And ended up half-paralyzed, bedridden for 3 months. Are you okay with that result? Kizaru let out a cold snort, his voice laced with open threat. Dragon's mouth twitched. Even after all the years he had spent following Kizaru, even he couldn't keep a straight face at that. Because in a way, Kizaru was dead serious. If he said Dragon would be bedridden for 3 months. Even if Dragon's recovery abilities let him get back on his feet in 1 month. Kizaru would just beat him down again and throw him back into bed for the remaining 2. But the Revolutionary Army couldn't afford for him to waste 3 whole months doing nothing. Caught between a rock and a hard place, even Dragon had no choice but to try and bargain. A month and a half. At this point, Dragon was deeply regretting his earlier actions. He had definitely gotten a little too cocky, jumping around and showing off in front of Kizaru. He should have just let Whitebeard and Shanks take the spotlight instead. 3 months. Keep talking, and I'll make it 6. Kizaru immediately shut down any negotiations. At the same time, he dismissed the energy field surrounding them. And the howling storm slammed into him all at once. Pouring rain soaked him to the bone in seconds. Not that it really mattered. With his current level of strength, Kizaru didn't particularly care about the sea's effects on devil fruit users. Sure, he could feel a slight weakness from being drenched in seawater. But he could still beat 10 dragons without breaking a sweat. I hope that next time we meet, we'll no longer be enemies, Dragon said solemnly, lifting the still shell-shocked Sabo onto his shoulder. He knew Kizaru wanted to change the world government from within, using the Navy as his foundation. But in Dragon's eyes, that was impossible. That's for next time. Next time, I have a certain someone to punch, and I'm not holding back. Kizaru scoffed, turning and disappearing into the rain. Dragon had messed with his gold vault. That debt. It was far from settled. As the storm raged on, even the ever-bloodthirsty Akainu, desperate to exterminate every last pirate, was finally forced to give up. Pinned down by Shanks and Rayleigh working together, all he could do was watch as the battered remains of the red-haired pirates escaped to the Red Force. Meanwhile, the heavily injured pirates and revolutionaries had no choice but to flee through the storm. Fortunately, Dragon made it back to his ship in time, using his wind powers to keep the storm at bay. One by one, the pirate ships vanished into the endless rain. Some Marines still burned with anger, wanting to give chase. But the freezing downpour extinguished their rage. This war is over. Begin treating the wounded. Start compiling the casualties. Fleet Admiral Sangoku had already moved on to damage control. Under normal circumstances, he should have been giving some rousing victory speech, proclaiming the Navy's triumph. But the storm showed no sign of stopping. If this rain kept up, it wouldn't just be the injured Marines at risk. Even the healthy ones would start dropping from hypothermia. Fleet Admiral Sangoku. A call from the 5 elders. Before Sangoku could finish his orders, his adjutant came stumbling through the rain, clutching a backup den mushy like his life depended on it. On the surface, the victor of this war was undoubtedly the Navy. Even if the pure gold couldn't be counted as part of their spoils. They still had Whitebeard's severed head to prove their strength to the world. But from the very beginning, this war had been fought under the banner of executing Fire Fist Ace. And yet, in the end, Ace had escaped. Some might even argue that the Navy had lost. You've done well. Go help with the wounded. Hello, this is Sangoku. As Sangoku took the call, his face remained calm and unfazed. Unlike his adjutant, who was still trembling with nerves. Because Sangoku understood the 5 elders. As long as the pure gold was still in Kizaru's hands. Even if Whitebeard had survived, the 5 elders and the world government wouldn't dare to blame the Navy. Is the pure gold still with Kizaru? As soon as the call connected, the impatient voice of the 5 elders came through. Even though they had already confirmed the situation through CP0 secret channels, they still wanted to hear Sangoku's direct confirmation, just to be safe. As you wish, no pirate has been able to take the pure gold from Kizaru. Sangoku answered without the slightest hesitation. But the fact that the 5 elders didn't even bother to ask about the marine casualties left a bitter taste in the veteran fleet admiral's mouth. Excellent. The Marines have done well. The rewards and commendations will be issued soon. The 5 elders sounded very satisfied. While the outcome of the battle wasn't ideal, as long as they had secured the pure gold, the Marines were still in the clear. Understood. On behalf of the Marines, I thank the 5 elders and the world government for your recognition. However, since the execution of Fire Fist Ace ultimately failed, someone must take responsibility. I will be resigning as Fleet Admiral and officially nominating Admiral Kizaru as my successor. Standing amid the ruins of Marine Ford, Sangoku spoke with guilt in his voice. If his strategy had been just a little tighter. If he had realized earlier that Dellocus was a traitor. If he had summoned more forces to the battlefield. Perhaps the final result would have been far better. Very well. However, Commander-in-Chief Kong still has a year and a half left in his term. For now, you will serve as the Grand Inspector of Marine Headquarters, consider it an opportunity to assist Kizaru. The 5 elders, eager to finally obtain the pure gold, were in an exceptionally good mood. They even went as far as hinting that once Kong retired, Sangoku would take over as Supreme Commander of the entire military. Under any other circumstances, Sangoku would have been honored by such a show of trust. But now. He knew exactly why the 5 elders were treating him so kindly, it was all because of the pure gold. And that left a bitter taste in his mouth. The blood, sweat, and sacrifice of over 1 million Marines over the years meant less to them than a single piece of gold. Understood. I will do my best to support Kizaru in becoming a capable fleet admiral. Sangoku let out a deep sigh. But what choice did he have? As long as the 5 elders remained the highest rulers of the world government, the Marines had no option but to obey. Good. But before that, have Kizaru personally escort the pure gold to Mary Geos. The 5 elders couldn't hide their urgency. Even though Marine headquarters was at its weakest right now, their desire to secure the pure gold outweighed everything else. Understood. I will arrange for Kizaru to depart as soon as possible. Sangoku paused for a moment but ultimately accepted their decision. Not everyone could be like Dragon, willing to abandon everything they once believed in and stand against the world government. Once you finish handling Marineford's aftermath, come celebrate the Marines' victory. With that, the 5 elders finally ended the call. Had it not been for Kizaru's immense power, making him the most reliable choice to guard the pure gold, the 5 elders would have likely sent CP0 to take over instead. Go inform Kizaru. Tell him to escort the pure gold to Mary Geos immediately. Sangoku took a deep breath and issued the order to his adjutant. He still had to focus on the recovery efforts at Marineford, doing whatever he could to minimize the Marine losses from this war. Yes, sir. The adjutant responded loudly before rushing off into the storm with the Den Mushi in hand. Trying to find someone in this downpour was no easy task. But just then, a brilliant burst of light illuminated the Marineford plaza. Like a miniature sun had suddenly appeared. Tsuru-san, I think we still have some floodlights in storage. Because this is just embarrassing. Kizaru stood there, his entire body radiating a light so bright that it illuminated all of Marineford. With a deadpan expression, he muttered under his breath. At the moment, he was simply following Tsuru's orders, putting his full effort into becoming the biggest light source in Marineford. While the brilliant radiance pierced through the storm, it also made sure every single Marine could see Admiral Kizaru's towering presence. Not even the fiercest storm could obscure his dazzling light. And with it, the previously demoralized and wounded Marines found themselves steadied, their spirits lifting slightly. No, this is perfect. Everyone can see you, and it makes treating the wounded easier. Vice Admiral Tsuru shot Kizaru a knowing glance, not giving him a single chance to slack off. She wasn't exactly thrilled that Kizaru would be the next fleet admiral. But her sense of duty to the Marines made her determined to at least mold him into someone more fitting for the role. There was no way she could make him as diligent as Sangoku. But at the very least, she could ensure the Marines felt his presence. As Kizaru's golden light bathed Marineford, the unease in the Marines gradually faded. They began moving systematically, carrying out orders to rescue their fallen comrades. Even the injured soldiers found themselves relaxing. In their minds, each ray of light was a reminder that Admiral Kizaru was watching over them. And if Kizaru was there, they had nothing to fear. Following his lead, even the officers who were supposed to return for rest stayed behind to help with the rescue efforts. Admiral Akiji used his ice to construct makeshift shelters, shielding the Marines from the storm. The giant vice admirals carefully tended to the wounded or simply sat down, using their massive bodies as wind barriers. Even Admiral Akainu was personally transporting the wounded, though the ones he carried princess-style were visibly trembling, looking pitiful in his arms. This is getting kinda ridiculous. Kizaru felt the urge to cover his face. Luckily, he had turned off the live stream and had already sent his death back to the Akame Ga Kill world. Otherwise, the dimwits in the chat group would never let him hear the end of it. Unfortunately, he hadn't been able to send Hancock away. Despite being the dignified pirate empress, she was currently hiding behind Vivi, sneaking photos of him like a shameless fangirl. Just then. Admiral Kizaru. Fleet Admiral Sangoku orders you to escort the pure gold to Mary Geos immediately. Sangoku's adjutant had easily found Kizaru by following the light source and spoke with genuine respect. Because if there was one person who had stolen the show in this war, it was Kizaru. He had snatched the pure gold from the hands of Dragon himself. He had claimed Whitebeard's head. He had seriously wounded the red-haired pirates. Even without the pure gold, his achievements alone outshined 10,000 elite Marines combined. So even Sangoku's adjutant couldn't help but look at him with awe, like a fanboy meeting his idol. With all that in mind, Kizaru's mood upon receiving Sangoku's orders must have been absolutely fantastic. Ahem. Let Fleet Admiral Sangoku know, I'll be departing immediately. Kizaru didn't hesitate at all. Even though he was heading to his most hated place, Mary Geos. Remember to watch yourself in Mary Geos. Tsuru reminded him, her tone carrying a hint of concern. Plenty of Marines despised the celestial dragons. But the only one reckless enough to outright clash with them was Kizaru. Had his reputation not been at an all-time high, he might have already swapped places with Dellocus. Relax, Tsurune. As long as those fat pigs don't mess with me, I won't mess with them either. Kizaru replied casually, though in his mind, he added a silent. At least not for now. Sigh. You never change. Tsuru let out a weary sigh. Degree. Chapter 134, Vacation Time. If it weren't for the fact that her sworn sister, Guion, was Kizaru's fiancée, she wouldn't even bother worrying about him. But at the very least, Kizaru's current strength was so overwhelming that unless he killed a celestial dragon outright, even the world government wouldn't dare turn against him. Not long after, the replacement floodlights arrived. At long last, Kizaru was freed from his humiliating role as a walking sun. Meanwhile, the warship he had sent to its doom had, unsurprisingly, been sunk by pirates. Not that it mattered. Marineford had plenty of warships available to take him to Mary Geos. Tsuru even offered him her personal ship. It wasn't the newest model, but its modified engines made it just as fast as the latest warships. But Kizaru politely declined. After all, he was just a delivery guy bringing the 5 elders their package. They were the ones in a hurry, not him. If the warship was too fast, how was he supposed to slack off? Considering he was about to become the next fleet admiral, this might be his last chance to enjoy some well-earned free time. Even though the storm over Marineford still raged on. If even pirates dared to set sail in it, then for the highly trained navy, it was barely an inconvenience. As soon as Kizaru boarded the warship, he retreated to the captain's quarters. "Don't bother me," he instructed the crew before locking the door. Then, without wasting a second, he excitedly opened the Dimensional Chat Group. Dimensional Chat Group. Kizaru at everyone, Moshi, are you guys ready? I've set sail. Hybera AI, everything's ready. Orochimaru, Stark, and I have already set up the joint lab. Just send over the pure gold whenever you're ready. Hybera AI, then you can head to Fubuki's world for your vacation. Based on your world's time flow, her 1 month equals about 5.5 hours for you. Kizaru, okay, the pure gold has been sent. The rest is up to you guys. Tony Stark, hey, don't worry, my best friend. Mr. Stark is definitely going to uncover the secrets of pure gold. Orochimaru, hey. So this is the legendary metal that grants eternal youth. Truly fascinating. Random bystander from Swallowed Star, good luck, everyone. Please crack the secret of pure gold. Even better if you can figure out how to make it. The bystander from Swallowed Star was hopeful, if the big shots in the group could reverse engineer pure gold, maybe he'd get a chance to obtain some as well. Sure, in his world, one could extend their lifespan by getting stronger, but who wouldn't want a backup plan like pure gold? He wasn't Luo Feng, the main character, after all. If something unexpected happened in the future, having pure gold might be his best chance to survive. Kizaru, the useless man, makes a good point. If possible, try to create a synthetic version. Even if it's weaker, that's fine. Kobayashi, Kizaru-san, are you planning to hand over the fake one? Kizaru, exactly. I've been sick of those 5 old geezers for a long time. A counterfeit is enough to keep them happy, we'll keep the real deal for further research. Hybera AI, a fake, huh? It'll be tricky, but we can give it a shot. Orochimaru, making an identical replica is simple. But keeping the anti-aging effect, now that's a real challenge. Tony Stark, oh, Mr. Stark loves this plan. Let those 5 fossils rot. At most, they get a counterfeit. Just then, another message popped up. Fubuki, at Kizaru, everything is ready on my end. You can come over anytime. Kizaru, roger that. You guys carry on, I'm heading to Fubuki's world for a vacation. With that, Kizaru accepted the invitation. One moment, he was still aboard the warship. The next, he found himself inside an extravagant office. Sitting behind the desk was a stunning woman in an evening dress. Her short hair framed her striking features, and her curvaceous figure made her presence hard to ignore. She observed Kizaru curiously, unfazed by his towering height. After all, in her world, there were plenty of strange-looking individuals. Compared to muscle-bound monsters, cyborgs, and robots, Kizaru was just a tall, ridiculously handsome man. Even Fubuki found herself stealing a second glance at him. Nice to finally meet you, Kizaru-san. I'm Fubuki. Her voice was smooth, confident, and slightly teasing. Kizaru smiled lazily, his signature relaxed demeanor never wavering. No need for formalities. Just call me Kizaru. Given our connection through the chat group, I don't think we need to waste time with small talk, don't you agree? Although he was here to kill time, if it meant getting to interact with a beauty like Fubuki, he certainly wouldn't say no. Fubuki tilted her head, contemplating his words. That's fine by me. Then let's skip the pleasantries, I'll introduce you to this world and my Fubuki group. In truth, she had 2 reasons for inviting Kizaru over. 1, she wanted to personally gauge his strength. 2, she wanted to give her older sister a surprise. She had already witnessed his power during the Marineford War livestream. Now, all that remained was to persuade this otherworldly admiral to join her Fubuki group. Kizaru gave her a playful smirk and spread his arms dramatically. Of course, it would be my pleasure. Kizaru knew more about Fubuki's world than she did, but there was no need to reveal that. The world of One Punch Man was unique, its cities were labeled with letters, and it was frequently terrorized by monstrous beings who thrived on destruction. These monsters were categorized based on threat level. Wolf level, dangerous to ordinary people. Tiger level, a significant threat to groups of civilians. Demon level, capable of destroying entire cities. Dragon level, a disaster that could wipe out multiple cities. God level, a purely theoretical threat, capable of destroying the world. In response, the Hero Association was formed. Heroes were ranked according to strength, C, B, A, and S class. Fubuki, despite being the top-ranked B-class hero, was far stronger than her ranking suggested. If she wanted to, she could easily rise to the top of A class. All heroes must join the Hero Association. When a monster appears, the nearest available hero strong enough for the job is dispatched to deal with it. Fubuki spent a good half-hour explaining the basics of her world, especially her Fubuki group. She used quite a few flattering words, subtly hinting that it was a great place to be. Kizaru didn't mind the long-winded explanation. Mainly because Fubuki was beautiful, and her voice was pleasant to listen to. If it had been Dragon, he would have already sent him flying with a light-speed kick. Even Viven, the giantess, once received the same treatment. At first, Kizaru tolerated her talkative nature, but even an old lek like him had his limits. There's only so many times you can listen to the same song before getting sick of it. And Viven. She wasn't just a broken record, she was a concert on repeat. I see. That must be tough. Fighting monsters all the time must be dangerous. Kizaru sighed dramatically, though he was genuinely a little impressed. These heroes weren't nearly as strong as the Marine headquarters, but their actions were far more noble than many Marines he had known. They risked their lives fighting enemies stronger than them, all to protect civilians. That kind of justice was something Kizaru once believed in. Once, because now, he couldn't even find an enemy stronger than him. It's not too bad, Fubuki said, resting a delicate finger on her chin in thought. The Hero Association carefully evaluates each mission, making sure heroes aren't sent against enemies they can't handle. For example, a C-class hero would never be forced to fight a demon-level monster. Her group, the Fubuki group, specialized in overwhelming enemies with numbers. And since Fubuki herself was strong enough to obliterate tiger-level threats, most battles were just a formality. I see. That's actually a well-structured system. Kizaru nodded. So she was a glorified wage thief. Oh wait. So was he. Never mind, then. Anyway, all that talking made me a little thirsty. How about a drink? Fubuki had no idea Kizaru already considered her a fellow slacker. She was still enthusiastically showing off her luxury liquor cabinet, hoping he'd realize just how great the benefits of joining the Fubuki group were. Her ultimate plan. Once she roped Kizaru in, she'd have him get officially certified as an S-class hero. And if possible, she wanted him to kick Tatsumaki down from second place to third. Let's see if her annoying big sister would still call her a kid playing house, then. Coke, please. Extra cold. Kizaru could slack off right under Sangoku and Tsuru's noses, his ability to read the room was unmatched. Fubuki's little recruitment scheme. He saw right through it. And while he didn't mind joining the Fubuki group, if it was too easy, it wouldn't be fun. He had no intention of letting Fubuki win so quickly. Coke. Fubuki, who had just reached for a fine bottle of wine, froze. She couldn't just pull out a vintage 1982 Coke, right? Wait, do Cokes even expire? Is there a problem? Kizaru asked with a smile. He had to admit, Fubuki's looks were top tier. Sure, she was a step below Hancock or his death, but she had a mature charm they lacked. If he had to compare, the only other woman he knew who had a similar aura was Stussy. But where Stussy was the queen of Happy Street, Fubuki had a certain innocence mixed into her maturity. A different flavor, but just as enticing. No, it's fine. Lily, bring us 2 iced Cokes. Fubuki sighed, speaking into her luxurious desk intercom before sinking into the sofa across from Kizaru. Recruiting Kizaru was proving to be a real headache. Show off her power? He was at least S-class level. Hell, he might even be stronger than her sister. Offer better benefits. He was a Marine Admiral, part of an organization so powerful she couldn't even begin to measure it. Not to mention, he casually handed out enough dimensional currency every month to buy the entire Hero Association if he wanted. Seeing Fubuki deep in thought, Kizaru's lips curved into a nearly imperceptible smirk. He was having fun. Fubuki-sama, your Cokes. Before Fubuki could figure out a strategy, the door opened. A young woman in a tailored suit walked in, carefully balancing a tray with 2 glasses of ice-cold Coke. the moment she saw Kizaru. A towering, 3-meter-tall man. She visibly tensed. She almost spilled the drinks. Set them down. Let me introduce you. Fubuki snapped out of her thoughts. She still had a whole month to work on Kizaru, she'd figure out how to recruit him eventually. This is Kizaru. And this is Lily, a member of the Fubuki group. Nice to meet you. Lily smiled warmly, assuming Kizaru was a new recruit. I'm Lily, B-class rank 74. Welcome to the team. Although Kizaru's 3-meter height was intimidating at first glance, it wasn't really a big deal once you got used to it. In fact, the Fubuki group already had a member nearly as tall. Besides, aside from his height, Kizaru's ridiculously handsome face was what truly stood out. If Fubuki wasn't here, Lily might have already started fangirling. Nice to meet you. I'm Kizaru. Despite Lily's low rank, Kizaru didn't look down on her. Any hero willing to fight for others deserved respect. Mr. Kizaru hasn't been certified by the Hero Association yet. Lily asked curiously. Unlike what outsiders might assume, the Fubuki group wasn't overly rigid about hierarchy. Even in front of Fubuki herself, Lily wasn't afraid to speak casually. Especially since she thought Kizaru was a new recruit. If they were going to be teammates, there was no need to be too formal. He hasn't been yet. Fubuki responded, her voice brimming with pride. But if he wanted to, he'd definitely be an S-class hero. S-class. Lily almost screamed. To a B-class hero like her, every S-class hero was practically a legend. And now, one of those legends was sitting right in front of her, calmly sipping the coke she just brought in. If it weren't so real, she would have thought she was dreaming. And not just any S-class hero, Fubuki added. At the very least, he'd rank second. Maybe even higher. She recalled what that passerby guy in the chat group had confidently declared when Kizaru first joined. Even though Fubuki didn't get along with him, she had to admit. His assessments were always spot on. Even when it came to newcomers, he could instantly tell their strength. And in a way, Fubuki herself had witnessed Kizaru's power. Even though she couldn't personally experience the weight of his conqueror's haki. That near unstoppable speed and destructive force was something she couldn't even imagine countering. Sure, her psychic powers weren't anywhere near her sister's level. But as a fellow Esper, she could still make an educated guess. Tatsumaki wasn't Kizaru's match. Not even close. Degree. Chapter 135, Dragon Level Threat. S-Class Rank 2. Lily gasped and quickly covered her mouth, afraid she might accidentally scream. With Blast, the Rank 1 S-Class hero, missing for years, Rank 2 was essentially the most powerful active hero in the entire Hero Association. And now, such a figure was sitting right in front of her, casually chatting with Lady Fubuki like it was nothing. Unbelievable. Alright, it's not like I've actually taken the test yet. No need to exaggerate. Kizaru's eye twitched slightly. It had been years since he'd last experienced this kind of reaction, where people froze in shock upon realizing his strength. Now that he was going through it again, he couldn't help but feel, strangely embarrassed. Had being an admiral for so long made his skin thinner? Back in the day, he used to enjoy being admired like this. Beep. 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 Before Fubuki could respond, both her and Lily's phones started ringing at the same time. Lady Fubuki. There's a monster attack in City A. Lily quickly answered her call, and after a brief conversation, her face turned pale with fear. The target is rampaging through the city. Current estimated threat level is Demon, but it's rapidly increasing. Although the association had only labeled it Demon level for now, the monster's power was still rising. At this rate, it was highly likely to be reclassified as Dragon level, a disaster capable of wiping out multiple cities. Even though City A housed the Hero Association's headquarters, it wasn't necessarily safe. Don't worry, Fubuki reassured Lily, pulling her into a comforting hug. City A is the association's headquarters, it won't fall that easily. Your mother will be fine. Lily's mother lives in City A, she explained to Kizaru, who looked a bit curious. Dragon-level threats were defined as catastrophic crises that could destroy entire cities or more. If they were lucky, a newly emerged dragon-level monster might get taken down immediately before causing much damage. But if they were unlucky, the consequences would be devastating. Every time a dragon-level disaster occurred, the Hero Association had to go all out. While S-Class heroes were tasked with handling dragon-level threats, that didn't mean every S-Class hero was actually capable of defeating one. Especially when the monster was classified as dragon-level almost immediately upon appearing. Even for S-Class heroes, that was incredibly dangerous. By the time enough S-Class heroes rushed to the scene and managed to take it down, the entire city might already be reduced to rubble. There were already many abandoned cities across the world, all destroyed by rampaging monsters. With Fubuki's reassurance, Lily finally calmed down. But before they could breathe a sigh of relief, their phones rang again. This time, Fubuki picked up first. The moment she read the latest report, her expression turned grim. "What's wrong?" Kizaru asked casually. Even though he hadn't been in this world for long, he could already tell. It was an incredibly dangerous place. "There are no S-class heroes near headquarters," Fubuki said, her voice tense. "All 31 heroes that were dispatched, C-class, B-class, and A-class, have already been defeated. The association has confirmed it. Threat level, Dragon." Fubuki bit her lip. Even with her abilities, she knew she wasn't strong enough to deal with a non-human level monster like this. If this thing had appeared in City B instead, where the Fubuki group was based. Even if all 30 of her subordinates attacked together, the result wouldn't change. There would be no hope of victory. "By the way," Kizaru suddenly spoke up, his tone relaxed as ever. "If I take care of this monster, does that mean I can skip the test, and just be directly ranked as an S-class hero?" Looking at Lily trembling in Fubuki's arms, Kizaru raised an eyebrow and spoke. Even though this was another world, protecting civilians from pirates was the very justice upheld by the Marines. Now, it was simply replacing pirates with monsters. And as a man who carried the burden of justice, Kizaru naturally wouldn't stand by and do nothing. Absolutely. If you can defeat a dragon-level threat, no, even just participating in the battle against one, you're already S-class material. Fubuki didn't even care that she hadn't officially recruited Kizaru into the Fubuki group yet. Compared to her group's prestige, defeating the monster as soon as possible was far more important. How far is the monster from here?" Kizaru tried expanding his observation haki to the limit, attempting to cover the entire city and its surroundings. However, he still couldn't reach City A. With only a few dozen cities in the world, each one had to be massive to accommodate the global population. City A is 127 kilometers away. If we take the train, it'll take about 2.5 hours. Lily quickly spoke up, suddenly remembering something. Not every S-class hero could single-handedly defeat a dragon-level monster. But rescuing civilians? That was a different story. And Kizaru wasn't just any hero, Fubuki had praised him as an absolute powerhouse. "Forget the train. I'll drive us there." Fubuki made a decisive call. If Kizaru was willing to help, that was the best possible outcome. Though she was reluctant to use her brand-new luxury car for this high-speed chase. After 127 kilometers of flooring it, it would go from brand new to looking heavily used. But defeating the monster and rescuing Lily's mother took priority. "Drive. That's too slow. Do you know the way to City A?" Kizaru's tone was calm. The next moment. "Wait, Kizaru, ahhh." Before Fubuki could even react, Kizaru grabbed her and leaped straight out the window. Midair, he used moonwalk to propel himself forward, racing towards City A at over 100 kilometers per hour. A raging windstorm should have slammed against them at such speeds. But Kizaru's armament haki completely shielded them. Once she recovered from the initial shock, Fubuki quickly started giving him directions. "Wait, are we seriously running the whole 127 kilometers in a straight line?" Fubuki gulped nervously. Even among S-class heroes, running while carrying someone at this kind of speed in midair was beyond absurd. Don't say dumb things. That was just a warm-up. Now it's time to speed up. With that, Kizaru stomped down hard on the air, launching himself even higher. He raised his leg. Boom. An explosive shockwave erupted, sending Kizaru blasting forward like a bolt of lightning. His speed multiplied several times in an instant. A thunderous sonic boom rang out across the sky. Anyone who looked up only saw a white streak hurtling toward City A. Kizaru didn't accelerate any further. Not because he couldn't. But because he was worried about Fubuki. No matter how strong a psychic was, their physical body was still within normal human limits. According to Child Emperor's combat stats, Fubuki's physical durability was only 19. Weaker than most C-class heroes, barely stronger than an average person. A classic glass cannon mage. Kizaru was genuinely concerned she might not withstand the extreme forces. So, he limited himself to just around the speed of sound. This is insane. Fubuki's eyes widened as she saw the shockwave clouds forming. Sound travels at roughly 340 meters per second. Once an object surpasses that speed, it produces a sonic boom. In other words, Kizaru was now running through the air at over 1,000 kilometers per hour, carrying her with ease. And from her angle, he still looked completely relaxed. The sheer inhumanity of his physical capabilities was utterly terrifying. "Hey, don't make things up. If you spread false rumors, I'll sue you for defamation. Where am I fast, huh? Kizaru casually made a joke, but Fubuki clearly didn't get the deeper meaning. Her delicate face still looked confused. Before she could think any further, her phone rang again. The headquarters attempt to intercept and lure away the monster has failed. The target is still advancing toward the Hero Association HQ. At its current speed, it will make contact in less than 3 minutes. Just one glance at the update, and Fubuki couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Whenever a dragon-level threat was confirmed, the Hero Association would broadcast real-time updates to all heroes. A subtle way of pressuring them to act quickly. The Association's HQ was a massive fortress standing tall on the earth. But against a dragon-level threat, even the strongest fortress would just take a bit longer to be torn down. And this time, the monster was clearly targeting HQ itself. No matter what tactics the Association used, whether blocking or diverting, the monster never wavered from its path toward headquarters. Only 3 minutes left. If I go faster, will you be able to handle it? Kizaru looked down at Fubuki in his arms. He could move at the speed of light, but he couldn't take Fubuki with him. Unless he wanted to carry a pile of unrecognizable meat paste to City A. Already struggling to breathe from the sheer force, Fubuki's face turned pale at the thought of even more acceleration. But then, she imagined Kizaru saving the Hero Association. And then joining the Fubuki group afterward. The glory that would bring, suddenly, she feared nothing. I can do it. Just go full speed, ahhhhh. Fubuki clung onto Kizaru for dear life. Before she could finish speaking, Kizaru's speed skyrocketed. All that was left in the sky was the sound of Fubuki's screams fading into the distance. Hero Association HQ, City A. Right now, the headquarters was in total chaos. At first, most staff members felt safe. They assumed HQ was far enough from the disaster zone to avoid being affected. But then, they realized the monster was coming straight for them. And now, they had less than 3 minutes to react. That wasn't even enough time for the higher-ups to make a decision. Some of them wanted to evacuate immediately. Others, with blind faith in HQ's defenses, insisted on holding their ground. But most of them, they were just running around in panic, completely lost. In the end, the Hero Association had only existed for a few years. And among its so-called leadership, there were more than a few useless, incompetent fools. If not for the heroes willing to fight, the association would have collapsed long ago. Damn it. That thing's too strong, we're not on the same level at all. We can't let it get any closer. Everyone, attack together. Screw it. We fight to the death. One after another, the arriving heroes rallied themselves and formed the final defensive line between the monster and HQ. They were determined to hold the line. Boom. Rumble, rumble, rumble. But before they could even see the monster, a light blast shot toward them from afar. It landed. And exploded. An entire district was wiped off the map. Skyscrapers. Underground bunkers. Everything was leveled, reduced to a wasteland. And then, a purple-skinned figure emerged from the ruins. He had sharp features, antenna-like structures, and a muscular build. He looked eerily like a name Kian. This dragon-level monster stood tall amidst the destruction. And just ahead, the Hero Association HQ was now within sight. The purple-skinned monster didn't even acknowledge the heroes buried in the wreckage. Instead, a terrifying surge of energy gathered in his hands, forming into a massive energy sphere. Energy levels rising rapidly. 3,600. 7,200. 14,400. Warning. Warning. Inside the Hero Association HQ, piercing alarms rang non-stop. Even the most optimistic staff members, the ones who trusted HQ's defenses the most, now realized the truth. There was no way a concrete and steel building could withstand an explosion equivalent to millions of tons of TNT. And now, even the power-hungry executives, who would fight for authority even at the end of the world, could only stare at the virtual screens in utter despair. There, they saw the purple-skinned monster holding up a blazing sun. Disappear completely, you filthy humans who keep polluting the earth. The monster raised the energy bomb high. His first target, the Hero Association. Then, he would wipe out every last human being. A few surviving heroes barely managed to lift their heads from the rubble. With pain-filled expressions, they closed their eyes. They didn't want to see the moment HQ was annihilated. Whoosh. Boom. Just as the purple-skinned monster was about to unleash its attack, a figure descended from the sky and sent it flying with a single kick. The high-energy blast it held was also knocked away. The monster was sent hurtling hundreds of meters through the air, smashing through over a dozen buildings before finally crashing to the ground, carving a deep trench in its wake. Boom. At the same time, the energy bomb crashed down and detonated in a massive explosion. A towering mushroom cloud rose into the sky, and a wave of fire and destruction swept across the ruins, completely leveling the area. When the explosion finally settled, the blast site had been transformed into a colossal crater, over 100 meters wide and bottomless. Looks like we made it in time. Guess our luck isn't so bad after all. A laid-back voice suddenly echoed through the smoke. From within the swirling dust, a man in a suit emerged. His white coat fluttering behind him, emblazoned with two bold kanji. Justice. Degree. Chapter 136, Baldy. Justice. But what surprised everyone even more was the woman in his arms. Dressed in an elegant evening gown, she still looked a little shaken from the experience. Inside Hero Association HQ. For a moment, relief flooded the room. But before the staff could celebrate surviving certain death, the higher-ups snapped them back to work. Dragon-level threats made them look powerless. But intelligence gathering was their specialty. So when the surveillance feed captured the woman's face, one of the staff immediately recognized her. Is that Fubuki, the top-ranked B-class hero? The monitoring team instantly went into overdrive. Quick! Cross-check our hero database. I want that man's identity in the next minute. Meanwhile, the executives secretly let out a sigh of relief. And at the same time, they made a silent vow. We need more S-class heroes stationed near HQ, or better yet, living here permanently. We can't let this happen again. We need real firepower at our doorstep. Back on the battlefield. Having just been dragged across half a city at 3 times the speed of sound, Fubuki's legs still felt weak. She had to lean on Kizaru just to stay upright. You all right? Kizaru asked, clearly amused. Fubuki's physical endurance was far too low. Even weaker than Nami's. He made a mental note. I need to convince her to train more. Otherwise, she won't last long in battle, or anywhere else. I am fine. But be careful. Dragon-level threats aren't that easy to deal with. Though still shaken, Fubuki knew exactly how dangerous a dragon-class monster was. And the moment she snapped back to reality, she immediately warned Kizaru. Boom. Before he could respond, the purple-skinned monster came rushing back at breakneck speed. Watch out. A-class rank 6 hero, Blue Flame, shouted in warning. He wasn't weak. In fact, he believed himself to be on par with some S-class heroes. But against that monster, he couldn't even get close. So when Kizaru first appeared and kicked it away with ease, Blue Flame had been stunned. But now, he was genuinely worried. Would Kizaru survive the counterattack? He didn't need to be. Kizaru's eyelids lifted slightly. But he didn't even turn around. Instead, he simply raised a hand and casually swatted. It was over before it began. With future sight from his observation hockey, Kizaru had already predicted the monster's attack pattern. To an outsider, it looked like the monster willingly threw its own face into Kizaru's palm. Slap. One monstrous slap sent the creature spiraling like a spinning top, before slamming it back into the ground. Its head twisted dozens of times, its neck coiled like a pretzel. But it still wasn't dead. Damn you. Damn you. Unforgivable. The monster shrieked in rage. Its fury drowned out all reason. A mere human dares to humiliate me. Even after taking such a heavy blow, it acted as if nothing had happened. It simply twisted its own head back into place. And in mere seconds, it looked completely unharmed. Kizaru clicked his tongue. TSK. Still not as tough as a certain bald guy. Maybe I should try his training routine too. Kizaru frowned slightly as he looked at his right hand. He had always known that the bald guy was ridiculously strong, but having a clear reference point made him realize just how absurdly overpowered he actually was. Compared to the 4 emperors or marine admirals, this purple-skinned monster, or rather, vaccine man, was still a step below. But if placed among the 7 warlords, it would definitely rank near the top. Only Mihawk could definitely defeat it. Hancock and Doflamingo. They could put up a fight. If Kizaru got serious, he could probably one-shot vaccine man. But compared to a certain bald guy, who obliterated him with a casual punch, the difference was painfully obvious. Fools. I am vaccine man, born to eradicate humanity. Humans are nothing but a disease, corrupting the earth. How dare you ignore me? Vaccine man was absolutely livid. Endless energy erupted from his body, setting off another round of high-energy alerts at the Hero Association HQ. While his combat ability might not match the top-tier fighters of Kizaru's world, His raw energy level surpassed even them by several orders of magnitude. Even Kizaru had to take a second glance at the sheer power radiating from him. Huh. That's a lot of energy. Kizaru rubbed his chin, deep in thought. I wonder. Do monsters count as humans? If I take him back and have Vegapunk modify him, he'd make one hell of a battery, wouldn't he? After all, the pirate world had some crazy energy sources. Even cola was a viable power source. But compared to Vaccine Man's energy output, cola was nothing. Even the energy cores that powered Pacifistas couldn't come close. Human. Feel the wrath of the Earth. Earth purification cannon. Vaccine Man couldn't stand it anymore. Even after releasing so much power, Kizaru still wasn't taking him seriously. His rage boiled over. He no longer cared about his original mission to destroy Hero Association HQ. This golden bastard had to die first. He condensed his boundless energy into a hypercompressed sphere and fired it directly at Kizaru. For all his boasting, Vaccine Man wasn't lying about his strength. Even if former Admiral Zephyr was included, less than 10 Marines could actually beat him. And those who could do it without taking damage, you could count them on one hand. His life force and endurance were insane. If someone like Guion or Shaitan, Admiral candidates, fought him without prior knowledge, there was a real chance they'd lose. Ultimate Flash. Kizaru raised his right hand, pointed a single finger at Vaccine Man, and whispered. Light. Endless light. For a moment, the world lost all color. When the blinding brilliance finally dimmed, everyone was left in stunned silence. A massive, circular tunnel had been carved through the ruins, piercing straight through half the city. Even the distant mountains at the city's edge had been blown clean through. The tunnel extended all the way to the horizon. With the naked eye, no one could even tell how far the attack had gone. And as for Vaccine Man, gone. Not even a speck of dust remained. So cool. A voice suddenly broke the silence. Everyone was still shocked, speechless, but a man in a yellow jumpsuit and a white cape had appeared out of nowhere. With his lifeless fish eyes, he stared at Kizaru with faint curiosity. Saitama had been watching the news from Z-City. And when he saw reports of a disaster-level dragon monster attacking A-City, he rushed over at full speed. But when he arrived, he found that the terrifying monster had already been vaporized. At first, he didn't care. One-shotting monsters was his everyday life. But then, he saw Kizaru. And for the first time in a long while, he felt something strange. A hunch. An instinctive feeling. This guy might actually survive one of my punches. Saitama longed for battle. He ached for a fight that would ignite his passion again. But no matter how strong the opponent, none of them ever lasted more than a single punch. Even dragon-level monsters were nothing more than one-shot fodder. But this tall, golden bastard. For the first time in years, Saitama felt his blood stir. His heart began to race. He felt excited. You're pretty strong, huh? Saitama said. Kizaru smiled lazily. You flatter me. You're quite strong yourself. Kizaru studied the bald man in front of him. His observation haki was screaming at him, warning him just how dangerous this plain-looking, unfashionable guy really was. It wasn't quite a mortal threat. But this might be the strongest opponent he had ever encountered. If they actually fought, Kizaru could probably stall him with lightspeed movement. But in the end, he'd still lose. Because Saitama could afford to make mistakes. He, on the other hand, could not. One misstep, just one, and he'd be flattened. Wanna have a fight? Saitama's eyes lit up. Since Kizaru didn't look like a monster, Saitama couldn't just punch him out of nowhere. But in his mind, someone this strong must be struggling to find a worthy opponent. Just like him. If they fought and he held back a little, maybe, just maybe, he could finally have a real battle. No thanks. Kizaru rejected the offer without hesitation. He enjoyed a good fight. But only if he had a real chance of winning. Against a cheat like Saitama. Even if he went all out, his chances of victory were barely in the single digits. Fighting him was just asking for disappointment. If he ever did challenge Saitama, he'd rather wait a few more years. At his current growth rate, 2 or 3 more years, and he might actually qualify for a fair fight. Ah, that's too bad. Saitama sighed. It was rare to find someone strong. And even rarer to find someone who didn't want to fight. Well, if you ever change your mind, come find me, okay? Sure. Kizaru replied succinctly. watching as Saitama walked away, looking back 3 times before disappearing. Clearly, Saitama had no interest in dealing with the Hero Association. Though that was mostly because he had no idea they actually paid their heroes. A long moment passed after Saitama left, before Fubuki finally found the courage to step forward. Her emerald green eyes were still filled with shock and awe. That attack from earlier. It nearly pierced the horizon itself. According to the Hero Association sensors, the energy reading was an unprecedented 99,999 plus. It surpassed even the strongest weapon Metal Knight had ever developed. And the attack range? It completely shattered the Association's previous records. Even Metal Knight's most powerful long-range cannon was completely outclassed. Who was that just now? Fubuki tried to keep her composure as she spoke. But after witnessing Kizaru's power firsthand, she wasn't sure how to address him anymore. A troublesome guy. Kizaru muttered, clicking his tongue. In more ways than one. Until he reached a level where he could challenge Saitama fairly. He'd rather not deal with him. For the first time, he felt like he finally understood why people called him the Marine Monster. And why they looked at him the way he just looked at Saitama. Before Fubuki could say another word, her phone rang sharply. It was a direct call from the upper ranks of the Hero Association. You She hesitated for a moment. Then, in the most polite tone she could muster, she asked, would you be interested in joining the Hero Association, and maybe the Blizzard Group? Fubuki hesitated, glancing at her phone. Even after deciding to answer, she couldn't resist asking Kizaru first. Originally, she had planned to slowly recruit him, waiting for the right moment to invite him into the Blizzard Group. But now, she was being forced to act. Before she was ready, she had no choice but to go for it. The Hero Association is fine. As for the Blizzard Group, I'll think about it. Kizaru raised an eyebrow. He didn't mind joining the Hero Association. Flawed as it was leagues ahead of the world government. At the very least, it was created to protect civilians. The same couldn't be said for the world government. Of course, part of this was simply because the association lacked the sheer power of the world government. If it were as vast and dominant as the latter, who's to say it wouldn't become just as corrupt? Still, for now, joining the Hero Association wasn't a bad move. Especially since he had already made a strong first impression. Kizaru's response didn't surprise Fubuki. Had she not known he was from another world, she would have never humiliated herself by inviting an S-class hero into a B-class faction. Just don't take too long to decide, okay? She sighed, a little frustrated. Then, she finally answered her phone. Miss Fubuki, do you know the gentleman beside you? The moment the call connected, the Hero Association executives spoke urgently. They had already scoured their database of registered heroes. Not a single one matched Kizaru's description. In other words, the man who just took down a dragon-level threat was an ordinary civilian. Degree. Chapter 137, Swift Flash. His name is Kizaru. He's my friend. Fubuki glanced at Kizaru with a hint of grievance. She had worked so hard to get him to show up, but before she could lure him into the Blizzard Group, the Hero Association had snatched him away. She knew the Blizzard Group couldn't compare to the Association, but that didn't make it any less frustrating. That's wonderful. Mr. Kizaru, are you interested in joining the Hero Association? Would you and Miss Fubuki be willing to come to our headquarters for a meeting? The Association executives were thrilled. Every S-class hero added immense strength to their ranks. Especially someone like Kizaru, a newcomer with extraordinary power. Though S-class rankings weren't a perfect measure of strength, higher-ranked heroes were generally stronger. Based on what Kizaru had demonstrated so far, he could easily rank within the top 3 of S-class. The executives want you to come in. They'll probably invite you to join the association. Fubuki sighed as she hung up the phone, a look of envy on her face. Being personally invited by the executives, that was a privilege reserved for S-class heroes. She thought back to when she first joined the association, struggling through the entrance tests. She couldn't help but let out a sigh. Alright, let's go see what kind of codename they'll give me. Kizaru shrugged, indifferent. As they waited for a helicopter from headquarters, the heroes trapped in the ruins began to emerge. Vaccine Man hadn't gone out of his way to kill them, probably because he never considered them a threat. So aside from a few unlucky ones, most of them only suffered minor to moderate injuries. Thank you for saving us. Several injured heroes discussed among themselves before sending Blue Flame, rank 6 of A-class, to express their gratitude to Kizaru. A-class heroes were just one step below S-class, but for most of them, that step was an insurmountable chasm. Moreover, most S-class heroes were arrogant and eccentric. Even someone like Blue Flame, who was highly ranked in A-class, felt nervous speaking to Kizaru. No need to thank me. If it weren't for you all stalling the monster, I might have arrived too late. Kizaru's voice was calm and warm. Even among the 3 Marine admirals, he was the most approachable. He had no problem chatting casually with new recruits, even throwing an arm around their shoulders. Some old-fashioned Navy officers thought it undermined the dignity of an admiral. But among the lower ranks, Kizaru was by far the most popular of the 3. You really think that? Blue Flame was stunned. Kizaru was unexpectedly easy to talk to. Like Fubuki, Blue Flame was certain, once Kizaru joined the Hero Association, he'd immediately become S-class. Most S-class heroes were haughty and dismissive. It was strange to meet one this friendly. What's wrong? Did I say something strange? Kizaru was confused. To the Navy, admirals were indeed their strongest forces. But no one would ever dismiss the efforts of the lower ranks. Even the ruthless Akainu would help treat wounded soldiers, as long as they didn't break his code. And no, nothing's wrong. I just didn't expect someone like you to acknowledge our efforts. Other A-class and B-class heroes gradually gathered around. They were used to being treated as sidekicks or even obstacles. Even the nicer S-class heroes carried an air of superiority. Let me introduce myself. I'm Blue Flame, A-class rank 6. A-class rank 8, Gatling of Death. I'm A-class rank 33. Just call me Spring Mustache. It was rare to encounter such a friendly S-class hero, so the other heroes eagerly gathered around Kizaru, hoping to talk to him. For A-class heroes who aspired to grow stronger, even to step into the ranks of S-class, any insights from an S-class hero were invaluable. And Kizaru was a powerhouse capable of single-handedly eliminating a dragon-level threat. Dozens of heroes working together couldn't stop Vaccine Man, yet Kizaru had defeated him in an instant. The gap between them was even greater than the gap between an ordinary person and an A-class hero. Seeing that Kizaru was approachable, the A and B-class heroes naturally wanted to seek his guidance. You want to know how to get stronger? Of course, it's through relentless training. Kizaru didn't mind interacting with these heroes, who were full of justice. The fact that they risked their lives to fight monsters to protect civilians would have made them excellent Navy recruits in his own world. Even if they weren't from his world, Kizaru had no problem teaching them how to grow stronger to protect others. Just training. But no matter how much we train, there are limits. Blue Flame hesitantly voiced his concern, afraid that Kizaru might take it as doubt. True, pure training has limits. But do you really think you've reached yours? Kizaru understood that in the One Punch Man world, every living being had an internal limiter. Each person had their own upper boundary, and once they hit that ceiling, they couldn't get any stronger. Even those who became monsters merely reset their limiter, the only true exception being Saitama. However, for most people, the concept of a limiter was meaningless, as they would never reach their own ceiling in a lifetime. With enough effort, reaching Kizaru or Saitama's level was impossible, but becoming an S-class hero was still within reach. The A-class heroes exchanged glances. Some wanted to admit they had reached their limits, but they were unwilling to accept it. Of course not. I can still become stronger. A-class rank 25, Crescent Eyebrows, declared loudly. He wanted to grow stronger, he never wanted to feel powerless again. Kizaru, the helicopter from headquarters is here. Fubuki reminded him. This was her first time being invited to Hero Association headquarters. Normally, a lazy B-class hero like her wouldn't receive such an honor. When I join the Hero Association, anyone who wants to get stronger can come find me. Kizaru thought for a moment. He decided to leave behind some traces of his presence in this world. At Hero Association headquarters, when Kizaru and Fubuki stepped off the helicopter, they were greeted by top executives and the entire staff. If Kizaru hadn't arrived in time, no one believed the headquarters could have withstood the devastation of a dragon-level threat. Even among recorded dragon-level disasters, Vaccine Man's destructive power ranked among the most terrifying. To counter him, the association had mobilized 4 S-class heroes at once, yet none of them had arrived in time. Welcome, Mr. Kizaru. Please allow me to express the Hero Association's deepest gratitude for your assistance. A senior executive, whose face appeared kind and friendly, stepped forward. Given that he was nearly 2 meters tall, one might wonder if he was chosen for this task simply because of his height, to make the meeting with Kizaru look less absurd. After all, Kizaru, standing at 3 meters, was strikingly tall. If the association's helicopter hadn't been large enough, he might not have fit inside. But even a 2-meter tall man still looked short next to Kizaru. The difference of several heads between them made for an amusing sight. No need for formalities. Personally, I have a positive impression of the Hero Association's efforts to protect civilians. Kizaru responded leisurely. After decades in the Navy, justice was ingrained in his very being. As long as the Hero Association didn't become corrupt and abandon its mission to protect the people, he had no problem working with them. Oh. Then, Mr. Kizaru, would you be interested in joining the Hero Association? With your strength and achievements, you are more than qualified to become an S-class hero. The executive eagerly extended the offer. After the Vaccine Man incident, Hero Association headquarters felt an overwhelming sense of insecurity. They wanted as many S-class heroes stationed at headquarters as possible. But S-class heroes were independent and stubborn. Some, like Watchdog Men, refused to leave their own turf, not even chasing down escaping monsters. Others, like Metal Knight, acted purely according to their own interests, unless it was for testing new weapons, he wouldn't bother fighting monsters. Otherwise, with his strength, he wouldn't have been overtaken by his former assistant, Child Emperor. Since they couldn't make S-class heroes stay at headquarters, their only option was to recruit more of them, hoping they would be available when disaster struck. Right now, Kizaru was their best candidate. He had traveled from City B to City A in mere minutes. Even Flashy Flash, renowned for his speed, couldn't sprint hundreds of kilometers at such an astonishing pace. And Kizaru had even brought Fubuki along. Without her slowing him down, who knew how fast he could really go? I'll consider it. But you're not going to give me some weird codename, are you? Kizaru was just here on vacation, but he didn't mind playing along for fun. After all, the Hero Association's S-class heroes weren't exactly known for their diligence. The only thing that worried him was the possibility of receiving a weird hero name. Take Caped Baldy, for example, that was just bad luck. But even among the S-class heroes, while some names like Silver Fong and Drive Knight sounded decent, others, Pig God, Tank Top Master, Demon Cyborg, Pori Pori Prisoner, Metal Bat, were downright ridiculous. After being a Navy Admiral for so long, Kizaru had a bit of an image to maintain. If the association gave him a name like Tall Justice or Cloaked Beanpole, even he couldn't guarantee he wouldn't resort to silencing a few people. Of course not. As for your hero name, how about Swift Flash? One of the executives chuckled awkwardly. He secretly decided to issue a gag order. No way could they let this hero, who clearly cared about his name, find out that their first suggestion had been Cloaked Justice. It's acceptable, I guess. Will I be ranked last among the S-class? Kizaru clicked his tongue. Swift Flash wasn't exactly inspiring, but it fit his demonstrated abilities well enough. Of course not. While we will allocate some merit to the heroes who initially held off Vaccine Men, single-handedly eliminating a dragon-level threat is more than enough to place you at S-class rank 9. The executive quickly reassured him. By now, they were starting to get a sense of this new S-class hero's personality. The previously silent association staff began whispering among themselves. It had been a long time since a hero was directly promoted to S-class, and even longer since anyone jumped straight into the top 10. The most extreme case, Metal Bat, had climbed from C-class rank 223 all the way up. Kizaru skipping C, B, and A-class entirely was an absolute anomaly. To recruit him, the Hero Association had bent over backward, even breaking its usual procedures. Not bad. All right, I'll join. Kizaru was satisfied with his ranking. Hero ranks were based on achievements, not just raw strength, otherwise, Child Emperor wouldn't be ranked above Metal Knight. Landing at rank 9 showed the association wasn't downplaying his contributions. If he wanted to climb higher, all he had to do was take down more monsters, which wasn't exactly difficult for him. Fantastic. Welcome to the Hero Association. We'll add your hero title and ranking to the official announcements as soon as possible. The executive beamed. Every additional S-class hero strengthened the association's power. And this time, they had recruited an immensely powerful speedster. If they could convince Kizaru to station himself in City A, or better yet, at headquarters, it would vastly improve their security. Hold on. Before the executive could extend that invitation, Fubuki, who had been silent until now, suddenly interrupted. Ah. Miss Fubuki, do you have an issue? The executive's smile twitched. If any other B-class hero had interrupted him, they'd soon learn what regret felt like. But Fubuki was an exception. Not only was her sister the rank 2 S-class hero, but she also had some unclear connection to this new rank 9 S-class hero. On top of that, Fubuki herself wasn't easy to handle. She might be just B-class rank 1, but if she hadn't repeatedly refused promotions, she'd be a high-ranking A-class hero by now. Even the playgroup that her sister, Tatsumaki, dismissed, the Fubuki group, had gradually become a significant force. Individually, B-class heroes weren't that strong or influential. But when 30 of them banded together under a well-connected leader like Fubuki, even the association's executives couldn't ignore their presence. Kizaru was discovered by the Fubuki group. According to the Hero Association's rules, recruiting new heroes comes with a reward, right? Fubuki wasn't about to let the association off easy. Running the Fubuki group wasn't cheap, and the membership fees her subordinates paid barely covered expenses. If she didn't squeeze some extra funds from the association, how was she supposed to afford luxury cars, designer handbags, and high-end heels? Of course. So, as usual, should we credit the reward to the Fubuki group? The executive let out a small sigh of relief. Fubuki was referring to an early hero association policy. Back then, there weren't many heroes, and most weren't interested in joining. To expand quickly, the association had introduced a recruitment incentive. Anyone who brought in a new hero who passed the entrance test would receive a bonus. After the association became well known, most heroes joined voluntarily, and the policy was largely forgotten. But now that Fubuki had brought it up, they couldn't just ignore it. Besides, even though the reward for recruiting an S-class hero was significant, it was a drop in the bucket for the association. Degree. Chapter 138, Hero's Reaction. Actually, just transfer it to my ACC. Kizaru paused. Never mind. Just give it to the Fubuki group. Fubuki hesitated. She had her eye on a pair of limited edition heels, but after recently splurging on a luxury car, her budget was tight. She'd originally planned to use the association's reward money to buy them. But then she remembered that the Fubuki group's funds were running low. With a heavy heart, she bid farewell to the limited edition heels. The executive didn't pay much attention to her internal struggle. He simply gave a brief instruction: staff would take care of the reward transfer later. Mr. Kizaru. Oh, my apologies. As per protocol, I should now refer to you as Swift Flash. Do you have a place to stay? Would you consider settling in City A? The executive was enthusiastic. His home, factories, and businesses were all in City A. If he could persuade Swift Flash to live there, it would be a great security boost for him personally, and for his assets. The Hero Association was still a young organization. At its inception, billionaire Agoni had donated a massive sum to establish its framework. As a result, the current upper ranks were a mixed bunch, but mostly wealthy individuals. Rich people valued personal safety and a stable environment above all else, naturally opposing monsters, who were born destroyers and unpredictable threats. No need. Kizaru, no, Swift Flash, will be staying with the Fubuki group for now. Before Borsellino could answer, Fubuki firmly rejected the offer. She was already upset that he hadn't officially joined her group. If the Hero Association headquarters poached him as well, she might actually spiral into depression. Let's go with what Fubuki said. After all, without her, I wouldn't have joined the association in the first place. Seeing Fubuki's pleading gaze, Borsellino went along with her decision, tactfully turning down the executive's invitation. He had a well-known weakness: he couldn't say no to beautiful women. And honestly, living at Association HQ sounded far less interesting than cohabiting with a beauty. The executive was disappointed but didn't let it affect his attitude toward Borsellino. After all, this man had just set a record, crossing 127 kilometers in 3 minutes. Without question, he was the fastest hero in both S-Class and the entire association. Even if he wasn't stationed at HQ, having such a rapid response S-Class hero available greatly improved the association's security. Once Borsellino completed his registration and received his communication device, the association wasted no time in making an announcement. The dragon-level threat, Vaccine Man, has been eliminated in City A by S-Class hero Swift Flash. Swift Flash, S-Class Rank 9. Updated hero rankings: former S-Class Rank 9, Drive Knight, moves to Rank 10. Subsequent ranks have been adjusted accordingly. The announcement also included a brief profile on Borsellino, though it omitted his real name and exact abilities. This was standard procedure. On one hand, it protected heroes from disruptions in their personal lives. On the other, it prevented monsters from gathering intel on their strengths and weaknesses. TCH. Taken down that fast. S-Class Rank 9. Is he really that strong? Wait a damn minute. That means I just got pushed down to Rank 16. Metalbat, riding his gang-style motorcycle, nearly lost control when he saw the update. For a moment, he thought the Hero Association's HQ had been destroyed by a dragon-level disaster. But no, it was just that a monstrously strong new S-Class hero had appeared. Someone powerful enough to solo a dragon-level threat. Even among S-Class heroes, that was no joke. Not that Metalbat cared about the association's survival. What pissed him off was that his hard-earned ranking, achieved through countless monster beatdowns, had suddenly dropped. Now some newbie had jumped in and shoved him down the list. Metalbat wasn't happy. And he wasn't going to forget the name Swift Flash. Swift Flash. In a secluded training room, S-Class Rank 13, Flashy Flash, scoffed. A name suspiciously close to his own. And he dared to call himself Swift. To Flashy Flash, this was a blatant insult. Once he finished this round of training, he'd go and show this upstart exactly who the real fastest hero was. Looks like we've got a rather strong newcomer. S-Class Rank 4, Atomic Samurai, lay on a hillside, chewing a blade of grass while soaking up the sun. Given the distance between his mountain dojo and Hero Association HQ, by the time he arrived, the headquarters would have likely been demolished 8 times over. "Master, didn't you promise to teach us Atomic Slash today?" A-Class Rank 3, IAI Muta, sounded exasperated. She, along with A-Class Rank 2, Ian, and Rank 4, Bushi Drill, were all disciples of Atomic Samurai. "Oh, right. Almost forgot. Well, each of you, do 20,000 practice swings first. You, add 5,000 more. Wake me when you're done." With that, Atomic Samurai pulled his straw hat over his face and promptly started snoring. IAI Muta rolled her eyes but obediently grabbed her wooden sword and returned to the dojo atop the hill to begin her swings. Even for an A-class hero, 25,000 practice swings was no small feat. Meanwhile, at K-City's television station, Sweet Mask had just finished recording a show. Back in his dressing room, the first thing he did, after dismissing his assistants, was dial Hero Association HQ. "What's the deal with this Swift Flash in S-Class Rank 9? How did he get promoted straight to S-Class without going through me, the A-Class Rank 1? Sweet Mask was furious. He had deliberately held onto his A-Class Rank 1 position for so long to prevent unworthy heroes from easily ascending to S-Class. In his eyes, S-Class should be reserved for only the most exceptional heroes. Those who lacked the necessary strength should stay in A-Class instead of accumulating minor achievements by fighting weak monsters and undeservedly climbing into S-Class, ultimately lowering its overall standard. Maybe Swift Flash was strong enough, but this direct promotion? Unacceptable. It undermined the whole purpose of Sweet Mask gatekeeping the top of A-Class. Watch your tone. Are you questioning the decisions of the association's upper management? The executive on the other end wasn't pleased either. When HQ was in danger, Sweet Mask hadn't shown up. Now that someone else had saved the day and earned their promotion, he was throwing a fit. If the association continues with these direct promotions, bypassing me entirely, then yes, I am questioning your decisions. Sweet Mask didn't wait for a response. He hung up. Then, for good measure, he blocked the executive's number. After a brief moment of contemplation, he called his assistants back into the dressing room. If he wanted to prevent heroes from bypassing his test and jumping straight to S-Class, there was only one solution: he had to prove that Swift Flash wasn't qualified for S-Class. Even if it was unfair to the newcomer, it was necessary. Should I investigate this Swift Flash? His assistant hesitated. He was used to Sweet Mask's unusual requests, but investigating a newly promoted S-Class hero? That was on another level. Sweet Mask had considerable influence within the Hero Association and the media, but when it came to S-Class heroes, even the most powerful figures had to tread carefully. S-Class heroes were the association's trump cards. Their information was highly classified and fiercely protected. That's right. I'm going to prove to everyone that Swift Flash is not a real S-Class hero. Sweet Mask didn't bother to hide his intentions. He would target Swift Flash. He would make the newcomer realize that he wasn't qualified, forcing him to step down voluntarily and return to A-Class, to face Sweet Mask's personal test. And if Swift Flash managed to pass, Sweet Mask wouldn't mind personally recommending him for S-Class again. Understood. Give me some time. The assistant still looked troubled, but he would carry out the order regardless. As an influential idol and celebrity, Sweet Mask held considerable sway within the Hero Association. Even though S-Class hero files were highly confidential, he had plenty of ways to get his hands on them. Meanwhile, Borsalino was still unaware that someone had set their sights on him as a newly promoted S-Class hero. Not that he would care even if he knew. After registering his hero profile, he accompanied Fubuki to visit Lily's mother. By sheer luck, because she couldn't afford to live in a neighborhood close to Hero Association HQ, Lily's mother had avoided harm during the recent dragon-level disaster. Despite her delinquent-like appearance, Lily's mother turned out to be surprisingly warm, kind, and quite beautiful. Unfortunately, or fortunately, she was a bit older. Otherwise, Borsalino couldn't guarantee he wouldn't find himself relating to a certain historical chancellor. Are you really not considering joining the Blizzard Group? If you do, I'll make you my second-in-command. Thanks to Borsalino, Fubuki managed to hitch a ride on a helicopter that the Hero Association had arranged to take them back to City B. For the entire flight, she tried various ways to change his mind, but none succeeded. By the time they landed on the Blizzard Group's office rooftop, more than half an hour had passed. Only now did Fubuki fully grasp just how terrifying Borsalino's speed was. Crossing over 100 kilometers in just 3 minutes meant he was moving at least 3 times the speed of sound. If not for his armament hockey protecting her, the sheer force of the rushing air could have killed her instantly. How generous. But I'm feeling a bit hungry right now, how about we talk after a meal? Borsalino didn't mind joining the Blizzard Group. But if he agreed too easily, it would take away Fubuki's motivation. It was better to keep a goal dangling in front of her, something to keep her actively trying. Then, how about steak? Fubuki wasn't discouraged despite Borsellino's continued evasiveness. Recruiting an S-class hero into a team that was mostly B-class was naturally a difficult task. Still, she knew exactly how strong Borsellino truly was. He wasn't S-class just because he barely made the cut, he was S-class because there was no higher ranking. No one seriously believed that S-class rank 16, Pori Pori Prisoner, was in the same league as S-class rank 2, Tatsumaki. And in Fubuki's mind, Borsellino was stronger than even her sister. Sounds good. Let's see how the food in this world compares. Borsellino stroked his chin. So far, he had traveled to multiple worlds. In Jotaro's world, he had been too busy fighting Dio. In Akane's world, he only had a showdown with Esteth. In the Marvel Universe, he spent his time partying for days at Stark's mansion, mostly exchanging experiences with beautiful women. He had never seriously sampled the cuisine of other worlds. No problem. I know a fantastic restaurant, you won't be disappointed. Fubuki was full of confidence. She might not be the strongest, but when it came to food, entertainment, and leisure, she was an expert. Hearing this, Borsellino only smiled. He didn't bother telling Fubuki that his little sidekick, Guild Tesoro, had a floating golden casino with the world's finest team of chefs. In a way, that kitchen was the all-blue Sanji had always dreamed of. Degree. Chapter 139, Tatsumaki. Whether it was ingredients from the Four Seas or the Grand Line, every kind could be found in this massive kitchen. The finest chefs, earning top-tier salaries, worked with the highest quality ingredients in the best kitchen, constantly pushing the limits of culinary excellence. Even compared to the chefs kept by the Celestial Dragons, these cooks were just as skilled, if not better. After all, a significant number of them had originally been won from the Celestial Dragons themselves in high-stakes gambles. Kizaru and Guild Tesoro both despised the Celestial Dragons, but that never stopped them from making money off them. There wasn't a bigger group of gullible suckers in the world. That said, the restaurant Fubuki spoke so highly of was indeed impressive. Even someone as spoiled by top-tier cuisine as Kizaru was willing to give the head chef's signature dish a passing grade. That 70- or 80-year-old head chef might even qualify to work in the kitchens of the Golden Ship, though only as an assistant. Tastes pretty good. Kizaru gave an honest evaluation. If he weren't so accustomed to fine dining, his praise might have been higher. Just pretty good. Fubuki was unconvinced. This was the best steak she'd ever had. And maybe it was just her imagination, but today's steak tasted even better than usual. It was truly an exquisite dish. Kizaru simply smiled without arguing. Instead, he made a mental note to take Fubuki to the Golden Ship sometime, so she could experience what real, shining cuisine was. But just as he was thinking that, his expression shifted slightly. He turned toward the kitchen. Boom. A violent explosion erupted from the restaurant's kitchen. A monster fused with an oven burst through the kitchen wall, dragging the elderly head chef in one hand. Not tasty. Not tasty. Not tasty. How could my steak not be tasty? Eat it. Say my steak is delicious. The oven monster roared in fury as he tried to force-feed a freshly grilled steak to the struggling head chef. The scorching hot meat seared the old man's face, making him grunt in pain, but he refused to open his mouth. A monster. Fubuki instantly shifted into combat mode, using her psychic powers to hurl chairs and tables at the oven monster, trying to free the chef. Attacks like this weren't uncommon. Most of the time, by the time the Hero Association even realized a monster had appeared, the heroes had already dealt with it. There was simply no way to monitor every part of all the cities at once. Bam. 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 A barrage of furniture smashed into the oven monster. Caught off guard, he howled in pain and accidentally let go of the chef. Seems like just a wolf-level or tiger-level monster. Fubuki exhaled in relief, continuing her telekinetic assault with bricks and rubble. She also wanted to prove herself in front of Kizaru. Unfortunately, the opponent was too weak to really show off her strength. Then again, weak wasn't always bad. If it were a demon-level monster, she wasn't sure she could win. Damn it. And all you customers deserve to die too. Always complaining about me. My steaks are just as good as that old bastard's, why are none of you satisfied? The oven monster howled in rage and charged straight at Fubuki. Like most monsters, its vitality was ridiculously strong. As long as it could endure the pain, it would be hard for Fubuki to finish it off quickly. Hellstorm. Fubuki had already unleashed her ultimate move. Every table, chair, and piece of debris in the restaurant flew at the oven monster under her telekinetic control. But even that wasn't enough to stop the monster's charge. Kizaru, on the other hand, remained calm as he casually wiped his mouth, as if he hadn't noticed that Fubuki was in danger. Boom. A massive 18-wheeler truck suddenly crashed into the restaurant at an astonishing speed, slamming straight into the oven monster. The once raging creature was instantly crushed into a pulp. I knew you'd be here. A green-haired, twin-tailed girl in a black slit dress descended from the air. She looked like a young girl, practically a child, but her presence was overwhelmingly strong as she faced Fubuki. It's been a while, and you're still playing these childish games. Just disband your little B-class fan club already. Your strength is getting weaker and weaker. Fubuki clenched her teeth. She had always felt inferior when standing before her older sister, Tatsumaki, who was 1,000 times stronger than her. What made it worse was that the group she took pride in, the Blizzard Group, was nothing more than a B-class fan club in her sister's eyes. It was infuriating. And you? Tatsumaki's sharp gaze landed on Kizaru. You're that Swift Flash guy, right? The new rank 9 S-class hero. I'm warning you, stay away from my sister. Otherwise. She glared fiercely at him. If there was one thing she absolutely couldn't stand, it was people getting too close to Fubuki. The moment she heard rumors about Fubuki and the new S-class hero getting too close, she had abandoned her monster investigation just to come and confirm the situation herself. But before she could finish her sentence, a faint flash of light flickered. Tatsumaki's reflexes were instant. She activated her psychic defenses, only to realize a single strand of her hair had already been cut. It silently floated down, past her chest, and onto the floor. Tatsumaki's expression darkened. She was already 28 years old, a full 5 years older than Fubuki. And yet, compared to her younger sister's mature, beautiful figure, she still looked like an underaged girl. For a moment, rage burned inside her. Then she locked eyes with Kizaru. That bastard. That attack just now, it was him. That speed. Even she couldn't react in time. So this is Swift Flash. Chef, we've got more guests. Mind preparing a few more of your specialties? Kizaru casually turned to the dazed head chef. The old man seemed to have some complicated emotions about the oven monster. But Kizaru wasn't particularly interested. In the world of One Punch, humans often mutated into monsters due to emotional triggers. And most of the time, those monsters were beyond saving. Killing them wasn't something to feel bad about. Sigh. Kenjiro was actually a talented chef. I just wanted him to improve. Ah, never mind. Please wait a moment. The old chef seemed like he wanted to explain something about the oven monster. But seeing that the creature had already been flattened by a truck, he chose to drop the subject. Why don't you sit down and eat with us? Kizaru looked up at Tatsumaki, who was still on high alert. It's been a while since you had a meal with Fubuki, hasn't it? While Kizaru personally preferred Fubuki's type, he had to admit, legal lolis had their own appeal. Tatsumaki, who had been ready to fight, suddenly froze. She had already prepared herself for an all-out battle with Kizaru. But instead, he invited her to sit down and eat with her beloved little sister. Humph. She crossed her arms. Just so we're clear, I'm not afraid of you. I just don't want to cause a scene in front of Fubuki right now. Slowly, she lowered herself from the air and sat down with a huff. Fubuki, meanwhile, looked absolutely stunned, like a cat with all its fur standing on end. She stared at Tatsumaki in disbelief. Her sister had never compromised on anything. Even when it came to her own family, she always acted unreasonably, issuing commands instead of holding conversations. That wasn't communication, it was one-sided dictation. Tatsumaki had spent her childhood imprisoned and experimented on by a mysterious organization. As a result, she never saw value in forming connections with others. Yet here she was, sitting down, willing to have a conversation. But Fubuki, still full of self-doubt, didn't realize that Tatsumaki's actions were because of her. Instead, she assumed it was because of Kizaru's strength. As expected, only the truly powerful could make her sister take them seriously. No matter what, she had to recruit Kizaru into the Blizzard group. She had to prove to Tatsumaki that her group was more than just some B-class fan club. Kizaru leaned back. So, what do you want to eat? Kizaru simply chuckled as he handed over the menu, his gaze lingering on Tatsumaki's childlike face with amusement. Even when Nami first joined him, she was already a well-developed young woman. If he didn't know for a fact that Tatsumaki was already 28, it would have been difficult to justify making a move on her based on appearance alone. I'll have the seafood cheese pasta. Now tell me, who the hell are you? And why are you getting close to Fubuki? Tatsumaki clearly wasn't unfamiliar with this restaurant, one of Fubuki's favorites. She didn't even need to check the menu before ordering something she regularly ate. Then, without blinking, she locked eyes with Kizaru, trying to read him. She may look like a naive child, but she was far from it. Tatsumaki had been locked away and experimented on since childhood. Her immense power made communication unnecessary, which led to the development of her infuriating personality, one even Fubuki couldn't tolerate. But now, facing someone just as strong as her, she couldn't afford to act superior without consequences. Kizaru is my friend. Fubuki's voice was full of frustration. What she hated the most was Tatsumaki interfering in every aspect of her life. That overbearing protectiveness was suffocating. Friend. Tatsumaki scoffed. This guy's strength isn't much weaker than mine. She had already reviewed the Hero Association's recordings of Kizaru's battle against vaccine men before coming here. His ability to effortlessly crush a dragon-level monster. His godlike speed, fast enough to bypass even her telekinesis. It all proved that Kizaru was an absolute powerhouse. Even she wasn't sure if she could definitely beat him in a straight fight. And now, someone that powerful was lowering himself to be Fubuki's friend. If it wasn't because he was lusting after her, then what? For that ridiculous B-class fan club? Honestly, Tatsumaki's suspicion wasn't wrong at all. What she didn't realize was Kizaru wasn't just after Fubuki. He wanted the big sister, too. So what? Am I not allowed to have strong friends? Fubuki snapped back, genuinely furious for once. She was sick of Tatsumaki's unreasonable attitude. She was 23, not the 13-year-old little girl Tatsumaki treated her as. What's with that tone? I'm your big sister. Tatsumaki slammed her hands on the table. Before she could continue, Kizaru laughed out loud. Even though he already knew they were sisters, watching a loli slam the table and scold her sister was hilarious. Tatsumaki's eyes twitched, and she glared daggers at Kizaru. Unfortunately, her petite stature and inability to threaten him properly made her look less intimidating and more like a little girl throwing a tantrum. From Tatsumaki's perspective, Kizaru was far too dangerous. That one attack that carved through half of City A, piercing the sky itself. Even she had to admit. She couldn't match that level of destruction. As a psychic, she specialized in widespread devastation, yet not even a meteor crash could create something on that scale. If she weren't so versatile, she would seriously doubt whether she could even win against him. And now, this guy was sticking around Fubuki. Even if he had no bad intentions, he was still a massive source of danger. Tatsumaki had to put a stop to it. Just because you're my sister doesn't mean you get to control who I befriend. For the first time, Fubuki was fighting back. She had never defied Tatsumaki before. Even if it was just words, it was still a monumental moment for her. The shock on Tatsumaki's face said it all. She hadn't expected this at all. Her sister wasn't even in danger yet, and she was already defying her. Degree. Chapter 140, Sister Complex. After a second of stunned silence, her expression darkened in rage. If it were anyone else talking back to her, she would have dropped a meteor on them already. But Fubuki was different. She was her precious little sister. And this proved that her worries were valid. If this guy kept sticking around, who knows what else Fubuki might start doing. She had to stop this. Just as she was about to explode. Beep. 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 Just as Tatsumaki was about to vent her frustration on Kizaru and force him to stay away from her sister, her communication device suddenly rang with an urgent tone. Since she disliked interacting with others, Tatsumaki rarely carried a phone. The only time the Hero Association could contact her was in critical emergencies. And when that happened, even Tatsumaki had to answer. TCH. You better stay away from Fubuki. Next time I see you, I'll definitely settle this. Her annoyance was palpable. Damn monsters, always choosing the worst possible timing to show up. Tatsumaki's temperament was notorious, but when it came to priorities, she knew what mattered. Of course, the real reason she was backing off was because she wasn't confident she could defeat Kizaru quickly. If they fought, it would take time, and if a monster went on a rampage while they were at it, she'd be the laughingstock of the Hero Association. With that, she took off into the sky, flying at full speed toward the monster's location. Before Kizaru showed up, Tatsumaki was unrivaled in terms of destructive power, defense, and mobility. Her overwhelming abilities even earned her the title of the association's ultimate weapon. And she lived up to it. Aside from her awful personality and refusal to cooperate with other heroes, she was flawless in every other aspect. Even now, with her sister at stake, she chose to eliminate the monster instead of continuing her grudge against Kizaru. Forget her. She's always been like this, never caring about how others feel. Fubuki bit her lip, watching Tatsumaki's figure disappear into the distance. She was sick of her sister's overbearing nature. That bad-tempered little girl left already. The restaurant's head chef emerged from the kitchen, holding a steaming bowl of creamy soup. His expression was slightly bewildered. Earlier, the oven monster's sudden attack had scared off most of the waitstaff, forcing the chef to act as both cook and waiter. Chef-san, do you know Miss Tatsumaki? Kizaru raised an eyebrow in curiosity. Given Tatsumaki's personality, it was hard to imagine her interacting with ordinary people, let alone a chef. She wouldn't even acknowledge A-class heroes, let alone weak S-class ones. In a way, Tatsumaki and Saitama were very similar. She became a hero because she wanted to, not because she cared about recognition or approval. Fubuki, who had been about to leave, turned back as well. She was a regular at this restaurant and was quite familiar with the old chef, yet she had never once seen Tatsumaki dine here. Oh. That little girl's name is Tatsumaki. I don't know her personally, but... The chef scratched his head. Every time after Miss Fubuki finishes her meal, that little girl always shows up and sits in her favorite seat, ordering the exact same dish. I thought she was one of Fubuki's admirers. The chef's understanding of the hero association was limited. He knew Fubuki was a B-class hero, but he had no idea that Tatsumaki was the S-class rank 2 hero, Tornado of Terror. But that wasn't his fault. Fubuki needed recognition to expand the Fubuki group, so she deliberately made herself more visible. Tatsumaki, on the other hand, saw communication as a waste of time. Her power was so overwhelming that most monsters never even had the chance to realize she was there before she annihilated them. That's why, even though the chef had seen Tatsumaki before, he didn't even know her name. You're joking, right? Fubuki was stunned. Her first thought wasn't that Tatsumaki was protecting her. It was that her sister's obsessive protection had worsened to the point where she might just lock her in a basement someday and never let her out. Sister complexes are terrifying. Kizaru stroked his chin, suddenly realizing that getting both sisters might actually be easier than he thought. With Tatsumaki's level of obsession, all he had to do was win over Fubuki. And Tatsumaki would come as a buy one get one free bonus. Kizaru, I'm a bit tired. Let's head back. Fubuki shook her head. Up until now, she had been completely focused on recruiting Kizaru. But after everything that had just happened, her mind was a mess. She needed time to sort things out. All right. Kizaru, ever the gentleman, offered his arm to support her. He wasn't in a hurry. Considering the time difference between worlds, he could spend 2 whole months in the One Punch Man world and still have time to spare. Besides, Hybera AI and Orochimaru needed time to research pure gold. He was actually looking forward to seeing if they could create an artificial version. Chef-san, could you pack up the food that's ready? How much is it in total? Fubuki suddenly remembered that Lily was probably waiting for her and quickly turned to the chef. No need. This one's on me. If it weren't for you, I'd probably be dead at the hands of my only apprentice. The old chef sighed, looking a decade older than when Kizaru and Fubuki had first entered the restaurant. That monster was. Fubuki's face darkened as she recalled the quiet, introverted young men who used to work under the chef. I was planning to pass this restaurant down to Kenjiro. But now that he's turned into a monster and died, there's no point in keeping it open. After today, I'm retiring and going back to my hometown. The chef steadily packed the food for Fubuki, but his hands trembled slightly. Kizaru watched silently, gaining a bit more understanding of why so many people wanted to become heroes in this world. What do you think? Our world, it's terrible, isn't it? As they walked toward the Fubuki group headquarters, Fubuki suddenly spoke, her tone low and weary. Well, it's definitely bad, but compared to the world government, the celestial dragons, and those corrupt kings and nobles, it doesn't seem that bad. Kizaru replied earnestly. He had done a serious comparison. And monsters that only knew destruction still couldn't compare to the despicable celestial dragons. Sure, there were a few exceptions among the celestial dragons, those rare, redeemable individuals. But those were the odd ones out, the 1 in a million anomalies. Fubuki snorted in disbelief. She refused to believe there was a place worse than her world. How could there possibly be humans more monstrous than actual monsters? Before long, they arrived at the Fubuki group headquarters. Despite having a total of 30 members, the building was often empty. Most members were out patrolling the city. If a monster appeared, they would immediately report it and rally the entire Fubuki group for battle. Lady Fubuki. Lord Kizaru. Thank you so much. As soon as they stepped inside, Lily sprang to her feet, bowing deeply in gratitude. She had already seen the official announcement. A dragon-level disaster had struck City A, and Kizaru had dealt with it single-handedly. She had also contacted her mother and confirmed that she was safe and sound. Ah, no need for thanks. It was just a small effort. But if you really want to show your gratitude, how about bringing me a cold drink? Kizaru's gaze subtly drifted to Lily's chest. But the moment he realized there was nothing worth looking at, he quickly looked away. A flat-chested rich girl was still flat even when she bowed. Completely oblivious to the fact that her measurements had just been analyzed, Lily cheerfully went to prepare drinks for Kizaru and Fubuki. Here's your food. Who's on duty today? Mustache and Mountain Ape. Call them back so they can share. Fubuki gently lowered the floating bags onto the coffee table. Psychics had it easy in daily life. Compared to them, even the most masterful devil fruit users couldn't match the convenience of telekinesis for everyday tasks. Of course, devil fruit abilities had a higher ceiling overall. Even Tatsumaki, despite her overwhelming strength, was a step below true top-tier powerhouses. She was stronger than Hancock, equal to Gion, but weaker than Esteth, who had mastered all 3 types of hockey. And Esteth herself was half a step below the 3 admirals. In a life-or-death battle, Kizaru wouldn't even have to think about it. Akainu would definitely beat Esteth, while Akiji would at worst end up in a mutual defeat with her. Long live Lady Fubuki. Lily, still a young girl at heart, cheered excitedly at the sight of the food. Is there a large open area nearby with little to no foot traffic? Kizaru leaned back on the couch, legs crossed, openly admiring Fubuki's curves. She couldn't compare to Hancock, of course. Hell, even Nami, after growing up, outclassed her in both size and shape. But after seeing so many over-the-top figures, sometimes a different type of beauty was refreshing. Are you planning to train the A-class heroes? Fubuki, a bit slow on the uptake, didn't notice Kizaru's gaze, but she did catch on to his intentions. Back at Hero Association HQ, when he defeated Vaccine Men, Kizaru had mentioned helping the heroes get stronger. She just never expected him to follow through on it. Yeah. B-class and C-class heroes can come too, I won't turn anyone away. Kizaru nodded. As an admiral, he was more than qualified to train others in Rokushiki, 6 powers. After all, even CP agents could learn it, there wasn't much reason to keep it secret, especially in another world. Really? Then can I and my Fubuki group members join? Fubuki's eyes lit up. She knew exactly how strong Kizaru was. A top-tier powerhouse offering free training. Even she was tempted to learn from him. You at least need a solid foundation, weak bodies won't cut it. Kizaru added a disclaimer. He had 0 patience for training from scratch. According to Marine standards, a person needed at least 100 Dariki to have a chance at learning Rokushiki. To fully master it, one needed at least 1000 Dariki. For reference, a normal Marine grunt only had 10 Dariki. So the entry bar was pretty damn high. A physically weak Esper like Fubuki. Trying to learn Rokushiki would be a complete waste of time. I'm a psychic. Of course, my physical strength is a bit low. Fubuki immediately figured out Kizaru's train of thought and responded with mild annoyance. Still, while she felt a little disappointed, she also secretly breathed a sigh of relief upon realizing she couldn't learn Rokushiki. The thought of training alongside her subordinates made her uneasy. If they all mastered it while she, their leader, couldn't. That would be way too embarrassing. That's why there needs to be a baseline. Let's use Lily as the standard. Anyone physically weaker than her is out. Kizaru's observation haki swept over Lily, not only assessing her physical fitness but also confirming. His instincts about her figure were, as always, spot on. Meanwhile, in the next room, Lily remained completely oblivious. She was too busy calling in Mustache and Mountain Ape for dinner. Truthfully, using Lily as a benchmark was a bit strict. Her hero ranking might not be high, but her physical stats actually surpassed most B-class heroes. Converted to Dariki, she was around 230. Which meant that many heroes who could have theoretically learned Rokushiki wouldn't even get the chance. Not that Kizaru minded. He was just offering a hand, not playing babysitter for the entire Hero Association. And besides, the idea that anyone with 100 Dariki could learn Rokushiki was just a theory. Teaching from scratch would be a complete waste of time. If Lily's the standard, then a lot of my subordinates won't qualify. Fubuki felt a headache coming on. If they had to match Lily's level, then most of the Fubuki group wouldn't make the cut. Then they can train until they meet the requirements. Once they're strong enough, they can just learn from those who've already mastered it. I'm not banning them from passing it on. Kizaru shrugged. Rokushiki was never meant to be some classified technique. The old Marines who developed it originally hoped even civilians could learn it to fight back against pirates. From Kizaru's perspective, as long as someone wanted to protect themselves and others, they were qualified to learn. Understood. I'll find a suitable location as soon as possible. For the first time, Fubuki truly grasped Kizaru's intentions. And she had to admit. He was grander than she'd ever imagined. Just the fact that he was willing to teach others without asking for anything in return was already incredible. But Kizaru wasn't just offering to train a few people. He wanted to give as many as possible the opportunity to grow stronger. Degree.